Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story.
Heroic Myth. Chapter 31, Runaway Dusk to Dawn. The boy had a dream. He wanted to be a hero. Although he himself did not exactly know what it meant to be a hero or how to become one despite being surrounded by them every day. Was a hero someone who saved a girl in danger? Was a hero someone who defeated a powerful foe? Was a hero someone who led their people to glory? Was a hero someone whose deeds were known throughout the world? Or was a hero someone who simply tried to help wherever they could? Whatever the answer was, he knew that there was one thing a hero needed that he lacked. Strength. As it was, he didn't have the strength to protect a single person, let alone the whole world. How can someone who can't save a single life without having to be protected and saved in return be called a hero? Which was why his pathetic self was currently outside when everyone else was sleeping, swinging his blades at an imaginary opponent, ignoring the strain and exhaustion seeping through his body that was demanding him to fall asleep onto his soft bed. But Bell Cranel didn't have time for such things at the moment as he fought against his imaginary opponent. The invisible wall that stood between him and his ideals. He then stopped, his body leaning back slightly as his opponent's blades were at his neck. Even in his imagination, he would never win. That was the difference in strength between his teacher and himself. The imaginary spar finished, he allowed himself to fall down onto the grass, flat on his back as his chest rose up and down, his breath ragged as he slammed a fist against the grass in frustration, the sweat on his body mixing in with the morning dew and mist. All he had were his numbers. He didn't have the mental fortitude to fight a human opponent to the death or the ability to make the proper snap decisions. He was still too green, too new to do anything about that. It wasn't something his mysterious growth could help him with. It was only something that could be learned through experience. And Bell knew he was too impatient for something like that. But this was one thing he had no shortcuts for. And yet, he felt that he was running out of time. That the longer he took the further and further his goals would escape him. Bell. Bell's eyes opened wide as he sat up and found Emma standing at the entrance. "Are you okay?" she asked as she walked over toward him, pulling a coat over her nightwear as she stepped out into the cold morning air. "Sorry," Bell apologized as he stood up. "Did I wake you up?" "No, I was kind of watching you for a while." Come to think of it, her room had a perfect view of the front yard, he didn't know how he kept on forgetting that fact. He was completely distracted by his thoughts right now. Judging from her state of dress, she probably ran out when she saw him collapse. "Are you really okay?" Emma asked again as Bell stood up. "Aren't you overdoing it a bit?" "Yes." "No, I'm fine," Bell lied. "Shouldn't you be resting though? Castor said that you're going back into the dungeon today with Lancer watching over your progress, right?" As their vacation was cut short, it was time for Hestia Familia to take on the dungeon again. Although Bell and Lily's progress would be halted until Welf could finish Bell's new armor. "Well, yes but..." Emma began but she looked a bit unsure of herself and Bell did not think it was because of the War Shadow incident. "Are you thinking about FIA?" Bell asked and Emma hesitantly nodded her head. It was the same problem plaguing Bell's mind as well. If the Xenos FIA had been born in the dungeon, then didn't that mean that other Xenos could be spawned by the dungeon that didn't know about the rest of the Xenos community? What would happen if they came across another one and it tried to fight back against them, believing it was the only way to survive? "You don't need to worry about that." Both Bell and Emma looked up to see FIA sitting on the windowsill of Assassin's room, her legs dangling outside while she was still wearing the cloak given to her by Lancer. "FIA!" Bell called out. "Don't sit outside like that. Someone might see you." They still hadn't received word from either Castor or the goddess yet after all. Well, Lancer's cloak should be enough to divert anyone looking and their house was far enough away from other buildings that no unrelated people would be sneaking around. Nevertheless, FIA slipped out of the window and landed beside the two with Assassin poking her head out the window and jumping out of it soon after. "I never got the chance to explain it but, how do you think we Xenos survive in the dungeon when everything is out to kill us?" FIA asked as Assassin was fiddling with a bag. "I had wondered about that," Bell admitted. "I just thought that you guys ate fruits from the dungeon or snuck into a pantry when you got the chance." "There is that," Fia nodded as Assassin fished out a small magic stone from the pouch. But there's also this. Assassin held the magic stone in front of Fia and the harpy grabbed it with her teeth and sucked it into her mouth as if it was nothing more than a piece of candy before crunching it with her teeth. You eat magic stones? Emma asked in surprise. Enhanced species. Belle realized. That's right, Fia nodded. We kill monsters that aren't part of our group and eat their stones to get stronger. I said so, right? Other monsters attack us just like they attack you humans even though we are born from the same mother. Not only that but some of us, like Leto, even use weapons and armor. Most of them were stripped off of corpses but a few of us steal them right off their backs. Sorry. Although the apology sounded like it was little more than an afterthought, Fia did have the sense to look a bit embarrassed to admit it. However, those words struck a chord within Belle, stirring up a memory. It had been a joke that he and Welf had laughed off. A monster wearing armor, and a rumor that Castor had been chasing after soon afterward. Did he know? Did Castor have suspicions about the Xenos all the way back then? Did he know about them from all the way back then? Belle quickly shook his head. He shouldn't assume so much about his captain, even though his abilities are still a completely enigma to Belle. There was no point in thinking about things that may or not be true. If Castor felt that it was important then he would share it. Otherwise, it was best to let Castor do what he felt was needed until then. That's why Fia continued, not knowing Belle's thoughts. You shouldn't worry about us. The monsters are real monsters. They don't care about anything except trying to kill you. But, what if we find another Xenos who doesn't know about you? Emma asked, voicing Belle's thoughts. If the monster trying to kill you can talk, then kill them first. Isn't that how it goes? Belle and Emma couldn't help but stare at Fia. I don't know if it's true, but a lot of us still end up getting caught even though we're very careful and stick to places where humans don't go to, and some of us still get caught. And one of those caught was Fia herself. Was one of the reasons she didn't want to return to the dungeon is because she found it hard to trust her fellows anymore? Although she was prepared to return since she didn't want to bother Hestia Familia any more than necessary. But Fia lived a life of kill or be killed from the moment she was born and even had to resort to cannibalism to survive. So what I'm saying is that I don't care if you meet another Xenos or not, Fia said, wings on her hips. If they try to kill you, fight back and survive. I care more about you guys than someone I probably won't ever meet. So, don't die, okay? With that said, Fia ran toward the door and fiddled with the knob for a moment before looking down at her wings. Jack. I can't open the door. Okay. Assassin replied with a giggle as she ran over to open it for her. As the two of them disappeared back inside, Belle walked over to the tree in the front yard and leaned his back against it. She's strong. Belle said as he placed his hands over his face. Compared to her, I'm weak. A human boy who lived knowing only peace and love from the people around him compared to a monster girl who struggled to survive each and every day. They were different as water and oil. Killing a mindless monsters that were the dungeon's weapons against the gods and their mortal children were one thing, but another being that could think and act and reason? Belle didn't know if he could do that. Even though his heroes could engage other humans without worry and thought, did that mean that, in order to catch up to his heroes, he too would have to? Belle. A soft voice sliced through his thoughts and he found a pair of arms carefully wrapped around his head. You don't have to think about it all by yourself, Emma said softly as she brought him closer. You're not alone, right? Emma. Belle managed to croak out, his voice weak. Hey Belle, you know of the story of Argonaut, right? Yeah. It was rare to find someone who didn't. According to Belle's grandfather, it was the first true myth of this world. The story of a man, clown, who wanted to become a hero and help people only to be deceived by nearly everyone around him. And even when he gained strength and went to save the princess, he ended up having to be saved by her instead. When Belle first read that story, he thought it was a joke and that Argonaut couldn't really be called a hero. Now that he had went through that feeling of wanting to save someone, only to be saved in return, Belle felt as though he understood the myth a bit more, and could understand that Argonaut must have been frustrated at his own weakness to the point that he probably wanted to cry. You know what Argonaut means, right? Emma asked, a smile on her face. A band of heroes. Doesn't that fit our current situation right now? Right, Bell admitted, forming a smile of his own. And it was that very same Argonaut that was engraved on his back. A perfectly fitting title for Bell himself now. I think that instead of worrying about what you may or may not need to do to become a hero, why not consider the things you have already done? Such as calling the servants to this world. Like being the master of a band of heroes? But I don't just want to ride on their coattails. But you aren't. You're their master and, well, putting Castor aside, you're leading and directing their strength for the sake of justice and your dream, right? I mean, we do have quite a few characters here after all. That was true. The love-struck swordsman, the snarking bowman, the mad love-struck spearwoman, the arrogant king, and the tiny killer. Aside from the chariot queen, all of his servants have some sort of personality quirk that it was a miracle that they could all work together. Then again, Ryder insisted on being everyone's big sister and silenced Archer with a rather frightening smile when he asked, "Didn't you already have 2 daughters at your age?" Yes, it was a miracle that these legends could work together and live as a family. Well, 2 of them were already family to begin with. In spite of himself, Bell found himself smiling. You're the Familia Vice Captain. We look to you just as much as Castor for what to do. We are a part of your strength just as much as your magic and weapons are. Please remember that. I will, thanks, Emma. Bell raised his left hand up and wrapped it around her arm as he felt her warmth. The 2 of them simply stood there together as Bell tried to gather his thoughts. Bell, Emma finally continued. I think it's not the hero who decides whether or not he's a hero. It's the people around him. And The 2 of them jumped at the scream and turned to see their goddess Hestia clinging to front gate as she glared at them with wide eyes with Castor standing behind her. "Www, what the heck do you 2 think you are doing?" she demanded, her cheeks pressing against the bars of the gate as though she was trying to force herself through them instead of opening it properly. And it was then that Bell realized that Emma was pressing his head against her chest while wearing only a coat and her negligee. The realization caused his cheeks to quickly redden as the 2 quickly separated from each other and Emma hastily tried to cover herself up. It's not what you think. Emma tried to explain. I was just trying to cheer Bell up. While in that state, Hestia demanded as she finally threw open the gate and lunged at Bell. Bell, you cheater! I leave you alone for 1 hour and you suddenly decide to put your hands on Emma. Please let us explain, goddess. Do be aware that acts of intimacy will be short-lived around the goddess, Castor said as he walked past Emma with a smirk. Such is the nature of a virgin goddess. We weren't doing anything like that. Emma shouted to the sky. XXXXX. Despite the deadline being cut short, Goibnia Familia was still able to finish most of the work that was requested to be done on the Hestia Familia home as expected of a high-rank familia. The original building was more or less the same with the exception of the kitchen/dining area combo which had had its original wall torn down and the room expanded out into the backyard, making it so that they could easily fit in a second long table if needed to sit everyone. The main additions were the massively enlarged grounds stretching behind the main building which also included 2 buildings that had been behind the Hearthstone Manor, now part of their property. A quick look through the new buildings found that they simply 3 floors of bedrooms with a washroom at the end of each floor with the stairs going up the middle of each floor. There were enough rooms so that they wouldn't be caught flat-foot from another surge of new Familia members again. There was also a 3rd building but Castor had it covered in a tarp and forbade anyone from taking a peek inside. A curious Gina attempted to anyway and got a nasty shock for her trouble. In short, they had a much larger property than they did before and 3 new buildings added onto their home. All that was lacking were the furnishings. After Emma and Bell's rather desperate pleas to explain the circumstances in which they were caught and were rather loud, the entire Familia, plus FIA, was gathered in the new expanded dining area for breakfast and a debrief about what will happen from now on. Basically, Lancer, you have to use your runes to completely wow Ganesha and his Familia into seeing that monsters can be something other than just ticking time bombs that will lash out. I don't want to say that they'll start out as pets, but I want people, mortals and gods alike, to see that they can be trusted companions to fight alongside against the mindless monsters that the dungeon coughs up. Lady Hestia really has thought hard about this. Lily muttered in surprise. Lily is shocked. Well, it shouldn't be too hard, right? Gina asked. I mean, the goblin Lancer tamed in the forest to show us that it works was doing handstands and flips like it was nothing. The challenge will be in making sure that the effect lasts for an acceptable period of time, Saber muttered. A time frame of a month would be much too short. Yes, but I believe that I will have the perfect catalysts on hand to make it so it is possible, Lancer replied. The true challenge would be in that Miss Flores and Miss Gwen be able to learn rune magic as quickly as possible to replicate the effects and in turn pass them to future members of the familia and so on. If that is the case, then Lily wants to learn as well, Lily said, pumping her arms up beside her chest. If this is what everyone wants to do, then Lily will do her best to contribute. Should I learn it too? Primo asked, raising a hand dutifully. No, that would not be necessary, Castor decided. Your role is one of a traditional mage in the familia's descents into the dungeon. You need to save your spell slots should the Falna decide to grace you with more. The one with the highest priority to learn the rune magic is Flores. After all, it is your desire to help the Xenos, is it not? I expect you to expend all your effort into mastering what you can, understood? Yes. Emma replied with a nod. I won't let you down. 'Tis not I who shall suffer from your failure, Castor said, glancing over at Fia who shrank down a bit under his gaze. In any case, in light of current events we shall edit our schedule slightly. Keeping his gaze on Fia, Castor continued, as we currently have a volatile package within our home, we shall need at least one servant on standby at the home at all times, myself included. However, although I do spend most of my time here, there will be times where my presence will be needed elsewhere. As such, we shall need a dedicated home guard. If it's just that, then I volunteer, Ryder offered with a raised hand. To be honest, I think I'm more suited for a support role than a combat one. If you wish to volunteer for the role of babysitter, then so be it. Next, let us discuss the second party's descent into the dungeon. The original plan was to have Lancer escort them, but as she may be called upon by Ganesha Familia at any moment, this will have to wait. Therefore Archer will take her place for the time being. Then the second party will be composed of Archer, Gina, Emma, and Primo until they settled things with Ganesha, and then Lancer will resume the role. The party is to attempt to make its way to the 5th floor by the end of the month, Castor said, glancing over at Gina, causing the Amazon to sit up a bit straighter. Gwen. As the most experienced of the party, you will be leading them. Gina let out a shout of surprise. Are you sure I'm up for it? Do no question my orders, Castor replied. I do not hand out assignments to unworthy fools. Considering who was saying it, it was probably the highest of praises. Well, if you say so. Then as for the first party, it is unlikely that any monster on the first 20 floors would be able to harm you, Castor said as he finally turned toward Belle. As the smith is currently preparing your armor, I leave the decision to you on whether or not you wish to enter the dungeon without him. Think it'll be best to wait, Belle replied, and Castor accepted it with a nod. Even if Belle felt the need to hurry compared to a few days ago, he still wanted to continue with Welf in his party. Then what about me? Fia asked, raising a wing. Well, until we see what happens with Ganesha, you're going to have to stay inside for a while, Hestia replied. Though your cloak should keep your features hidden if you want to walk around in the yard. Going into town is out of the question though. Fia let out a small dissatisfied noise at being told that she was unable to fly freely, but didn't say anything, understanding that it was a temporary measure. It should only be a few days at most, Hestia assured her. Don't worry. Of course, should you find that unsatisfactory, you are free to leave the city or return to the dungeon on your own, Castor added with a provocative smirk. I understand, Fia replied, not rising to the bait, causing Castor to turn his eyes away while looking a bit disappointed. I'll try not to trouble you too much. I'll be here looking after you, so if you need anything just say the word, Ryder said with a smile. So the familia will slowly become a familia of tamers moving forward? Primo asked. Nothing so official, Hestia replied with a shake of her head. It's more like I want to make my familia a bridge between humanity and the Xenos. It'll be a long road, and frankly I'm not sure how many generations it will take, but we have to start somewhere. And we have the 15 years of work that Auranos and Fells already did, so it'll be fine. Probably. Lily is suddenly even more worried than before. Lily muttered with a sigh. 15 years is rather short in the eyes of a goddess, isn't it? Well, I'm sure it will be fine, Hestia insisted before nodding her head again. Anyway, I'm pretty sure that covers everything, so everyone should prepare for the day ahead. Oh, and Belle, I want to talk to you for a bit more, so come with me to my office. Belle glanced at his goddess in confusion as the sound of chairs sliding across the floor and people making small talk prevented him from asking her anything. He caught Emma's eye on the way out of the dining room, but she just shook her head as if to say she didn't know what Hestia wanted either. Nevertheless, Belle followed the goddess up to the top floor and entered her office, where the two sat across from each other on the sofas in the room. Belle, about this morning. Hestia began. Like I said, that was a misunderstanding. Belle found himself saying immediately. I'm not talking about Emma hugging you in her PJs. Hestia shouted, slamming her hands on the table between them with bright red cheeks before quickly calming herself down by coughing into her hand. I'm asking you about why she did. Are you feeling okay? She said that you looked awful. Belle let out a weak noise as he slumped back into his seat. I don't really know, Belle admitted. I don't know. I feel like I'm missing something important. Is this about your heroic desire again? Hestia asked with a slight teasing smile, to which Belle gave a weak chuckle in response. I don't think you need to spend so much time thinking about it, Belle. I'm sure quite a few of our familia members already consider you their hero. But, I'm still not strong enough. That can't be helped, Belle. You've only been an adventurer for not even 3 months yet. I know it's easy to forget when you're already level 3, but you need to remember that you are growing much faster than every other adventurer in Orario, perhaps even the world. As Belle remained silent, Hestia shook her head with a sigh. Belle, I know it's hard to be patient when you have your dream literally in sight and living with you every day, but you have to remember. All of the servants have spent their entire lives becoming heroes. Don't you think it's rude to them if you think that you aren't catching up fast enough to them when you've only been at it for 3 months? Belle lowered his head in shame. Certainly there was some truth in her words. It was far too arrogant for him to even try to get close. But even so, he wanted to stand up there with his heroes, with that person. Belle. Belle looked up and saw that Hestia had walked around the table to sit down next to him. I'm not saying that you should give up. No, far from it. I'm just saying that you don't need to be so impatient in how you are going about it. You should know what the number one reason why adventurers' adventures get cut short, right? They push too far too quickly. Exactly. Now, I don't want to say that you can't go on an adventure, but please don't overdo it. You literally carry the lives of over half this familia with you after all. I don't want to lose any of you if I don't have to. With that said, Hestia pulled Belle's head close to her chest, much like Emma did earlier. And because Emma had done so earlier, Belle was completely aware at what his goddess was doing. Goddess. Belle said, trying to keep his face from touching her chest too much. Isn't this a bit? No. Hestia shut him down immediately. You're not going anywhere until I'm satisfied. You are still upset about that after all. Belle shouted as he quickly pulled himself away from her. Oh no, you don't. Hestia shouted as she dived at Belle, to which he quickly dodged her and maneuvered around the table so that it was between him and his goddess. I'm going to get at least twice the amount of time you gave Emma, and you don't get to say no. Please give me a break. The two of them ran circles around the room for a few minutes before Hestia dropped onto the sofa, completely out of breath, while Belle was keeping a good 3 meters between himself and his goddess. Belle, you bully! Hestia let out a cry of frustration. I just want to show you my love too. I can see and appreciate your love at this distance just fine, goddess, Belle answered with a wry smile as he backed up against a glass case. Turning around, he saw that it contained the single most important treasure in their familia. The Holy Grail. Surrounded by several rather expensive-looking wine bottles. Goddess, please tell me you aren't using the Grail as a wine glass, Belle said as he opened the case and pulled the chalice out. Of course not. Hestia said quickly as she pushed herself up from the sofa. What do you take me for? That said, I am using it as decoration so that people who come in would just think of it as a very pretty wine glass. Belle stared at the golden cup that had jump-started Hestia Familia's rise into stardom. It had been a while since he had the legendary item in his hands, due to having left it with Hestia all this time, but he wondered if it was a bit heavier than he remembered. It may be due to the fact that he now truly understood the value of the Grail and its metaphorical weight was only now resting in his hands. Hey, Archer said that the Grail was a wishing device, right? Hestia asked as she flopped herself onto her back and looked toward Belle with her head upside down. Are you going to try and wish to become stronger with it? No, Belle decided with a shake of his head. I want to achieve that strength with my own hands alongside Lily, Welf, Emma, Primo, and Gina. Besides, the Grail needs to be filled up with the servants for the wishing part to work, right? But still, he would like some sort of hint to the mysterious problem that he was facing. But it was unlikely that an answer would come to him when he wasn't even sure what the problem was to begin with. Was it simply the lack of strength that made him feel down, or was it because it had been the very first time he saw people die in front of him? Eyes filled with fear, dread, and despair before their lives were willingly snuffed out in the name of and for the glory of their god. Belle? Are you okay? Belle turned his head toward Hestia again to see his goddess staring at him with worry. Your face is looking really pale, she said as she hopped to her feet. Look, take the day off today and just relax in your room or something. Maybe take a nap or something. Why yet? Belle nodded in agreement, suddenly realizing his body was shaking rather violently. Maybe I'll read a book or something. Then, how about I head out for a spin? A voice sounded in his head, causing him to take a step back and bump into the bookshelf behind him. Turning his head around, he managed to see the title of one of the books written on its spine. Argonaut. It was the title of the myth that he had been talking with Emma about just moments earlier. Belle. A bright light shined in the room, emanating from both the Holy Grail and Belle, causing Hestia to throw her arms in front of her eyes to shield them. When the light finally died down, she peered around her arms to see Belle standing there with a blank look on his face before setting the Grail back in its case. Belle. Are you all? Hestia began before Belle quickly walked over to her and took her hands into his own, causing the goddess to squeak in surprise. So it's true. Belle suddenly said as he knelt down in front of her. A black-haired bombshell divine beauty truly does exist. Although you were magnificent when you were but a mere image in my mind, seeing you in the flesh gives me the greatest joy. Hestia couldn't help but utter a sound of pure confusion at Belle's sudden rapid-fire compliments, but a rather large part of her was extremely happy about them. But there was something strange about them. Like he was speaking to her as if she was a stranger. Madam, may I ask that you stay by my side forever? Belle suddenly said. Now that we have met, I cannot bear to ever part from you. Who are you? Hestia shouted, tearing her hand away from the person's grip. Belle would never be able to say such things with a straight face. As she admitted it, she felt her heart tear itself in two. Phew, of course it is only natural for a hero to introduce oneself on a first meeting, Belle said as he stood up with his arm out in what he probably considered a heroic pose. Rejoice. For I am dash. What's going on? The door was thrown open and Archer had stepped inside, looking between Belle and Hestia before focusing on Belle. You, who the heck are you? Archer demanded. Just a hero that happens to be passing by. I have come in this world to take in the future that I had hoped would come. This is the day that I take my first leap into this new era. With a laugh, Belle ran toward the balcony and jumped right through it. But naturally, since they were on the 4th floor with no other building near the manor, he fell all the way down to the ground with a scream. Archer only spent a second completely dumbfounded at the scene before rushing to the balcony and looking down. He vanished. Archer gasped in surprise. Dematerialization? No, they can't do that with Belle's human body, presence concealment. Was that Master's scream? Saber asked as he and the other servants aside from Castor appeared in the doorway, looking rather ready for battle. Can we get an explanation, Lady Hestia? Archer asked, turning toward Hestia, who was at a complete loss to the turn of events as well. XXXXX. So Belle had the Grail in his hands when it suddenly started glowing and then he started acting like that. Archer summarized when everyone had gathered into Hestia's office. And for it to happen when that guy's off somewhere. It would seem that Castor had left on some personal business shortly after the morning meeting, thus he was currently not present in the office or at the home. He said he was heading out to release his built-up irritation, Emma noted. Do you think he's going into the dungeon on his own? Well, he's definitely not going to the pleasure district, Gina pointed out. Not with his issues with Ishtar anyway. Girls, focus, Ryder said as she placed a hand on Gina's head before turning back to Archer. Do you think the Grail did something? That's the only explanation, Archer nodded. It's a vessel for a massive amount of magic after all. It probably used Belle's body as a vessel for a heroic spirit. Although he did seem a bit insane, I don't think that was Berserker though. A forced manifestation by the Grail, Saber muttered as he glanced at Archer. Just like what it did with you, correct? Probably, Archer nodded. Though this is my actual body, for a given definition of actual anyway. Putting that aside, shouldn't we go after him? Lily asked, looking rather worried. If a spirit has taken over Belle's body then who knows what it could do? I don't think anything really bad will happen, Primo said as she placed a finger on her chin. I don't know about servants and the like, but some of the more mischievous spirits sometimes play pranks like this. Oh yeah. Gina nodded. I remember last fall, during the festival, a bunch of spirits gathered into a goddess and made her super big for a moment. It was really funny though her familia was really worried for a bit. No, in the worst case scenario, the heroic spirit inside Belle might reveal our existence to someone, Lancer pointed out. Yeah, Archer agreed. We'll have to split up to look for him. Thus they were split up into groups. Archer and Saber were to head out on their own, Ryder would look with Gina, Assassin would look with Primo and Emma would look with Lily. Lancer and Hestia were to stay behind both to watch after FIA and wait just in case Ganesha came over. The search for Belle and the mysterious servant was on. XXXXX. I can't believe that happened. Shin said as she slumped over the table at the outdoor cafe she was sitting at with her younger sister, Lefia and Ace. Well, you said Finn did knock her out with a single punch after all, Tiona said with a laugh. It's only natural that Argana would fall head over heels for him. I mean you did too. Shut up. The captain's mine. I won't hand him over to anyone, especially not to Argana. Ahaha. As the debacle with Kali Familia was finally over, Loki and Finn sent the twins and Lefia back to Orario to rest and to get them away from Kali Familia as soon as possible. Ace was also sent along to watch over them and to make sure they were relaxing while the rest of the Familia handled the cleanup of Milan. So. Tiona began, changing the topic as she looked over to Lefia. You're going to be a teacher, Lefia. So it seems, Lefia nodded. Primo seems to be a smart girl though so I think she'll be able to learn very quickly. She said has a spell already right? Ace asked. That's right. And she is already able to cast it. I don't know how much I'll be able to teach but I'll definitely do my best. Haha, maybe she'll become your rival in the future, Tiona said with a smile. I am not going to consider a 10-year-old my rival. Yeah but a difference of 5 years isn't much, especially for an elf, right? Shin pointed out. And in 10 years or so it'll be a whole new game if she ends up growing even half as fast as that boy with Archer and their other crazy Familia members hanging around them. Goo, momomo, I won't lose to a 10-year-old. As the others shared a laugh at Lefia's expense, Tiona suddenly let out a shout. Ah, little Argonaut spotted. Tiona said, pointing over the table toward the crowd. There, the girls could see Belle Cranel making his way through it, head turning every which way as he took in all the sights. Is he lost? Lefia asked as they saw him stare bewilderedly at a human girl clinging happily to an elf man, the latter of which looking rather resigned to his companion's affection. Looks like he's just on a walk to me, Shin said before Belle turned to look. Let's go say hi. Tiona said, getting up to walk over only for Ace to grab her by the arm. That's not him, she said. That's not Belle Cranel. Hi, really? Tiona asked as she turned back toward the Belle look-alike. But he looks just like him though. The look-alike suddenly looked over his shoulder and with a flustered look on his face before quickly sprinting down the road in the direction of Babel Tower. Not long after that, a familiar figure was standing on the rooftops of one of the shops, scanning the streets as if looking for something, or someone. Mr. Archer. Lefia noted as Archer looked in their direction and his expression went from a deep frown to one of surprise. He then gave them a smile with a small wave before heading the opposite direction of Babel. That's strange, do you think he was looking for that look-alike? Shin asked. This sounds interesting, Tiona said with a spark in her eyes. Let's follow him. Who? The look-alike. Lefia asked. I'm not so sure that's a good idea. Besides, Didn't Loki tell us to rest? Come on, it'll be fun. Diona insisted before looking to Ace. What do you say, Ace? Let's go, Ace said with a rather serious expression on her face. Oh okay, Diona nodded as she shared a glance with her sister and Leffy Ya. They quickly gathered their things, leaving behind the payment for their meal, and quickly headed in the direction of Babel Tower as well. It didn't take long for them to find the look-alike. The boy was standing in the plaza just in front of the tower while staring up at it in awe. Looks like it's not Belle after all, Leffy Ya noted. He wouldn't be so surprised to see Babel Tower otherwise. They watched the boy pat himself down for a moment before touching his back and pulling out a black dagger. Tapping the tip for a moment, he nodded with a smile before returning it to its sheath and made a beeline toward the entrance. He's going in, Shin muttered. Should we keep going? Ace answered by striding forward into the dungeon first, forcing the other girls to quickly follow after her. XXXXX. Keeping a good distance between themselves and the boy, the girls watched him encounter a single goblin all by its lonesome. Oh ho, a goblin! The boy shouted in a rather arrogant tone that was rather grating when compared to Belle's usual polite and modest demeanor. You shall be the first to taste my blade reborn. Toe. With a flash, the boy drew his dagger and shot forward. His body was little more than a blur as he all but disappeared from his starting position and reappeared at the end of the corridor behind the goblin which had lost its head. That's pretty fast, Shin muttered. He sounds and acts like he's a level 1 but, that's not the speed of a level 2. Something's definitely weird, Leffy Ya added, nodding her head in agreement as the boy was staring at his hands. Amazing! He shouted at the top of his lungs as his hands shot up in a cheer. This body is amazing. With this, I don't need to hide behind Fina anymore. Or rather, aren't I even stronger and faster than Yuri and the others now too? This is great. I shall write this in my hero journal. Just, as soon as I get a new one. Heroically. Why does that name sound familiar? Leffy Ya muttered. Ah, he's moving again, Diona spoke up. Let's keep following, Ace said. And so, they continued following the strange boy deeper and deeper into the dungeon. XXXXX. Back on the surface, Saber was making his way through the crowd, looking for any sign of his missing master. The connection between us and master is muted, Saber thought to himself as he stepped to the side to allow a golden-haired god to pass by with a black-haired elf. So the mysterious servant has presence concealment despite the assassin class already being filled. That or a skill that works in a similar fashion. However, we are still receiving magic from him even if we cannot tell where it is coming from. Should we consider them some sort of pseudo-servant? As he was caught up in his thoughts, someone called out to him. That knight over there. The voice was lovely and enticing, and that alone made Saber put up his guard. Turning around, he saw a woman wearing a hood gesturing at him to come over on the other side of the street. Though she was hiding herself with the cloak, Saber could easily see through it and discern her identity without fail. Her perfectly symmetrical face and seductive proportions were hidden by the cloak, but there was this lovely scent that could even the strongest of heroes become weak-willed in her presence. The presence of a goddess of beauty. Goddess Freya, Saber said after he followed her into the alleyway. Although she was not the goddess of his familia, she was still related to someone of importance to Saber. Thus he had no qualms in kneeling before her. What can I do for you? Oh my, you really are playing the role quite well, aren't you? Freya asked with a giggle. I was wondering if you have some time to talk, child of Hestia. My apologies, but I am currently searching for someone. If you wish, we can reschedule it for another time. Oh my, you are an interesting one, Freya said, sounding rather surprised at his refusal. But rather than getting angry, she seemed rather delighted by it. But unfortunately I won't be able to sneak out again. I promise I won't take too much of your time. I merely have a single question to ask of you in private. In return, I will answer any questions you have, including where your little boy went off to. How about it? Very well, Saber acquiesced with a nod. My, it's been so long since I have had to barter for something that I wanted, Freya said with another giggle. How refreshing. Well then, this way please. Freya led Saber into a small cafe where she raised a hand toward the person standing behind a bar counter before making her way through the store, ignoring the gazes of the other customers as she did. The two of them stopped by a door which Saber stepped forward and opened for Freya before they stepped inside. It was a private room that opened up to the balcony of the store, allowing one a view of the main street with Babel Tower in the distance. Now then, Freya began as she took a seat at the table in the center of the room and Saber sat down across from her. I heard Hestia took you all on a trip to Milan. That is correct, Saber confirmed. There was no harm in doing so. It was supposed to have been a vacation after all. There seems to have been some trouble down there and from what I saw, it seems as though that boy, Bel Cranel, has been involved in it. Is he all right? Before I answer that question, may I ask why you are concerned for my vice-captain's well-being? Well, it's because he interests me, Freya replied honestly with a smile. You can't find a child as pure as him no matter how hard you look in Gakkai. But please don't misunderstand me. I have no desire to try and take him for myself so long as he remains a part of your familia. I like Hestia far too much to do that to her and I believe he will shine the brightest with her. Consider me someone who wishes to see her favorite celebrity still perform at his best despite any setbacks. I see. Saber accepted the explanation with a nod. As expected of the gods I suppose. Then to answer your question, we ran afoul of a group known as Evilus. I believe you should be aware of them if you have resided in Orario for a while. Evilus. Freya repeated rather darkly but didn't continue. Yes. Bel encountered them and they tried to harm him by blowing their own bodies up in front of him. I suppose the sight of so much human death has affected him a bit. But he is still young and his heart is strong. He will power through it in time. Saber declined to make any mention of Ishtar Familia. He had no idea if Bel had came across any of them after all. And it wasn't as though they knew the identity of the suicide bombers. Indeed, Freya agreed with a beautiful smile. Now then, as promised I shall answer any questions you have so long as they do not involve my familia's secrets. Then, may I ask why you are fond of my goddess? Saber asked. It may sound strange coming from me, but our familias are more or less on the opposite side of the spectrum, are they not? It was the truth. Up until recently, Hestia Familia was on the very bottom while Freya Familia was on the very top of the social ladder in Orario. Oh that? Freya asked with a laugh. It's because she's one of the few gods that can be completely honest with me. As a goddess, she doesn't fall under the influence of my charm and become a babbling idiot like the majority of the men and she isn't one of those goddesses that are so insecure in their own beauty. But her being able to tell me exactly what she is thinking at the moment is what I love about her. I invited her to go shopping with me too but it appears that she hasn't been able to find the time. I see. Truly the gods are incomprehensible. Then, may I hear where Bel has gone to? Oh that. I believe he went in the direction of Babel Tower. Perhaps he has gone off into the dungeon? But, there appeared to be something sticking rather close to him. Do you consider it hostile? No, on the contrary, it seems to be making him shine even brighter than ever. I am rather conflicted about that. It wasn't any of her business to begin with but Saber decided that it wasn't his place to say so out loud. Do you have any other questions? Freya asked but Saber shook his head. No, thank you for your time. Oh no, I should be saying that to you. Oh, and I would appreciate it if you reminded Hestia of our little shopping date. Saber lowered his body into a bow and left without another word. Freya watched him go, her finger tracing the circles on the wooden table. Really, just where are you finding these children, Hestia? She asked with a remorseful sigh. That one has such a beautiful color, but it isn't complete without that woman's soul beside it. There's no point in taking half a piece and I don't have the motivation to do it either. Freya then let out a soft chuckle. Well, I suppose it doesn't matter. After all, the boy's soul will be mine in the end. It's all just a matter of waiting. XXXXX. Back in the dungeon, the four girls of Loki Familia were still watching the boy who looked very similar to Bel Cranel clear the dungeon without stopping. They had already made it to the entrance of the 10th floor where the winding rocky tunnels would be replaced by large rooms filled with fog. That should be far enough, the boy said as he returned his dagger to his sheath and brushed off his clothes. He then turned around with a smile. I don't mind being watched by so many beauties but can I at least get to know my audience before I continue forward? Ahaha, busted, Tiona said with a laugh. Should we show ourselves? Lefia asked. Well, it's not like we saw anything suspicious, Shin added. Ace, however, remained silent as the four of them walked down the corridor to meet the mysterious boy. As they drew close, they saw the boy's eyes open wide in shock. Leffy Ya felt that it was a rather normal reaction. Realizing that the elites of Loki Familia, plus Leffy Ya herself, were the ones that had been following you would probably shock any adventurer in Orario. Fina. The boy shouted in surprise before any of them could say anything. And Elmina and Orna and Arya. At the final name, all of them froze. It had been a while since Leffy Ya heard someone call Ace, Arya, but the only ones who had done so had been their enemies. Why are you all here? The boy continued, unaware of their inner turmoil and looking as though he had been reunited with people he hadn't seen in years. Even though the four of them had never seen him before. No, that should be obvious. The bonds we share with each other surpass even the boundary of time and space. Then in a blink of an eye, the boy was suddenly in front of Ace, down on one knee and holding her hand as if she was a princess. But you shouldn't be here, Arya, the boy said, smiling rather brightly. This place is filled with monsters after all. It's not a place where a princess should go, hey. The boy then stood up and stared right into Ace's eyes, causing the girl to lean back. Gold eyes. He muttered before turning to Leffy Ya, who took a step back. And, full-length ears. There was a slight pause before the boy jumped away from them and prostrated himself on the ground in that legendary Duji Eza thing that Loki had mentioned offhandedly once or twice before. A mysterious pose originating from the Far East that had the power to ask any request or forgive any slight. I'm so sorry for my mistake. The boy shouted, pressing his hands and forehead against the ground. I mistook you all for someone else. Especially to that lady elf over there. Forgive me for mistaking you for my sister. Sister. Leffy Ya repeated. But, aren't you a human, ah? If he had mistook Leffy Ya for his sister but was surprised to see that she was an elf, then his sister must have been a half-elf. Indeed, please accept my sincerest apologies. And no, it's fine. Leffy Ya said quickly. It's hard to notice at a first glance. It's fine, really. Hey, when you said Orna, are you talking about Orna the storyteller? Diona asked. One of the great three poets. So she went on to become a storyteller after all, the boy said with a smile as he raised his head. Good for her. Did you hit your head somewhere? Shin asked with a frown. Orna the storyteller lived centuries ago. Why would they be here now? Why, you say? The boy asked with a smile as he jumped to his feet, placing a hand on his chest. Because I am here after all. Who are you? Ace asked, placing a hand over her sword to the surprise of the other girls. What are you doing with Bel Cranel's body? His body, what? Shin asked, but Ace refused to take her eyes off the boy in front of them. Bel Cranel. The boy said with a small smile. That's right. That's what this boy's name is. A young man who grew up hearing the story of heroes so often that he himself wished to become one. Ha 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 ha, as expected I suppose. It's only natural for our souls to resonate so. Ace's blade slipped out slightly from its sheath, causing the boy to quickly raise his hands up. Whoa whoa whoa, he's perfectly fine so long as I don't get hurt in the meantime, the boy said quickly. He got involved in a fight with some shady people, so he's in a bit of a shock, so I had him sleep for a bit. In the meantime I wanted to take a look around this world where the gods have finally come to answer the prayers of humanity. You, who exactly are you? Ace demanded. Just a passing by clown who also wished so desperately to become a hero, the boy answered with a smile. You may call me, Argonaut. Argo, not. Leffy Ya and Shin repeated his name at the same time as they shared a glance. That's right, Argonaut replied. You may have heard of me. The great hero who took up the late General Minus's power to defeat the monstrous Minotaur and save Princess Ariadne. That Argonaut now stands before you. As his voice echoed through the walls of the dungeon, Leffy Ya and the others could only give him a blank stare. I see that you do not believe me, Argonaut said, his smile holding strong. That is fine. It is not every day one sees a living legend after all. But don't worry, I shall show you proof. Thrusting his hand straight up into the air, Argonaut then bellowed, heed my call, Great Spirit Jupiter. Your contractor has returned to the mortal world. I hereby renew our contract. Come. My lightning blade. Bestow upon me my inherited raiment. The girls took a step back and braced themselves for whatever it was Argonaut was planning, but as the seconds ticked away, nothing was happening. Gee, give it a minute, Argonaut said, suddenly sounding a bit unsure of himself. That old farts loves to make things harder for Dash. A flash of lightning interrupted Argonaut's words, filling the entire tunnel with light as Argonaut let out an irritated scream. You totally planned that, damn idiot. Not only that, Lefia could have sworn she heard the boisterous laugh of an old man echo in the halls along with Argonaut's scream. As the light died down and the girls opened their eyes, they saw Argonaut standing before them as before, only now his arms and legs were adorned with an armor of gold with a beautifully weaved white cloth over the black shirt and trousers that Belle Cranel had been wearing with a flowing black cape to top it all off. Slamming the golden magic sword that had suddenly appeared in his hands into the dungeon floor, he began to speak. This is the man who defeated the evil creature, Minotaur, allowing humanity to take one great step forward into the future. The one who called upon other great warriors to begin their heroic myths. The one who ended the era of sorrow and despair that has plagued this world since the dawn of time. Argonaut opened his eyes and Lefia felt her heart began to beat faster at the sheer aura he was exuding. I am the one who gave rise to the era of heroes. The vessel which lead the heroes to come to greatness. The one who challenged the gods to view my glory. I am the radiant dawn, Argonaut. Lefia believed him. This was no impostor taking on the name of a children's fairy tale in order to live its glory. This wasn't the humble boy who received the nickname from their mutual friend. This was the impossible made possible. A living legend manifested. Humanity's first great hero, Argonaut. How's that? Argonaut asked with a smile. Pretty freaking cool, if I say so myself. Lefia could only nod her head, but someone else had other plans. Namely the younger of the twin Amazons, who had immediately let out a cheer as she dived at the hero, sending both of them spiraling to the ground, and down the stairs to the 10th floor. Huh? No wait. And humanity's first hero screamed all the way down. XXXXX. This was the rebirth of a comedy. A short continuation of the oldest legend in Gakkai. The legend of Argonaut begins once more. Chapter 32, Radiant Dawn Argonaut. Geez, do you always have to act like an idiot? Shin was chastising Tiona, who was sitting on her knees in front of her down on the 10th floor of the dungeon. But come on. Tiona protested. It's the Argonaut. The actual really real one. Even so, that's no reason to knock him down the stairs. I mean, that's actually Belle Cranel's body, right? Though, I don't quite understand how that works. Said Argonaut was lying on the ground a few feet away, looking rather battered as he was helped to his feet by Ace and Lefia. Ahaha, it's fine. Argonaut wheezed. It's only natural to act in such a fashion when in the presence of a legend. Ugh, but please remember that this body is a rental, I don't want to break it before I give it back to Belle. But why are you in Belle's body anyway, Mr. Argonaut? Lefia asked. He may be an adventurer, but he's still only 14 years old. Haha, it just so happens that my spirit is drawn to the boy, Argonaut replied with a smile. Perhaps he is my descendant, or maybe even the reincarnation of my soul. Or perhaps it's merely something as simple as that I have simply answered his desire for strength. Ah, but I don't mind if you Jews call me Argo. Argonaut is kind of a mouthful, isn't it? Also, I apologize for saying it again, but you really do remind me a lot of my little sister, Fina, and hearing Argonaut instead of Argo gives me the shivers. Did you not get along with your younger sister? Lefia asked. Oh no, we get along perfectly. Argo replied with a smile. She is always there for me to hide behind when things get too tough for me to handle. Hi. I mean, I have always been able to trust my front and my back to her. Ha. Lefia then turned toward Ace, who was staring at Argo's sword, which was resting on the ground. It was a golden blade that practically radiated in power. In the story of Argonaut, it was supposed to be the proof that the boy, Argonaut, had inherited the power of General Minos, a powerful warrior bearing the symbol of thunder upon his helmet that defended the last bastion of hope for humanity against the tide of monsters before he was slain by the Minotaur. Seeing such a legendary blade in front of her made Lefia's hair stand on end, and it was not just because the blade was practically swimming in the power of lightning. This sword, is it the power of a spirit? Ace asked. Oh, you can tell. Argo asked with a smile. During my journey to inherit the power of General Minos, I came across a shrine dedicated to a powerful spirit named Jupiter. After passing its trials, I was bestowed with its power. With it, I challenged and defeated the Minotaur terrorizing the kingdom. With a little help from the princess at the end, I suppose. So everything that happened in the legend is true? Diona asked, suddenly appearing in front of Argo with a smile causing Argo to blink in surprise as if he was seeing something completely unnatural in Diona's face. That I cannot say, Argo replied quickly, bringing a smile to his own face. Although I have some vague idea of what the story you heard contained thanks to Belle's memories, I expect Orna would have exaggerated some things to make it work as a comedy after all. Ah, but if you are asking about my heroic feats and my splendid heroic visage, then yes. Those will all be true. Ha ha ha. Does that include being saved by the princess at the end? Shin asked, causing Argo to deflate, holding a hand over his heart as if he had been shot there. Not very heroic, is it? Oh. You wound me, Miss Shin. Argo said. Your words are as painful as Elmina's love taps when I go too far in offering my compliments to Orna. You said that name before, Shin noted. Who exactly is Elmina? She was an Amazon who came to be known as the strongest warrior in the kingdom after General Minos, Argo explained. She was Orna's adopted sister. You may probably know her better as Elshina, the war princess. The revelation seemed to have struck the twin sisters speechless. Elshina had been an Amazon warrior of the highest renown in Telskyra. A powerful battle lord that was known throughout the country as the strongest of the Amazons. Man, I remember when I really made her mad and she tried to rip my arm off, Argo continued as a joke. She really did not like me at all, ahaha. Compared to Minotaur, she was definitely the scarier opponent. But I have to ask, are you two true-blooded sisters? Yeah, that's right, Diona nodded, looking rather confused at the sudden question. We're twins. I see, Argo nodded, a soft and kind smile on his face. That makes me really happy. It means Elmina's wish came true. She and Orna became true sisters in blood as well as everything else. I thank the gods for allowing her wish to come true. Sure. Shin muttered, looking rather embarrassed as she scratched her cheek. Hey, does that mean you knew the other legends Orna the storyteller wrote? Diona asked. Like Galmusa and Yuri's? Of course. All three of them assisted me by helping me clear the path of monsters to reach Minotaur. Galmus was only 18 when we met, but he was already a powerful dwarf warrior with the strength of 100 men. He also sported a full beard that reached all the way down to his waist. We all were surprised at his age when we found out. Yuri was a prideful werewolf who fought for a home for his clan, the Loga tribe. He took down 2 dragons and 1 wyvern all on his own under the light of the full moon. Oh, and he was always willing to look the other way when I sneaked some food off of his plate. Usually. Argo boasted about his companions like someone who was more of a tag-along to heroes rather than their companion, but it was clear that he held them all in high esteem. To be honest, all 3 of them were way more heroic than I. They just needed someone to pull them all together for a common goal. And that someone just happened to be me. How fitting for Argonaut. Ha ha ha. So the 4 of you traveled together along with Orna the storyteller? Lefia asked. And she recorded your adventures as legends to be passed down. Well, there were 7 of us in total, Argo corrected. Myself, Orna, Elmina, Galmus, and Yuri as you suspected. But my sister, Fina, also came along as our mage. Also Ryula or Wishy, I suppose, would sometimes tag along when we crossed paths with each other for more stories to tell. And I guess there was one more, but he left to raise a family. We did keep in touch though. It really was an Argonaut, Diona said with a laugh before stopping as she thought of something. Wait, Loga tribe? Isn't that Bet's family? Well, that is his last name in any case. Shin muttered. Oh, to think another descendant of my friend would be in this town as well. Argo cheered. That means he must have succeeded protecting his people after everything. Truly it was a good thing for me to come here. For I have seen the wishes of all of my friends' wishes have come true. At Argo's words a growl sounded around them. Looks like the dungeons had enough of us just hanging around here talking, Shin said as imps and orcs started to close in on them. I want to talk with Argo a bit more. Don't get in our way. Diona pouted as she prepared to get rid of them, but Argo held his hand out. No, allow me, the hero said with a smirk as he hoisted his blade over his shoulder. I've been using Belle's weapon for my entire time down here. Allow me to give my proper demonstration of my heroic power. Fight by my side once more, Jupiter. Without even waiting for the girls to say anything, Argo shot forward, clad in lightning as he disappeared in a flash of light and reappeared by the monsters with thunderbolts surging outward into the monsters, burning them to crisps. As I thought, it has to be with you after all, Argo said as he placed his hand on the flat of the blade. My radiant sword. Several bad bats started to surround him, but with a single swing of his blade, they too were vaporized in an instant. And this body? Argo muttered, glancing at his hand. The backlash is almost non-existent. Is it because I'm now a servant, or is it because of the goddess's blessing? Either way I should be more careful. I won't forgive myself if I do the same to Belle's body that I did to mine. Behind him, the girls were watching him with awe. Even if they were just level 1 monsters, that speed is something else, Shin muttered. That sword is the real deal, it's like I'm watching Archer work all over again. Belle's speed was always rather fast for a level 2, Lefia admitted. Even I had trouble keeping up with him back when we were camping on the 18th floor. Is that Mr. Argonaut's power mixing in with Belle's status? And that magic sword? However, Argo let the sword vanish in his hands alongside his armor and turned back toward the girls. Well, I've had my fun, Argo said with a smile as he tapped his chest. I better go return what I borrowed before they get mad at me. Do you really have to go so soon? Diona asked, her voice full of disappointment. I wanted to hear some more of your stories. Ha ha ha, surely everything about me would be passed down by Orna. Argo asked. I asked her to spread my name far and wide after all. It must be my karma to be able to be reunited with my beautiful honeys after coming back to this world. 'Tis as though I have jumped back into my golden days. As he said this, Argo slipped into the middle of the girls and pulled them together in a hug. In response to this, both Tiona and Lefia delivered a pair of beautiful punches into his stomach, causing him to bowl over in pain. Bufawak! Wait, Tiona! Shin shouted in surprise as Argo dropped to the ground. And Lefia too. Ah! The two girls stepped back in surprise as they looked at their hand. Strange, my body moved on its own, Tiona muttered as she rubbed her hand. Mine too. Lefia admitted. I think I'm also getting a headache. Is it because Mr. Argonaut, Mr. Argo acts so different from Belle, I wonder? Cough, cough, yep, just like old times, Argo coughed as he remained curled up on the ground, clutching his stomach. Pfft! Shin, Tiona, Lefia and Argo all turned as one toward Ace, who quickly covered her mouth with a hand and looked away. Yes. Argo said, pumping a fist. I still got it. Ahaha, as expected of Argonaut. Tiona said with a laugh as she helped the hero to his feet. You can make anyone laugh. Of course I can. Argo replied, throwing his chest out. It is the duty of all heroes to make sure the people can live with a smile on their face. And certainly, the four girls around him did have smiles on their faces, although Shin's was a bit more stiff than the others. To Lefia it felt as though Argo was an actor who did his best to overact at every opportunity. He was called a fool because he actively did to make people smile, even to his own physical detriment. Hey Argo, do you mind if I ask something personal? Shin began. Of course, Miss Shin, Argo nodded. I am perfectly willing to give you my autograph if you ask. We don't need it, Shin said, quickly slapping her hand over Tiona's mouth before she can contradict her. In the story, it said that you set out to be a hero because you wanted to become one. Why is that? Because the world needed one, Argo replied without hesitation, his expression becoming slightly more serious. I don't have the entire picture of what the world is like today, but back then, in the era of darkness, we didn't have anything as convenient as the Falna. Back then people lived with a looming shadow over them that they could die at a moment's notice. Every so often you would hear stories of cities being overrun or even an entire country disappearing overnight under the monster horde. Argo closed his eyes as if he was trying to relive those dark days as clearly as possible. Intellectually, Lefia already knew this. She had learned about it during her lessons about the previous era, but hearing it from someone who supposedly lived through it firsthand was something else. With the Falna, none of the monsters on the surface would be any threat to humanity, but before then, people had to suffer under the endless horde with no hope in sight. It was an era where people would both throw their own children to monsters in order to live, while others would throw themselves at them in hopes that their children could live even a moment longer. And even then, there would be people too focused on their own survival that they would ignore a girl crying over her parents' bodies. It is because I could not stand to see such things that I decided to become a hero. Nay, that was when I must become a hero. His eyes snapped open as he spoke his resolution. People needed something to rally around, a beacon of hope to shine during those trying times. However, I am nothing but a clown. I do not have the power to physically save everyone. But even so, that is something I could leave to other heroes. Instead, I would save the ones that fall through the cracks. If I can give them a reason to laugh and keep smiling, to give them the strength to keep living, perhaps that one will go on to save hundreds of others in return. Heroes are there to shine as brightly as possible, to leave something for the people behind them. If my comedy can make people smile, if it can let them get through even one more day, then isn't that enough of a reason for me to become a hero? So you realize your story is a comedy? Shin asked with a wry smile. Of course. For I have made it so. Although I will admit that even I didn't expect to be saved by Arya at the last minute, ahaha. By Arya you mean the Princess Ariadne, right? Lefia asked. That's right. Miss Ace's beauty is almost a perfect mirror to Arya's. Although her eyes were blue instead of golden. Which is why it must be destiny for us to meet here once more. So please, Miss Ace. Please allow me to take your hand in Marbufwa. Argo's rambling was quickly cut off by Lefia slapping him across the face. Stop saying such things with Belle Cranel's face and voice. The elf shouted as Argo simply chuckled with his face firmly planted in the ground. Lefia. Shin sighed, causing Lefia to flinch as she realized that she hit Belle's body rather hard. Again. I did it again. Well, I'm only half serious, Argo admitted as he sat back up, rubbing his cheek. While this body's heart beats rapidly at the mere sight of Miss Ace and Miss Lefia, there's no point in a transient spirit such as myself to tie myself down like that. As it is, I am but a mere alter ego of this boy. I will disappear in time. Rapid beats, hey. Shin began with a smirk as Lefia and Ace flushed at Argo's confession on Belle's body. You're going to leave? Diona asked, cutting into the conversation. But I wanted to talk to you some more. And I would love to hear more about your life as well, but as I must remind you, this is not my true body, Argo replied, tapping Belle's chest again. I will no doubt fade by the day's end, and there is still much I need to do today. I need to hurry back up to the surface. My tour of this era has not yet ended after all. Oh, does that include hiding from the rest of Belle Cranel's familia? Shin asked with a smirk as Argo flinched. I might have escaped them in order to fulfill my desires, yes, Argo admitted. But I swear on my name and honor as a hero that I will return this body the way I found it. Minus the few bruises I gained within the last few minutes, of course. Lefia let out a groan as she buried her face into her hands. She needed to find a way to apologize to Belle after this. Then can we at least talk as we head back up? Diona asked. I have so much I want to say. By all means, Argo replied with his usual smile. If you ladies are able to keep up with me. With that said, Argo turned toward the stairs and began to make his ascent back to the surface at a rather alarming speed considering Belle's level 2 body. Was it because he was a spirit, or was it because of the power of lightning? Argonaut! Diona shouted as she quickly ran to follow him with the other 3 close behind. I want to say that your story definitely helped me. It made me smile when I didn't know what to do with myself. It gave me the resolve to keep on smiling for myself and those that couldn't. If that is true, then everything I did was worth it in the end. Argo shouted back to her without turning around as he disappeared up the stairs in a flash. When the girls cleared the stairs to the 9th floor, however, Argo was nowhere to be seen. Only the echoing satisfied laughter of a clown, happy with what became of his legacy, remained. XXXXX. Clang. 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 His hammer struck the metal again and again, filling the admittedly messy and otherwise empty forge with signs of life. Even though the vacation had been cut short and smothered with a rather wet blanket in the form of FIA and the knowledge of the Zenos, the time Welf Krazo spent with Hestia Familia had been rather enjoyable. But now here he was, home alone in his forge with no one to keep him company. Welf did not want to admit that he was lonely. He had spent so much time and effort on his own after all, and he wanted to say that it was enough that Bell and the others were happy and willing to pay for his work. As a level 2 high smith of the Hephaestos Familia, he had the privilege of using his goddess's signature on his works and had the opportunity to make some more clients, at least in theory. But his name would always draw in the worthless people who only saw the possibility of a powerful magic sword and nothing else. They were only after a product that would be discarded after use, not a trusted partner that would stand by them through thick and thin. But it wasn't the magic sword's fault. It was the fault of the smiths who made them. Magic swords will always break. That was the fatal common sense that had been drilled into everyone. It was the undeniable fact that existed in this world. Or at least, that's what it should have been. Gram. It was the name of Saber's magic sword. A blade so powerful that it could cleave through that enhanced monster Rex's arms and not shatter immediately after use. And even then he would use it as an actual sword and cut up monsters with it on occasion. A magic sword that did not break. Such a thing was possible, somehow. At first Welf thought that Saber had somehow managed to make a Durandal magic sword, but the blade itself contained no trace of orichalcum, the key material required to make Durandal weapons. Simply seeing it in action stoked his blacksmith soul, while at the same time gave rise to some other complicated feelings. He had made such a big deal about never making a magic sword, but as the days went by, the more and more he thought about making a magic sword that could rival that of Graham's might. It wasn't as though it was a mere boast either. He felt it, deep down in his soul, that he could make a blade that would rival that weapon, and it would be one step closer into catching up to his own dream. To make a blade that could rival his goddesses. When an aspiring smith wanted to join Hephaestos Familia, they are taken to a private room and shown a single sword resting on top of a pedestal. A blade both simple and beautiful at the same time that it sent chills down his spine. A blade made by the goddess herself, using only pure human techniques while using none of her godly powers. If you don't feel it, go someplace else. And feel it he did. Even just remembering the blade gave him goosebumps. A part of him wanted a fellow sword maniac like Archer to see it, but he felt that his goddess wouldn't allow an outsider to lay eyes on it. And his desire to create something to surpass it was easily read by his friend's Familia captain. During the night before they set off to meet the talking monster, Castor and Welf had a small chat to pass the time. Although Welf had been the one to instigate it, as it was only the two of them sharing the room together, Castor humored him. When the topic came to Welf's dreams, however. You wish to create something that surpasses that of a god, and yet you refuse to use the full extent of your abilities. Castor had asked. Do you consider your destination so shallow that you can afford to do so? Is it your desire to insult your goddess so blatantly? It was never his intention to do so, but he was ashamed that he only just now realized how it could be taken from an outside point of view. To surpass a blade created by a goddess without using the full extent of his abilities, it was like claiming to be able to beat a master swordsman recognized by the entire world in a duel while blindfolded with one hand behind your back. There's confidence, and then there is just running your mouth. Welf then laid out the blade in front of him. It was made from the ores he managed to find during the trip to Milan and had been completed into a beautiful red blade, making it look like it was made out of crystal rather than metal. Of course, it was a regular sword rather than a magic sword. Yep, I'm satisfied, Welf said with a metaphorical pat on his back. It was made rather easily and quickly, but it didn't mean it was low quality. It was just that the material was easy to work with. It should be able to stick with Emma for a long time, so long as something catastrophic didn't happen for it to shatter. Welf then let out a long sigh as he rubbed his head. Catastrophic as in finding out that there were a group of monsters in the dungeon that could speak and understand humans and wanted to live on the surface with them. If he was honest with himself, he wanted nothing to do with them. Sure, he felt sorry for the Harpy, FIA, and its companions, but Welf did not have the motivation, opportunity, nor ability to help them. But, he did want to help Belle help them. What do I do? He muttered to himself. He felt rather lost, and there was no one that he could talk to about it. Well, you could just do what you want and worry about the consequences later. Welf jumped up to his feet and spun around at the voice, only to place a hand over his chest and sigh. Ah geez, it's just you, Belle, Welf said as he scratched his head. Gave me a fright there. My apologies my dear friend, Bell replied with a smile, his head poking in from the window that Welf had opened earlier. But I did not wish to disturb your work. Why are you talking like Saber? Well, probably because, I am not Bell but the legendary hero, Argonaut. Silence filled the forge with only the sound of the smoldering embers cracking to fill in the blanks of Welf's head as he just stared at him in confusion. Are you feeling okay, Bell? Welf asked. Did that rescue mission addle your brains a bit? Hoh, I expected such a reaction, Bell replied with a nod as he flipped through the window and landed inside the forge. As expected of Krazo's descendant. But would you believe me if I did this? Bell held his hand out and red lightning arced out of his arm and a blood-red blade formed between them. Tell me, descendant of Krazo. Does your blood still burn? Bell? What the huh? Welf's eyes fell on the blade and as the boy said, he felt something burn inside of him just by looking at it. It was a feeling similar whenever he looked at one of Hephaestus's personal works like Bell's black knife, but this felt much more personal and intimate. You need not just simply take it in with your eyes, the boy said with a smile as he held the blade toward him. Feel free to hold it as well. Though the blood of Ursu has thinned out, you should still be able to tell what this is, right? This is a Krazo magic sword, Welf said as he could feel the heat radiating out from within. Even without seeing it in action, Welf could tell that its sheer majesty made the power of Kazuki, the flames he used against the monster Rex, look nothing more like a matchstick in comparison. But how? I said so before, didn't I? I am Argonaut. And although the legends may have forgotten that he was a part of my story, I have not. It is a blade given to me by your ancestor, the first Krazo. Then, this blade. Welf gasped, his throat feeling rather dry. That's right. The second magic sword forged by your great ancestor. The magic sword dash. The original Minotaur. Welf shouted, holding the blade up. It is it. I can't believe it actually existed. So he did end up making more magic swords after all. Yes, Krazo did call it that, didn't he? Argo muttered with a dry laugh. Well, do you believe me now? Welf nodded. He had to. There was no way Bell could have gotten his hands on such a legendary blade within the span of a few hours since he last left him. I must say though. Argo said as he placed a hand on his chin and looked up and down Welf as if appraising him. You are the splitting image of my friend, your ancestor Krazo. It truly is a strange fate that you would be friends with Bell Cranel as he was to me. Wait, does that mean Bell is your descendant? Welf asked as he handed the blade back to Argo. Who can say? Argo replied vaguely with a shrug. He is but a simple farm boy raised only by his grandfather while I am a heroic spirit currently having fun while possessing his body. Our souls resonate rather well with each other though, if I do say so myself. Argo let out another laugh before looking at Welf with rather serious eyes. But I didn't come here to talk about myself. I wanted to see how my friend's legacy lived on. Argo looked around the forge to see the various blueprints and designs for the girls of Hisha Familia Welf had stuck up on the wall above piles of material he had planned to use for them. Compared to him, it looks like your business is actually doing rather well. Ha ha ha, well, it's all from a single source. Welf admitted with mixed feelings that his ancestor also had trouble selling his wares as a blacksmith. But do you not sell magic swords? Argo asked. Watching you, I can say that your skill would not fall behind that of my friends in time. Any magic sword you create would surely be powerful beyond measure. Even the magic sword of flames should easily be surpassed if you work hard enough. To hear such high praise from a legend who knew his ancestor stirred the same mixed feelings from earlier. Welf began as he slumped down in a chair. Don't want to make magic swords. I don't like them. The confession caused Argo to frown slightly as he glanced down at the magic sword in his hands. I see. Argo said with a nod as though he already knew Welf would say that. My friend would be sad to hear that. No one asked you, Welf growled. My apologies, you misunderstand me, Welf Krazo, Argo said quickly. I do not mean it like that. I mean that he would be sad to hear that his blood seems to be the source of your problems. Welf stared at Argo in surprise. I may not understand the problems you have with them, but if you don't want to make magic swords, then I'm sure he would support your decision with all of his heart, Argo continued with a smile. He was that kind of person after all. He would smile, nod his head and say, if that's what you want, then that's what you should do. If that is the path you want to take to your goal, then go for it. I'll be here waiting either way if you change your mind. It's not, Welf said as he held his head in his hands. It's just my own personal beef with them. I can't trust them. Magic swords always break after all, leaving their users behind. Is that really true? Argo asked, a light tone in his voice as he walked closer to Welf and held the magic sword in front of Welf again. Then why is this in my hands? How many hundreds of years have passed since my story became known across the land? But behold, the magic sword of flames is still with me. It hasn't broken. It is still my trusty partner after all this time. Welf lifted his head up, eyes wide as he stared once more into the dark crimson blade. I can't say what you should do, Argo said, standing up as the magic sword disappeared into red wisps of light. I shouldn't have to. I think you already know what you want to do and how to do it. If there is a flaw in your magic swords, then you just have to remove it, right? Even a child like Jack can, and did, tell you that, ha ha ha. Yeah, she did, didn't she? Welf asked with a smile as he looked toward his forge again. Well, whatever you decide to do, know that Belle and the others will be with you right there to support you no matter what. That's what comrades do, after all. Welf turned to look back at Argo, but the young man was already gone, just as quickly as he came. Comrades, hi. Welf muttered as he went to sit back in front of his forge. Taking a piece of metal ore from a bag, he stared into it before rubbing his back. I'll think about it as I work. It's not something I can just decide on a whim. As the sound of flames and hammering of steel sounded out from the smithery once more, a young man smiled at the renewed spirits of his friend before disappearing back into the city. XXXXX. NNNNGGHH. I had fun today. Argo said as he stretched his arms over his head. I got to see the power of the gods firsthand and see a possibility that I never thought I would be able to see. A reflection of Orna's smile, haha. He didn't manage to see if all of his friends' descendants, but considering he found so many of them within the limited time he had, he would call it a win. Now then, he said before turning to look at one of the archways into one of the watchtowers that were placed along the walls of the city. Can I help you? Another person was looking at him from the shadows. It didn't seem like they had been tailing him, but rather they had simply came across him by coincidence and was trying to keep themselves hidden while observing him. It was one thing if they had been a cute girl, but Argo had no interest in letting a man watch him, no matter how handsome he was. Someone like Ryola was free to watch him all they wanted though. My bad, I saw little Gina and the rest of Hestia's children running around looking for you that I wasn't sure if I was safe coming out. And out came a golden-haired man wearing a feathered cap over a smile. The aura he exuded was beyond anything Argo had ever seen before. Even without looking at Belle's memories, he could tell what this person was. A god. Oh, what a divine visage! Argo found himself saying while feeling a bit charmed by the smile. If I had even a fraction of your good looks, I would have won over Arya and Orna in an instant. Ahaha, I'm flattered, Belle, the god replied with a small chuckle. Or perhaps I should call you Argonaut instead. Oh, you have heard of me. Argo replied with a smile. In passing. One of my children overheard one of Belle's familia members talking to some of Loki's children and told me about it. First off, is Belle all right? Of course. If anything were to happen to him, I would suffer for it in return in more ways than one. The moment his life were to be in danger, I would sacrifice myself without a second thought. That is a relief, the god said with a nod. I am rather fond of Belle myself, so I'd hate to see something happen to him. Oh, but I suppose I should introduce myself. I am Hermes, well, I suppose not quite friend per se, but an acquaintance of Belle's. I've heard quite a few tales about you, Argonaut. Oh, so my legend has been seen by the gods above after all? Argo asked, looking rather happy and pleased at the thought. That's right, Hermes nodded as he walked closer to Argo and leaned against the wall. Sadly, I was too busy to watch you during your original journey, but I knew a few gods that were quite fond of your little performance, so I heard about it second-hand. Zeus in particular absolutely loved it. Oh. That is high praise indeed. For such a famous god to go out of his way to watch a clown's performance. Well, you did cause quite the stir after all, Hermes said with another laugh as he rummaged through his bag. Though I suppose that is why so much of the true story was kept secret from the world. Argo found himself frowning as Hermes held out a small book. No, it was more of a journal. It looked positively ancient with the cover just barely holding its contents together and several of its pages were frayed and torn. It would be a miracle for someone to make sense of its contents. What is that? As you might have guessed, it is a journal. One written by someone very close to you. Close enough to know that you passed away on your very next adventure soon after saving the sacrifice from being offered to Minotaur. Ah ha ha ha, what a strange tale. I certainly don't know anything about that. Argonaut, Hermes began softly. I was wondering if it would work considering your unique circumstances, but I suppose even someone like you cannot lie to a god without them knowing. 'Tis not a lie, Lord Hermes, Argo insisted with a smile. Argonaut is the fool who wished to become a hero. Along the way he was tricked by the evil people around him and even the king himself. And in the end he was saved by the princess he set out to save, and together they defeated the darkness looming over the kingdom. That is the story of Argonaut. Lord Zeus's taste in heroes sure is something, Hermes muttered with another chuckle. Well, I was only looking for confirmation about its contents. I won't spread them around, Your Highness. Oh dear, now I am certain that you have the wrong tale, Argo said as a laugh. Certainly there can't be a prince so useless and incapable of protecting his people as the clown in front of you, Lord Hermes. Haha, I suppose not. Then, if you don't mind me asking something random, if you were to have a wish for this new lease on life, assuming you weren't on a time limit, what would it be? Of course, it would be for everyone in the world to be able to smile from the bottom of their hearts. Argo replied instantly, causing Hermes to chuckle. I'm sorry, I was asking Argonaut, the person in front of me, not Argonaut the Dawn, Hermes said as he adjusted his hat with his finger. It's just the two of us, Argonaut. Surely you can have some selfish desires. Argonaut just stared at the god for a moment before a rather bitter smile appeared on his face. Well, if we were being selfish, then I suppose I would want to duel Minotaur one more time, Argo admitted. One where we face each other alone with both of us at our very best. And no Arya to be there to save me this time. HOH, that would be quite a spectacle to see, Hermes muttered. I don't suppose one of the many Minotaurs roaming the dungeon would work. No, that one was special. It had devoured the lives of countless humans and monsters after all. It would have to be what people here call an enhanced species, I suppose. Ahaha, I suppose that is just one of the many reasons why you are drawn to Bel. His achievements usually center around Minotaurs after all. As if chuckling about some inside joke, Hermes glanced to the side for a moment before turning back to Argo. Well, I apologize for bothering you, but I should say that it would be best to return Bel to his friends soon. Before they burn down the city looking for you. I shall take that advice to heart. I will return by the time the sun sets, have no fear. Then it was a pleasure meeting you, Argonaut. With a sweep of his hat, Hermes gave Argo a quick bow before heading back down the same way he came. Geez, the gods are far-seeing after all, Argo muttered. But, it looks like everything worked out in the end for the most part. He glanced back toward the city and Babel Tower that sat in the very center of it. The hole at the edge of the continent that Orna talked about has been plugged, and the brave adventurers of this city go in to keep the monsters from escaping with the help of the gods. Ha ha ha, would it be too much for me to take credit for this? Yeah, it was everyone's effort after all. As Argo turned around, a pair of feet landed beside him. Oh, Miss Ace, Argo greeted the golden-haired, golden-eyed swordswoman. I didn't think you'd be able to find me. I followed the wind, Ace replied as she looked out to the side toward the setting sun. Argonaut, are you like Archer and the others? Well, if you already know, then I suppose more or less, Argo replied, tapping his chest. Although my presence is a bit more transient than the others. I'll disappear and Bel Cranel will come back. I don't. I don't quite understand, Ace said. What exactly are you? You are spirits, but also different from them. I said so before, didn't I? I am a hero. Someone who appears to make people smile. A hero, and a spirit. That's right. Then, if you're here, would he be able to appear as well? Who? A name escaped Ace's lips and Argo blinked in surprise. That guy, hi. Argo said with a chuckle. If one thinks of a hero then that guy definitely comes to mind first or second. Then. I'm sorry, it probably won't happen, Argo said sadly. The circumstances to call him here are rather specific and it's already too late for that to happen. I see. Pain shot through Argo's heart as Ace's body slumped as if a lifeline had been forcibly tugged away from her. It wasn't the face of someone who was hoping to meet a fairytale like Diona did and found out that it wasn't possible, but a more personal sadness. But, when I go back to where I came from, I can try to find him for you, Argo said. The throne may be a big place, but I'm sure I can find him if I look and pass along a message if you want. Throne? Ace asked, sounding both confused and curious. Yep. The throne is a big and magical place where heroes of all eras, past, present and future go and hang out. It's like one big dorm room. Are you making fun of me? No, I would never. I swear on my name, Argonaut. Ace just stared at him as Argo did his best to keep his smile up under the gaze of the Sword Princess. Is there any way I can go there too? Ace finally asked. Of course, Argo nodded. However, it is neither an easy nor a quick path. To reach that point yourself, you need to have lived a full life. A life full of adventure. A life without regrets. A life that you could be proud of. A life told by the entire world for years to come. A life of a hero. Hero. That's right, it is a place where only heroes, people whose deeds have gave way into legend, can reside even if their souls have gone on to heaven or have been reincarnated back into this world. If you truly want to see that person again, then I suggest becoming a hero yourself. But, I don't know if I can. As Ace held her arm and turned her head to the side, Argo placed a hand on her head with a chuckle. Don't worry about that, he said softly. If a clown like me can become a hero, then you definitely can. You've already taken the first step after all, Sword Princess. Ace puffed up her cheeks in embarrassment as she lightly brushed Argo's hand off her head. As she did, his body began to glow in a golden light. Seems like time's up, Argo said, looking down at his hands. Do you have to go already? Ace asked. Diona really wanted to talk to you more. The two of them turned their heads back toward the city as if they heard someone screaming Argo's name as they ran through the town. Well, this is for the best after all. My story is already over. It's time for the next generation to make their mark, and I want to be a part of its audience this time. The roster for this play is already kind of full anyway. A fun idea suddenly popped into Argo's head as he turned toward Ace with a smile. Though, if I could just ask for one little favor before I go. He said as Ace tilted her head to the side in confusion. XXXXX. It was as though he was looking through the eyes of someone else. The eyes of a man who knew what he was, what he wanted, and how to achieve it. The eyes of a hero. As the man interacted with the people of a town that was close yet far away, he felt as though he could get a glimpse of what it was that he felt he was lacking. Is it not because you lack a proper path to become a hero? A path? Indeed. To rescue a princess from a monster. To bring smiles to people everywhere. To simply help anyone you can. The routes one can take to become a hero are as many as there are stars in the sky. He was looking out of the city on one of its many walls in the direction of the setting sun, standing beside someone who could be his twin. A copy perfect in form and voice. Although the voice sounded like his own, it was different. There was no shortage of confidence and drive in the voice, like they had already figured everything out. The main thing is to simply do as you wish and don't listen to anyone that says that you can't be a hero. No matter how painful it is, no matter how much you want to cry, no matter how many people hate you, as long as you stick to your guts, you are already a hero. So, I ask of you, Master, how do you wish to become a hero? How did he wish to become a hero? It had been his dream, and yet all he had been doing was chasing after that person's back. So that was it. Indeed. It is not enough to simply chase after your heroes. You cannot become that person, no matter how hard you try. Therefore what you must do is seek the path beyond him. Do not limit yourself to such a simple goal. Seek out a path that will let you surpass him and be even better. That was right. It was not enough to simply chase after that person. He he wanted to be better than him. His path would never end if he limited himself to that person's back. If he kept on doing so, he would simply always be a single step behind. If he wanted to truly stand beside him, he had to chase after something bigger than either of them. The end of the path he wanted to reach. And how will you reach it? Have you figured it out? He did not. After all, he would only know that after he had already reached it. But he did know the first step to reach it. He would help the Zenos. Even if helping monsters was against everything being an adventurer stood for, being an adventurer was not his end goal, but a means to his end. To lay the foundations to that the Zenos could live out their lives on the surface together with humanity, that is his current desire. And what are you willing to risk in order to make that dream a reality? He could not ask Lily, Emma, or the other girls to risk their lives for his dream. He was not a leader that would order his followers to make his desires a reality. While he would not turn away their help, he did not want them getting hurt for his own selfish reasons. He would stake his life, his reputation, his very soul on fulfilling his own desires, and no one else's. He would save those people who others would ignore and leave behind no matter who or what they were. This was his only path. His resolution was met with a small chuckle of amusement and relief. I am truly happy to meet you, my master. It looks like you'll be all right now. I'll be turning things back over to you then, little hero. Let us see a new heroic myth. As the light began to dim, he could see his reflection smiling back at him. I can't offer you anything else, but if you ever want to chat again, I'll be here to listen. Servant alter ego, Argonaut, will be at your service for anything other than fighting. Leave that to the others. But please enjoy one last gift before we meet again, thwahahaha. XXXXX. MMM. Bell found himself enveloped in a rather deep slumber. His body was wrapped in both the warmth of the setting sun and the gentle brush of the cooling breeze. His body felt strangely tired, and coupled with the extreme softness around his head made him so comfortable that he didn't want to move. It was only when he realized that part of the reason for his comfort was that someone was stroking his hair and brushing their fingers against his cheek. Mom? It reminded him of a mother's gentle touch, even though he had no idea what that would be like personally. The closest he got to that was when Ryder insisted that he use her lap as a pillow the previous night, and her kind maternal nature gave him one of the most peaceful and comfortable rests he had ever had. As expected of a woman who had raised and given birth to several daughters. Even Fia, a monster who only considered the dungeon as her mother, had also fallen completely under her spell. I'm sorry, but I'm not your mother. Hi. It was not the voice of Ryder nor any other member of his familia. His red eyes snapped open and he found a pair of golden ones staring back at him. Are you awake? Ace Wallenstein asked him softly. Bell suddenly felt wide awake. He also understood that the soft feeling underneath his head was most likely her lap. Which mean that she was, for some reason, giving him a lap pillow like Ryder did. Am I dreaming? Bell asked, begging someone for a lifeline. You are not, came the cruel reply of Ace in reality. Why are you doing this? Bell asked, finding his voice slowly going up in pitch with each word. A friend of yours asked me to, Ace replied, brushing Bell's bangs to the side and out of his eyes. He said you would be happy, was he wrong? I don't hate it at all. In fact, it's more like a side benefit. I mean, no. No, that's not what I meant. Forget that. I mean, I did enjoy it, but wait, I didn't mean that in a weird way. As Bell started panicking and running his mouth in 7 different directions at the same time, Ace simply tilted her head, not quite understanding anything he was saying. Then, do you want to rest a bit more? Ace asked, holding her arms out to the side. Hi. Bell stopped his babbling long enough to turn and face her just in time to see her wave her arms up and down as if trying to invite him even more. Bell began, feeling his face light up as he looked around randomly. Do it, Bell. This is your chance. Within the confines of his brain, Bell heard the voice of his grandfather edging him on and take advantage of the invitation to get closer to his crush. Don't you dare do it, Bell. I'll never forgive you if you go after yet another girl. On the other hand, his goddess's voice was pulling him away from his impure desires. Don't get in the boy's way of a hero. Wagya. The goddess lost and evil triumphs. Then, just for a little bit. Belle asked, having already lost all inhibitions against lap-pillowed the previous night. For her part, Ace looked rather happy as Belle gingerly rested his head down on her lap again. As Belle tried not to enjoy the feeling too much, Ace started brushing her fingers through his hair again. Belle was trying very hard not to focus on the softness below his head, but it was impossible for his 14-year-old self. After all, was he not in a position of envy that hundreds, if not thousands, of other adventurers would have killed to be in? What's wrong? Ace asked. Do you not like it after all? It's not that. Belle managed to squeak out. It's just embarrassing when I'm still conscious. So it would be better if you were unconscious. That one question sent 1,000 shivers down Belle's spine as he tried to focus on something other than Ace. And then something caught his eye on the top of one of the wall towers. A smirking red bowman and a smiling dragon slayer. Belle's embarrassed scream proceeded to echo under the red sky. XXXXX. Well, all that matters is that you're back home safe and sound, Hestia said once Archer and Saber brought Belle home with him kneeling in front of her in the living room floor. Yes. Belle replied with a dry throat. I leave for barely 5 minutes and the Familia descends into chaos, Castor muttered, rubbing his forehead. Still, it looks as though the problem has resolved itself, and before Ganesha Familia will be visiting too. Speaking of which, where did you go anyway? Hestia asked. I would have thought that you would stay and oversee Belle summoning Berserker. Considering the boy's state in the morning, he was nowhere near mentally capable of performing the ritual at that point in time, Castor replied simply. Thus there was no need for me to remain here. Then did you go to the dungeon after all? Gina asked. Or to the casinos? The dungeon, Castor replied, raising an eyebrow as if surprised that Gina had guessed his intentions. In order to prepare for what this city will have in store for us, I have judged it necessary to acquire more funds for the coming days. The material reward from Fells will not be included in this. Is there something that we would need a lot of money for? Emma asked, placing a hand on her cheek in thought. We're not in debt or anything, right? Due to a certain goddess's suggestion, Castor began as he turned toward Fia. In order to keep tamed monsters on the surface, there would be an exorbitant fee. I suspect that it would be around 10 million valis to start. I see. Archer nodded in agreement as the mortal members of the Familia turned rather pale at the amount of money Castor suggested, with Lily choking on her own saliva. Around the price of a decent weapon for a high-class adventurer. This way only a few Familia would even bother with it. Well, I suppose the reward I got from Loki Familia should cover most of it. Indeed, Castor nodded. However, while the magic stones provide us no immediate use aside for feed for the harpy, the drop items are much more valuable. Do not part with them so easily. Scales, fangs, and talons from dragons from the dungeon's lowest explored level tend to be that way after all. Still, it would not do for you all to rely on ghosts for all your monetary needs, Castor said with a smirk. Therefore, I will have you all focus gathering funds on your own as well. Party B will be charged with acquiring 300,000 valis in 2 weeks, and Party A will gather 5 times that number. A rather fair exchange, I think. Previous earnings will not count. We'll do our best, Gina said as Emma and Primo nodded their heads in agreement. Considering that on average a party of 5 level 1 adventurers could gain around 25,000 valis in a day, they might just barely reach it depending on their luck with drop items. 1,500,000 valis. Lily muttered, looking rather pale. Well, our party's been lucky with drop items the last time we went into the dungeon, so it should be fine, Lily hopes. I hope Welf's got some progress done. Belle said with a dry laugh. Well, with Berserker it should make things easier, hopefully. We shall see, Castor said with a frown as if he didn't care for the hero of rage to join their number. Move the furniture and set up the circle. Be sure to use the modification in the chant. Why yes. By his order, Belle and the others quickly moved the sofas and armchairs to the side of the living room for the final time as Hestia ran up to retrieve the grail. You better not do something stupid again, Hestia said as she came back down while glaring at the golden chalice. I'm watching you. Naturally, the grail gave no response, although it did seem to hum a bit. But the last one is a berserker, right? Primo began, looking rather worried. Will we be able to talk to them? That depends on the person in question, Archer replied. While they are usually warriors who sacrificed their mind in exchange for pure power, they should have enough reason to listen to their master at the very least. I am suddenly very worried. Have no fear, Primo, Saber said. We have 6 other servants on our side. It would be unlikely for a servant that would refuse to listen our master and be capable of overpowering all of us to show up. Well, at the worst case scenario we do have the command spells, Ryder pointed out with Fia poking her head from behind her, completely at a loss to what was going on and what they were talking about. Though I hope we can come to an understanding before it gets that far. I did not spend countless of Valis on this manor just to have it destroyed by a rabid dog, Castor growled. With the preparations finished, Bell stood in front of the circle once more. The time to summon the final hero. Although Bell shared Primo's worries about a servant that wouldn't be able to listen to him, he wanted to believe that his berserker would be able to understand and help him help Fia and the other Xenos find a proper life for themselves where they would have to fight every waking moment against monsters and people just to survive. Granted, he couldn't discount the possibility that there would be a few of them that wanted and enjoyed that life, but from Fia's words, they all had wanted to live above ground and outside the dungeon. Adding the Xenos to their dungeon dives would also be a tremendous boon for not just Hestia Familia but other adventurers as well. As they lived in the dungeon, they must know several hidden paths in the dungeon such as the various safe zones, areas where monsters did not spawn like the 18th floor, that the Xenos used as places to live and rest. Such places could be invaluable for adventurers making long expeditions deeper into the dungeon. Yet, thou serves with thine eyes clouded in chaos. Thou, bound in the cage of madness. I am he who command those chains. But as the summon ended and Bell could hear the drawing of weapons from the servants behind him, Bell realized that something unprecedented had happened. It was hard to believe the one in front of him could be called a hero. The servant in front of him could only be called a monster. Minotaur. Chapter 33, A Future Dream. Lord Ganesha, Lord Ganesha. Yes, I am Ganesha. Then at least answer me when I call you. My apologies, Shakti. I was thinking about our destination. Yes. Today he, Ganesha, was on his way to Hestia Familia, home of the record holder for the fastest time in hitting level 2, and the talk of the city for defeating a Goliath with such a small amount of level 1 adventures, and with said level 2 being the sole high-class adventurer in their party. Not all of it good, however. Still, it was good to hear that Hestia, who had always hid herself away in her temple up in Tenkai to be properly leading her children. Yes. Shakti, Ganesha's familia captain and one of the few of his children who knew the true purpose of their visit. I find it hard to believe that they have something so convenient on hand. Well, that is why we are going over to visit, Ganesha pointed out. So we may iron out the details and bring their adventurer over for a test. The two of them walked down West Main for a while before turning off the road into the various neighborhoods until they came across a manor bearing the emblem of Hestia Familia that stood alone and separated from most of the other occupied buildings. It's a rather big manor for such a relatively new familia, Shakti noted. I can't say much for their decorations though. 2 massive bearded stone statues were standing beside the gate, holding themselves tall with massive blades in front of them. As Shakti was about to ring the bell beside the gate, Ganesha suddenly cupped his hands around his mouth and bellowed, "Greetings, Hestia. It is I, Ganesha. I have come to visit you. Lord Ganesha. They have a doorbell. There's no need to shout. It is only polite to announce yourself first, Shakti." The blue-haired woman let out a groan, sounding as though she'd like nothing more than to hurry on inside. There seems to be some sort of commotion, Ganesha noted as the two of them tried to peer through the bars of the gate. It sounded like a few children were struggling over something. Wait a minute. I said, wait a minute. Stop. You can't go look. Awawa. Jack, get him to stop. We can't do anything here, Gina. The source of the commotion quickly made itself known. It was a monster. A minotaur to be exact, but it was unlike any minotaur that Shakti or Ganesha had ever seen before. It stood almost 3 meters tall and wore various pieces of black armor on its body and a black mask over its face with a massive mane of white hair with 2 horns extending from the top. Were it not for the sight of 3 girls, a human clinging onto its leg, an Amazon being dragged along by the ground as she refused to release her grip on its hand, and an elf standing on its shoulders, gripping its horns and trying to steer it away from the door, Shakti would have instantly moved to strike it down. But as it was, she quickly placed herself between her god and the monster. As a level 5, a normal minotaur would be nothing more than a goblin to her, but considering the reason why they were here. The minotaur, paying no heed to the children clinging onto its body, stared at the gate for a moment before it extended its free hand out and carefully twisted the handle and stepped back, opening the gate for them. Ahhh, Lord Ganesha and Ankusha. The Amazon girl spoke up as she twisted her body a bit so that she was facing them. You're early. Indeed, I am Ganesha, Ganesha nodded, still staring at the minotaur in surprise. But I was led to believe that you had a harpy with you, not a minotaur. Ahaha, it's a long story. Hey now. A sharp cry was followed by the front door slamming open. The three girls plus the minotaur started before they wheeled around at the red-headed woman stomping out toward them. Berserker, you're not supposed to be up here, the woman said, reaching her hand up near the monster's mask and yanking what looked to be its ear. Come on. Be a good boy and follow me. Ah, excuse me, God Ganesha, Lady Hestia will be down in just a moment. The minotaur let out a noise that could only be called a whine as the girls dropped to the ground and watched the woman drag the monster by the ear back behind the building. What? Shakti found herself asking. Like I said, it's a long story. The Amazon repeated as she poked her fingers together. But we do have the harpy we found earlier, the minotaur just happened to show up unexpectedly. The girl then winced as if realizing how unconvincing that sounded before quickly adding, we didn't take him from the dungeon though, if that's what you're thinking. Shakti stared incredulously at the Amazon before turning toward Ganesha for confirmation. Reality is truly stranger than fiction, Ganesha nodded, confirming her words as truth, as he folded his arms over his chest and nodded sagely. You're telling me, a tiny black-haired girl said as she stepped out into the front lawn with her hands on her hips. With a quick glance at the three girls, she jerked her head toward the direction that the woman and minotaur disappeared to, and the girls quickly ran off after them. Anyway, I thought you said you'd be coming a bit later, Ganesha. My previous appointments had cleared up, Hestia. And so I, Ganesha, decided to head over and clear things up as quickly as possible. Well, I appreciate it, I suppose, the goddess Hestia said with a sigh. Anyway, come with me to my office. Will that woman who dragged away a minotaur by the ear be joining us? Shakti asked as she and Ganesha followed the tiny goddess into the manor. Rider? No, she's not the one I wanted to talk about taming monsters with. Lancer's already waiting upstairs. They walked all the way up to the 4th floor and entered an office with a rather homely feeling. Inside, a woman with long white hair was sitting on one of the couches with a red feathered harpy sitting in her lap. The harpy had a cloth mask covering the lower half of her face, just below her nose, covering her mouth, and had bits of her hair tied up in braids, courtesy of the long-haired woman. So, this is her, then? Ganesha asked as the harpy and woman turned to look at Ganesha and Shakti while Hestia moved to sit down beside the woman. Yeah, Hestia nodded, gesturing for Ganesha and Shakti to sit down across from her. You've met one similar before, right? I have, Ganesha nodded as he and Shakti sat down. Although I had met a goblin wearing a red cap instead. I have not met one personally until now, Shakti replied. Although, I must say that I am rather surprised at how harmless they seem. Well, I won't say they are completely harmless, Hestia shrugged. She's still a harpy and an enhanced monster at that. She just knows when and who to fight. Is the Minotaur one as well? Astrios, or rather Berserker, is a bit different, Hestia replied. But let's go over that at a later date. For now we are here to talk about a new method of taming, right? Indeed, Shakti nodded. The report said that you could completely dominate the mind of a monster. Can you explain what that means? Of course, the woman called Lancer replied with a nod, her enchanting voice causing both Ganesha and Shakti's heart to skip a beat as if she were a goddess of beauty. It may take some time, so I will try to summarize it as much as possible. As Lancer began to explain her rune magic, Hestia let out a sigh as she sank back into the couch and thought back to Berserker's summoning the previous day. XXXXX. They had been expecting another hero, only for their Berserker to be something beyond their wildest dreams. Minotaur. Primo squeaked out in surprise. At Primo's question, Berserker turned its head toward her and let out a massive roar, causing her to shriek and fall back, and for Rider and Lancer to quickly step in front of her to shield her from Berserker's sight. Seeing this, Berserker seemed to back down as he then focused his attention to Bell. Saw, Vant, Berserker. Berserker spoke up, causing Bell and the others aside from Castor to flinch in surprise. Name, Asterios. Not, Minotaur. Asterios. Bell repeated. Is that your name? Berserker nodded his head as he knelt down to lower himself down to Bell's height as much as possible. Not, Minotaur. Berserker repeated and Bell slowly nodded his head in understanding. Bell placed a hand over his chest and took a deep breath before walking up to Berserker and gingerly placing a hand on Berserker's shoulder. I understand, Asterios, Bell said with a smile. I'm Bell. Darou, are you? Berserker said Bell's name a few times as though he was testing it. Hey Fia, Hestia began, turning to the harpy who had been staring at Berserker in a transfixed awe. Out of curiosity, is there a Minotaur Xenos in your group? Hi. Fia quickly shook her head as she snapped out of her trance. Oh there wasn't one with us before you know. Come to think of it, there was a rumor about a black Minotaur roaming the lower floors with armor. Gina began as Lily's eyes shot open wide. Wait, wasn't Lord Castor looking into those rumors before we went to fight the floor boss? Lily asked, turning to Castor who had not taken his eyes off of Berserker. If I remember correctly, there were also rumors of a lizardman making off with someone's shield, correct? Saber spoke up as well. That's probably Leto. Fia said with a wry smile. As they were discussing the old rumors, Berserker turned his head toward Primo again. The tiny elf girl let out an eep and hid herself behind Lancer again. Sorry. To everyone's surprise, Berserker was the one to apologize. So scary, he admitted, realizing this aspect of himself. Certainly, Minotaurs were already rather frightening for anyone not at least level 3 or in a party of several level 2s, but Berserker stood at least a whole half-meter taller than the Minotaurs born in the dungeon. If he stood at his full height, his horns would probably smash through the door frames of the manor. Speaking of which, I hate to say this but... Hestia began. I don't think you will be able to sleep inside the house, Berserker, or Asterios. Well, we can figure that out later. Anyways. We can get you a tent but you'll probably have to sleep outside. Outside? Berserker repeated. For a moment Hestia thought he was upset but his next words were full of hope. Outside? I can sleep under the sky. It would seem that like Fia, Berserker was a monster who also wanted to live on the surface. Was it simply a trait of all monsters like Aranos has suggested? Still, it was rather lucky their new kitchen could open out into the back as it allowed Berserker to exit the building without scratching up too many of the walls, even if they were repaired in an instant by Lancer's magic. The first thing Berserker did upon stepping out into the backyard was stare up at the sky, completely silent as he felt the wind against his body. It's great, isn't it? Fia asked, flying over and landing on Berserker's broad shoulders with a smile. The servant simply nodded, his expression hidden behind his mask, but Hestia believed that he was probably smiling beneath it. A small voice rose up by Berserker's hand and he glanced down to see Primo looking back up at him. I'm sorry for calling you a Minotaur. She said timidly, but Berserker shook his head. I am, he said, telling them that he knew what he was even if he did not like it. But Asterios. Alright, Primo nodded her head quickly to show that she understood the difference. My name is P. Primo. Pleased to meet you. She then stuck out her hand to offer a handshake, but Berserker took a look down at his own hand, which could probably wrap itself around Primo's torso without any effort, and didn't take it. Instead, he bent down and gently scooped Primo up in his arm, causing the girl to shriek in surprise, and lifted her up onto his shoulder. Wait a minute. Too high. This is too high. She shrieked as she wrapped her arms around one of his horns to help keep her balance. For someone who stood on the earth at below 1.5 meters tall to suddenly reach a height over twice that in an instant was probably frightening to her. Fia, being a harpy who was used to soaring even higher than this, simply laughed at the poor elf's expense. Seeing Primo riding on Berserker's shoulders caused Assassin to rush forward in an attempt to scale Berserker's body and reach that height as well, with Gina close behind, saying that she didn't want to be left out. It was a bit of a shock, but I think things will be fine, right Belle? Emma asked, placing a hand on her cheek as she smiled at the sight of 3 young girls scrambling over the massive Minotaur. Haha, I guess so, Belle agreed with a nod. Hestia agreed too, but another problem was going to rear its ugly head. We're gonna have to pay to keep Astrios up here too, don't we? She asked as the two of them stiffened up and Hestia heard Castor let out a long and exhausted sigh behind her. XXXXX. Back in the present, Lancer had finished explaining to Ganesha and his captain her ability and how she planned to use them as well as answered most of their questions. All that was left was to perform a live demonstration at the Ganesha Familia home. Several of Hestia's children were out of the home on business. Belle and Emma had gone to see Welf and check on the progress of their equipment. Lily and Saber were out procuring potions from Mayaka's Blue Pharmacy, Castor was out doing his own thing again and Archer had gone out to fetch groceries. This left Hestia's young girl trio to stay at home and get Berserker settled in the tent they were setting up, Ryder to take care of the chores, and Lancer to meet with Ganesha with Hestia. Frankly, Hestia was about to accept Freya's shopping trip proposal just to get some proper time off from work and stress. So the main concern is the long-term viability of your magic, Shakti summarized and Lancer nodded her head. Yes, Lancer answered. I can guarantee a month with just my magic for the monsters classified as level 1 and half of that for level 2 monsters, but until I see how your tracking plates work, I cannot say anything else for certain. Of course, this is under the assumption that the monsters in question are not an enhanced species. That is already quite a lot, Shakti said, looking more and more convinced that the plan just might work. Although it might be a bit tactless in present company, but outside of Ganesha Familia tamed monsters don't last a month to begin with. This is both due to the guild's policy of not allowing non-Ganesha Familia tamers to bring their monsters up to the surface and the fact that most tamers would send their monster out as a first wave against their enemies. That is understandable. Tamed monsters are considered to be a lit powder keg if not handled properly after all. This is also to change the perspective of tamed monsters from a short-term weapon to a long-term partnership as well. Should we be worried that tamers might get too attached to their monsters at that point? Hestia asked with a wry smile. I think that would be a goal to reach, not a downside, Lancer countered. Though I suppose the guild would consider it problematic if the tamers end up dying for their monsters. Someone dying for a monster would be rather unprecedented to say the least, Shakti sighed. Again, present company excluded. Fia simply nodded her head to say that she understood. Xenos and monsters were completely different after all. Shall we move on to the practical tests then? Ganesha suggested. We have a few hellhounds that haven't been tamed yet for you to try. I have no objections to that, Lancer said as she turned toward Hestia for her permission. Take as long as you need, Hestia answered with a nod. Though try to get back by dinner time. We're going to be finishing up the last of the beef after all. Of course, Lancer replied with a smile. A few more questions, Ganesha, Hestia said. Yes. Ganesha asked. I am Ganesha. Mew, have you ever tried gifting your blessing to a monster? Hestia asked, ignoring his usual quirk. A long time ago, Ganesha nodded. However, nothing came from it. A status did not show up at all and the monster was still trying to kill me. Shakti rubbed her forehead at this apparently new bit of information with a sigh. And how do you feel about all this? About Fia and the other Xenos? To be blunt, I don't know. I figured as much. The two of them plus Lancer and Shakti glanced over at Fia, who shrunk back a bit at the attention and hid her face behind her wings. However, Ganesha suddenly spoke up. If Fia and her fellow Xenos, no, all monsters in general, if we can truly live together in peace without bloodshed. Ganesha flexed his arms up and puffed out his chest with pride. Then I shall cease to be the god of the masses and become Neo-Ganesha, god of all beings for people and monsters. He declared, his booming voice surprising the women in the room who stared at him in amazement. This is the first time I've ever thought you were cool, Ganesha, Hestia admitted as her lips curled into a smile. That's because, I am Ganesha. Hestia let out a small giggle at his boast as Lancer and Shakti also smiled in return. As the three of them left to show Lancer to the Ganesha Familia home, Hestia let out a sigh as she unfurled a piece of parchment from her pocket. I really hope everything goes well, Hestia muttered as she looked at its contents with Fia peering over her shoulder for a look herself. XXXXX. Astrios. Level 000. Strength, 000. Defense, 000. Dexterity, 000. Agility, 000. Magic, 000. Magic. Chaos Labyrinth, Territory Sublimation Magic. Skills. Monstrous Strength, increases strength in exchange for a monstrous appearance. Strength gain increases the more the monstrous the user becomes. Natural Demon, massively increases strength and endurance when engaged in combat against multiple enemies. Increase relative to amount of enemies. Strength increases further against humans. Monstrum Union, Hybrid. Neo-Irregular. Status Bug. Anima Erosion. XXXXX. What a unique home, Lancer said, looking up at the Ganesha Familia home, the I Am Ganesha, which took the shape of a massive statue of the god himself. Please, do not say anything else about it, Shakti begged her with a tired-sounding voice that spoke of her distress. The Ganesha guards around them also looked rather defeated about it as well. Lancer nodded her head in understanding as they passed through the large doors located at the statue's groin into what looked like a large open grassy pasture. Were it not for the sounds of the crowd in the nearby marketplace, Lancer would have thought that she had left the city. All around them were various stables the size of small factories that were holding countless monsters inside them. Each of the bars were as wide as a human torso and made out of the same materials used to forge the weapons of high-class adventurers. And of course, there were guards posted by each of the cages. It made Lancer realize just how serious Ganesha Familia was when it came to taming monsters and why they were the only familia that was allowed to keep monsters in the city. This way, Shakti said, tapping Lancer on the shoulder and directing her to one of the stables. As Lancer drew close, she noticed that several of the adventurers around her were staring at her. Most of them were probably wondering why an outsider was in their home, while those who knew the reason were probably curious as to just how she was planning on taming the monsters. The thought that they might have been transfixed by her beauty did not cross her mind. Here. Lancer found herself in front of a cage holding a hellhound. The monster was pacing back and forth behind the bars, growling at the humans and demi-humans standing just beyond its reach. Do you need a weapon? Shakti asked. No, Lancer replied, shaking her head. One would not be necessary. I will tame it without allowing myself or the monster to come to harm. Shakti raised an eyebrow at the declaration but said nothing as she stepped back to stand beside Ganesha, who wanted to see the process personally. Several other adventurers were also gathering to watch. Then, at Shakti's order, the gate was opened and the hellhound shot out, making a beeline straight toward Lancer. Without a single word, Lancer held up her finger and began rapidly tracing several runes in the air. As the monster lunged at her, the runes began to light up, holding the monster in place in midair for a moment before they settled onto its head. The hellhound then slowly floated down onto the ground and shook its head rapidly as though it was trying to shake out water in its fur. Stay, Lancer said, and the hellhound stopped immediately. Sit. The beast obeyed, plopping its backside down on the grass as it looked up at the servant with its tongue hanging out of its mouth as though it were a simple dog. Good boy, Lancer praised it with a smile as she stroked its head with her hand, and the beast started pushing its head against her hand as if craving her affection. At the sight, the crowd began to break into whispers as Ganesha and Shakti walked up to Lancer and the hellhound. I can't believe it. Shakti muttered as Ganesha quickly lowered himself in front of the monster. It actually worked. Shake. Ganesha said, holding his hand out toward the hellhound, only for it to tilt its head to the side as if it didn't understand him. The magic is tuned to me so it can only understand my words, Lancer explained as Ganesha's shoulders sagged in disappointment. She then drew another rune on the hellhound's head. Try it now, Lord Ganesha. Shake. Ganesha said again, and this time the hellhound placed its paw in Ganesha's hand. Ooh. Who's a good boy? You're a good boy. Not a scary hellhound. Lord Ganesha. Shakti let out a sigh as the god started hugging and fluffing the fur of the monster. She then turned to look at Lancer. I must admit, I was skeptical all the way to the end, but you proved that it was possible. Well done. Admittedly, that was the easy part, Lancer said as she glanced at the hellhound, which was allowing Ganesha to rub its belly. As I said earlier, the challenge will be making sure the spell lasts. May I see the tracking plates? Of course. Follow me. The tracking plates that the Ganesha Familia used were magic items designed to attach to a monster's body, no matter its shape, and constantly broadcast its location to a receiver. A broken plate would immediately set off the receiver's alarm, alerting Ganesha Familia to the situation. If one of their monsters were to escape, the Familia would be the first to know. I see. Lancer said as she flipped one of the plates over in her hands to examine it with Shakti looking over her shoulder and Ganesha playing catch with the hellhound a few paces behind them. Would they be useful in what you are planning? Shakti asked, turning back to Lancer. Yes, these will be perfect, Lancer replied with a smile. But, I would still need some more materials to make it work. Do you know what you need? I do, but I worry if I would be able to acquire them. I won't say price is no object, but if I can get a list then I can send some of my people to acquire them for you. No, it's nothing like a drop item from the dungeon, Lancer clarified. I need something to bind the monster's loyalty to their designated tamer. In short, I would need the adventurer's blood, as well as Lord Ganesha's. This way, the monster will consider its tamer its, I suppose, pack leader for lack of a better term. With Lord Ganesha's blood, it would also consider him and anyone else with his blood, as in your familia, to be members of the same pack and will protect them and listen to their orders as well. Although its tamer's orders will supersede all others. I see. Shakti muttered, placing a hand against her chin. You have put a lot more thought into this than I gave you credit for. Anything for my master's dream and the future of those children. Shakti nodded her head before her hand shot out behind her to grab the ball that Ganesha was playing with out of the air. Please pay attention, Lord Ganesha. She shouted, causing both her god and the hellhound to flinch in surprise. Really now, just because the monster has become almost disturbingly docile doesn't mean you can treat it as a pet, and where did this ball even come from? I, Ganesha, prepared it in anticipation for this day. Ganesha admitted with a smile, causing Shakti to let out another sigh. Your familia has its own share of troubles as well, Lancer noted with a small smile. Not nearly as much as yours, I think, Shakti pointed out with her own smile. The two women shared a laugh before Shakti took off her glove and pulled out a small knife. I'll offer my blood to test it out. How much do you need? Just a drop would be enough, Lancer replied as she started tracing her finger across the tracking plate, carving the runes into the metal alongside its magic. Lord Ganesha too. Of course. The boisterous god replied as he stepped forward with the hellhound trotting behind him. The god and his captain each dripped some of their blood on the plate, causing the runes on it to glow red. With that done, Lancer handed it to Shakti, who walked over and fastened it onto the hellhound's body, and the monster accepted it without any fuss, as if she was just putting a collar on it and not inserting the plate directly onto its skin. And this is the receiver, correct? Lancer asked, holding a smaller tag, to which Shakti nodded. Indeed. With that, I would be able to locate the monster wherever it goes. As Shakti said this, the hellhound then walked up to Shakti and laid down beside her feet as if it was nothing more than a pet dog once more. Ah, Damien! Ganesha said sadly, as if he was someone who had just been abandoned by a lover for someone younger and prettier than he was. Don't name it. Shakti snapped with a sigh before turning back toward Lancer. If it's like this, then I'm sure there will be no problem with the plan Lady Hestia proposed. So long as the technique continues to be passed down, of course. Of course, Lancer agreed. But will it be all right for your familia as a whole? You are the famed Ganesha familia's legendary tamers after all. We're not so attached to such a title, Shakti replied with a smile. But it would be a waste to lose all that training. I propose that we only come to you for your magic after we have already properly tamed the monster. In short, the taming process would go as follows. The tamer would have to prove that they would be able to physically control the monster through the normal method of taming in order to force the monster to submit and accept that the tamer was its master. This would show that they were skilled enough to be called a tamer and that they would be able to control it. Then they would contract Lancer or another member of Hestia Familia in the future to make the beast docile and completely obedient. It was necessary for the tamer to be able to handle their monster, as you couldn't tell if something were to happen, either by accident or enemy action, and the plate was destroyed or someone had the strength to nullify Lancer's magic. That was why it was the tamer's responsibility to either restrain or kill the monster should it lose control. As a rather extreme example, this way a child would not be holding on to the reins of a minotaur. Of course, due to Hestia Familia's true plans, it would be unnecessary for them to force the monster to submit. They would only be interested in Xenos after all, and FIA's comrades were already intelligent enough to not attack humans if they didn't have to. As thanks for your work, you can take 2 tracking plates and receivers for your harpy and minotaur, Shakti said. I suppose the future license for tamers in Orario will have to include the costs of these items as well, wouldn't they? Yes, I understand, Lancer accepted Shakti's terms. Considering magic items like the tracking plates could only be made by adventurers who had a certain development ability, Castor's prediction of it costing around 10 million Valis was a rather accurate estimate. Then, while I am here, are there any other monsters I should make docile for you? As if on cue, a massive wave of Ganesha Familia tamers surged forward toward her, making Lancer wonder if she was going to be able to return home in time for dinner. XXXXX. Across the city, Belle and Emma were making their way to Welf's forge. But really, I didn't think something like that could happen, Emma said, referring to the incident with Argonaut the other day. I suppose it just goes to show how big this world can be. No kidding, Belle replied with a nod and a wry smile. Although he had been at the very center of the commotion, he had no recollection of what had happened for the most part, having found himself receiving a lap pillow by Ace when the last thing he knew he had been talking to Hestia in her office. Still though, as nothing bad had happened as far as he could tell, it was nothing more than a funny memory for the most part, and a wonderfully soft one for the rest of it. Aside from getting involved with Loki Familia for a bit, it doesn't look like he did anything else, Belle added. Do you think they know about the others? Emma asked in a worried voice. Saber said that they only think I got involved in a spirit's prank, so it should be fine, Belle replied. Well, in any case they're the Loki Familia. So I don't think anything bad will happen if they find out anyway. I guess you're right. Although I only met them once at the beach party, I can tell that they are all good people, even if our goddesses don't get along very well. I suppose that's something only the two of them would understand, haha. It was knowledge known only in the realm of the gods after all. It wasn't something mere mortals would be able to understand. As they headed to the industrial district, Belle suddenly turned around to look over his shoulder. Is something wrong? Emma asked, turning around as well, but she didn't see anything particularly out of the ordinary. Someone's been looking over toward us. Belle replied with a frown before gesturing for Emma to keep on walking. Is it like the time when you first took us to Welf's place? No, that gaze was different. That gaze had been directed at Belle himself. This one, however. Belle shot another look over his shoulder, trying to catch anyone that might have bad intentions toward them, but in a city this big it was impossible to tell exactly who was looking at you in admiration and who was looking at you in loathing. All he could do was quicken his pace, prompting Emma to do the same as they quickly made their way to Welf's workshop. The sound of metalworking could be heard well before they arrived at the front door. A quick knock went unanswered, but as the rhythmic sound of a hammer banging against metal could still be heard, Welf was clearly inside. Therefore, the two of them walked around the building toward the window and found Welf working on what looked like a breastplate for Belle. On the wall across from the window, they could see another breastplate made out of light red metal and a purple robe on the stands. Just below the breastplate was a sword with a beautiful simple brown sheath with a golden moon design on it could be seen. It would seem Welf had been hard at work ever since they separated the previous morning. Or rather, did he even sleep since then? Finishing with his current step, Welf let out a long sigh as he rolled his shoulders. He then turned his face toward the window and yelped in surprise at seeing Emma and Belle peering in. Emmy. And, Belle, right. Who else would I be? Belle asked, tilting his head to the side. And never mind, Welf said quickly. Just a strange dream I had. Belle and Emma shared a glance. Did Argonaut make his way to Welf as well? Anyway, come on in. I just finished your armor, Emmy, Welf said as he hopped over to the door to let them in. Primo's coat is all done as well. Did you sleep last night? Emma asked with concern as she and Belle stepped inside the building. Of course I did. A proper 8 minutes. That's no good, Welf. I bet you didn't even eat either. Here. Ryder made this for you. Saying that, Emma quickly opened up the pouch she was carrying and held out its contents for Welf. It was a small container filled with several minced meat sandwiches as well as a thermos full of some hot soup. Seeing this, Welf's stomach roared with desire, causing the smith to chuckle in embarrassment. Sorry about this, Welf said as he happily accepted the food. I got hit with some inspiration and wanted to get it done, and before I knew it, it was morning again. Ryder did think that you were someone who might forget important things while working, Emma noted with a sigh. Belle supposed it was only expected of a mother to notice things like that. As the three of them shared the lunch, Emma's gaze was on the sword on the wall. Go ahead and take a look, Welf said as he chewed on his food. It's yours after all. Alright, Emma nodded, sounding rather nervous. Standing up from her seat, Emma walked over and took the sword from the wall and examined its sheath more closely. As she ran her fingers along the wood, she carefully pulled the blade out with a gasp of awe. It's beautiful, Welf, she said with a smile. Hell yeah! Welf shouted with a cheer. Satisfied customer number 2. Number 2. Don't worry about that, Emma, Belle, satisfied customer number 1, said with a smile. Are you going to come up with a name for it or are you going to let Welf do it after all? I got one. Emma said quickly as Belle let out a chuckle. Let's see, a moon, blooming, how about Gekka, moonflower? Then I guess I should make a Nika, sunflower, to pair with it. Welf joked before he quickly fell into deep thought. Should it be yellow? Or maybe blue? Which ores would give off that color and still be decent for the level? Ahaha, I appreciate the thought but please eat as you plan, Emma said as she returned the blade to its home and Welf picked up another sandwich as he remained lost in thought. Can I try on the breastplate? Go ahead. Let me know if it's too tight or loose. As Emma happily tried out her new equipment, Belle glanced over at his armor still in the works. Seeing it slowly come together was exciting in its own way. I should probably be done in about 2 days if I have no interruptions, Welf said with a smile after following Belle's gaze. Then it's back to the grind before I forget how to fight monsters. I feel the same, Belle nodded as the two shared a laugh. He was still a bit unsure about fighting them on the possibility of a monster being a Xenos, but it wasn't something he would receive an answer to any time soon so there was no point in worrying about it at every waking moment. He would have to deal with it as it happened. So, what's going on with you-know-who? Welf asked, his voice dropping slightly. Lancer's supposed to be meeting with Ganesha Familia today but things are pretty optimistic, Belle replied. Although Castor's expecting us to make 1 million Valis by the end of the month to help cover the costs. Welf nearly choked on his food at the amount. Are we going to go past the 18th floor? Welf asked. I haven't decided yet, Belle admitted. Camping out on the 18th floor again as we hunt around the 16th or 19th floor is an idea though. However, he suspected that it would be difficult to be away from home for a long time. The floor boss preparation period was something that couldn't be helped due to the abnormality but thanks to Loki Familia being there, the camp was rather comfortable. Without that though, they would have to take turns keeping watch. Or at least that's how it should be but thanks to the nature of the servants, either Saber or Archer could be up all night keeping watch. Belle would feel bad asking them to do that even if both of them would do so without him asking and without complaint to boot. Larger familias that can go on expeditions for weeks on end and veteran adventurers that can live full-time in the dungeon town of Rivera are amazing. Well, I'm fine with camping if you need to make money fast, Welf said. Guess what I'm saying is that I'll keep on following your lead. Thanks Welf. It was nice to be trusted so much like this. So, how's the fit, Emmy? It goes over my clothes perfectly, Emma reported with a smile as she twirled around a bit as if the armor was actually a dress she wanted to show off. It's a bit heavy but I can learn to get used to it. You'll practically forget about the weight once your status goes up a bit, Welf replied. It'll also help boost up your endurance a bit too. Is that how it works? Well, it's either that or letting someone smack you around for a bit. Emma could only let out a dry laugh at that as she would be joining Belle in early morning training with Archer and Saber starting tomorrow. We should have brought Primo along too, Emma noted as she glanced at the robe on the wall. She busy with something? Welf asked. She's entertaining our guest, Emma said, picking her words carefully. Ah, got it, Welf replied with a quick nod. Belle was sure he was considering a different guest but he supposed FIA would be hanging out with Berserker now if Lancer had left to go see Ganesha Familia at this point in time. Well anyway, with this we should be able to go back into the dungeon tomorrow, Emma said as she clapped her hands together. Primo and I, along with Gina, have to make 300,000 Valis as well. Geez, His Royalness is really going to work you guys to the bone, huh? Welf asked as he scratched his head. On the other hand, you could see it as him having high expectations for us, Belle countered with a smile. Well, we'll just have to do the best we can either way. For the sake of the Xenos dream. And Belle's as well. XXXXX. I see, so you lived in a dungeon too? Fia asked as she and Berserker laid down beside each other, looking up into the sky. Came the blunt reply of the Minotaur. Man-made dungeon. Different, but same. Only monster there. But it's still just the same prison, hi. Fia asked, turning her head toward Berserker who nodded his head sadly. If things work out as the people here hope, are you going to go into the dungeon here? I want to help, Berserker replied. Help Primo, Beru. Help Fia's friends too. And Fia was grateful for that, she really was. Even though it made her feel extremely guilty. She had zero desires to ever set foot inside the dungeon again. She had tasted the freedom of an endless sky and she had no desire to willingly lock herself away ever again. She also felt that she would rather die than go back. But, if there was a situation where they needed help, could she really just sit back and watch? What should I do? Fia wondered to herself. You should do whatever you want to do. Hi. Fia sat up and turned around just in time for something to enter her open mouth. She wasn't sure how to describe it, but it was hot and amazingly tasty. Far better than magic stones or the sweet dungeon fruits. Wow, what is this? Fia asked in between chewing as she looked up at Ryder who was placing the same food into Berserker's mouth after the Minotaur removed his mask. Just some seafood fritters, Ryder replied with a smile. Castor made a request to eat some for dinner before he left, so I made a few as a test. This is for the two of you, so enjoy. If you want some more just ask, although I suspect those three will finish up the rest before long. Those three being those three girls that have completely succeeded in mingling with Berserker despite their previous concerns. Smelling the food, Berserker sat up and carefully removed his mask to eat properly. Taking a piece, he carefully plopped it into his mouth and chewed it for a moment before swallowing. Tasty. Berserker said before showing a smile that revealed just a bit too many teeth to be comfortable. Thank you, Ryder. Ahaha, even though you're such a good boy, asked Rios. Ryder said with a slightly strained smile as she patted the Minotaur on his head. I guess there's no helping that fact. Berserker didn't seem to understand as he placed another fritter into his mouth before holding one up toward Fia who accepted it gratefully. Seeing you like that really makes me think that I take having hands for granted, Ryder noted with a wry smile. Well, I didn't really pay much attention to that fact until I came across doors. Fia replied with a wry smile of her own. But, what was it you said before? I said that you simply should do what you want to do, Ryder replied. If you feel like you aren't doing enough and that you have to go back into the dungeon, don't be. You got the message to us and therefore we now know that your friends exist. Now we are doing our best to try and bring them to live with us on the surface as well. It will take time, but I'm sure it is doable. So don't feel like you haven't done enough. You've done your part, now leave the rest to us. That was the message she felt that Ryder was sending. Fia wondered if they would take it as though she didn't trust them if she didn't relent here, because that couldn't be further from the truth. What little she saw was enough for her to believe that a future for her and the others was possible. As Berserker was about to drop another fritter into her mouth, a series of screams sounded out from the manor. The three shared a quick glance before rushing back toward the kitchen. There, they found Primo, Gina, and Hestia standing on the kitchen table. What are you three doing? Ryder demanded. What's going on? Ryder. Hestia called out. AC. There's AC that showed up. See. Ryder repeated before realization slowly dawned on her. I suppose it got in since we usually have the doors to the yard open all the time now. See, the dreaded enemy of men and women alike for reasons that could not truly be explained. Putting Lady Hestia aside for a moment, Ryder said before turning to the other two girls. Should adventurers, who dive into the monster-infested dungeon, really be afraid of something like that? This and that are completely different. Gina, the most veteran adventurer in the entire familia, shouted as she clung onto Primo, the least experienced adventurer in the familia. She's right. The elf replied in agreement. Besides, I've only been an adventurer for a single day. So you go take care of it, Gina. No way, I'm just a fragile 10-year-old. You're an Amazon. Don't believe in stereotypes. Girls, please, don't fight. Hestia said. As your goddess, I ask that both of you go take it out. We refuse. Ryder let out a long sigh as she looked around the kitchen/dining room area. Wait, where's Jack? She asked. Here we are. Assassin said, popping up beside Ryder while holding it up in front of her with her bare hands, all while wearing the smile of a child wishing to be praised. We caught it. Ah! It was fortunate that Ryder recoiled in disgust at the sight of it as it had wormed its way out of Assassin's grasp and flew toward her face. As Ryder's panicked scream was quickly cut off by Berserker clapping his hands in front of her, followed by everyone begging Berserker to wash his hands and to not open his hands up before then, Fia wondered if trusting these people with her life was really the best thing to do. It'll be fine, right? Fia wondered as Ryder and Hestia started pushing Berserker back outside toward the garden hose. Chapter 34, Hestia Familia's Day. A quiet afternoon. Mornings at the Hearthstone Manor were always rather peaceful, considering all the different types of people that lived within. A deity, several spirits, mortals of several different races, and monsters all living under the same roof in relative harmony. Well, the monsters were sleeping outside under a massive tent with plenty of pillows, but they were completely satisfied with that arrangement for the time being, as it meant they were sleeping under the open sky for the most part. This morning was rather noisy, however, with the clashing of steel happening just outside the walls as two different pairs were training out in the yard. Bell was continuing his daily training with Saber and Emma was beginning her training with Archer. As they would no doubt be quite hungry once they were finished, it was up to Ryder to start the preparations for a big enough breakfast for them all. Not only that, Castor came home the previous day with several ingredients for sweets such as chocolate, sugar, and honey. He then requested that she make something out of them, with it being enough for at least 20 people. Any leftovers were then hers to use as she saw fit. She had already done all the prep work for the dough, so all that was left was to let it set for about an hour. As she hummed to herself, she poured herself a cup of a fragrant dark liquid made from beans that Castor had also procured in the marketplace as well. It was rather bitter, but she found the taste rather addicting and had helped herself after preparing a pot for the king. With his permission, of course. As she enjoyed the aroma, she found herself being stared at by 3 sets of eyes just across the counter. Good morning, girls, she greeted them, and Primo, Gina, and Assassin greeted her back in turn. Miss Ryder, what is that? Primo asked, pointing at the mug in Ryder's hands. This? It's a drink called coffee, Ryder replied. It smells really nice. Gina said with a smile on her face. Can we have a cup too? It might be a bit early for you, but... Ryder began as she pulled out 3 smaller cups and poured a bit of her drink in each. Here you go. But be sure to take small sips or else, The 3 of them downed their cups in one go before Ryder could finish her warning. Then, right in front of her eyes, all 3 of their faces scrunched up in unison as the bitterness washed over their tongues. Ryder couldn't help but giggle into her hand at the rather adorable sight as she tuned toward the fridge and pulled out a large jug. Here you go, she said, filling their cups with milk. Use this to wash out the taste. So, bitter. Gina groaned as Assassin could only wheeze and twitch to the point that she looked like she wanted to cry. It's not so bad, Primo insisted, although she was faring little better than the other 2 and was no doubt just putting on a strong face. No need to try and be tough, Ryder said as she reached across the counter to pat the elf on the head. It's fine for children to sweeten it with sugar or milk beforehand. Sweeten what now? Castor walked into the kitchen, looking as though he had pulled yet another all-nighter, prompting Ryder to pour the captain his drink. Oh, nothing, Ryder said as she held out the golden-colored mug out to Castor, who accepted it with a nod. Just the girls wanting to try the coffee, but it's too bitter for them. Humph, what immature palates, Castor scoffed at the notion as he took a sip of the coffee before frowning slightly. As Ryder turned around to return the milk jug to the fridge, 2 golden circles appeared over the king's mug, dispensing a plentiful amount of white sugar and milk into the drink, turning it a lighter color. As the portals vanished, he caught the 3 girls staring at him with accusing eyes. 3 sweets sealed in brightly colored wrappers landed on the counter in front of them before any of them could say anything. It was a clear attempt from the king to buy their silence. The sweets were quickly removed from their wrappers and hidden in their mouths. The bribes had been accepted without hesitation, without the queen being any the wiser. The sound of the front door could then be heard from the kitchen, telling everyone that the morning training had ended. Castor then made his way out of the kitchen with the 3 girls trotting along after him like baby chicks that had imprinted on the first being that came into their view. As they entered the living room, they can see Saber and Archer walking in with a rather battered Belle and Emma staggering behind them. You, I'm all sweaty and sore. Emma groaned. How do you do this every morning, Belle? Ahaha, I'm just used to it by now, Belle replied, his eyes following Saber, who sank into an armchair with a sigh. Well, it'll only get more difficult from now on, Archer said as Emma let out another groan as she rubbed her back. Go wash up before breakfast, you two. Belle and Emma nodded their heads as they headed to the bathroom, and Archer turned to head into the kitchen, walking past Castor and the girls as he did. Morning, he greeted. Faker, Castor replied with a nod. Faker. Primo repeated in confusion. Faker. Gina said with a smile. Counter Faker. Assassin cheered. Archer's body froze at the girl's words while Castor threw his head back in laughter. Marvelous. Castor said as a few more pieces of candy fell into their hands. Accept that as a reward. Fahahaha. The three girls looked back and forth between the two men before Castor headed toward the stairs, shoulders still shaking in mirth, while Archer's body swayed listlessly into the kitchen. Good morning, Archer, Ryder's voice came out from the kitchen. Are you all right? You look as though you just had your heart mercilessly shattered. Just, give me a minute. Archer replied in a shaky voice. Back in the living room, Primo muttered, I think we hurt his feelings. How so? Gina asked, tilting her head to the side. Yeah, Mr. King calls him that all the time, Assassin pointed out. It's probably not a nice thing to say to him, Primo said as she noticed someone else coming down the stairs. Quick hide. Gina said as she pulled Primo and Assassin behind the armchair across from Saber's. Why? Primo asked, but she allowed herself to be dragged down with them nonetheless. The three of them then carefully poked their heads out in a totem pole style, with Primo at the bottom and Assassin at the top, to see Lancer enter the living room. The woman spotted her husband sitting in the armchair and slowly crept up in front of him, gazing lovingly at his face. It must have been exhausting to train master every morning, she said with a giggle. But you shouldn't fall asleep here, my love. Lancer then waved her hand in front of Saber's face as if to check if he really was asleep before looking around to see if anyone was around. Seeing that the coast was clear, Lancer then lowered herself down to Saber's cheek and gently pressed her lips against it. Seeing such a blatant act of affection, Primo let out a squeak of surprise, but Gina and Assassin quickly placed their hands over her mouth to quiet while also using their other hand to cover each other's mouths. Lancer pulled her face away from Saber's, stepping back with her hands placed against her cheeks as she turned away in embarrassment. As she was completely lost in her own world, Lancer did not notice Saber's body starting to shiver from the sudden act of affection. The man had not been asleep after all. He had been completely conscious to Lancer's evil deed and seemed to be exuding a pressure, begging for someone to give him an opening to wake up. While the opportunity is here. Lancer suddenly muttered, prompting Saber's body to stop shaking immediately. The mouth should be fine too, right? The shaking returned even more violently than before. Unable to just sit and watch any longer, Primo pulled Assassin and Gina's hands off of her mouth and jumped up with a loud, boo. Lancer jumped at the noise, showcasing just how distracted she had been while also giving Saber an opportunity to wake up. Ha ha ha. Got you. Miss Libera. Lancer said as Saber slowly opened his eyes. How long were you there? Just now. Primo replied, inwardly wincing at how unconvincing she sounded as Gina and Assassin also poked their heads up. The latter two showing zero inclinations in forgetting what they had seen. Is that so? Lancer asked. Why you shouldn't play pranks so early in the morning? Is that really what you should be saying to us? Gina asked, her smile stretching from ear to ear. What do you mean? Saber asked, clearly playing ignorant with his tone of voice betraying none of his inner feelings. Nothing. We didn't see any kisses. Assassin helpfully added before Primo grabbed them and dragged them into the dining room, leaving the flustered couple behind. And so began another day in the life of Hestia Familia. XXXXX. Within the hour, everyone came down and settled around the breakfast table with Berserker and Fia sitting on the ground beside them, each with their own plates of food. As they ate, Hestia started to speak. So to re-summarize what happened with Ganesha Familia the other day, Hestia began. Lancer's work was perfect and there doesn't seem to be any problem with the plan. So right now the ball is in Ganesha and Aranos's court, so all that is left for us to do is wait and keep FIA and Berserker hidden until it becomes officially official. The Harpy and Minotaur nodded their heads in understanding. The two of them each had a large cloth wrapped around their bodies depicting the Hestia Familia emblem, showing that they were part of the Familia. As far as Ganesha and the guild was concerned, they were already legally part of the Familia. They just needed to wait until the guild officially announced the new tamer laws. Until then, FIA and Berserker were to be kept a strict secret. If they were found out before then. So much for taking Berserker into the dungeon for a test run, Gina sighed as she brought her fork up to her mouth. It'll probably be at least a week, I guess. Considering the circumstances, Lily considers that would be extremely fast, Lily pointed out, and Gina nodded her head in agreement. Do you need to go back to the Ganesha Familia for anything? Primo asked Lancer, who shook her head. No, I had demonstrated the effectiveness extremely thoroughly, Lancer replied with a tired smile. There should be no problems for the near future. What is the estimate that the monsters will remain dominated? Castor asked from his usual spot at the head of the table. Provided that there is no damage to the plate, 2 months with extreme activity such as fighting in the dungeon daily. 5 without. I suspect that this city's culture will change rapidly in the coming days, Ryder muttered. Pets don't seem to be a common thing that I've noticed around here. Well, that's because most of the people who live here are adventurers, Gina pointed out. And, well, adventurers tend to have a rather unreliable lifespan, you know. There was no point in keeping a pet if you worked a job where you might not come home to after all. Not to mention that most familias have enough on their plate just feeding their adventurers. They didn't have the time or resources to worry about animals as well. Well, it all might change in the coming days anyway. I would rather our plans stop changing every single day, Castor said irritably. With the Zenos problem mostly handled, Lancer will join Party B today in the dungeon instead of Archer. Fine by me, Archer replied as Lancer nodded her head. I got shanghaied by Tsubaki to talk to Hephaestus about some business either way. It's going to be about that, isn't it? Hestia asked with a knowing nod. Well, she's covering her bases with concern for her business after all. Well, I'll try to get a good deal out of it, Archer said with a shrug. Then there needn't be any more changes, Castor declared. Arde, today you shall be accompanying me on my business. Hi. Lily looked up from her cup before quickly placing it back down on the table. Yes. Lily understands. I planned on getting your request done by noon, Castor, Ryder spoke up. But I can get started earlier if you want it immediately. Unnecessary. I will not be leaving until afternoon in any case. Hey Jack, do you have any plans? Hestia asked. If not, then can you come with me today? To work again? Assassin asked. No, not this time. I need to meet with someone and I could use the company. And a guard. Okay. Assassin replied cheerfully. Can we get some Jagameru-kun anyway? Of course you can. Oh right, Saber. Archer said as he stood up from the table, having finished eating. I'll leave the thing you asked for by the front door. Don't forget it on your way out. My thanks, Archer, Saber replied with a nod. I guess it's finally time to go back to the dungeon, Emma said, pumping her arms to psyche herself up. Are you ready, Primo? Why yes. Primo nodded. It's time for our revenge. As everyone seemed to be leaving with plans for the day, Bell found himself watching Archer's back as he headed out to his meeting with Hephaestus. Once everyone shuffled out to be on their way, Bell was left alone with Ryder, who had humming to herself as she washed the dishes. Let me help, Bell said quickly as he hurried to the sink. Oh my! Thank you, Bell. Then I'll do the washing while you dry them before putting them back, okay? Got it. As the two of them started working, the B party stopped by to say their farewells before heading off to the dungeon. Bye Bell, bye Ryder, Emma called out with a wave. Watch out, monsters! Primo shouted. The future Great Mage is making her comeback. That's the spirit. Gina cheered. Let's make the 5th floor our goal. I wonder if that's a bit fast. Lancer muttered as she followed the trio out. Bye everyone. Bell called out after them. Stay safe, Ryder said as well. Bell had to admit, Emma and Primo's new equipment suited them well. Welf's work was great as usual. If only other people could see that instead of just focusing on his magic swords. By the way, what did Castor ask of you? Bell asked as he wiped down the glass in his hand. He asked for some baked goods for some reason, Ryder explained. So I'm planning to make some donuts for him. Although I have no idea what he's planning to do with 3 dozen of them. Is he holding a party or something? Can I help? Bell offered. I don't have any plans for today, so I guess I'm looking for something to do. Well, I won't turn down the offer, but are you sure? Shouldn't a boy your age be going out on a date with one of your girlfriends? Like that waitress girl, Seer was it? I don't have anyone like that. Wait, why bring up Seer of all people? Well, wasn't she all over you the other day? You shouldn't lead people on, Bell. I'm not. She's the one teasing me. Fufu, I wonder. As Ryder giggled into her hand, the last of the dishes was put away and Lily came back into the kitchen, holding her white and pink cloak in her hands. What's up, Lily? Bell asked. Lily is just waiting for Lord Castor to call for her, Lily replied as she hung her robe over a chair. Lord Castor asked Ryder to make something, right? Can Lily help? Of course. Right then, it's a bit early, but I guess there's no harm in starting now. With all the dishes put away, Ryder wiped down her hands on her apron and headed to the fridge and pulled out a few bowls. Each of them had a large ball of dough resting within it. I've already kneaded the dough, so all we have to do now is portion it and then fry and flavor them. What are we making? Bell asked as he and Lily peered at the massive dough balls. Donuts, came Ryder's reply with a wink and a smile. They're relatively simply to make while also being easy and quick to flavor. It's probably a good thing the trio are gone, or else Jack might have made off with 3 of them without anyone noticing. Lily muttered as Bell let out a dry laugh, unable to deny that. Then can you 2 portion the dough out and roll them into balls for me? Try to make it so that there will be enough for 1 person per ball. Enough for 1 person. Bell repeated as he glanced out the kitchen toward the yard where Berserker was lying on the grass with Fia lying on top of him. Well, let's make it normal for a human, ahaha. Ryder clarified. There should be at least 36 of them, so don't make them too big. It should be fine for them to be smaller though. With a nod, Bell and Lily got to work with Ryder busying herself with various sweet items like chocolate, honey, and sugar. Roll, roll, roll. Lily was saying as she tore out a piece of flour from her bowl and started rolling it into a ball as she was told. Roll, roll, roll. Roll, roll, roll. Bell found himself doing the same as he worked. Pull it out. Roll it up. Set it aside. Pull it out. Roll it up. Set it aside. Pull it out. Roll it up. Set it aside. 3 simple steps that were so easy to complete that he found himself lost in his own work. After several minutes, there were several rolls of dough balls sitting in front of the 2 of them. Guess we're done, Bell said, tilting one of the empty bowls, feeling a bit disappointed that the work was over. Thanks for the help, you two, Ryder said as she looked over the dough balls. Now we have to let these sit for a bit before we continue, so how about a drink? Ryder poured out some juice for the 2 of them, which they accepted after washing their hands. All this work for some snacks that will disappear in minutes, Lily muttered as she took a sip of her drink. Cooking for a large group every day really is hard. Well, I won't deny that, Ryder admitted. However, seeing everyone's satisfied faces during mealtimes makes it all worth it in the end. It's basically its own reward too, and it's my way of thanking everyone for their hard work every day. A way to thank someone. Bell muttered before setting down his glass before quickly standing up and turning to Ryder. Ryder, I have a request. Yes? What is it? Please help me cook something. He asked, lowering his head to the surprise of his servant and supporter. XXXXX. After Saber left the manor, he made his way into the dungeon to meet with his appointment. Zipping past the hundreds of adventurers making their way down into the depths, Saber focused on his destination, the 18th floor. In order to avoid any misunderstandings, he had already cleared this meeting with both Castor and his beloved. After all, he was meeting a woman from a different familia. Before long, he reached the mist-filled 10th floor and stopped at the top of the stairs. He remembered the first time he came here and how 3 dragons had set themselves upon his master and the rest of his party. Fortunately, the abnormal situation did not happen a second time. Perhaps it was nothing more than a freak accident, or perhaps the dungeon was testing the waters against an unknown threat. I hope nothing happens to the girls either. Saber muttered, glancing up above him before continuing on his way. As they should be staying on the upper floors, no monster should be able to overpower Lancer and hurt the girls, but that only included those that spawned within the dungeon itself. That incident still weighed on his mind a bit, and not only that, their list of possible enemies have only grown since then. No, I should pay attention to the job ahead. With a shake of his head, Saber continued forward. He had passed through the misty 10th to 12th floors often enough the entrance to the middle floors without any problems. From there, by jumping down the numerous holes that littered the middle floors, he was able to reach the boss room without any trouble. From there, the 18th floor, and the meeting point, was a mere step away. It was located on the same grounds that Loki Familia had camped a while back, but the dungeon had already removed all signs of their presence there. Not a scrap of food or trash had been left behind, either absorbed by the dungeon itself or devoured by a passing monster. It certainly did explain why the upper levels were not constantly filled with garbage and refuse, considering the sheer amount of people that passed through it every day. As he scanned the grounds, he heard someone walking up to him. "You are here," Saber noted as he looked over his shoulder to see Ace Wallenstein standing a few feet away. "Yes," the girl nodded. "I'm sorry to take up your time with this. It is fine. We are only waiting for our vice-captain's armor to finish being maintained." Ace nodded again to show that she understood as she looked around the old campground. How do we start?" she asked. "First off, I need to set a baseline," Saber said as his sword appeared in his hands and he placed it into the ground in front of him. "Therefore, let us begin with a spar. I will come at you rather seriously, so please prepare yourself." As he said this, red lightning sparked out of his body and blade before light began to rise from his body. Then, in a flash, Saber's appearance changed right in front of Ace's eyes. The blade in his hand had undergone a massive change. The red crystals had transformed into a tranquil green, the same color as the man's eyes, and had nearly doubled in width. Even the silver daggers along his waist had changed to have the same color as the sword, most of them now hidden by a cape that had appeared around his shoulders while his mask had vanished. From where she stood, Ace knew that it was not a simple cosmetic change, far from it. It was as though the man's aura had suddenly become more divine as he stared at her with his icy gaze. "As we shall be teacher and student, I shall reveal my true name," Saber declared, gripping his blade's handle with both hands as if in prayer. "My true name is Sigurd, King of Warriors. Ace Wallenstein." Ace followed up his declaration with her own as she drew out desperate in preparation for his attack. "Loki Familia." With a nod, Saber pulled his blade from the ground and took a stance. "Then, prepare yourself." Although he said that, Saber did not move. The two of them simply stared each other down as silence fell around them. Even the monsters in the distance seemed to have quieted down as if they were fearful of drawing the attention to two alpha predators that were about to fight. Then, as Ace's eyes closed in a blink, Saber struck. In that short span between her eyelids closing and opening, Saber had closed the distance between them, blade swinging in from her right. She quickly shifted her blade to parry the strike, but she was still forced back from the sheer power behind the blow. A blow that should definitely not come from a mere level 1. Before she could even land back on the ground, Saber was once more upon her. His blade had vanished and his hands were filled with 2 green daggers. Green lights shot toward her and she quickly rebuilt her defense. She was surprised. The power he was showing now was on a completely different level than the other night in the fight against the Ishtar and Kali Familius. It was as though he had undergone a level up right in front of her. Even though she was level 6, she felt that her power and speed was lacking in the face of the man in front of her, and a different power within her was trying to surface. Just like against that person. That creature. Even now, a black flame was raging within her chest, demanding to be let out against the black dragon in front of her. But she refused to unleash its fury. A massive explosion erupted between the two from the tip of Saber's daggers as Ace jumped back to get some distance between the two. Tempest. With the power of wind shielding her, Ace began her counterattack. Striking forward with speeds as sharp as the wind, she attacked the hero in front of her. And, as expected of a hero, the man followed each of her strikes with his own. Green wind clashed against green lightning. Each swing shattered the earth, split the air, and crushed the surrounding trees. Their spar was more like a destructive hurricane than a friendly match, with neither side backing down under the fury of their clash. It was as though she was facing a wall. A wall of ice that refused to shatter or break under her wind. Saber caught her blade with a massive grunt of effort and launched her back. Impressive, Saber complimented her as he adjusted his glasses with a push of his finger. But, you seem to be holding back still. Is your wind all that you can use, Miss Wallenstein? What do you mean? Ace asked as Saber returned his blades to his waist, signaling the end of their spar. It feels as though you are restraining yourself from using everything, Saber said. Well, I suppose that's only to be expected. This is only a short spar to compare our abilities after all. Perhaps there is a flame roaring inside you that you wish to keep contained. Ace twitched in surprise at the man's words and turned her head away. It is all right, Saber said kindly. It is natural for people to fear fire, as fire burns and consumes all. Swords, lives, thoughts, time, and even fate. Even I will hesitate to use fire due to this. Ace nodded her head in agreement. She indeed did have a burning flame inside her. A terrible black flame that wanted to consume her and everything around her within its rage. It was only thanks to her friends and loved ones in Loki Familia that flame was pulled back. But still, she was surprised that Saber could see through her so easily. But I understand where you stand now, Saber said as light shined on his body once more and his blades returned to their original red color. Here. Saber suddenly tossed something to Ace. Catching it, she saw that it was a near-perfect copy of her Tempest, although the hilt was red instead of blue. Archers? She asked and Saber nodded. Did he not say that he couldn't make Durandal weapons? I have no knowledge of that, so I cannot say, Saber replied. However, even Durandal weapons can crack, no? You will be up against my demonic swords, so it would be unfortunate if you do not have your main weapon with you outside of our lessons. I will test the very limits of your unbreakability. Ace didn't say anything. She knew that he was completely serious with his declaration. Let us continue, Saber said, taking up his own sword as well. We will discuss things as we clash. Yes sir, Ace said, feeling that it was only right to treat her teacher with respect. She learned her lesson with Riveria after all. The man simply chuckled as his mask reformed around his face. Begin. That was all the warning she got before he lunged toward her, and her vision was filled with red. Although the power of the blade wasn't as powerful as it was before, Saber had chosen to strike much faster to compensate for it. Like Ace, he was clearly holding back his true power. Can I ask a question? She asked as she pushed forward, breaking from her defense to go on the offense and force Saber back for the first time since they started. Yes. He replied in a calm voice despite the wind surging dangerously around him. Why do you call yourself a dragon? Why do you call yourself Ace? He asked in return. I call myself that because it is what I am. I have taken in a dragon's flesh, power and knowledge, therefore I am one. He punctuated his statement by pulling his blade back, throwing off Ace's balance and clenched his free hand into a fist, seemingly gathering his lightning into it. Seeing what was happening, Ace quickly moved her blade in front of her stomach, blocking a fierce punch that scattered her wind and sent her soaring into the air. Not to be deterred, she flipped herself around and her feet kicked off a tree the same instant she touched it, shooting herself straight back toward Saber like an arrow. Saber held the flat of his sword up to block the attack, using both hands to support it. The blow was still powerful enough for his feet to slide backwards across the ground. But even so, his blade held and he threw her to the side with sheer strength. My turn, Saber began as Ace's false desperate and his gram clashed once more. Why do you seek strength? There are people I need to take back, she replied. To do that I must defeat that monster. To do that, I can't afford to wait for someone to help me. I need to become my own hero. Ace's words seemed to have had an effect on Saber as his eyes widened slightly in surprise and his blade's swing was a bit slower than before, allowing Ace to break free once more and put some distance between the two of them. Kukuku, ha 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 ha. Then, to her surprise, Saber started chuckling. I see, he said, his eyes filled with mirth. It is a wonderful reason. The younger generation is truly a wonder to see. With the mirth out of his system, Saber took his stance again. Then overcome the myth in front of you, he urged her. Take your future into your own hands. I am but a mere stepping stone in your own legend. Climb over and continue striving forward. That is what it means to be an adventurer, to be a hero. Yes, sir. Ace nodded. And so the wind clashed against the dragon once more. XXXXX. You want to cook something for Archer? Ryder asked, looking rather surprised at Belle's words. Yes, Belle replied with a nod. I want to show my appreciation to him for everything he's done. But I only know how to cook simple things, things that aren't good enough for me to express myself. Fufu, I understand, Ryder nodded as she stood up from the table and walked over to a cupboard where she pulled out a book with various tags and marks in it. Let's see here, which one will be good? Miss Ryder, what is that? Lily asked. It's Archer's handwritten cookbook, Ryder replied with a smile. He has a lot of recipes written down in here with several notes scribbled here and there as well. Anyway, if we want something that can express your appreciation for Archer, let's go with this one. Ryder placed the open book on the table and pointed to a recipe that had several notes written down for it to the point that it nearly covered the pages were nearly covered in revisions and the like. However, everything was written in a language that neither Lily or Belle could read. This looks like Far Eastern script, Belle muttered and Ryder nodded her head. All these notes and revisions tells me that the recipe is probably important to him, Ryder said, running her finger carefully down the ink-covered margins as she listed the ingredients out loud. I think he'll be quite surprised if you make it for him. He never made anything like that before though, Lily pointed out. There seems to be a few ingredients that he likes to use that we don't keep on hand, Ryder said, pointing to a few items circled in different colored ink. There probably just hasn't been a good opportunity to make it. She then turned back to Belle. So what do you think? Ryder asked with a smile. Wanna give it a go? Yes. Belle wasn't completely confident that he would be able to make something on Archer or Ryder's level, but he still wanted to try. The recipe was probably something that someone important to Archer made for him in the past or vice versa. Perhaps he had been trying to improve the recipe or trying to recreate it. If either case, Belle believed that it might give Archer a good memory if he ate it. Well then here, Ryder said, holding a slip up in front of Belle. A shopping list? Belle asked. Of course. We don't have all of the ingredients after all. Especially not since we used up most of it last night during dinner. Berserker can really put it down after all. Sorry. Came a voice from the window, causing Lily and Belle to jump in surprise. Spinning around, they saw Berserker poking his face in from the window. But, Ryder and Archer, food really tasty. Ahaha, I'm happy to hear that. And don't worry, I'm not mad. It's only natural that you need a lot of food with that big body of yours. In any case, here's the list of things we'll need. Go buy them, Belle. Just me? Belle asked, taking the list. Of course. I have to make Castor's sweets and Lily has to be here to leave with Castor when he's ready. Ah, right. Good luck, Belle, Lily said as Belle let out a sigh as he pulled on a coat and headed out. Thankfully he had managed to find everything on the list rather quickly. More beef after they used it all up last night. Some onions, garlic and other vegetables. Some extra seasoning just in case. Where do I get these sauces though? Belle muttered as he looked around the market. Argonaut. Uwa. Someone slammed into his back from behind and Belle quickly grabbed his purchases to make sure he didn't drop anything. Miss Tiona? Belle asked as he turned around to see the Amazon clinging onto his back. That's dangerous. Ah, it's the little Argonaut instead, Tiona said, sounding a bit disappointed. Ahaha, sorry to disappoint you, Belle said with a dry laugh. Tiona had been one of the few who interacted with Argonaut after all. She probably found him interesting. But can you let me go? Your chest is rubbing against me. He hoped that it would get her to let him go but instead, she simply smiled at him. Miss Tiona. Wait. Why are you clinging onto me harder? Why are you smiling? Please let go. After a few minutes of Belle trying to escape a level 6 grip, Tiona finally released him. Hee, sorry about that, Tiona said with her usual smile. Were you shopping for dinner? Yeah, Belle replied with a nod. It's a little secret dinner I'm planning for Archer. Ha, that sounds fun. What are you making? I actually don't know. The recipe was written in a different language but writer translated the ingredients for me. I see. The two of them fell silent as there was a lull in the conversation. Hey, can I ask you something random? Diona suddenly asked. Have you ever been in love? Love? Belle repeated. Why? Just curious. Belle wasn't sure that was the case, but he supposed that there was no harm in answering. I don't think I've been in actual love, Belle admitted. I've had one-sided crushes before but I don't think that could be considered actual love. Then again, he didn't have any close examples outside of Saber and Lancer. I see. Is it really just curiosity? Belle asked. Kinda. Diona admitted, tilting her head to the side. You know my sister, Shin? She changed a lot after falling in love with our captain. She hardly ever smiled before, you know. That's hard to believe, Belle muttered. He had only met the older of the Amazon twins a few times but she was no less kind of cheerful as her younger sister. So I was wondering if just falling in love can change someone so much and kinda want to experience it for myself. I see. Belle's thoughts immediately fell upon a certain lovey-dovey couple in his familia. I don't have any real experience in love but if you don't mind me repeating what I've heard second-hand. Belle began. One of my familia members said that they had thought that they didn't need love in their life. However, after meeting his wife for the first time, he fell head over heels for her. She also said that he started emoting a lot more since they met too. Is it that Saber person? He doesn't look like the type. Oh, he is. Belle said, unable to hold back the exhaustion seeping out of his mouth. He is. It sounds like you have it tough as well, Diona said with a laugh before glancing off to the side. Hey, has Archer ever fallen in love before? I have no idea, Belle replied. He doesn't really talk much about his past, huh? And it was at this moment that Belle realized just how little he knew about Archer. What did Belle know about his idol? His name was Yashiro. He is a hero from the Far East. He cooked a lot as a hobby. He loved looking at swords and going over their histories. All surface-level things. Things like his friends, his family, his dreams. All of those things were locked away as tightly as Castor's past. The other servants had been much more open about their own pasts, so long as they avoided landmines like a certain woman for Saber and Lancer and a certain emperor for Ryder. I don't really know much about him. Belle muttered, the realization fully sinking in. Isn't that fine? Diona asked. It takes a lot longer than 2 months or so to really know someone even if you're living with them. You'll get to know him a little bit more each day. Hi. It would seem as though Diona had reached an epiphany of her own as she tried to encourage Belle. I guess you're right, Belle said as he scratched his cheek. Thanks. No problem. So, back to my question, how do you fall in love anyway? They always make it seem so easy in the stories. You mean how it's simple for a hero to save a girl and they fall in love? Belle asked, kicking away his past desires and memories off the proverbial cliff as quickly as he could. Yeah, I tried that but it didn't work, Diona said with a sigh. Tried? Yeah. I pretended to be in trouble but no one came to my rescue at all. All the guys just screamed and ran away. Aha, ha. If a level 6 were to come across something that put them in danger, the only thing anyone level 4 and lower, as in the majority of Orario, could do was run away else they just get in the way. Still, it was probably best that Belle didn't mention that. Is there anywhere else you could meet a guy? Diona asked. How about a party or something? Belle suggested. Party? Yeah. A dance party, or a society ball or something like that. The stories usually has a scene where the hero dances with the girl, right? Maybe you'll find a partner if you go to one. I see, like a big ball held at a palace or something, right? Diona asked and Belle nodded his head. But is there one around here? A palace? Maybe a guild-owned building would work. Belle offered. Castor mentioned that nobles and the like often came to Orario for networking purposes. There's probably a party happening around somewhere. The entertainment district never sleeps in more ways than one after all. There's always some big gathering going on at one point or another. Would I be able to go though? Diona asked. I'm not a princess or a noble or anything like that. Maybe? I mean, you're from Loki familia, right? The entire world knows about your familia. I think you'd be able to get in if you asked or your goddess asked. Heh, that sounds fun. I'll give it a shot. Diona decided. I should probably get a dress or something, right? Like a princess dress. Alright, I don't think any of those places would let you in Amazon casual wear even if you are from Loki familia. I guess I'll have to ask Loki for one. She's probably the only one that's my size. Bell turned his head to the side to force himself from looking. Anyway, I'll give it a shot. Diona said as she nodded her head toward Bell. Thanks again, little Argonaut. Sorry for bothering you. No, I'm glad I could help, Bell said as Diona ran off while waving back at him. Good luck. As Diona disappeared into the crowd, Bell let out a sigh. Comes and goes like a hurricane, he muttered with a laugh. Anyway, better get back to shopping. Anyway, sauces, maybe I should ask at the hostess? No, I shouldn't bother them at this time, let's do a sweep of the stalls again. Worst case scenario, they would just try to make the sauce Archer used the other day instead. With that in mind, Bell returned to his shopping, wondering just how Archer would react when he got home. XXXXX. Several layers below the surface, a few hours after they left the Hearthstone Manor, Gina was successfully leading her party into the dungeon. They had made it to the third floor with little trouble against the goblins and kobolds that made the upper levels their home. Under the watchful eyes of Lancer, the group did not encounter anyone or anything that could threaten them. All right, let's take a break here, Gina said when they came across a circular dead end. Monsters don't spawn here all that often, so all we need to do is worry about the entrance. Lancer, can we leave it to you? Of course, Lancer nodded as she set down the bag she was carrying as their supporter. Ugh, it's a lot more crowded this time around, Primo muttered as she leaned back and drank a mind potion. Is it because it's still early? Emma asked. Yep. The top 5 floors are usually very crowded since that's where most level 1s stay at, since it's safe, well, safer I guess. And most of them are still beginners, so they crowd around the spots that have been mapped the most. Only Belle is weird enough to go beat a floor boss so quickly, and that's not counting the other 3. So Lily's fine. Well, she's a supporter and has been an adventurer since she was born, so it's not that unnatural for her to finally hit level 2 or be part of a floor boss fight. I think Jack being part of the main fight should have raised some eyebrows. Is it because she looks like a human kid? Primo asked. Well, that, and I wonder if people are going to wonder if she's the second coming of the Sword Princess, Gina explained. Asfi said that she used to be called Doll Princess, you know? Because she didn't show any emotions while she was slaughtering monsters. From what Belle and Lily told me, Jack can slaughter monsters with a big smile on her face. While it is concerning, it should not be surprising, Lancer chimed in as she kept an eye out for monsters at the entrance. Recall that she is Master's assassin after all. I still don't get that classification system. Primo admitted with a sigh. It's completely turning everything I know about spirits on its head. Granted, I don't know much, but I guess we can just consider Lancer and the others a separate thing from the other spirits, Gina pointed out as S. I mean, it's not like spirits are that well known to begin with, and Lady Hestia didn't really know much about it either. I do not believe it is very complicated, Lancer began. We are but mere shades of an entire legend inserted into our class containers. Only shades? Emma repeated as she rummaged through the bag to pull out their rations and bowls. So, does that mean you are incomplete or something? In a manner of speaking. Although the containers are powerful, they are nowhere near enough to hold an entire heroic spirit. Oh, I think I get it, Primo said. Is that why it's separated into 7? Like if a hero is known for using a sword and a spear, if they're in a saber class they won't be able to use their spear. That is simplifying a lot of things, but that is the gist of it. Then, does that mean it might have been possible for Belle to summon 2 of the same spirit? Gina asked. It is theoretically possible. I could have been summoned as Rider or Berserker as well after all. I don't think Orario would survive 2 of you going after Saber, Emma joked with a smile. Or Saber himself for that matter. Please do not mention that, Lancer begged as she placed her hands on her cheeks in embarrassment. I cannot help but lose myself around that person. They took a break in the discussion so Lancer could trace a rune on the kettle they brought along, heating up their water so they could pour over their rations and start eating. While we're here, do you want to try your skill again, Emma? Gina suggested. With who? The older girl asked. With me. Last time you did it with Belle and Lily, right? Both of them are higher level than you with magic and skills. Maybe if you do it with someone without either, like me, then there won't be much of a backlash. When you say it like that it kinda makes me feel bad. Primo muttered. Ah ha ha ha, don't worry about it, Gina quickly said with a smile. This is normal for an Amazon. Especially since I don't spend as much time in the dungeon compared to other adventurers. I used to be from a delivery type familia, remember? And you should get your own magic eventually once I teach you my runes, Lancer added and Gina nodded her head. But is it safe to try it down here? Emma asked. It's as safe as it's gonna be. Besides, where are you going to see that skill if not in the dungeon, right? Not having a counter to that, Emma quickly finished her food, letting out a satisfied sigh, before setting the bowl down. Okay, I'm ready, she said with Gina nodding and setting her own bowl aside as well. Alright, let's see how this works. Emma placed her hand over her chest as she closed her eyes. She fell into a deep silence for a moment before pink lights began to shine across her body. Oof, I'm starting to feel it. Gina said as she rubbed her chest. Are you okay? Primo asked quickly. Yeah, just a bit tired. I wonder if I'll ever get to use this skill, Emma said with a sigh. Would there ever be a situation where it's better for me to fight alone instead of with a group? Perhaps we should have hope that the skill's drawbacks will lessen with consistent use, Lancer chimed in. We should also consider the possibility that adding another status upon your own also acts as a temporary level up, not just a parameter boost. Indeed, the only time Emma tested the status increase was when she accidentally took Belle's status and the extreme increase in speed sent her flying. But how exactly would we find that out? Emma asked. Try it with Lily's status then spar with Belle. The two of us right now should be sufficient, Lancer said as her spear materialized in her hands. I've set up a few runes down the tunnel so no monsters will come without me noticing. Me against you. Emma muttered, no doubt recalling how well she had done against Ryder the other day. I have seen your normal parameters when you fought against Ryder and Archer. I should be able to judge the increase in your abilities. I guess there's no helping it. Emma smacked her cheeks in an attempt to psyche herself up before drawing her swords. Then, whenever you are ready, Miss Flores, Lancer said with a nod. Although Lancer gave her the go-ahead, Emma did not strike immediately. She took a few steps to the side while Lancer remained still as a statue as she only used her eyes to follow her. Ha! Then, with a grunt of effort, Emma shot forward toward Lancer much faster than she had been able to in the earlier fights. However, every single one of her attacks were being parried by the heroic spirit of the spear. Red and silver sliced through the air trying to meet its target but none drew even close to home. Although Lancer's spear was massive, the woman easily moved it to deflect Emma's relatively amateurish strikes with a single hand. You are indeed much faster than before, Lancer stated the obvious between swings. Even when compared to Miss Gwen your speed far surpasses hers, there must be some added benefit with layering the statuses after all, Even as Lancer was speaking, she was still parrying Emma's strikes, up until the girl suddenly stopped glowing and fell forward into Lancer's waiting arms. Well, compared to when you did it with Lily, it definitely lasted longer, Gina muttered, taking deep breaths as Primo rubbed her back. At least 10 minutes. Though is it because I'm level 1 as well or is it because she's getting used to it, I wonder. Well, either way, it's good, right? Emma coughed out between breaths as Lancer drew a rune over her chest. Do not force yourself, Lancer said as the rune sank into Emma's chest. This should revitalize you a bit. As the light of the rune vanished, Emma took a deep breath like someone having broken up and through the surface of a lake. What was that? Primo asked as Lancer helped Emma sit up straight. A small rune that's the equivalent of a stimulant, Lancer replied as she traced the same rune and sent it over to Gina as well. It restores your stamina but there can be some side effects if it is overused, even if your bodies have been blessed by Lady Hestia. But a single use would be fine. Runes are amazing. Primo muttered. They are certainly powerful and versatile, but it is not easy to master, Lancer said before turning to Gina. Shall we continue our adventure, Miss Gwen? Or shall we rest a bit longer? I can begin my lessons on runes as well. How are you feeling, Emma? Gina asked. Are you good to go? I wouldn't mind resting a bit more, Emma admitted. Then let's have a magic lesson. Gina said, thrusting her fist into the air. I mean, we still have to worry about the goal the captain gave us, but it's all right to take it easy on the first day, right? Very well, Lancer nodded with a smile. Miss Libera. Although Castor has said that it would not be necessary for you to learn as well, there should be no problem in following along if you are interested. I am. Primo replied quickly with a smile and a nod. I mean, it's like putting an entire chant into a drawing and getting magic out of it. As a mage, I want to know how it works. Fufu, of course. And so the first rune magic lesson began in the depths of the dungeon. XXXXX. Belle's search for sauces to use for the recipe didn't take very long. One of the stall owners selling cooked meat managed to point him in the right direction and allowed him to hurry on home. I'm back. He called out as he entered the manor. Welcome back, Ryder's voice greeted him from the kitchen. You just missed Lily and Castor. In the kitchen, Ryder was cleaning up a large pot of oil as Berserker was snacking on a donut covered in chocolate while his other hand was holding a sugar covered on for FIA. Don't worry, there are still a few left on the table. Haha, thanks. Setting his purchases on the counter near Ryder, Belle quickly ran over to pick out a plain donut for himself. Oh? Not picking a sweet one? Ryder asked, taking notice of Belle's choice as she took out the groceries from the basket. I don't really like overly sweet things, Belle replied as he enjoyed the snack. So plain is fine with me. I guess that's just how most boys are, Ryder said with a smile before nodding her head. All right, looks like you managed to get everything. So wash your hands and we'll get started. Right, though did we really need so much meat? Belle asked. You're not thinking of letting Archer eat alone, are you? Ryder asked back with a teasing smile. Just think how sad the goddess and Jack would be if they learned that you cooked without leaving anything for them. Good point, Belle admitted with a nod. So where do we start? First off we need to mice the beef and the onions, Ryder replied as she glanced at the recipe book. It's about an entire onion for 3 or 4 people so. Ryder started picking out the ingredients they needed before handing some onions to Belle. Dice those up as much as you can, she instructed. I'll work on the meat. Got it, Belle nodded before taking a handkerchief and wrapping it around his face, causing Ryder to giggle and for Belle to get a bit defensive. What? It's better than crying, right? I didn't say anything, Ryder said with a smile. Now then let's get to work. Can we help? Berserker asked, peering through the window as usual. And how exactly am I supposed to help? FIA asked, flapping her wings up and down. With taste testing of course, Ryder said. It's the first time anyone here is making it so there might be some problems with the taste. So we're just garbage disposals? FIA asked with a wry smile on her face. Well, I suppose burnt meat would still be better than what's in the dungeon. I won't burn it. Belle insisted. I can do at least that much. With the teasing done, Belle and Ryder got to work. First off was for Belle to dice the onions into fine pieces before setting half of the pile to the side. Ryder then had him caramelize one half in a large pan in oil with some salt. Once she was done mincing and kneading the meat, Ryder placed the meat, the sautéed onions, seasonings and an egg into a bowl. Here you go Belle, she said, pushing the bowl with the various ingredients inside toward him. Use your hand and mix it up as much as possible. Alright, Belle nodded as he plunged his hand into it after washing them. It's seeping through my fingers, how long do I have to do this? Until it's all mixed in. Gee, got it. Can I do it too? Berserker asked. Sure, we got a bit extra, Ryder said as she quickly filled a larger bowl with the same ingredients. Come to think of it, you'd probably want bigger portions, wouldn't you? Sorry. I said you didn't need to apologize, right? Big boys need their food after all. We'll need some more onions though. Wash your hands first, Berserker. Berserker nodded as FIA picked up the hose and sprayed down his hands for him, skillfully using her talons to turn the nozzle for the spray. But you can't turn a doorknob, huh? Belle asked. I can't grip it 'cause it's too round. She shouted, her cheeks turning the same color as her feathers. If it was in this shape then it would be fine. I wonder if we should replace all the round knobs with horizontal bars instead. Ryder muttered as she placed the giant bowl in front of Berserker, who plunged his massive hand into it. He. And the massive Minotaur started laughing as the texture tickled him. The rather eerie-sounding chuckle combined with the Minotaur baring his teeth painted a rather frightening picture. Please stop, Fia begged him as she took a step back. Sorry. Once the meat was all mixed up, it was time to shape them. Shape them. Belle repeated, tilting his head to the side. Like what we did with the donuts earlier. Kind of, Ryder said, picking up a clump of the mixed meat. Just pick up about this much meat, then toss them back and forth into your hands like you're playing catch with yourself. As an example, she tossed the clump between her hands. Like this, it gets rid of the air pockets in the meat and gives it its shape. I see. Belle and Berserker mimicked Ryder's movements, and pretty soon, small balls of meat were flying around between them as Fia just watched them blankly while occasionally glancing down at her wings. Sorry. I didn't say anything. Although Belle tried to apologize for leaving her out, the harpy denied everything. Once the meat was shaped, Ryder set them into the fridge to sit. Maybe we should send some to Welf to make sure he eats, Ryder said as she and Belle started cleaning up a bit. It's hard living on your own after all. It would be a load off of my mind if he were to live with us when he isn't working. Of course, Castor would never allow that. It felt as though both King and Queen wanted Welf to live with them. That being said, so did Belle, but Welf was too attached to Hephaestus Familia to leave them, and Belle didn't want to get in the way of his dream of becoming a great blacksmith just for his companionship outside of going into the dungeon. By the way, Belle, Ryder suddenly called him. Have you thought about what to do with the side dishes? I was thinking about grilling some of the veggies. Belle asked. They got the Demeter Familia seal, so I think they'd be pretty good. I see. Yep, that sounds fine. Pick out the ones you think are good and I'll help you. Carrots, mushrooms, potatoes and sprouts. The vegetables were quickly cut to make the bite-sized and either grilled or pan-fried over the stove. Once they were done, Ryder took several of the patties and placed them into a new pan that had a layer of oil poured over it. Belle watched the meat patties cook over the medium-level flame for a moment until the outer layer hardened up and flipped it. Out of the corner of his eye, Belle could see Fia and Berserker slightly drooling as aroma of cooking meat. Once both sides had hardened, Belle placed a lid over the pan and let it sit for a few minutes before turning the heat all the way up for about 15 seconds. Is this part really necessary? Belle asked as he turned toward Ryder. It looks like it's just personal choice for the texture, Ryder noted. Well, it's fine I suppose. Once that was done, they plated the meat and arranged some of the vegetables beside it. It's done right? Fia asked, leaning in through the window. Hey, it's ready to eat right? Well, Belle? Ryder asked with a smile. Do you want to give it to Fia to taste first, or do you want Archer to be the first one to taste your food? Haha, I don't think we should tease Fia like that, Belle said as he picked up one of the plates along with a fork and walked outside. Here you go, Fia. Open wide. NGH, it's embarrassing when you do it like that. Fia grumbled but nonetheless opened her mouth and accepted the food. It's good. It's really good. Oh, thank goodness, Belle said with a sigh as Ryder took the fork from Belle and started feeding Fia instead. I hadn't had to cook ever since I summoned Archer, so I was worried that I'd make a ton of mistakes. Have more faith in yourself, Belle, Ryder said. You can't look unsure of yourself when you ask Archer to eat, right? Well, he's still at the meeting with the goddess Hephaestus, right? Ryder simply smiled as she held up 3 fingers. 3, 2, 1. Once the last finger fell down, the door opened and someone stepped in. I'm back, Archer's voice called out. If there's anyone home to answer anyway. Welcome back, Archer. Belle greeted him as he quickly poked his head out of the kitchen to see Archer taking a step on the staircase. Oh, you're still here, Belle? Archer asked. Yep. I spent the day cooking with Ryder. That so? Well, have fun. I gotta head back out right away. The goddess Hephaestus asked me to undertake a quest for her, so I won't be having dinner tonight. Yet it was rather sudden, but I don't really have a reason to refuse, and she's short-handed right now. But you should at least have time for a quick bite, right? Ryder cut in, placing her hands on Belle's shoulders with a smile. Belle worked really hard on it, you know. Ryder. Archer just met Ryder's gaze for a moment before letting out a quick sigh followed by a wry smile. All right, he said, holding his hands up in defeat. I'll have a bit before I leave. Stepping back down from the stairs, Archer walked over toward them and entered the kitchen. This smell is... Archer glanced over at the counter to see the plate sitting there. Hamburger steak, Belle answered with a smile. We made it by following some of the instructions from your cookbook. Archer didn't say anything as he just stared at the dish in front of him, looking as though he was lost in his own world. Archer! Belle called out to his first servant, snapping him out of his trance. Are you all right? Yeah, Archer said quickly as he covered his mouth with his hand and looked to the side. I was just thinking about something. Meanwhile, Ryder was standing across from them on the other side of the counter with a smile on her face. Like I thought, this dish seems to have some sort of special meaning for you, doesn't it? She asked. Well, I'm not sure I would call it special, Archer replied. I don't particularly like or dislike it. But? Ryder asked, urging him to continue. Archer fell silent for nearly an entire minute before answering. It was my old man's favorite dish, Archer admitted. I was just thinking about the first time I made it for him. Well, don't be shy, Ryder said, placing another fork in front of Archer. Dig in. Yeah. Thanks for the food. Archer's fork dug into the meat, letting the juices inside the meat to seep out and mix with the sauce. He then slowly brought it up into his mouth in silence as he slowly chewed it. Well? Belle asked, feeling as though he was back on the 17th floor about to face the Black Goliath once more. Archer didn't answer right away and instead scooped up another chunk of meat into his mouth first. Archer then turned toward Belle with a big satisfied smile, causing his heart to skip a beat. Well, it's not bad, he said before placing a hand on Belle's head to ruffle his hair. No, that's not it. It's pretty good. Good job, Belle. And no, I just followed your recipe with Ryder's help, Belle muttered, feeling his cheeks heating up. I'm nowhere near as good as you or her. Really now, is Castor the only man in this familia that isn't overly modest? Ryder asked with an exasperated smile and a sigh. Just take the compliment. I suppose so. Belle mumbled as Archer simply chuckled and continued to eat. As Belle continued to watch him with a strange feeling bubbling up in his chest, the door suddenly slammed open, signaling the goddess's return. We're back! Hestia shouted as she and Assassin came sliding into the kitchen as well. And something smells really good. Meat. Assassin cheered. Is lunch ready? That's right, Ryder nodded. Today we're having Belle's hamburger steaks. Belle cooked. Hestia asked in surprise. You still have some left, right? Sorry, this is the last piece, Archer said, making a show of savoring the last bite. An action he would soon regret as Hestia suddenly launched herself at him. Whoa! Nuu! Give it to me. I want some too. There's still over a dozen patties left, goddess. Belle said quickly. I'll grill them up right away. Darou, I want to eat too. Berserker said, having also watched Fia eat without getting any himself yet. Alright. You want some too, Jack? Yes, mommy. As Belle ran to the fridge to get out some more burgers out, Ryder slid up next to Archer, who was dusting himself off after getting the goddess to release him. So how do you feel? Ryder asked him. You made quite the face earlier. Whatever do you mean? Archer asked, playing ignorant. This was Belle's way of showing his appreciation for you. Well? Do you feel appreciated? I wonder. Well, I will say that I think I understand what the old man felt when he had it for the first time. Really now, aside from Saber, the men in this familia can't be honest with themselves either. Ryder let out a sigh and she shook her head before heading back over to the stove to help Belle cook up some more steaks. Archer quickly turned around, not wanting anyone to see the smile on his face, before he headed up to his room to prepare for the quest. And so, just another simple afternoon within Hestia Familia came to an end. Chapter 35, Before the Storm. When Lily had been ordered to accompany Castor, she thought she would be acting like an assistant of sorts during an important meeting or as a carrier for the king's purchases. She did not expect to be told to disguise herself and follow without saying anything. "You look like you have a lot of questions," a rather high-pitched voice completely different from her king's usual voice said to her. "Quite a bit," Lily admitted honestly. "Ha ha ha, well, just wait until we reach our destination." So said the golden-haired human boy that was the same size as her familia goddess. Lily, currently in her usual werewolf disguise a la Cinderella, followed dutifully from the Hearthstone Manor all the way to the eastern end of the city. From there they entered a storage building filled with various storage safes. "This one," the boy said, holding up a key to a safe marked number 689. Inserting the key inside, the safe door opened without any trouble, and its contents made Lily's jaw drop. Jewels of various colors and sizes, gold and silver rings, and 3 large books that Lily recognized to be magic grimoires were sitting there without a care in the world. "Fwahahaha, not bad fells, not bad at all," the boy said with a laugh as the treasure disappeared into a golden portal. "I suppose it's no longer necessary for you all to pay for the tamer licenses now, but I think it would be better to store this as emergency funds instead." "Oh, but we can probably use the grimoires instead of selling them. What do you think, Lily? Want one?" Lily thinks using a grimoire on a supporter is a waste, Lord Castor," Lily replied, picking her jaw up from the floor. Level 2 or not, Lily was still not eager to be in any sort of combat role. You shouldn't call me Castor when we're in disguise like this," Castor said as he rubbed his chin. "I shouldn't be calling you Lily either, come to think of it. So call me Gil and I'll call you Millie, got it? If you say so." Seeing Lily's mind in complete turmoil, Gil let out a sigh as he snapped his fingers, causing a small wand to appear between them. Immediately after, the air around them seemed to still. "There, now we can talk without any risk of being overheard," Gil said with a smile. "So what's wrong, Lily? Did you not want to come along?" "And no, it's not that," Lily said quickly. "It's just that, the news that Lord Castor was the one who attacked Freya Familia, it is a bit much for Lily to take in right now." "Oh? And what makes you think that it was me?" The guild bounty said that the attack was a human boy or male palom with golden hair and red eyes. The estimated level is 4 or 5. The only paloms that are that high are in Freya Familia or Loki Familia's Braver. Of them, only Braver has blonde hair, and even then his eyes weren't red. That just leaves you. "Ah ha ha ha, touché," the boy nodded with a melodious laugh. "How can you even make yourself younger anyway?" Lily asked. "It's different from Lily's magic since your height also changed. You can just consider it a little party trick. I can share one with you if you want, but I don't think it'll do you much good if you were to get even tinier." "Will you even change all that much if you were to take the reverse candy to grow older though?" "No, Lily thinks this is as big as Lily is going to get," Lily admitted with a long sigh. "Even Loki Familia's Braver isn't that much taller than Lily." "Paloms really do have it hard," Gil muttered with a nod. "Lily also thinks Gil's party tricks are way too crazy for normal people to consider as party tricks," Lily added, hand over her the ring hanging from her necklace. "Ahaha, everything's relative, my dear attendant," Gil replied with another laugh. "But really, you seem much more comfortable speaking to me in this form than as my usual adult self." GRK. He was right. Somewhere along the way, Lily's mental exhaustion from all of this had made her act in a very informal manner with her king. "Not that I mind it," Gil continued, ignoring her inner turmoil. "Showing reverence is fine, but there's no need to overly force yourself and give nothing but empty platitudes. I need someone that can speak their mind when needed, not a sycophant." "Why yes, understood," Lily said with a nod, and Gil smiled and snapped his fingers. "Good. Now then, let us continue our date." "Yes." Lily nodded again as she followed behind Gil, only to stop as her thoughts caught up to her brain. "Hey! What's wrong?" Gil asked with a smirk. "We're burning daylight." Wait a minute, Lord, no, Gil," Lily said quickly. "Since when was this a date?" "Since I have declared it so." But aren't we just taking a walk? And thus, a date? 2 people walking together doesn't qualify as a date." Is that not the very definition of a date? Lord Castor. Ah ha ha ha, are you so against the idea? Gil asked with another laugh. Please don't tease Lily like this. More and more of her energy seemed to be floating away as Gil seemed to look apologetic. All right, I got it, Gil said with a smile and a sigh. I'll stop. How are you so different from your usual self? Lily asked as she rubbed her forehead. To her surprise, Gil's eyes clouded over as they glanced over to the side. That question haunts me at every waking moment, Gil muttered. Did Lily step on a landmine? Anyway, we should quickly head to our next destination. Where exactly are we going? Lily asked, falling into step behind Gil again. To the place of my informants, Gil replied with a grin. They must be working hard, so the donuts are part of my appreciation for them. That explains a lot. Of course I offer monetary compensation as well. This is just a bonus. Lily nodded her head again as they headed south for a bit, making their way through several narrow alleyways that Lily was rather familiar with. Are we heading to Deadless Street? Lily asked, looking around the maze-like alleyway that Gil was navigating without any problem. That's right. Deadless Street. A residential area said to have been built by an architect that had gone insane and remodeled the neighborhood many times over. Its stone buildings, stairwells, and winding roads were all going up and down with no rhyme or reason and no sense of order or direction. Some steps even stopped right in the middle of a building's wall or even went through a window and out the other side. It was no wonder that the area was often called Orario's second dungeon. It was also the place where the poor and destitute tended to gather, making Lily feel a bit worried that someone might see a pair of kids and think they would make for an easy mark. She prayed that no one would be stupid enough to try, for their own sake. Once or twice Gil would stop and look at a red arrow on the wall and change direction. These arrows were painted onto the walls and ground of Deadless Street in an attempt to lead people who got lost back out. People referred to them as Ariadne. Eventually they stopped by a building near the heart of the labyrinth. A church? Lily asked in surprise. Feeling nostalgic? Gil asked. My informants live in this church. Although it's been abandoned once before and is currently being used as an orphanage. Orphanage? Lily repeated. Then, Gil's informants are. Indeed, Gil nodded as a bag dropped on the ground between them. Pick that up and prepare yourself. Prepare for what? Lily asked, dread creeping up her spine as she slung the backpack around her shoulders. No sooner did she do so, however. Ah! It's Gil. A young Chianthrope poked her head out the door and called out the moment she saw them, and then a wave of children of all races surged out of the doors in a blink of an eye. Lily let out a scream as she quickly retreated from the scene as the children mobbed the laughing Gil. Yes, I finally managed to sneak away again to play, Gil said as he was tugged back and forth by the children. Is Mother Maria in? Lie. She is. A human boy answered with a nod. She's in the cafeteria. Got it. I need to talk to her for a moment, then we'll get to business. Millie, come. At Gil's order, the sea of children parted with all of their gazes focused on Lily as she hurried to keep pace with Gil. Most of the children weren't that tall. At the very least, the tallest one was only just a bit taller than Lily. But they didn't seem to be unhappy about their situation, judging by the fact that they could still smile so happily. Lily then turned her attention back to the church. The building was very old and run down, as most churches were since the advent of the gods. However, there were signs of recent repair to the window and walls, showing that they had at least some sort of income. Perhaps donations from some familia or Gil himself. Or maybe some of the older children were doing some jobs to help make money. Gil did say he was using them as informants. The inside of the building was rather wide, being at least 10 meters across, with doors lining the walls leading into other rooms. All of which were showing signs of recent repair. Even the ground at Lily's feet had recently sealed cracks in them. The pews that would normally line the main hall had been stacked up in one of the corners, rearranged in a way that made Lily think of a fort that children would usually make out of cushions and the like instead. Gil and Lily made their way across the hall and into the back of the church into a cafeteria where an elderly human was tending to a stove. Mother Maria, Gil's here again. Lai said as he rushed past them to the old woman. Oh my, Maria turned around with a smile. It's been a while, Gil. Ahaha, I'm sorry Mother Maria, Gil apologized with another smile on his face. But I got in trouble for sneaking out, so I had to wait a bit before I could come back. Mother Maria had long black hair that was tied up in a bun on the back of her head. She looked rather thin, not surprising considering the state of their home, but she had a calming aura about her that made the kids love her. And that girl there? The child of one of my attendants, Gil lied smoothly. Her name is Millie. I dragged her along too. From that Lily guessed that Gil was pretending to be the child of some noble living in Orario rather than familia captain. Certainly if he said he wasn't part of a familia, people would be less likely to suspect that he was the mysterious boy rampaging against the high-class familias. Anyway, I brought groceries. Gil said as he walked behind Millie and opened up her bag, pulling out several vegetables and meat. Oh Gil, I've said you don't have to go out of your way to do so. And I've said that I want to do it, so I'm going to do it. All the children who live here are my precious playmates. So of course I want to help out. It was scary that Lily couldn't tell if he was being honest or not. The usual caster would never play with children like this so easily, but the current Gil was nearly the exact opposite, that Lily couldn't believe that they were the same person even though she saw him change right in front of her. Then again, despite his standoffish attitude, Gina, Primo, and Assassin seemed to like him a lot, and not just because he was their familia captain. Besides, Gil continued. It's either this or I donate Valis, and since you won't accept that even when you accept it from several goddesses and their familias. It's not that I don't want to accept Valis, Maria said with a sigh that told Lily that this was an argument they had often. I told you it's because you are offering far too much. Gil's response was to shake his head and sigh. Still, Maria accepted the food in the end. With that done, Gil took Lily by the hand and went back out to the main hall where all the kids were currently waiting by the fort made out of the pews. Now then, Gil said, walking over and climbing on top of the fort with his arms crossed. The king's court is now in session. First order of business, let me hear what you all have learned since our last session. Let's start with. Gil began calling the names of the children one by one. To Lily's surprise, the children were indeed being used as informants. After all, orphan children were the norm in Orario. Adventurers who had relations outside of the familia whose child wasn't allowed to join the familia after their death, unwanted babies from night workers from the entertainment district, or just people who couldn't or didn't want to care for a child. They all made their way into Deadless Street one way or another. All sorts of information was being shared by the children, even if a few were doubled up on. A few of them mentioned that adventurers bearing the Loki Familia emblem were combing the streets as if searching for something. Others mentioned hearing strange noises near the entrances to the sewers. But the biggest thing was, we saw a bunch of people walking around. Lai said as a half-elf and the Chianthrope girl that spotted them when they first arrived nodded their heads. Strange people. Lily repeated. Yeah. The Chianthrope, Fina, added. They were wearing white robes and were being very sneaky. So we tried to follow them, but the half-elf, Ryu, continued only to be cut off by Gil. Are you three stupid? Gil shouted, causing everyone to flinch in surprise. Who told you to put yourself in danger by following suspicious people? I said to only keep an eye out for strange things, not to go looking for it. But. Lai began, but Gil was having none of it. No, you shut up and listen. Mother Maria and Big Sis Seer must have told you over and over, right? Dangerous people wander around here. They'll ignore you if you don't do anything overt, but if you follow them, it won't just end with a scary person yelling at you, you know. They'll come and hurt Mother Maria and everyone else as well. He did not give them a chance to explain themselves, and the three children hung their heads as he chastised them. However, Lily could tell that Gil's agitation was genuine. He didn't want them putting themselves in danger for his sake. That goes for all of you, Gil said, looking at the other children. If you see strange people, run away and tell me the next time I come. Absolutely do not follow them, under any circumstances. Do I make myself clear? A round of yes and quick nods of heads answered him. Good. Gil nodded his head as if satisfied with their answer. Is there anything else? The children all shared glances, but no one offered anything else. Then let's begin the next event, Gil declared, his smile returning to his face. Millie, take out that box. All right. Lily replied. She then took off her backpack and set it on the ground and pulled out the last item inside. Here you go. Donuts for everyone. When she opened the box, a sweet smell filled the area and the children let out squeals of delight. Everyone line up behind Lai, Fina, and Ryu, Gil said as Lily moved so that those 3 kids were in the front. There is enough for everyone, and if you want seconds you have to go to the back of the line. No more than 3 for each person though. And don't start eating until everyone's seated. That means you, Fina. Wasn't gonna. Fina protested as she picked out a chocolate donut and quickly ran off to get back in line. Once everyone had grabbed at least 1 donut, leaving only 2 left, Gil had Lily pick one out while he took the last one. Everyone's got at least 1, right? Gil asked and everyone held up a donut. Then let the donut party begin. Oh, but keep it a secret from Mother Maria. He added after a thought. Kaai. As everyone began eating, Lily saw something glowing within her bag. Holding the donut in her mouth, she opened it up again and saw several thermoses inside, each one a different color next to several wooden cups. After opening them up, she saw that they were filled with various juices or milk. Understanding what Gil wanted her to do, she took them out and started pouring them into cups as the children came over and took one to go with their snack. Is it okay to give these kids so much sugar? Lily whispered to Gil, who laughed. As long as we get out of here before Mother Maria finds out, it'll be fine. That's horrible, Gil. In any case, our next destination has been decided, Gil said. Where those robed people went. Indeed. Gil then stepped over to Lai, Fina, and Ku. Are you 3 satisfied? He asked and received the reply in unison. Yep. I'm sorry for getting mad earlier, Gil continued. But I need to make sure the 3 of you understand. Things are getting more and more dangerous lately, so if you want to protect this place and Mother Maria, you can't go actively looking for dangerous things. Just tell them to me if you see something strange, okay? Yes. I understand. I'm sorry. They gave 3 different replies this time. Then, even though it completely goes against what I said earlier, I need you 3 to show me where you saw that tunnel. At the very least, it needs to be sealed so suspicious people can't use it to move about the city easily, or worse, let criminals escape and enter the city at their leisure. Gil then placed several coins in front of them. This is payment for the 3 of you to lead me near the place you found it, 800 valis. It should be enough for some snacks for everyone. All of the orphans' eyes widened at the amount of money placed on the floor. But listen carefully, you 3, Gil continued, grabbing Lai by the face. Do not misunderstand me. This is not a reward for putting yourselves in danger. If you do something like that again, I'm going to be very unhappy. Understand? Why, yes, sir. Lai answered while the other 2 quickly nodded their heads. Satisfied with that, Gil directed the other children to distract Maria while he had the 3 of them show him the way to the tunnel, heading out through the back of the church garden. Over here. Fina said as she pointed toward a massive field of rubble. They disappeared somewhere in this field. There aren't any tunnels when we looked here later though, Lai said. Maybe they closed it up. Ryu suggested. Millie, follow me, Gil said, taking a step onto the rubble. You 3, stay there. They nodded their heads and quickly ran to hide behind a large stone block, poking only their heads out to watch them. Remember, Gil said as he turned back to the 3 orphans. No matter what happens, do not move from that spot unless I tell you to run. The 3 of them nodded again just as Gil glanced down at Lily's feet as she stood on top of a particularly large stone slab. Millie, that rock, remove it. Carefully. Lily nodded as she hopped down and dug a bit in the rubble until she found the edge of the stone. 1, 2. Digging her hands under the block, she felt her skills, Artel Assist and Crown's Guard, activate in unison. The first adjusting her strength to allow her to carry any weight and the second boosting all her parameters to allow her to follow her king's orders. The combination easily allowed her to lift the massive stone block that was easily the same size of Berserker over her head and toss it to the side. Level 2 was amazing. And judging from the flabbergasted expressions of the 3 orphans, they agreed as Gil simply let out a laugh. A few more minutes of tossing rocks away later, the area was completely cleared out, giving more room for the strange growling to seep through from the newly revealed tunnel. There really was a secret tunnel, Lily muttered as she took a few steps back while Gil stepped forward. The golden-haired boy was completely silent as his eyes glared down into the darkness. Hey Gil, is it safe? Lai called out, snapping the boy out of his contemplation. It definitely is not, Gil replied, his casual attitude slowly disappearing in favor of the mask of a king. The three of you are to go back to the orphanage, immediately. What? That's not fair. Lai protested. Millie gets to go with you. Despite her appearance, Millie is also a high-class adventurer, as you may have already noticed. The three of you have never been in a fight, so you cannot properly protect me properly. And no, petty squabbles between your friends is nowhere near the same scale. Not wanting to give up, Lai then turned to Millie. Hey Millie, can we join your familia? He asked. That isn't for Millie to decide, Lily said. That's up to Millie's captain and goddess. But Millie doubts that they will allow it since Lai and the others are still a bit young. Lily's response seemed to surprise Fina. What? But you don't look any older than we are. The youngest in our familia is 10 years old. Millie is just short for her age. Judging from their expressions, none of them were at that age yet, except for Lai, who looked back at his friends as if unwilling to leave them behind and possibly join a familia on his own. As expected of the group's leader. With that settled, get going, Gil said, his mask slipping slightly as he shooed the three away. We have work to do. As the orphans slumped away, Lily turned toward Gil. Lord Castor does realize that once we go in, they're going to follow, right? The long sigh that came out of his mouth was the only reply she got and needed. Nevertheless, the two of them turned back to investigate the tunnel. Thanks to the blessing bestowed on her by Soma and currently powered by Hestia, the pitch darkness of the tunnel did little to hamper her vision. Everything around here seemed to be made out of stone. The stairs leading into the tunnel, the walls, the ceiling. Was all of this made by Daedalus too? Lily wondered out loud, but Gil did not respond, keeping his eyes forward the entire time. This tunnel must span throughout a large portion of Orario, Gil finally spoke up. At the very least, the scent of the pleasure quarter reaches here. Lily was surprised that Gil could tell that much despite the fact that they had walked very far yet. That said, the pleasure quarter wasn't that far from Daedalus Street. Both of them were in the southeastern quadrant of Orario, with Daedalus being in the east-southeastern part and the pleasure quarter being in the south-southeastern part. But still, for a secret tunnel to lead from here to there is strange. That goddess's scent is seeping through, Gil continued, his red eyes seemingly glowing in the darkness. There is no mistaking it. She uses these tunnels often. Although Lily couldn't tell something like that, there was something else she could tell. Gil, the smell of monsters is also rather strong. She whispered, tugging on his sleeve. Like a lot of them had moved through here recently. Monsters? So that's how it is. How what dash Lily began only to clamp up. Wait, FIA. Indeed. This must be part of the system where monsters, and probably those ones, are moved through the city. I see, the picture is coming together. The path in front of them suddenly came to a stop. The stone path in front of them had disappeared and was replaced by a massive golden door about 3 meters tall with several red gemstones embedded in its luster. Its sheen was unlike anything Lily had ever seen before in Orario. Gil didn't say anything as he placed a hand against the door and gave it a slight push. As one would expect, it did not budge. Lily hasn't seen this metal before, Lily muttered. It doesn't look like a domatite. It's orichalcum, came Gil's answer, much to Lily's surprise. Orichalcum? Lily shouted, her voice echoing in the tunnel. You mean this door has the unbreakable Durandal trait? Ha ha ha, who can say? Gil shrugged as his hands disappeared into his pockets. But I suppose this is where our search ends for the time being. I cannot continue on this path today. He glanced at Lily as he said that, to which she was both grateful and frustrated. Grateful that she would not have to join in an investigation involving people who could hunt down the Xenos, meaning that they were at least level 3 and over. And yet she was frustrated that her presence was the reason her king had to end his investigation for the time being out of concern for her safety. The contrasting emotions served to only heighten her frustrations even more. Well, let's get back before they get worried. With that said, Gil turned around and grabbed Lily by the hand to start walking back. However, once they had walked away from the door, Gil wheeled around and 3 golden portals appeared around him. Massive hammers slowly slid out from the spiraling lights before they were shot out at breakneck speeds, smashing into the door and sending a loud vibration throughout the tunnel. I suppose it is quite sturdy after all, Gil said, completely ignoring the fact that Lily's ears were ringing as she was crouched low on the floor with her hands pressing down on them to try and dull the pain. I don't think I should waste any more of my treasures to try and force it open. Raising her head, Lily's mouth fell open as she saw that the 3 hammers had shattered themselves upon the massive door, but not without creating several large cracks like spiderwebs at the impact spots. As expected, it'll take a bit more to shatter something that bears the name Durandal, Gil said as if he was merely trying to shatter a glass window with a rock. As expected of one of humanity's greatest achievements that did not require the blessings of the gods. Is it necessary to do something like this? Lily asked, quickly standing up and hiding behind Gil. Probably not, Gil admitted with a smile. But it does leave quite the message, doesn't it? The one who took on Freya and Ishtar Familius has turned his eyes on them, and can probably break through the unbreakable given a bit of effort. The more they panic, the more mistakes they will make. Lily understands how Gil can grow up to be like that person now. Why does everyone keep saying that? Lily let out a sigh as she followed the depressed child that would soon return to being her king, and left the tunnel behind her, dragging 3 unrepentant orphans they had met on the way out. By then, night was slowly falling down on Orario. XXXXX. I look ridiculous. Fufu, you look fine. Don't worry about it so much. When Hestia had learned that Archer was going to accompany Hephaestus, she had fussed over him to make him look presentable. Thus he was put into one of the suits that she bought earlier while on a shopping trip with another goddess, had his hair combed down, and even had glasses placed on him so he could look smarter. I look like an attendant rather than an escort. He noted. You look fine, honest, Hephaestus repeated. She herself was wearing a tight black dress with a blue rose over her chest as well as a black hat tilted over her face to cover her right eye, also with a blue rose. But is this really okay? Archer asked. I'm not sure how much help. It's fine, Hephaestus said as she patted his arm. It's just a small business meeting that happened to be taking place during this ball. Of course, the opportunity for networking is always there. As I said, I just need an escort for this formal occasion. I'd wanted to ask Welf, but he's a bit busy with your family's equipment. Just take the time to enjoy some high-class food and drink while I take care of some business. Well, if you say so. They took a carriage from Hephaestus's shop to a section of the shopping district on the south end of the city. Lavish buildings, hotels, casinos, theaters, and high-end bars occupied the entire view. So this is where Castor goes to every other night, Archer muttered, glancing at the sparkling buildings illuminated with various high-quality magic stones. Oh, I heard from Hestia that your captain frequents the casinos around here, Hephaestus commented as they crossed through the entrance with the goddess flashing an invitation letter to the doorman with her free hand while her other hand was locked in Archer's arm. You're not slowly getting into more debt, are you? Not at all, quite the opposite in fact. The captain always comes out ahead in his little trips. As they made small talk, they crossed into the main banquet hall. Several golden chandeliers lit up the massive room, illuminating the guests and appetizers spread out on several tables. There was a band on a small stage playing a light tune for the guests to listen to as they discussed their business with each other or went about with their networking. Now that I think about it, Archer began. Is this something you yourself should be doing? Couldn't you leave it to your captain? Do you really think that Tsubaki is a good fit for a place like this? Hephaestus asked with an incredulous look on her face. Point. I can trust her to make her own contracts with adventurers since most of them don't care for niceties and etiquette, but here. Archer simply nodded his head. Certainly he was sure the half-dwarf could step up to the challenge if it came down to it, but she would definitely seem out of place. Almost as much as if Assassin or Tiona were to attend one. Then again, it's not like Archer himself was one to talk. Still, all he had to do was stand by Hephaestus's side as she conducted her business and make sure nothing untoward happened to the goddess. All in all, a rather simple quest that should be able to be completed without any trouble. Sure, things were a bit boring, but that was to be expected in a escort quest in an area surrounded by nobles from outside of Orario and Ganesha Familia members working as guards and waitstaff. Only a complete idiot would cause a fuss here. Still, that left Archer without much to do besides sampling the food left out for the guests. Which he did without hesitation for purely academic purposes. A peach tart, hey. Archer muttered to himself as he took a treat off a tray from a passing-by waiter. It's a small slice from a hole, but it probably looked like a blooming flower. The girls will probably love it. As for the taste. The baked treat crumbled and melted away in his mouth, spreading its sweet flavor throughout his mouth. It had a fruity sweetness that wasn't quite as strong as the honey cloud on the 18th floor of the dungeon, but it might be too sweet for Belle to enjoy. Knowing him, he'll probably eat it anyway to be polite, he thought with a wry smile. Maybe if I use less sugar and rely on just the strength of the peaches, he'll be able to enjoy them a bit. That guy's been pestering me about using lamb for the next meal too, so let's try that one next. Lost in his thoughts about recreating the delicacies at this ball for his familia to enjoy, Archer nearly missed someone walking by in a bright orange gown adorned with flowers the same colors as the sun. At first, he thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. After all, there was no way that girl could be here. It wasn't exactly a place she would willingly go to after all. A fun-loving and rowdy girl like her would not really find a place where the high-class elite talk circles around each other while flaunting their wealth and connections. Gah! The hem! It was her. Archer winced as he turned to see that his friend, he supposed, from outside of the familia had tripped on the hem of her gown and fallen flat on her face. A quick glance around showed him that no one was interested in helping her up. The other guests were sneering at her and whispering behind her back. They were without a doubt thinking that she didn't belong here, which was in a way exactly what Archer was thinking himself, although in much harsher words. The fact that his thoughts had reached the same level as the people shamed and angered him. He couldn't pretend he didn't see her, no matter how much he wanted to keep from being involved. Seeing her on the ground completely defeated was something that he couldn't ignore, even though it would no doubt be rather troublesome. He let out a sigh and ran his hand down his face for a moment before walking over to the fallen Tiona. "What are you doing laying on the ground like that?" he asked as he knelt down in front of her head. "A party's no place to be feeling sorry for yourself." "Hi." Tiona lifted her head and glanced up toward Archer's face. "Come on, give me your hand." Right." Tiona's expression was blank as Archer helped her feet. "As a level 6 I don't think I need to worry about you getting a bruise or something," Archer said as he straightened out the wrinkles in her dress. "Looks like the dress is fine too. It looks good on you, so it'd be a shame for it to get torn or something." "Ah, thank you." While fixing the flower embroidery hanging near her waist, Archer chanced to glance up at the Amazon's face. She had the back of her hand up next to her mouth as if covering her face, as she seemed embarrassed that he had seen her in such a state. Well, he'll take that rare expression as payment for helping her. "All right, everything seems fine now," Archer said as he stood up. "You okay? It doesn't look like you're having too much fun here." "Why yet, I'm really not," Tiona admitted, eyes downcast once more. Archer let out another sigh as he took her hand and led her to the side of the room, picking up 2 water glasses from a waiter along the way. He handed one to her as he stood by her side, back resting against the wall. "Well, take a moment to gather yourself, then decide if you want to stay or not," Archer said. "Although it is commendable for you to try to go someplace outside your comfort zone, if you aren't comfortable in this atmosphere, then there's no need to force yourself to stay." "You're probably right," Tiona muttered with a sigh. "But I think it's getting a bit better now." "Ha, that's good to hear. If you don't mind, can you dash?" "Ah, there you are." "Ah, damn." The goddess Hephaestus was walking up to them. A wry smile formed on Archer's face as he realized that he had completely forgotten about the reason he came here in the first place. "My apologies, goddess," Archer apologized with a quick bow. "Someone else had caught my attention." "So I noticed," Hephaestus replied with a smile. "You're one of Loki's kids, right?" "Ah, yes. I'm Tiona Hiriut." Tiona introduced herself quickly. "Right, that was the name. Were the two of you catching up since the expedition?" "Expedition?" Tiona repeated as she turned back toward Archer. "Oh, did you join us to the 50th floor? Sorry, but I don't remember all the Hephaestus Smiths that joined us except for Tsubaki." "Hi. Hephaestus let out a noise of surprise which was immediately followed by Tiona's sound of confusion. "Are you serious?" Hephaestus asked, mouth agape before bringing her hand up to stifle a giggle. What? It's hard enough remembering everyone in my own familia," Tiona protested. Hephaestus simply smiled as she turned her face toward Archer, who sighed before he took off his glasses and ran a hand up through his hair. "Ah!" Seeing this, Tiona immediately shouted in realization as she pointed a finger at Archer. It's Archer. Yes. It's me. What's with the get-up? You of all people are asking me that. Ahaha, right. I've hired him to escort me during the party, Hephaestus interjected. All of my familia members are busy with their own work so I couldn't ask any of them. The two of us had a meeting earlier and since I'm friends with his goddess I asked him to take on this duty as a quest. Well, it's not like this job really required me to do anything to begin with, Archer pointed out. Like I said, it's fine like that. As your familia is slowly gaining prestige what with your fight against a floor boss with only a handful of level 1 adventurers and a single level 2. Consider it practice for when you have to escort Hestia or even go to another country to represent Orario. In that case it would be my captain or vice-captain to go, right? Besides, party like this isn't something a woman goes to alone unless she is looking for a companion at the party. At this, both Hephaestus and Archer turned toward Tiona. What is it? No, never mind, Archer said, turning his eyes away as Hephaestus let out another giggle. So what have you been doing while you're here, Archer? Tiona asked. It's all been pretty boring in my opinion. I've been standing around as Lady Hephaestus's guard. In short I've been working. So you've been bored too? I didn't say that, Archer said quickly as he tucked his fake glasses into his breast pocket. It's fine, Hephaestus said. I'm finding it a bit boring too. It's not as though forming contracts is particularly enjoyable in this sort of atmosphere. Even if they do turn out to be lucrative. If only my goddess can imitate your work ethic. Loki doesn't even work at all. The two adventurers compared their respective goddesses to the admirable one in front of them who could only offer laugh to their indirect praises. Well, Loki familia is already well established and powerful so Loki also working would just be redundant, Hephaestus pointed out as if she wanted to defend her friend's honor. She also probably has her hands full managing the budget and stuff that she doesn't just leave to Braver. And compared to her time in Tenkai, Hestia's work ethic is already 1,000 times better. The fact that she's still working at that potato puff stand in spite of the fact that I'm sure you're pulling in more than enough money yourselves. Archer knew that the goddess of the forge had a point but he wasn't able to reconcile that fact with the constantly reclining and or napping goddess in his mind. Well, I still have a few more people to greet, Hephaestus continued with a cough into her hand. Why don't you keep Tiona company for a bit? And do what exactly? Was what Archer wanted to say but tactfully kept his mouth shut as the goddess walked away, leaving the two adventurers alone. So. Archer began, turning toward Tiona. Why did you come to a night ball in the first place? I can't think of anything that might make you want to come here willingly. Promise you won't laugh. Tiona began but continued without waiting for his answer. You know how Shin is in love with Finn, right? I think anyone with a working eye and half a brain can see that. Right. And she changed a lot after she fell in love and she seems super happy about it too. I don't quite get what it means to change like that. So I wanted to experience it myself. I talked to the little Argonaut about it and he recommended going to a ball since heroes and princesses usually fell in love there in the stories. And I thought I'd give it a shot since being rescued wasn't going to work. Love, hey. Archer repeated. He didn't feel like making fun of her for it. She looked as though she was seriously thinking about the topic. Well, that may be a reason to tease her for it in of itself. Yeah, Tiona nodded. What about you? Have you ever fell in love? Now then, how was he going to answer that? Archer. No, I was just surprised at the question, Archer replied honestly as he folded his arms across his chest. Falling in love, well, I suppose that was a lifetime ago. Really? Tiona shouted in surprise. Who was it? What was she like? No, what did it feel like? Who she was isn't really important. It's a pretty embarrassing tale now that I look back on it. I was under attack and she saved me. A spear faster than the human eye can perceive aimed toward his chest like lightning. The moonlight repelling it to save him. A beautiful clang that was nothing more than the clash of steel. The image of a girl in armor that was neither beautiful or refined but the girl's beauty was enough to turn the clash into a charming sound like a bell. The faint moonlight filtering in and illuminating her golden hair, revealing her quiet green eyes and the royal blue outfit that symbolized her. It felt as though time had stopped. Our eyes met only for a second that lasted for an eternity. It was a scene that I'll remember no matter how many times I fall into hell. Archer. No, it's nothing. Anyway, at the risk of sounding cheesy, I don't think you should go looking for love. It finds its way to you without warning and sticks to you for the rest of your life. I see, Diona muttered before frowning slightly. What's with this feeling? Before Archer could ask what was wrong, the band at the edge of the hall started playing a different melody, encouraging the various couples in the hall to converge in the center of the hall and move together to the beat of the song. HOH, looks like a dance is starting, Archer noted. A dance? Diona asked. I tried earlier and I wasn't any good at it. Do you know how to dance? I've dabbled. Then you know more than me. Come on. Wait, what? Since I'm not good at dancing and you said you knew how to, then you can teach me. The servant was then dragged by the hand to the dance floor. Fine. Just stop dragging me. Seeing as he was nowhere near strong enough to fight the grip of a level 6 Amazon, the only thing he could do was wait until she released him herself. Naturally, Diona seemed to realize that the moment she did, Archer would immediately leave the dance floor, so she was forcing him to take the lead while she had a death grip on his left hand. Place your other hand on my shoulder, then follow my movements, Archer said as he moved his right hand to her waist. Like this? Diona asked, mirroring his steps to the beat. Oh, so this is how you do it. Right. If I step forward, take a step back with the foot on the same side and vice versa. Follow the beat. 1, 2, 3. So just a change of partner can make things really fun. I thank you for that, but why do I get the feeling that you swung your previous partner around like a rag doll? Ahaha. With a roll of his eyes, Archer continued leading Diona with the dance. Even though this was probably her first real dance, Diona was following his lead perfectly. Her experience as an adventurer probably coming to play as she mirrored his steps perfectly without looking down at their feet and simply following the subtle gestures of his movements. Still, I wonder if this is like the story of the knight Laszlo. Really now, I would prefer not to be compared to a romantic affair. Come to think of it, is Shin not around? The two of you are usually together. It's not like we're joined at the hip or anything, Diona muttered. And I kinda left without telling her where I'd be going anyway. Why? Because she kept pushing my buttons. So what exactly was the argument about? Archer asked. She kept going on and on about how it was too early for me to find love even though we're twins. Diona replied. We have the same face and the same age, so why should it be so different for us? Archer bit his tongue to keep from saying anything, but Diona still stomped on his foot. Don't you start to. She warned. I didn't say anything. He protested weakly. Don't hit a level 1 with your level 6 strength. You're still saying things like that, huh? Diona asked with a smile. You're far tougher than any level 1 in history, you know. Oh, I wouldn't say that. Saber can kick my butt up and down, babble with his eyes closed if we ever get into a sword fight. You're just being humble again, aren't you? Well, that's just one of your good points after all. The music ended as Diona offered him a big smile, to which Archer responded with a small one of his own. Well, things like this wasn't so bad once in a while. XXXXX. It was past midnight when Ace returned home to the Twilight Manor, a time much later than usual. She felt that she learned quite a bit in fighting human opponents when facing off against Saber, but she felt that she still had a ways to go. She didn't want to use the black flame inside of her, a skill that she had wanted to seal away, but from the looks of things, if she were to face against an opponent on the same level as herself or higher, it may be her only option. Saber was sympathetic to her decisions, but he also agreed that there may be a time where she would have to choose to do so in order to save her friends. He then punctuated that statement by disarming her of the fake desperate. She did not refute him. Loki Familia's enemies were too powerful for her to keep holding back. And although she did not think it would be possible, there was still a chance that Hestia Familia may be included amongst that number in the future. It might not be because of evils, but there was a chance that a small squabble between the goddess could spiral out of proportion in the future. Such things happened quite often in Orario after all. So for the next training session, the gloves will be off and the two of them will be going at each other at as close to their fullest as possible. But did she really stand a chance at facing a living legend? Of course not. But that was why she wanted to do this. To get as close to that legend as possible. The legend of a dragon slayer. And there was one certain dragon that stood in the way of that dream. As Ace sat in the cafeteria to have something to eat before turning in, someone came up to her. Miss Ace. Leffy Ya stood beside her, dressed in her casual wear while looking rather distressed about something. Leffy Ya? Is something wrong? She asked. I was thinking about some things since yesterday and I wanted to ask you a few things. What about? She asked as Leffy Ya sat down beside her. The two of them were the only ones in the cafeteria right now aside from those inside the kitchen working the late night shift, but they were too busy to pay attention to the two girls. You remember 2 days ago, how the spirit of Argonaut took over Belle Cranel's body for a while? Leffy Ya asked and Ace nodded. And how he was able to summon a magic sword in front of us? Yes. And you know how Mr. Archer can make magic swords without any problem? Yes. And then back in Milan how Mr. Saber also called magic swords in front of him. And then there's the captain, Castor, who summoned countless magical wands and staves on the level of Lady Riveria's Magna Elfs. Oh! Miss Ace! Leffy Ya began as she took a deep breath. Do you think, perhaps, the stranger members of Hestia Familia are actually... Ace braced herself for the secret that was about to slip out. Possessed or at the very least had their power gifted by spirits as well. Hi? Ace asked, tilting her head to the side. I mean, Mr. Argo said that he was able to summon his lightning sword due to a contract with a spirit, right? Leffy Ya reminded her. Do you think that the members of Hestia Familia are also the same? At the very least, I think the ones who have been given those strange nicknames by Goddess Hestia are deeply connected to spirits in some way. Well, she wasn't wrong per se, but Ace probably shouldn't say anything that might push her on the correct path. I don't know about that, Leffy Ya, Ace said. That's quite a lot of people, right? Probably. Leffy Ya admitted. If we count Bell himself and the Paloma. Lily. I think that was her name, then that would make it 7 people. Master, Supporter, Saber, Archer, Lancer, Rider, Caster. When I say it out loud it sounds really dumb, Leffy Ya sighed as she thumped her head against the table. It sounded really good too. Ace didn't say anything as she nibbled on her food. Hopefully she won't pursue this line of thought any further. Is there a difference if they are powered by spirits or not? Ace asked. I guess I would be worried if the Mr. Archer we know is actually him or the spirit that might be possessing him, Leffy Ya admitted. If he was possessed by one and then the spirit leaves, won't it be sad if the first thing he says to us is who are you? Ah! That was indeed a good point. Ace herself was not sure if the spirits of Hestia Familia were using their own forms or borrowing a body like Argonaut did with Belle. It would be sad if Archer didn't recognize Ace and the others after everything they had been through. Before either of them could say anything else though, a sharp crack echoed in the distance followed by the massive beating of pouring rain. A thunderstorm. Leffy Ya wondered aloud. In this season? Ace didn't respond, instead turning her head toward the west where she knew a house full of spirits resided. XXXXX. The world was pitch black. Not because it was night but because of the black clouds in the sky. A ceaseless storm poured down upon the world, creating an endless flood that threatened all life. It was the rage of a goddess, one that had been slighted by those that had been created to worship the gods and instead turned against them. But even as lightning burned across the sky, there was a small crack in the clouds. The end of the storm was nigh, but at what cost? He was here again. Again once more in this land of dreams. He knew this as although the rain soaked everything under its tears, he himself remained dry. Dry in everything save for his eyes as he stared at the sight in front of him. There was a man, one that he revered nearly as highly as the gods themselves for his majesty and strength. That man was currently on his knees, clutching a limp form desperately in his hands as the form was slowly crumbling to mud. He could not see the man's face, only his back. And yet he had never seen something so broken and lost in his entire life. He took a step forward, only for a hand to grasp him tightly by the shoulder. Wheeling around he saw his own reflection staring back at him. But it was not him, standing there dressed in his pajamas. It was a reflection adorned in golden armor with 2 magic blades by their side. It was him and at the same time, someone completely different altogether. They said nothing, only shaking their head to tell him not to step forward. To tell him to simply watch as the dream played out. To tell him that there was nothing he could do for anyone right now. And so, he waited. And so, he watched. And then, a voice spoke up. "Why are you crying?" A voice asked with none of its usual arrogance or majesty. "Could it be that you now regret choosing to stay by my side?" "It's not that," another voice that was neither male nor female responded. "Who would understand you after I die? Who else would march forward by your side? When I think that you will live on all alone henceforth, I can't help but shed tears, but I suppose that is too much for a weapon like me to think about." Their voice was faint and weak. One that could only be heard at this distance because this was a memory within the realm of dreams. "I won't allow this." Desperation sank in as the man brought the crumbling form closer to his chest. "Why must you be punished for my own selfishness?" The heavens above seemed to weep even harder, as if the world itself was crying in place of the broken man. But the dying form simply let out a weak laugh as if to try and comfort the man. "You don't need to be sad. I'm a weapon. Just one of all those treasures you have. You'll find countless treasures after this, much better than I am. You see, there's nothing so valuable about me that gives you reason to drench your cheeks like this." But the man would have none of the self-depreciation. "You have value. Value no one else has. I declare it here and now. In all the world, I have only one friend. So that value will never change, for all eternity." They were words spoken deep from the confines of the man's heart and soul. The one dying in front of him was an irreplaceable and priceless treasure. One that the man would never find again for as long as he lived and even further beyond. But the body could no longer answer him. They had already crumbled away, leaving nothing but earth in the man's hands. "Ridiculous. You lived with me, spoke with me, fought with me. That is neither a person, nor a tool. That is called a friend." And with that declaration the man sealed his own fate. The fate of all kings. He fell onto his knees as he watched the king stand up and stare up into the crying heavens, allowing the rain to fall upon and down his face. There was no rage or fury contained in the king's form. Only a wound in the king's heart that would never be filled. He never wanted to see something like this. He was always afraid he would see something like this. He didn't want to see one of his heroes in such a painful state. Enough. He lifted his head up and saw that the king was staring right at him. No emotion could be seen. Not the rage or anger that he would have expected from this invasion of privacy. There was simply nothing at all reflected back at him through the king's eyes. His reflection grabbed him by the arms and hoisted him to his feet. As they did, the world around them began to crack and crumble. The dream was ending. He reached a hand out toward the king, but they had already turned their back to him to stare back up at the sky once more. XXXXX. Bell Cranel's eyes shot open and his room was filled with the distant thunder and the pitter-patter of raindrops beating against his window. But he did not move his sobbing eyes from the ceiling of his room. For a certain office was situated just a few floors above. The office of the subject of his dream. A dream that showed no sign leaving any time soon. Heroic Myth. Chapter 36, Erupting Rage. The storm did not subside when morning came. Thankfully, Berserker and FIA had managed to get under the cover of the pavilion just outside of the dining area to keep themselves dry when the storm began, but the harpy did not appreciate the constant booming thunder at all. "I guess we forgot to take into account freak rainstorms when setting up their tent," Hestia said with a sigh as another clap of thunder caused FIA, Primo and Assassin to flinch. "Do we have to build a small hut or something instead? We might be able to get away with just making the tent larger and using some undine cloth for the outer layer," Archer said as FIA buried her head into Berserker's chest to try and hide from the thunder. "Though I suppose that that's a bit expensive. We could set up runes instead," Lancer suggested. "But I am unsure how viable it will be for a long-term solution." "Well, it's not like we can set anything up without a budget anyway," Hestia muttered, glancing across the table to the head seat, which was currently empty. "And Castor hasn't left his room yet. I went up to check on him a bit earlier, but he didn't answer when I knocked," Ryder said. "Maybe he's just not feeling well," Emma offered. "Do spirits even get sick?" Gina asked, tilting her head to the side. "Maybe he just has a lot on his mind," Belle replied, having not told anyone about his dream yet and had no plans to share something like that. Hey Primo, Castor called you up last night, right? Gina continued turning to the elf. Was everything okay? Hi. Primo blankly stared at the Amazon for a moment before quickly shaking the cobwebs out of her head. Oh right. Everything was fine. We just had a chat about some things, but he seemed normal. I don't really know him well enough to say I guess. Well, it's not as though Gil is really into making friends after all, Hestia shrugged, and Belle inwardly winced at his goddess's words. In any case, we'll bring him something up later. Will you guys be going into the dungeon today? Primo and Emma both turned toward the window at the downpour with hesitant faces while Gina let out a small giggle. We probably should, hi. Emma asked Primo, who reluctantly nodded her head. And Lily and the others can't take any more time off, right Belle? Lily asked, turning to Belle. Belle? Huh? Ah, right. Yeah. Looking around, Belle realized that everyone was staring at him. Are you all right, Master? Lancer asked. You seem distracted. Sorry, I guess I'm just worried about Castor, Belle admitted. I know that it's not like he shows up for breakfast every day since he sometimes has business to attend to, but he always showed up if he's at home though. Come to think of it, that's true huh? Hestia muttered with a nod. Something must really be bugging him then. Then what should we do? Ryder asked. It might be best just leave him alone for a bit, right? He definitely isn't the type to talk to someone about his problems, Archer pointed out. He'll probably insult anyone who tries to find out too. Adults always keep their problems to themselves after all, Primo noted with a bitter face. Well, we're talking about that captain after all, Gina added. His problems are probably something us mere mortals can't hope to understand. So, we should have the goddess go talk to him then. Emma asked. I think me going up to someone who claims to hate deities to ask what's wrong will just make him even angrier, Hestia replied. Everyone keeps saying that, but I don't ever see him do anything that shows that he dislikes the gods. If anything, he showed both you and the goddess Loki quite a bit of respect. Well, even so, I don't want to find out what he means when he says he doesn't like us. The servants save for Berserker and Assassin shared a glance and Belle had a feeling what they were thinking about. If a god had been responsible for the scene that he saw, Belle couldn't blame Castor for his rage. Even Belle was not sure he would be able to forgive anyone who would hurt Lily, Emma, or the other girls, deity or not. The doorbell suddenly rang, causing everyone to turn toward the front door. Wanting to clear his head a bit, Belle jumped up first and headed toward the door, only stopping to catch an umbrella thrown at him by Archer. Belle couldn't think of anyone who would visit in this weather except for Welf. Belle called out as he ran out to the front gate toward his friend who was smiling despite standing in the rain with nothing more than an Undine cloth cloak over his head, his great sword hanging on his back and a crate tucked under his arms. What are you doing out here? Well, I didn't know if we were going to go to the dungeon or not with this hell of a storm, so I thought I'd head over to check and bring your armor with me. Well, we were, but you didn't have to come all the way here. We could have met up at Babel. But Welf simply smiled and waved him off as he crossed through the gate with Belle lifting his umbrella over the taller boy's head. As he moved to close the gate, however. Wait. Please don't close it just yet. A voice called out to them from down the street. Seer. The pub waitress was running down the street with nothing but a raincoat over her head as she clutched a small package under her arms. With a quick look at Welf, who nodded in understanding, Belle ran out into the street to meet her halfway. What's wrong, Seer? Belle asked as he held the umbrella over her head. Why are you all the way out here? Because of you. Seer replied, raising her voice a bit so she could be heard over the rain. How long has it been since you came over to pick up a lunch? Lunch? Yes, my lunches. Ah. Belle remembered. He had always stopped by the hostess of fertility to pick up a handmade lunch from Seer. However, due to various circumstance, the last time he had done so was way back before the floor boss fight, before he had even met Emma and Primo. Then there was the fact that Archer had returned to the Familia and Ryder's edition. There was never a problem in food that Seer's lunches of variable and questionable quality had fallen out of Belle's mind. But that's because we were sleeping inside the dungeon for the floor boss and then we left on vacation and we hadn't been inside the dungeon. No excuses. Seer said with a humph. That's why you're not going to be escaping today. Here. Without giving Belle a chance to explain, Seer forced a small box wrapped in cloth into his arms. Be sure to give it back when you return, okay? Seer said with a smile and a wink that made Belle's heart skip a beat before running back down the street, leaving Belle staring after her with the lunch in his arms until he felt a weight on his shoulder. Turning to his side, he found Welf leaning against him with a knowing smirk on his face. Always the ladies' man, ain't ya? He asked Belle, to which the boy could offer no retort. Let's just get out of the rain. Belle said as they hurried into the house with Belle feeling as though he had forgotten something. Oh my, Welf. Ryder said as she stood in the foyer with towels in her hand. You came all the way here in this weather. It wasn't so bad, Welf said, accepting the towel from the woman. The Undine cloth kept me completely dry. Same with Belle's new equipment. Even so. Ryder let out a sigh as she shook her head and looked over her shoulder. Well, we're still in the middle of breakfast, so you're welcome to join us if you haven't eaten yet. Oh, I'll take you up on that. This isn't the real reason you're coming over, is it? Belle asked with a grin. Nah, course not. Welf replied with a grin of his own. As Welf stepped through the doorway into dining room though, he let out a yelp as his eyes locked onto Berserker, who was patting the still shaking FIA on the back. Ah. Right. That was what Belle had forgotten. Berserker lifted his head up and met Welf's eyes before giving the smith a small wave, prompting Welf to stare at Berserker for a long moment before slowly turning his head toward Belle. It's always Minotaurs with you, isn't it? He asked with a shaky voice as a grin formed on his face. Belle could only let out a dry laugh in response as Welf seemed to understand what was going on immediately. XXXXX. Sorry Welf. Emma said, clapping her hands together in front of her face. We didn't know how to tell you about it. Nah, it's fine, Welf said quickly. Sure, it was a shock, but as long as he's not going to rip my head off then it's all good. You don't have to worry about that, Primo assured him with a smile. Berserker is really friendly. Well, if you're saying it, then it must be true. Even though he was saying that, Welf still looked a bit nervous around Berserker when compared to FIA. It was probably just the sheer size difference, but Belle was sure Welf would understand in time. So, with this both parties will go into the dungeon today, Hestia nodded to herself as she confirmed it. Do you have work today, Lady Hestia? Gina asked. Who's going to go out shopping for snacks in this weather? Hestia asked as a massive thunderclap punctuated her words. There's no way the stand's going to open like this. The food will get soggy or worse, get blown away. Yeah, I bet. So, what's the formation like? Welf asked as he glanced over at Archer. You are coming with us too, Archer. That's the plan, Archer nodded. Though depending on the circumstances, either Saber or I will split off to do some solo hunting. We have a goal to hit after all. Got it, Welf acknowledged with a nod as he glanced over at FIA and Berserker again. Of course, Master Welf will still get his complete share of the profits, Lily said. No, I wasn't thinking of anything like that, Welf said quickly. I'm already well off after all the work and payment your captain gave to me. So, I don't mind if I get a smaller share. No, you're getting the amount we agreed upon when you first joined the party, Lily insisted. There is no reason for Lily and the others to change the contract now. Give it up, Welf, Belle said with a wry smile. You know Lily won't back down when it comes to money. The contractor trying to raise the amount paid while the contracted is trying to lower it, Lancer muttered with a hand on her cheek. Truly you will see all sorts of things if you live long enough. No kidding, Hestia agreed with a nod. XXXXX. Once breakfast was finished, everyone quickly returned to their rooms to prepare their equipment while Welf remained downstairs to chat with Ryder and Hestia. Belle quickly put on his newest set of armor, the Pyonkichi MKII, and examined himself in the mirror. The design hadn't changed much from the MKII, but if he trusted Welf's ability then the armor was no doubt stronger than it was before, and it was definitely much lighter, meaning that Belle's mobility would remain unhampered without sacrificing anything in terms of protection. In terms of weaponry, Belle still had the knife Hestia gifted to him, the silver baselard created by Archer, and the red dagger, Ushiwakamaru, created from half of the Minotaur horn he had given Welf weeks before. Said dagger now had a twin, the Ushiwakamaru Type 2, made from the other half of the horn to complement the base lard and replace the longsword that had been destroyed by the Black Goliath. The mithril axe he had brought back from his little adventure with Lefia had been maintained and was ready to be used if Belle so wanted. It was currently resting inside Belle's closet, but Belle wondered if he should use it to make a makeshift grave for the poor adventurer who lost their life to that plant monster instead. It was because of that axe that Belle was able to protect Lefia, which allowed them to escape, but Belle wasn't sure if it was okay to use something of such high quality at his current level. Thus, it would sit inside his closet until he decided one way or the other. As he walked toward his door to head downstairs, his hand stopped just at the doorknob as his gaze wandered upward toward the ceiling. He thought back to the dream. At how utterly broken the man within it had been at the loss of his friend. His only pillar of emotional support. Had he steeled his heart in order to rule properly? Did the man who stood alone and above all others care about anyone anymore? What exactly reflected in those eyes that could see as far as the gods above did? Resolving his heart, he pulled open his door and headed upward to the 4th floor instead. Belle knew he was probably going to be making a nuisance of himself, but he knew all too well the pain of losing the only person that was close to you, to lose a pillar of emotional support. After his grandfather had fell to his death off a cliff, Belle had been completely lost at what to do, at the aftermath of his death and with his life in general. It had taken him weeks to gather the resolve to sell their farm and move to Orario to become an adventurer. He knew nothing he could come up with or say to Castor would change anything, but at the very least, he wanted to talk to his servant before leaving, regardless if it was for his own sake or Castor's. So, there he was, standing in front of the king's office. Taking a deep breath, Belle raised his hand and "Enter." The response came before Belle's fist could knock on the door, as though the king knew Belle was going to bother him. Nonetheless, Belle opened the door and stepped through. Castor was at his chair, as usual, but he wasn't combing through papers or clay tablets like he often did. His arms were on the armrests to his side and his eyes were closed as if he was sleeping. "What is it?" Castor asked without opening his eyes. Belle thought for a bit at what he was going to say and decided that saying that Castor was missed at the dining table would either annoy him or be met with apathy. "I just wanted to report that we're heading off into the dungeon now," Belle replied. "And I was wondering if you had any last-minute tasks for us." Castor did not answer for a moment. "None. Continue as you see fit. However, inform Gwen that both parties are to remain within the dungeon until you yourself decide it is time to withdraw. When you do, you are to regroup with the second party and withdraw together." Belle nodded his head in understanding. As Lancer would be part of Party B, Belle would be able to find them wherever they were. Perhaps this was Castor's way of making sure nothing untoward happened to either party on the way out. With 4 servants together, it would take something catastrophic on a greater level than the Black Goliath to take them on. However, Belle didn't think it was right to just leave like this. "My king, are you all right?" Belle asked. "You don't look like you've slept well." "A servant does not require sleep, as you should well know," Castor replied with none of his usual force. "But I will admit that I am feeling rather tired. I have begun thinking about things of the past. Nothing important." Belle knew it. Castor did indeed see the same dream Belle did. Without thinking of the consequences, Belle opened his mouth again. "Did you dream of your friend?" The question caused Castor's eyes to open and level a glare at Belle, who weathered it with barely a flinch. "My friend?" Castor asked incredulously. "Where is this nonsense coming from?" "My dream was of my battle against a beast whose very existence threatened to drown my kingdom in an endless flood. Nothing so banal as something about a friend." His words were sharp, but Belle knew that they weren't as harsh as they could be. "In the first place, do I look like someone who would carelessly take on friends?" Castor continued. "Even that useless goddess of yours can see that much." It was faint, but Belle could swear that he heard a loud sneeze from the kitchen, 4 floors below. "Besides, even if I had a friend, I would have already forgotten their name," Castor spat out with a frown while leaning back into his chair. "Because I can't speak it anymore." Belle's eyes widened slightly. That last sentence was all Belle needed to know if Castor still remembered the broken body within the dream. "Humph, it seems that you are rather impudent this morning," Castor said, closing his eyes again but not before depositing several blue cloaks into Belle's arms. "I grow weary of your presence. Begone." "My apologies," Belle replied quickly, trying to keep a smile from forming on his face as he gave Castor a bow before quickly leaving the office. It was just a bit, but Bell felt as though he understood his king just a little bit more. XXXXX. You know, all of us walking together like this makes it feel like we're about to go on a deep dive expedition, Gina noted as Hestia Familia plus Welf ran down the street under the cover of umbrellas and Undine cloth cloaks. And the captain's money seems bottomless as usual. Undine cloth as raincoats, of all the... Don't think about it too much, Archer said, patting the Amazon on the back. With this kind of rain, I can't believe the dungeon doesn't get flooded, Primo said, glancing up slightly, only to quickly pull her hood over her eyes as another flash of lighting streaked through the air. That's probably because the entrance to Babel Tower is a bit above ground level and Orario's sewer system is big enough to draw away the water. Even in this storm the two parties were not the only ones moving through the storm. Several other adventurers were also begrudgingly pushing through the shower to head to Babel Tower. Those who didn't let a little water stop them from adventuring and those that couldn't afford to take even a single day off for their livelihood were making their way to the dungeon as per usual. Although several of the usual food stands that lined the streets had closed up for the day with only those that had their stands connected to a larger store remaining open. So, we're all going in together until the third floor? Emma asked. That's about right, Gina nodded. I guess it's too early for Primo and me to join Belle and the others, huh? It probably isn't a good idea, Belle said. I didn't go past the 5th floor until at least 2 weeks in. And that is still way too fast. Lily pointed out. It's one thing if Belle was in a party at that time but you were still solo, right? Yeah, but I met Archer because of that, so it's fine, right? Well, that's practically ancient history by now, Archer muttered with a nostalgic smile. Also, since they're in a party, Emma and Primo's status are growing much faster than mine did when I started out. Of course, that's thanks to my superb leadership. Gina said, puffing her chest up with pride. Even though we got lost a few times. Primo muttered, causing the Amazoness to deflate a bit. At least I'm still better than Emma. Said older girl just let out a weak chuckle, unable to say anything back, having gotten them lost on the way back to the inn when they were back in Milan even though their hotel was one of the tallest ones and could be seen from almost every part of the port. What about you, Welf? Saber asked. Did you take things quickly or slowly when you first started out? A bit of both, the smith admitted. I went as far as I could in one go and if I ran into something I couldn't take easily I ran back up a floor for a bit before trying again. Though as you know, I ended up getting stuck on the 10th floor until you guys added me to the party. That seems to be the pattern, Lancer noted glancing at Gina who just shrugged her shoulders in response. But I suppose it would be different for everyone. Their small talk lasted all the way until they reached the entrance of Babel Tower where they quickly ran in to take shelter from the rain. The entrance was much busier than usual with the adventurers who usually took stock out in the plaza in front of the tower taking shelter within as well. Praise the gods who decided to build Babel Tower on a higher level. Gina called out once she jumped in, causing several of the surrounding adventurers to chuckle or nod in agreement. It's really crowded in here today, Emma noted as she took down her hood. That's quite a long line heading down. The stairs that descended into the dungeon was packed to the brim with adventurers, making Belle wonder if most of the adventurers just loitering around entrance on the edges of the wall was just waiting for the line to get shorter before moving themselves. Let's move to the wall, Belle said as he looked over his shoulder to see several more people running up the steps. We're kinda blocking the entrance. With a round of nods, the party moved toward an empty section of the wall and waited for the line to move themselves. Lily's backpack hit the floor with a thud as she opened it up to do some last-minute inventory while everyone, aside from the servants, were doing some equipment checks themselves. Even though they kept to themselves, Belle felt several eyes looking their way. Raising his head up slightly, he quickly noted several people awkwardly avoid his gaze as if they didn't want him to notice them staring, but there were a few adventurers who didn't turn away. For a moment Belle wondered if Saber and Lancer were drawing attention with their flirting again, but they were mostly behaving themselves. The couple was leaning against the wall together with Lancer's head on Saber's shoulder but otherwise not doing any of their usual love talk. By all accounts they were just a normal adventuring couple. Then again, that itself would still draw the eyes of jealous adventurers who didn't have a partner for themselves, especially a beautiful woman like Lancer or a cool and handsome man like Saber. Mostly the former, as the majority of adventurers were men after all. Belle hoped that no one would try to pick a fight with them because of it. No need to worry about people staring, Vice Captain, Gina said, popping up next to Belle's arm. You do remember that the Familia took out a Goliath before I joined, right? People are only just now getting a good look at you and the others. I think more at Lancer than anyone else though, Emma added with a wry chuckle. At her words, Saber's gaze hardened as he turned his head slightly at the watchers only for them all to quickly turn away. Apparently, no one wanted to say anything to the guy with the glowing red magic sword. Gaya, the upper floors are going to be packed today. Gina shouted in annoyance as she scratched the sides of her head. New plan, we're going to go all the way to the 5th floor. Hey! Primo let out her own shout in surprise at Gina's declaration. Is that okay? Of course. It's not like there's anything stronger than a dungeon lizard that shows up there and Emma can already beat 2 on her own at the same time. With me and Lancer around, the 2 of you will be just fine. Primo did not look happy at that explanation at all as she turned to Lily. Isn't this the part where you jump in and say that that's reckless? The elf asked. Lily raised her head out from her pack. Lily thinks it's fine. Aside from a larger spawn rate there isn't much difference between the first 5 floors. It's one thing if Miss Primo or Miss Emma were alone, but so long as Miss Lancer is with you all then Miss Primo and Miss Emma can raise your status up faster while still be relatively safe. And that to complete Lord Caster's objectives the second party needs to advance as well. Why am I not included? Gina demanded with a pout. I might only be a level 1, but my status is plenty high enough for the 5th floor. I'm all for it as well. Emma chimed in, pumping her arms. It would seem that you have been outvoted, Miss Libera, Lancer noted with a laugh as Primo's head and ears slumped in defeat. I'll do my best. That's the spirit. By the way, you sure you still want to join us, Jackie? Welf asked, causing the smallest servant to look his way. Not that I'm complaining, but don't you want to hang out with your friends? We do, but we like being with Mommy more. Assassin replied as she wrapped her arms around Belle's waist in a hug. Ah! Emma let out a teasing smile as Belle scratched his cheek in embarrassment. He did feel rather happy about it as he patted Jack's head though. It would appear that the line has thinned out considerably, Saber said as he and Lancer separated. Shall we depart? Of course. Belle nodded. Let's begin our next adventure. Everyone aside from Archer and Lancer let out a cheer at Belle's words, with the former simply shaking his head with a smile while the latter let out a weaker cheer as she shyly raised a fist in the air with the others. XXXXX. Blast away these hapless rejects. Lumen Pleiades. The orbs around Primo flashed once before beams of light streaked forward, shooting around Emma and Gina as they crashed into the walls and floors beside the pack of dungeon lizards charging at them. The spell shattered their momentum and formation, sending the monsters flying into the walls, allowing Gina and Emma to charge forward for the initiative. Normally Primo should be doing her best to target them directly, but as they were after the magic stones within the monsters to meet Caster's objective, she had to improvise. Are you all right, Miss Libera? Lancer asked. Do you need a mind potion? No, I'm still just fine, Primo replied with a smile. That's good to hear. But remember to say something if you are feeling tired. Of course. According to that elf waitress, Ryuil Leon, constantly using magic doesn't increase one's capacity for using magic outside of how one's parameters increase, thus there was zero reason to push one's mind to its limit before taking a potion, as it carried the risk of mind down, rendering the mage a useless burden that had to be carried away from the battlefield. Primo refused to be a burden, so she had asked Belle and Ryua to describe the symptoms of mind down as best he could so that she could watch out for it and prepare herself to take a potion to recover her mind. As Emma and Gina handled the monsters, Lancer was moving to the corpses, drawing a rune on their bodies. Primo stuck close to the servant, still keeping an eye on the battle in front of her, and watched as the corpse burned away, leaving nothing but the magic stone behind. It really is convenient, Primo noted as Lancer smiled. Can't Mr. Saber do that too? When he looked over Emma and me, he just cut them out normally. That person does not use fire if he can help it, Lancer replied. I heard his reasoning for it, but I cannot quite comprehend it. Is he afraid of fire? Even though he defeated a dragon. He says it is only natural for people to fear fire, but perhaps it is because he fought a dragon that he came to fear its destructive power. No, perhaps it's because of Lancer's voice trailed off as she turned her face away from Primo before moving to the next corpse. Primo tilted her head to the side in confusion but thought it was probably best not to ask. Done. Gina shouted, throwing her hands up as Emma stabbed her new blade into the lizard's skull. That's a good workout. How are you doing, Emma? The older girl was leaned over, hands on her knees as she was desperately gasping for air. Can we take a break, please? She begged between gasps. Compared to the mage Primo and the veteran Gina, Emma was running ragged. Ever since they had split off from Belle and the others, it had been one group battle after another. At least Primo didn't have to fire another volley in this one, so they could collect much more magic stones than before. Sure thing, Emma, Gina replied as she pulled out a map from her pack. Let's see, the closest safe zone is. They walked for a few more minutes with Lancer lending Emma a shoulder to lean on before they came across a dead-end room. Once they settled in, Emma leaned against the wall and slid down with a thud. Here you go, Miss Flores, Primo said, offering Emma a canteen. I'm alive again. Emma sighed after drinking a good portion of the canteen. She then turned toward Gina. How do you do this every day? Well, to be fair, it's easier on me because I spent time as a supporter and that my status is higher than yours when I first came down here. So basically, experience. Emma let out a long sigh as she rubbed her eyes. I wish I could grow as fast as Belle. You and the rest of the city. I wonder if I should try training with a servant too. I would be happy to assist you in that regard as well, Lancer offered before glancing up as if looking toward the direction where the sun should be on the surface. It should be almost noon by now. Should we have a quick meal as well? A quick round of nods answered her, so the Valkyrie pulled out the portable magic stone stove and started heating up the kettle. Primo pulled out a rag to clean her staff as Gina and Emma pulled out some parchment containing their notes of rune magic to study in their downtime. She wasn't envious of their studies. Although she was curious about rune magic herself, she already had her hands full with her own magic, as well as the new duties given to her personally by Caster. XXXXX. The previous night Primo had been suddenly called up to Caster's office. Captain? Primo asked as she knocked on the office door. It's Primo. You wanted to see me? Indeed. Enter. The response was curt and to the point as per the captain's usual attitude toward things. Nevertheless, Primo timidly opened the door and stepped inside to see Caster reading over something on a tablet before setting it aside to look up at her. What's wrong? Sit. Why yes. Even though Primo had entered on her own accord several days ago, she felt rather worried at suddenly being called up without any notice. Once she sat down in one of the chairs across from Caster, the man began to speak. Have no fear, you have done nothing to warrant a reprimand from me, Caster said, no doubt trying to assuage her fears. This is merely a meeting concerning your future prospects. My future? Primo repeated. Indeed. You are young and as such, can be molded in countless different ways. You desire to be a mage as great as Riverieljo's Alf is already known, and I have already begun my endeavors to make it so. However, how exactly do you wish to compare yourself to her? As a pure mage or perhaps as a leader as well? Me? A leader? But I'm young? Belle Cranel is only 4 years your senior and is vice captain. Would it be too much to say that you will eventually take over as captain yourself? Captain? Me? She didn't expect that. Of all the things Caster could have called her up for, she certainly didn't think it'd be about talks into becoming his successor. But, why? She began, but Caster dismissed her worries with a simple huff. Use your head, child, Caster said. My anchor to this world is a child with dreams of dying gloriously in the defense of others. Even if he does not die in battle, then it's an existence measured in a century at best. Although it is none of my concern as a ghost, it would be remiss of me as a captain to allow the familia to end with me. Thus, it is necessary to train a successor beforehand. But, why me? Primo asked. I told you to use your head. What separates you from Flores and Gwen? That I'm a mage and an elf? Ah. Precisely. On the off chance that Cranel does die from age instead of battle, the divinity he received from his high-level Falna would guarantee that he lives longer than both of them. The only one who would outlive him would be an elf like me. Primo finished for him and he nodded. I am not one to waste my time on pointless endeavors, Castor continued. There is no point in training a successor who will perish soon after or before me. Thus, there is only one logical choice, don't you agree? Primo could see his logic, yes. She also understood that there was no way she could protest this decision. In that Castor would refuse to listen to her protests and that this was what she wanted. To be relied on despite her age. I understand. She said, mustering up all of her courage for the work ahead. Good, Castor nodded as he pulled something out of his treasury and placed it in front of Primo, causing her to lean back, eyes wide in shock. HOH, you are aware of what this is? A statement, not a question. A grimoire, Primo answered. Captain, sir? Sire? You're not thinking. I only make worthy investments. As such, it is only natural for you to receive one. Of course, there is no need to read it right away if you feel you are still inadequate. Primo didn't care that Castor was disappointed in her nervousness. Taking the staff was already pushing her nerves. To take a grimoire that could reach millions of valis was too much for her as she was now. See, can I at least wait until I'm level 2? Primo asked. Humph, I suppose it is too much for a child to handle, Castor muttered before stuffing the grimoire away. No matter. Let us continue with the reason why you are here. Every night after mealtime or your return from the dungeon, you are to spend some time in this office observing and assisting. You are free to take the end of the weeks off as well as whenever Lefia Verdis arrives to tutor you. Primo suddenly realized why Castor decided that it was unnecessary for Primo to learn rune magic. She had enough on her plate as it is. As an aside, what do you see when you look at Berserker? Castor suddenly asked her. Berserker? Primo repeated, looking over her shoulder. How do you mean? There is no hidden meaning in my words. Merely describe what you see. I don't know what to say. I just see a minotaur, one named Astrios. Even though he's very scary looking at a glance, he's actually very nice. Oh, and none of us in Party B had any problems in fighting regular monsters despite knowing about Astrios and FIA. Castor didn't say anything as he looked at her for a moment. I see, so that is the common sense of man in this world, he muttered. Captain. No, 'tis not important. Discarding his thought, Castor turned his eyes back on Primo. We will start immediately. First off, familiarize yourself with this. Castor moved some papers written in Koine in front of Primo and she realized that they were portfolios of everyone in the familia. Each one had an up-to-date status, their equipment information from the material used to costs. Primo thought her heart was going to stop when she saw the cost of Belle's black knife, and a definition of their skills as Castor understood them. A captain should know everything there is to know about their familia members' abilities. Personal history is unimportant outside any information that may pose a problem in the future. Familiarize yourself with your comrade-in-arms and family. Lily came in from another familia. Primo asked in surprised. I thought she was always a part of Hestia familia. That note is a mark of shame for Arde. Do not bring it up if you do not wish to cause undue stress. Primo nodded her head again as she looked at Emma's profile, noting that the older girl had made a month's journey from her village to Orario, much further than Primo's own trip. Captain, did you find out anything about Miss Flores's older sister? Primo asked. Sophia Flores? Castor asked. I have come across no new information about them. Primo's ears drooped slightly before they perked up again. No new information meant that he was at least searching for her. If anyone could find Emma's older sister, then it would be Castor. Although he was always harsh and spoke in cold and distant words, the captain showed his care for all of them through his actions. You appear to be thinking about something useless, Castor's voice snapped Primo back to reality. I will say this now. I pay attention to anything that can be disruptive to my future enjoyment of this world. Should Sophia Flores end up as an enemy, I will not hesitate to remove the problem with prejudice. A cold chill ran down Primo's spine, telling her just how serious Castor's words were. Wanting to calm herself down, Primo dove into the portfolios in earnest. It was rather late by the time she was done reading and Castor allowed her to go, but even so, rather than shrink, the pile of paperwork on Castor's desk had grown in size, making Primo worry about her future. XXXXX. Mommy behind you. I see it. Spinning around on his heel, Bell turned to face the monster charging at him from behind. Naturally, it was a minotaur. With a war cry, he launched himself forward, the massive monster wielding an axe made out of stone. Drawing the base lard out, Bell flung it at the minotaur's arm. The blade sank into the monster's wrist, forcing the monster to drop its weapon. Once Bell was close enough, he drew out Ushiwakamura Type 2 and sliced the monster's wrist off before jabbing the blade into its throat. Done! Bell shouted. All wrapped up here too. Welf called back, pulling his sword out of a hellhound corpse. But man, I was worried that taking care of that, guest of yours might have made you unwillingly to kill monsters anymore. FIA told me not to worry about that, Bell replied as assassin dove onto the minotaur corpse to begin carving out the magic stone. And to worry about protecting myself than to worry about others. So that's how it is. And well, it's easy to tell if a monster's one of them or not, since regular monsters attack them too, so they wouldn't be traveling in a pack. What about you, Master Welf? Lily asked. Do you have any problems? I dunno. Wait until we get to the 19th floor where we meet actual harpies and I'll let you know. Bell let out a noise of realization. Hellhounds, Almirach, and Minotaurs were one thing, but could Bell keep at it if he were to come face to face with a monster harpy? You know, it's really amazing how much one person can change in a month, Archer said from the back of the room with Saber. You are referring to Bell? Saber asked, turning to the servant of the bow. Before I left on the expedition with Loki Familia, Bell was just barely able to defeat a Minotaur. Now he can easily dominate them without fear. I suppose that should have been the case back at the boss fight, but it still feels like I missed out. Now Master Archer sounds like a dad who came home from a war to find his child has grown up, Lily said with a smile as she looked up from pulling out a magic stone as Archer shook his head with a sigh. Do I look like I'm old enough to have a kid? Archer asked. That's more Saber's territory. Archer's words caused Saber to let out a hasty cough. Anyway, I think this is a good enough haul for the day, Bell said quickly as he turned to Welf. Unless you're looking for more drop items, Welf. Welf looked up from a hellhound fang that had been left behind. Oh, not, I think we're good. We even got a Minotaur horn out of this run. Then let's meet up with the girls and head back up, Bell decided. We got quite a bit today, right Lily? That's right, Lily nodded. If everyone can keep this up, we'll reach the set goal easily. 1 million, Welf muttered with a hand on his chin. I'm pretty sure you guys spent that much and more just on that vacation, as well as my commissions. That guy's probably going to increase the objective the next month, Archer replied with a shrug. And once we reach the price the guild set to bring tamed monsters up to the surface, we might be asked to bring another one up. Worse comes to worse, I can just sell the drop items I got from the deep floors if he doesn't want to sponsor them. Well, I don't think it'll come to that, Bell said, accepting a bag of magic stones and drop items from Assassin before patting her on the head. It's not like bringing them all up at once is a good or feasible idea. You're using your head, good, Archer said simply as Bell made an unhappy noise. In any case, they quickly made their way back through the dungeon, clearing out any monsters that got in their way. They found Emma and the others on the 5th floor just in time to see Emma and Gina cut down the last of the lizards surrounding them. What's with all the lizards today? Gina was shouting as she threw her arms up in the air. It's been one pack after the other. Did we trip some sort of monster party that sends them out in small waves at a time? I'm too tired to understand any of that, Emma muttered as she leaned up against a wall. Sounds like they had a tougher time than usual, Welf muttered before calling out to them. Hey! You girls all right? Ah, Welf! Emma said as she pushed herself off the wall she was resting against. You guys are here already? You say already, but it's been almost 10 hours, Archer said, causing Primo and Emma twitch in surprise. Yeah, that's how it was with me too. You lose track of time pretty easily in here. I should get a pocket watch or something. Primo muttered as Archer held up a hand. Will this do? He asked as a small brass pocket watch with an engraving of vines and flowers on the front. Oh! Thank you, Mr. Archer. As Primo happily accepted the watch, Bell turned toward Gina. Are you guys ready to leave? He asked. Whenever you are, Vice Captain. Gina reported with a mock salute. Since we got caught in a rather strange situation, though nothing we couldn't handle, we got a lot of drops today. Lancer took that as the cue to walk over and hand over their spoils to Lily, who opened the bag and glanced inside. Lily worries if the dungeon is about to do something crazy again, Lily said as she looked over from Belle to Saber. Lily votes to leave as soon as possible. Belle nodded his head in agreement. The adventure wasn't over until everyone made it back home safe after all. Are you all right, my love? Saber asked as he stepped up to Lancer. Was there any trouble? No, none at all, Lancer replied, gazing lovingly into Saber's eyes. Oh, here we go. Belle found himself sighing as he braced himself for another wave of sweet nothings from the couple. Gina had her hands up to her neck, pretending to choke under the weight of their love. The dungeon seems to be a bit colder today due to the storm, Saber continued, neither he nor Lancer noticing Gina's act. Saber then took her hand into his own. It would not do to let your hands grow cold. Oh? But I believe they could be even warmer. Warmer? How so? To answer her husband's question, Lancer entwined her slender fingers with Saber's. That single action certainly made the tunnels extremely warm all of a sudden. Blat. Gina did a splendid twirl on one foot before flopping her back onto the ground with her tongue lolling out. The scene had caused the Amazon to drop dead to escape it. Welf, did you take out everything you wanted from the drop items? Belle asked, desperate to get some other noise in the corridor that didn't come from the two flirts. If you did, we'll sell what's left to the guild. Welf turned toward Belle, his eyes glossed over slightly with exhaustion and a look that once again said that he pitied Hestia Familia for being forced to live with the two. Ah yet, I got everything I need right here. Welf answered him with a pat on the bag tied to his waistband. With that confirmed, the party made their way out of the dungeon without any trouble and headed straight for the guild once they reached the surface. The rain had not let up at all, so they quickly ran through the streets to reach the guild building to make their exchange. Let's see, Lily began as they commandeered a corner of the building to count their earnings. Group B made 48,000 valis today. There was a stupid amount of lizards today after all, Gina said, rubbing her forehead in exhaustion. Oh well, at least we made well above average today. As for Party A, Lily and the others made 107,000 valis thanks to all the drop items that appeared. Lucky as always, huh? Archer asked, turning to Belle, who simply laughed while scratching the back of his head. Like this we'll be able to meet Castor's expectations in no time, Emma said happily. That just means Lord Castor will increase the goal once it's done, Lily pointed out as she separated some money from the second bag out and handed it over to Welf. Here you go, Master Welf. Your share for the day's work. Oh thanks, Welf said as he accepted the cash before wrapping an arm around Belle. So now that we're done with work, how about some food? I got this place I wanna show you. The mead they got is amazing. Just the two of us? Belle asked. Well, I won't say no if anyone else wants to join. Lily will pass, Lily replied. Lily wants to get home and see if Lord Castor is feeling better. I don't want to be out in the rain any longer than I have to, Primo said as Gina nodded her head in agreement. The servants aside from Assassin also excused themselves, leaving only Assassin and Emma to join the two of them. Are we going to get in the way of your guys' night out? Emma asked with a smile as she walked with Assassin's hand in her own. It's nothing like that. Just wanted to show you guys some other places in this city to eat at. Welf led them down the soaking streets to the southern end of the city, about 1 block past the hustle and bustle of the high-end casinos and hotels, to a bar off the main road. There was a big red sign similar to a Familia's emblem on the wall. It was the symbol of the bar, Hibachiite, the Flaming Wasp. It seems pretty busy tonight though, Emma noted as they stepped inside and looked around. All the tables and seats have been taken. Belle looked around as well but couldn't find an open spot. The place was filled to the brim with adventurers and regular citizens alike. It wasn't as big as the Hostess of Fertility, but it was filled to the brim despite the rainy weather, and Welf had told them that many people came to this place just to drink the deep red mead that the bar was famous for. Damn, picked a bad time. Welf muttered with a sigh. Belle was about to say that they could wait a bit or come again another time when a voice called out to them. Oi, is that you, Moonlit Dawn? Belle's head turned toward the somewhat familiar-sounding voice and saw a scruffy-looking adventurer sitting alone at a round table near the wall. That's It's the old guy from the boss fight. Assassin said, pointing toward the adventurer. Who are you calling old? Mort Latro shouted back. I'm only 35. That's still old. Assassin muttered quietly as she hid behind Belle, causing the boy to laugh. Darn kids. Mort grumbled before gesturing them on over. If you need a seat then come on over. What about your friends, Mr. Latro? Belle asked as they walked over. Keh, they up and ditched me so it's their loss, Mort said as he waved Belle's concerns off. And none of that Mr. Latro nonsense. Mort is fine. Just sit your butts down and let me treat ya all for the first round. Is that okay? Emma asked. Don't worry your pretty little head girly. Thanks to your friends getting us involved in that boss fight of theirs, I made a ton of money from the drops so consider it me returning the favor. Well if you insist, Welf said with a smile. I do. But only the first round, got me? Mort reminded them with a laugh. Belle had thought that the older man was one of those rough sorts like a bandit, and while that first impression probably wasn't wrong, he did seem to have some good points as well. They took a seat at Mort's table with Belle and Welf sitting on Mort's sides, Assassin sitting next to Belle and Emma sitting across from Belle next to Welf. 3 mugs of the famous red mead came out for Belle, Welf, and Emma and a cup of juice for Assassin. The 5 of them clanked their cups together before Mort and Welf happily downed their drinks while Emma and Belle carefully sampled theirs. Belle had only taken a sip, but it was enough to fill his body with warmth, something that was perfect for the weather outside. After the first drink, Welf ordered another as well as several dishes to go with it. Before long, grilled ham steaks, fried fish, and various other items lined the table. Looks like you guys had a good run today, Mort said with a laugh. Did you go back for a second round with the Goliath or something? I don't think it'll spawn for at least another week, right? Belle asked. Oh yeah, that's right, Boris was looking for people for it, maybe I should join up again. It looked as though Mort was raring for another go at the Goliath, or at the very least the bounty of smaller monsters that it would call to defend it. Hey Smith, Mort began, turning to Welf. How much do those magic swords of yours go for? Belle winced at Mort's question but to his surprise Welf just shook his head. Sorry, not for sale, Welf said rather calmly. Damn, ah well. Mort also seemed to have gave it up rather quickly. Probably understanding that that sort of firepower was either hard to make or not something to give away easily. Hey mister, Assassin suddenly spoke up. Have you fought harpies before? Belle, Emma, and Welf turned as one to Assassin in surprise but Mort didn't think anything of the question. Oh, thinking of going past the 18th floor then? Mort asked looking rather happy at being asked a question. Perhaps it was because it stoked his pride as a veteran adventurer? Yeah, they show up pretty much everywhere in the 19th floor. They're basically like the bats in those foggy floors. They'll come in, scratch at ya with their claws then bail out while the sirens blast you with magic. They're smart as hell too. If you take down 1 or 2 quickly, the rest will piss off and try again later. Belle and Welf nodded their heads to show that they were listening. Bad bats were annoying enough to fight even though they wouldn't do much damage to their party of level 2s but having a flock of harpies attack you sounded awful if you didn't have a mage or archer to pick them off without waiting for them to strike first. At least they had Lily's crossbow and Belle's magic to pick them off from a distance, but would it be fast enough? He wasn't sure how fast they could fly after all and even though Belle's firebolt was extremely fast in both cast time and travel speed, it wasn't all that powerful without Argonaut to charge it up. That said, it could vaporize anything weaker than an Almirage in one shot now. Belle couldn't exactly test its strength on FIA both in that he can't use it against a friend and that FIA was more or less an enhanced species to begin with so he couldn't use her as a basis for regular harpies either way. Still, he wondered why Assassin brought up harpies. Well if you have any other questions just let me know. Old Mort's got plenty of advice for ya newbies. So, you are old, Assassin said, causing Mort to blink in realization to his own words and smack his hand against his face with a grumble. By the way. Mort suddenly leaned in close while lowering his voice, causing Emma, Welf, and Belle to lean in as well. You guys know why the hell that thing ended up showing up? That thing he was talking about was probably the Black Goliath. I asked Lord Ogma about it and he said that the you-know-what does some crazy shit if it detects a god within it. That's why they can't go there. Mort's unasked question was pretty clear. Was there a god there? I don't know, Belle admitted. Aside from you and your friends, I didn't see anyone else. Well, there was Lord Hermes, Welf reminded him. But he was on the 18th floor. If he was spotted, wouldn't it have done something down there instead? Belle and Mord nodded in agreement while Emma just looked a bit lost at it all. So, you guys got nothing either, huh? Mord sighed as he leaned back. Aren't you worried that it might show up again? Emma asked. Especially since you're thinking of challenging the floor boss again. No way it can happen twice, Mord said. Besides, there's always at least 100 people down in Rivera that take part in the fight. Force, the guy that more or less run the place, also always tries to rope Ganesha Familia to assisting too, so it'll be fine. That said, I'm going to be all the way in the back first. It would seem that Mord's greed would not trump his survival instinct. Well, do be careful either way. Haha, Missy, I didn't survive this long without being careful. That said, I can't just sit around on my ass anymore. I need to get back my adventurer spirit. Oh. Clap 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 clap. Mord flexed his scarred arms as Assassin gave him a small applause which he accepted with a laugh. Well, let's talk about something fun then, Mord said as he sat back down. So Moonlit Dawn, Belle. What's your type? Belle, who was just in the middle of taking another sip, nearly spat it all over the table. Hi. Belle asked as Welf laughed at him. What type of girl you looking for? Mord asked again with a sly smile. Can't be too early for you to think what kind of girl catches your eye, right? Is this really? Belle turned toward Emma for help as Welf's earlier laugh told Belle that he wasn't going to be of any help. Actually, I'm kinda interested to know too, Emma replied with a smile. Et2, Emma? Fine, how about this? Mord asked, the grin still on his face. Let's start from the top. What race do you like? Why? Just play along, Belle, Welf said, laughing a bit into his hand. All in the name of getting to know each other better. Seeing that Belle had no allies in this fight, as Assassin was thoroughly engrossed in chewing the sausage on her fork, he had no choice but to come up with an answer. An elf, I guess. All the elves Belle knew were admittedly very pretty. From the cool Ryu, to the fairy-like Lefia, to the reliable Ina, and even cute little Primo was definitely going to grow up to become a head-turner in the future. Elves, really? Mord asked looking surprised. Gonna have to be some pretty open-minded elf to let a human touch her then. Belle supposed he was just lucky in that regard. As Belle was about to take another sip of his drink, a loud voice behind him cuts through the rest of the tavern. Get this, some bunny just got famous overnight. Glancing over his shoulder, Belle saw a group of 6 adventurers all wearing matching uniforms with an emblem depicting a bow and arrow over a flaming sun. The one who was speaking was a palom like Lily and was obviously trying to make a show of his drunken speech. That rookie sure got some guts. Don't care if he really is the record holder, it's amazing that people swallow all of his lies. I couldn't pull that act off in a million years. It was rather obvious who the palom was talking about. Their eyes met and the palom sneered at him, showing that he knew that Belle was sitting there when he started his tirade. Apollo Familia, Mord said quietly. Ignore kid. Belle knew that that was probably the best thing to do, but the palom sure as was making it hard. Anyway, I've heard he's extremely good at running away. That must be how he got the level up. He ran away from that minotaur until it collapsed from exhaustion. That's a bunny for ya. Quite the talent. If there was a minotaur who could be defeated like that, Belle would love to see it. It might be an easy way for Emma and Primo to get some good Exilia. And to make it worse, I heard some broad believed that crap and joined the Familia right after that. Probably chasing after some bunny tail. Emma's hand froze halfway toward reaching for one of the fried appetizers with a look of confusion on her face. Were they talking about her? Belle's vision was slowly turning red. He may not have had the courage to speak up if they had just kept the insults to him, but if they were going to go after Emma? However, some movement in the bottom of his eye caught his attention and his hand quickly shot forward and grabbed Assassin's arm. The girl had been looking between Belle and the palom, slowly putting it together that he was insulting Belle. That he had switched to Emma had Assassin slowly moving her hand toward one of her daggers. If Belle wasn't careful, that palom and his Familia might be assassinated by her on their way back home. Assassin looked at Belle in surprise as he took her hand and placed it on the table. Bell wasn't sure how strong Apollo Familia was, and even if they were 100 members strong, he had no reason to believe that Hestia Familia couldn't win if their familias came to blows. He just didn't want to be the one to start it, which meant he had to keep Assassin from doing anything reckless. He could feel the staff and other patrons were looking at them, wondering what was going to happen. He had to keep everything from flying out of control. Castor would kill him if it did. To Bell's surprise though, Mord was grinding his teeth in quiet rage even though he had just told Bell to ignore them. Was he getting angry on their behalf? I also know that his familia is led by some goddess not worthy of even the slightest shred of respect. You'd have to be pretty weak and stupid to join a disgraceful deity like that. You take that back. Before he knew it, Bell was on his feet, glaring down at the palm, which wasn't that hard as he was only a little taller than Lily, who was even shorter than Assassin. It was one thing to insult Bell, it was already pushing it to insult Emma, but to insult Bell's goddess? The one person who took Bell in when he had lost everything, the one who gave him a home, a family? The one who he revered more than anyone else on the planet? Right now, Bell wanted nothing better than to wring his little neck. And judging from the fear in the Palam's eyes, he knew that too. SC? Bullseye. Can't bear the shame, eh? You probably stole credit for the Goliath too. Now listen here, you little shit. In a flash, Mord had jumped out of his seat, sending his chair to the ground, and had ran over and grabbed the little bastard by the throat before Bell could, snapping Bell out of his blood rage and making him step back in surprise. Just 'cause you Apollo bastards are so shit that half of ya can't stand up to a Minotaur without shitting yourselves doesn't mean that everyone else is as weak as you. Even a Hestia Familia Palam supporter is strong enough to blow a Minotaur's brains out. And you think you can just shit on that? Mr. Mord, calm down. Emma said as stood up and grabbed him by the arm. You're making a scene, Anna. Before she could say anything else, one of the other adventurers stood up and grabbed her, only for Mord to throw the palm at the other man and pull her back, tossing her into Welf's arms. Come on then, you bastards! Mord shouted. I fought with them, so show me if you're hot shit or not. You bastard! You've done it now. 4 of the other adventurers stood up and lunged at Mord, who let out a roar as their table is knocked aside, sending dishes and food to the floor. Bell pulled Assassin out of her chair and to the wall as Welf did the same for Emma. The Apollo Familia must have only been level 1 or low level 2s, as Mord was single-handedly taking on all 4 of them. The Palam had been knocked out early on when Mord stomped on his face to keep him from standing up. Shit! Welf cursed as he pushed Emma over to Bell and jumped in to help Mord, grabbing someone who had jumped on the older adventurer's back and smashed him onto the floor. Bell was about to join in too, but Emma wrapped herself around his arm. Don't! She warned. Just calm down before this gets worse. How can this possibly get any worse? Bell asked. It's 3 familias fighting already, she reminded him. Don't make it 4 dash. She was then cut off as a wooden mug flew out from the side and hit her right in the head, knocking her back into the wall as she crumbled to the ground. Emma! Assassin screamed as she knelt down and placed her hands on Emma's head. Something snapped in Bell's head. Jack! Stay here with Emma. Bell didn't wait for Jack to reply as he ran straight into the fight, toward the brown long-haired man who was smirking at him, telling Bell that he was the one who threw it. As Bell drew close, the man threw a punch that could probably be said as fast but... Is that it? But compared to Saber's punches, he might as well have been holding still. Bell grabbed the arm as it drew close and brought his own fist up at the man's elbow. There was a sickening crunch as the man let out a scream of pain, which was promptly silenced when Bell delivered another punch to his face, sending him flying out a window and into the rainy street. Bell couldn't hear anything but his heavy own breaths that he was trying to get back under control. Then... Holy shit, Bell! Bell turned around to see Welf and Mord gaping at him. The Apollo Familia adventurers were also gaping at him in fear, and they flinched back when his eyes went to them. They quickly grabbed the unconscious Palam and made a hasty retreat, no doubt grabbing their other friend on the way back. Bell then heard the rest of the bar whispering about something, but he didn't care. He walked back over to Emma and Assassin and lifted Emma up in his arms. That person was probably a high-class adventurer if they could knock her out like that, but Bell didn't care about that. He was just angry. Angry at the Apollo Familia and angry at himself for not stepping in before it came to this. Let's go home, Jack, Belle said. An assassin just quickly nodded her head as if she was scared of doing something that might set him off again. Hey kid. Mort began, but Belle just dropped his share of the day's earnings on his chair so the staff could use it to fix the broken furniture and dishes and walked past Mort and Welf to leave the bar. He just wanted to hurry home. Chapter 37, Casus Belli. Belle thought it must have been quite a sight, him returning home with an unconscious Emma in his arms. Hestia and Ryder certainly didn't find it funny though, as the two of them dragged Belle in and had him lay Emma on the couch as Lancer checked her head wound and listened to Belle explain what happened. Apollo, hi. Hestia grumbled with a sigh as the entire familia, except for Castor who was still holed up in his office, turned toward the goddess. Of all people, it just had to be that guy. Is something wrong with that god? Primo asked with a sniff, not releasing her grip on Emma's hand. Well, to put it lightly, I don't really like him that much, Hestia admitted. A lot of stuff happened and I don't really want to talk about it. Primo and Gina shared a glance but neither of them said anything. What shall we do? Lancer asked. This is clearly a provocation against us. We cannot let this go unanswered. Although Lancer's voice was as soft as always, Belle could practically feel the anger radiating beneath the woman's kind exterior. I understand how you feel, Lancer, Hestia began. But it's best to let something like a bar fight stay a simple bar fight. There's no need to escalate this. But that's my decision as a goddess, Brynhildr. Lancer flinched slightly at her true name being called and lowered her head in apology as Saber placed a hand on her shoulder. My apologies, Lady Hestia. I spoke out of turn. It's fine. To be honest, I'm super angry too and I do have half a mind to send all of you to burn down Apollo's house, but that really won't solve anything and would just make it harder to work with Auranos in the long run. It'd probably feel really good though, Gina mumbled, and Ryder gave her head a half-hearted push to tell her to be quiet. I'm sorry too. Belle said, lowering his head as Assassin clung onto him. I tried to stay out of it, I really did, but between the insults to Hestia and them hurting Emma, it was too much for him to bear. You did fine, Belle, Hestia said, walking over and pulling Belle's head into a hug. Even though you were angry, you did well holding back. At the very least, you didn't hit them first, Archer said. I guess we have Ruffian Dog to thank for that. With Mort striking first, it should prevent anyone from saying that it was Hestia Familia who escalated things into a brawl, although Belle was a bit upset that he didn't get a chance to throttle that Palom himself. Still, Belle could just barely keep his rage in as he scrunched up his eyes to keep himself from crying. He hated that he felt like this. Hated that he wanted to go find those adventurers again and break all of their arms for what they did. But it was unbecoming of a vice-captain to act like that, and it sure as hell wasn't very heroic to seek revenge like that. Should we go and tell Lord Castor? Lily asked tentatively. I am standing right here. Castor's words caused Hestia, Belle, and the other mortal members of the Familia to jump and turn to see the captain with his back against a wall. Gwen, Castor spoke up, making Gina to jump to her feet in attention. What is the etiquette for two familias to resolve confrontations? I cannot imagine the guild would stand for open war in the middle of Orario. Hat. Gina looked surprised to hear what she was being asked, but she quickly recovered. I guess most familias would try to settle their differences quietly, but worse comes to worst, it would be a war game, right Lily? Lily agrees, Lily nodded. Wait, Lord Castor is not thinking. And what does a war game entail? Castor continued, ignoring Lily. The details of the exact war game is decided by the gods at Adenatus, Gina said. But it's always a big event that the entire city gets in on. So that's it then, Castor muttered, blowing air out of his nose. Do you know something, Castor? Ryder asked. Do you think Apollo Familia's objective is a war game? The sun god is nothing more than raw meat thrown in front of a savage beast, Castor said. While he is without a doubt acting in his own interests, he has been coaxed to do so on another's suggestion. Evil us. Archer suggested, causing everyone's eyes to turn to him. Perhaps. Perhaps not. Hestia Familia is a household name ever since our triumph over the Goliath. Apollo Familia has done the same with a familia of over 100 members. With that information, the sun god should have known that our strength is about equal, even if that conclusion is false, and not act so rashly on his desires. And yet, he chooses to antagonize us. You believe that someone wishes to use a war game to gauge our true abilities, Saber said. An Apollo Familia is the piece they will use to do so. Castor simply nodded his head as his eyes fell on the still unconscious Emma, his eyes narrowing. So, what's the plan then? Archer asked. Do we wait and see what happens or do we take the initiative? We do nothing. Hestia cut in. I don't want to blow this out of proportion. They knocked Emma out and Belle broke their arm. It sucks but I want to leave it at that. You will not get the chance to refuse, Castor countered. The one pulling Apollo Familia's strings are committed to this course. Either you agree to a war with rules or you watch this city burn. Guh. Hestia let out a grunt as she turned her head away, unable to refute Castor's logic. If need be, challenge them yourself to a duel between captains and I shall offer his mongrel's head to you and end this farce quickly. Although, I doubt they will agree to that. That's right. Ryder muttered. If your hypothesis is correct, then they would want a set of rules that have all of us fighting. Or at the very least, one stacked heavily in their favor. Then why not propose an open field battle? Lancer suggested. A way for us to clear them out in a single strike. No, there's no reason we have to go along with what they want, right? Archer pointed out. A champion's duel is the fastest way to get this over with. Everyone's talking like a war game has already been decided. Primo muttered. Well, I guess it's better to take the initiative in this sort of thing, Gina noted while Hestia buried her face into her hands with a sigh. What about us? The entire Familia, aside from Emma, turned as one toward Fia who was sitting in Berserker's lap. Are we going to get involved in this too? Fia asked. I'm willing to help if so. Oh yeah, would we be able to bring them along? Primo asked. I mean there are monsters on the surface that tamers could use for whatever reason, Gina replied with a shrug. If we have some kind of open field battle then calling monsters to our cause is only natural for tamers. But since they're monsters Apollo Familia won't hold back against them, right? Belle asked. Apollo Familia's highest level is 3, Lily said. Their captain is Hyacinthus Cleo, also level 3. Considering Berserker is a servant, Lily doesn't think that anyone would be able to hurt him. Fia though, harpies are considered level 2 monsters but Lily doesn't know how that works with Xenos. That's it. Hestia shouted, stomping her foot on the floor. No more talking about war games. Goddess's order. As Hestia tried to get control of the topic again, Emma let out a groan and slowly opened her eyes. Emma. Lancer and Primo turned around when Belle shouted Emma's name and jumped to her side. This is the living room. Emma spoke slowly and softly as she tried to sit up, only to wince and bring her hand to her head. Ow! Careful, Lancer said softly. You were struck in the head. We did our best to help. Assassin said, popping up beside Emma's face while indicating the bindings around Emma's head. Nothing broken though. Thank you, Jack, Emma said, placing a hand on the servant's cheek. What is everyone doing right now? Deciding how to get revenge on Apollo Familia for hurting you, Ryder replied bluntly without any trace of humor. What? There's no need to go that far for someone like me. Of course there is a need, Castor countered immediately. A strike against you is a strike to the entire Familia. To ignore an outsider injuring you is the same as saying your well-being means nothing to us. Oh, so you do care, Archer mumbled as Hestia winced at the obvious barb before glaring at Castor. Belle wondered if Castor was particularly angry right now even though he still looked and sounded as exhausted as he did this morning. His words seemed even sharper than usual and was not pulling any punches around Hestia. But still. Emma began but was quickly silenced by Castor's look. It felt as though the servants, plus Fia, were raring for battle while the other mortal members wanted the thing to blow over. Belle didn't particularly want to get into a war with Apollo Familia, but he could not just let it slide either. That Palom who insulted Hestia and the man who hurt Emma, he wanted those two to pay. Mommy? Your face is scary. Jack's words snapped Belle out of his thoughts as he quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Look, even your star child wishes to do battle, Castor said, taking advantage of Belle's thoughts. But revenge seems unbecoming for a hero. It's only natural to strike back when you have been dealt an injustice, Ryder of all people said. You have to strike back in a way that leaves them unable to hurt you again. Did she read his thoughts? But it's been a long day, Ryder continued as she placed her hands on Hestia's shoulders. Let's let Belle and Emma rest and come back to the topic tomorrow. Although Ryder was on the side of the war game, she decided to play mediator and postpone things so emotions could cool and things can be discussed more calmly. Castor simply huffed as he turned on his heel to return to his office. Primo knelt down and gave Emma a big hug before following after him. Lanzartha helped Emma to her feet and proceeded to help her to her room while the others left the living room to do their own things, leaving only Belle, Hestia, and Assassin in the living room. Hey Belle, Hestia began. What do you want to do about this? I'll go with whatever you want to do, goddess, Belle replied immediately. Although I want to get back at them for hurting Emma, I'll follow your lead whatever you decide. He didn't think it was wrong for Hestia to want to choose a passive response in the interest of keeping the peace. But he felt that if they didn't do something, Apollo Familia might come after them again. Hestia simply let out a tired sigh as she dragged her feet toward the stairs. With just Belle and Assassin left, Belle knelt down in front of her with his hands over his shoulders. Jack, he began. Yes, Mommy. She replied. Please do not go for your knife so quickly, Belle said. I know you were angry. I was too. But that's no reason to go for a weapon like that. But they hurt Emma. I know, and I'm angry at that too. But before that they were only making fun of us, which wasn't very nice either. But it's not good to pull weapons out if the other guys don't do it first. It makes you the bad guy. And being a bad guy would make Mommy sad. Extremely. Then we won't do it again. The promise was made with such a bright smile that Belle found himself smiling as well. Whatever comes later, Belle was sure they would be able to deal with it. As a familia. XXXXX. So your preparations are complete then? Yes, Lady Riveria. We already told them that I will head on over tomorrow. Lefia was currently in Finn's office talking to Finn, Riveria, and Loki. The topic was naturally her tutoring of Hestia Familia's Primo as payment for their assistance in Milan. Ace was also going to be sent as Lefia's guard. Just in case. So you decided to go through with this after all? Finn asked, turning to Loki. And here I thought you would make up some excuse to delay or go back on this. As much as I hate giving the chibi a leg up on things, Loki began while rolling her eyes. I would rather eat my hands than be in her debt. And between saving Lefia and helping Tiona, the debt was disgustingly big. Plus, this is a chance to see how she runs things, Loki added. And how exactly a bunch of level 1s are fighting on the same field as level 5s. That being said, it's most likely a combination of rare skills and archer's magic, Finn pointed out with a wry smile. Not something we, or any other familia, can replicate. What kind of skill lets someone hit on the same level as a level 5? Lefia raised her own hand up shyly as Riveria let out a soft chuckle as Loki rubbed her forehead. Lefia's fairy cannon could heavily increase the effect of her magic. Combined with her magic fairy ring, which allowed her to copy any elf magic she knew the chant to, she could just barely hit on the same surface level as Riveria by using the elf queen's own spells. Naturally, it was only the surface level as Riviera, being a whole 3 levels higher than her, could hit several magnitudes harder than Lefia ever could. Just then, the door opened without anyone a knock or announcement. Everyone but the old geezers here. Bet Loga stepped into the room without waiting to be invited. What's up, Bet? Loki asked. Thought you'd be sleeping after going out for a drink with the guys. I was, until some assholes started a brawl, Bet replied. Some weaklings from Apollo Familia were shit-talking Archer's Familia right in front of that kid vice-captain of theirs. Bell Cranel, right? Finn asked. Did they start a fight? Nope, but he sure as hell finished it. Broke that pretty boy Phoebus Apollo's arm, then knocked him out with one punch. That's Apollo Familia's captain, isn't it? Riveria asked with a frown before turning toward Finn. I believe he was level 3. Huh? But Bell's only level 2. Lefia spoke up before bringing her hand near her chin, suddenly unsure of herself. Right. There hasn't been any announcement for any of Hestia Familia's adventurers leveling up aside from Lilyruka Arde, Finn said as Loki raised an eyebrow with a knowing smirk on her face that Finn ignored. Loki, do you think Hestia is the type of person to hide level UPS from the guild? Itty bitty can't keep a secret to save her life, Loki replied. That said, that was when she was in Tenkai, so who can say how much she changed since coming down here. How did this start anyway? Riveria asked Bet. Was it just insults? Started that way, then some guy I don't know that was eating with them started strangling the Palom, throwing insults at them. At the mention of a member of his race, Finn's smile turned a bit bitter, but Bet didn't stop speaking. Some girl tried to get him to stop, then got grabbed by Apollo Familia, and then things exploded when that Palom was thrown at him. The kid pulled his Familia back and tried to keep out of it before the girl got beamed in the head. Bet then shrugged his shoulders as if to say, then you know the rest. With the report done, Bet went off without another word. A level 2 defeating a level 3 with a single punch. Finn began. Either his status is as high as it was at the Minotaur fight again, or they're hiding his level up. You said it was all right? Loki asked as Lefia's eyes boggled at the revelation. I think Ace might have been onto something when she decided to ask that Saber to train her. Her status went up a whole 12 points after the first day. That is frightening in its own way, Riveria pointed out. It means Saber is a swordsman on par with a level 6 at level 1. Silence filled the room as Riveria's words hung over them. Yet Lefia still found the courage to speak up. I did have an idea about that, she began, and the other three listened to the idea she shared with Ace about the other night. Then once morning came, she and Ace left the Twilight Manor on the northern end of Orario to head to the Hearthstone Manor on the western end, with Ace leading the way. The rain of the previous day had stopped, but the clouds were still murky and the streets were still lined with deep puddles. Lefia carried with her several books and reference notes that she had used and taken while learning under Riveria herself. Are you okay? Ace suddenly asked. Hi. Lefia had been distracted as she was mentally listing off what she should go over first. Normally theory should take priority, but it seemed as though Primo was already perfectly channeling her mind and casting her spells. But she decided it wasn't a good idea to cut corners until she got a good handle on Primo's level first. What do you mean? Lefia asked Ace back. You're about to be a teacher. Are you worried? You're going to be Primo's Riveria. Huh? There's no way I can be compared to Lady Riveria like that. But you were taught by her and now are teaching another elf. And Thousand Elf is a famous name. The elf that could cast 1,000 spells, something thought impossible so long as one considered the limits of the Falna. The Falna could only bless the adventurer with 3 spells at max, with few adventurers even reaching that maximum. However, upon reaching level 3, Lefia had received a spell that when cast, allowed her to use the spell of another elf. Her personal repertoire hasn't exactly reached 1,000 yet though. It hadn't even reached 3 digits yet. It was a heavy name that the gods had given her that matched the weight of Finn and Riveria's expectations for Lefia to succeed the latter in the future. Maybe cultivating her own rival in a rival familia would be what Lefia needed to spur her own growth. However, the 15-year-old Lefia had no intention to lose to a 10-year-old. She was already close to falling behind the 14-year-old Belle after all. As their destination grew closer, they saw a guild employee standing at the front gate talking with one of the women of the Hestia familia. Thank you for going out of your way like this, the red-haired woman said as she accepted a sheet of papers from the guild employee. It's part of my duties, so it's no problem at all, the employee replied. I was asked to do it because I was tasked as your familia advisor after all. That being said, I haven't seen any of my advisees in a while. I'm sorry about that, Ina, Ryder said with a wry smile. We've been pretty busy with several things lately. As Ina nodded her head, the two of them turned to see Lefia and Ace walking up to them. Oh, Lefia Virtus and Ace Wallenstein, Ryder noted. You're rather punctual. Come on in. Yes, Lefia nodded as Ina bowed her head and made to return to the guild while Ace and Lefia crossed the gate into the manor. It was Lefia's first time in the building, and although it lacked the sheer magnificence of the Twilight Manor, she felt that it was rather homey all the same. She did think it was rather quiet, however. Which was strange considering how much noise Primo and her 2 friends made at the beach the other day. She had been expecting the 3 girls to be running around like they had been on vacation. Did their captain run a tighter ship at home then? Is everything okay? Lefia found herself asking, feeling rather constrained at the atmosphere. Oh, everyone is just rather tired at the moment. Ryder easily brushed the question aside as she led them into the kitchen where a familiar face was busying himself. Yo, Ace. Lefia. Although it might be rude to the man in question, Lefia thought that Archer looked more at home working behind a kitchen counter than on the battlefield. Compared to the expression of apathy he wore when cutting down monsters, the man who was tending to a sizzling pot in front of him with a satisfied smile on his face seemed like a different person. "Good morning, Mr. Archer," Lefia returned the greeting while Ace simply nodded. "Give me a second. I'm just finishing up a snack for the kids." "What kind of dash?" Lefia began just as Archer lifted the item from the pot. It was small and round, and had been sitting in the pot of boiling oil for a few minutes, giving the outside layer a crisp golden brown color. Lefia's fellow familia member was completely transfixed as she watched Archer lift one potato puff after the other out of the pot and onto a plate with a napkin on top of it. The stack grew to a respectable size, one that could easily fill the stomachs of 3 growing girls. Archer then picked up the stack and set it on the counter with Ace not taking her eyes off of them for a second. Archer then took a napkin and wrapped it around one of the puffs. He then tossed it toward Ace, whose hand snatched it out of the air like a serpent. "Sorry, we don't have any sweet creams," Archer said with a shrug as Ace elegantly devoured the snack. "Most of the familia prefer them plain, so we haven't had a need to stock the ingredients." "It's fine," Ace replied. "Thank you. Getting started already?" Ryder asked, and Lefia turned around to see her leading Primo and her friends into the kitchen. "Good morning, Miss Virtus," Primo said with a bow. "I'm ready to receive your instruction." It was an overly polite introduction from an obviously nervous child. This was probably what Riveria saw in Lefia when she started her own instruction. The Amazon and human ignored their guests and immediately went for the snacks. "Feel free to use the table," Ryder said, pointing to the dining table. "It's probably more convenient to use than the living room anyway. We really don't have a place to study in a group here, do we?" Ryder mumbled that last bit to herself as she grabbed a few of the potato puffs and headed out into the garden toward a massive tent that had been pitched up for some reason. As Lefia sat down at the dining table with Primo, Ace turned toward Archer. "Is Saber here?" she asked. "Yeah," Archer confirmed. "He's spending some quality time with Lancer right now." "And Bell Cranel?" "He's resting in his room." Lefia felt that this had to do with the bar brawl the previous night. According to Bet, Bell was furious that one of his familia members had been hurt. Since it was unlikely that Lancer or Ryder had been hurt and Primo and her friends are here, it must have been the older human girl that got hurt. However, it wasn't time to worry about that right now. Lefia quickly cleared her head of such thoughts and focused on her new ward in front of her. XXXXX. Time passed as Lefia lectured Primo on the theory of magic. To Lefia's relief, Primo was both a clever and diligent student. She understood the material rather easily and she made clear what she didn't understand to allow Lefia to clarify for her. As the study progressed, Ace was enjoying herself by sampling Ryder and Archer's cooking with the other 2 girls until Saber arrived in the kitchen with his wife beside him. "Oh, Miss Wallenstein is here as well," Saber noted. "Yes, teacher," Ace replied with a nod, causing Saber to chuckle. "Sadly, our yard is neither large enough nor private enough to continue our lessons," Saber said. "So I hope you were not expecting too much." "Not at all. I came to hang out." Ace tilted her head to the side as if she was unsure if that was the correct term. Although Saber seemed to be in a good mood, there was a shadow cast upon Lancer's face. Lancer's mood seemed to give form to the general atmosphere of the manor. It was as though everyone was doing their best to ignore something and go about their day as if nothing was wrong. If Lefia hadn't heard about what had happened, she wondered if she would have been able to tell something was wrong. She didn't have much faith in her ability in noticing such things if she didn't have some idea of it beforehand. Lefia wanted to ask about Bell. She wanted to know if he had actually leveled up. She wanted to know if he was okay. The first question she decided was pointless. The guild announced all reported level-ups without question so as to keep to their role as Orario's neutral mediator. The second, she felt, was honestly none of her business as an outsider to the familia. She wasn't sure if they were close enough for her to be considered a friend even if their 2 familias had a slight mutually beneficial partnership in spite of the mutual dislike between their goddesses. They wouldn't be true allies however, as the Hestia familia goddess and her captain refused to get involved with Loki familia's investigation into Evilus. Lefia believed that it was because even if a good portion of Hestia familia had been touched by spirits, the level 1 girls have not. If that was the case, then getting involved would put them in untold danger. Luffy Ya was torn in wanting the assistance of powerful adventurers like Archer and Saber, and wanting to keep those like Primo out of the line of fire. Frustrated with her contrasting views, Luffy Ya let out a sigh as she ran her fingers through her hair. Unfortunately, Primo seemed to have taken in the wrong way as she jerked and looked up at Luffy Ya. Sorry, am I taking too long? Primo asked, her ears drooping rather expressively. And no, not at all. Luffy Ya replied quickly. I was thinking about a problem that was bothering me. Don't worry about it. Primo nodded her head in understanding as she went back to taking notes from the theory book. Luffy Ya had to be more careful. A student observed their teacher almost as much as the teacher observed their student. Any sign of discomfort could be taken as a failing on their part in the student's eyes. She was learning even as she was doing the teaching. The doorbell suddenly rang, causing the Hestia Familia adventurers to share a confused glance before Lancer raised a hand to volunteer herself to answer it. Not even a minute after she disappeared out the front door did Luffy Ya realize something was about to go wrong. Both Saber and Archer's eyes widened and the two of them immediately shot after her without a word, with Ace following them shortly after. No longer able to concentrate, Luffy Ya ran after her friend with Primo and the other girls right behind her. Outside the front door, they found Archer and Saber struggling to hold back an enraged Lancer who seemed to be seriously attempting to throw them off of her while clamoring to get her hands on two women at the gate like a woman possessed. You dare! Lancer was saying as she, in a surprising and frightening show of strength, threw Archer off of her and sent him flying into the wall without even turning her head his way. You people dare show yourself here! Brynhildr, calm yourself! Saber said, wrapping his arms under hers to hold her back. Restrain your anger before the situation becomes worse. Archer, are you hurt? Ace asked, helping the man to his feet. Just my pride. Archer mumbled as he shook his head. Luffy Ya turned toward the two women at the gate and recognized the emblem on their uniform. That plus Lancer's enraged outburst allowed her to figure out that these two were from Apollo Familia. Luffy Ya agreed with Lancer, they had a lot of nerve to show their faces in front of Hestia Familia. The woman with long black hair was hiding behind the one with short-cut brown hair. Both women were staring at the gate, or rather what used to be the gate. There was nothing there outside of molten iron that was slowly seeping across the grass. Luffy Ya found a pair of gentle, yet firm, hands grab her shoulders and carefully move her from the doorway to get through. As you can see, Apollo Familia isn't exactly welcome here right now, Ryder said to the two women. Although her face and tone were rather amiable, Luffy Ya felt as though she was staring at a lit powder keg that could go off as violently as the woman that was still trying to throw off her husband. May I ask for the reason of this unexpected visit? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The long-haired woman apologized over and over. We'll just be leaving. However, she was grabbed by her friend by the scruff of her neck. I understand your reluctance to talk to us, the short-haired woman replied. I really do. She then released her friend and introduced herself as Daphne Lalos and her friend as Cassandra Ilion. We were asked to deliver this to you and your goddess. Daphne reached into Cassandra's pocket and pulled out a letter with a wax seal depicting her familia's emblem. What is this, an invitation? Ryder asked, accepting it with a frown. Yes. Please hand it to your goddess. I'm sorry for all of this. Ryder's frown only deepened as she nodded her head and watched the two women leave without another word. She then turned toward Ace and Luffy Ya with a sad face, and Luffy Ya knew what she was going to say without her saying it. It was time for her and Ace to leave. XXXXX. An invitation to the banquet of the gods to be held tomorrow night, is it? Hestia came back from work only to be received by that invitation instead. Belle, Emma, and the rest of the familia were seated at or near the dining table as part of a meeting. Well, it's about time one came along, Hestia muttered as she tossed the invitation down on the table in front of her. It's been a bit over a month since Ganesha's after all. But for Apollo to do it, what is that guy thinking? Let us decline, Lancer suggested. We have no reason to let you go into the enemy's stronghold on your own. I would be on my own, Hestia said, tapping her finger on the letter. It says that I can bring up to 2 guests with me. Guests? Lily repeated as she and Gina exchanged looks. This is the first time I've heard of that, Gina added. It's always been exclusive to the gods. I guess this is Apollo's way of livening things up, Hestia said with a sigh. After what happened last night, I guess we can't just ignore this, huh? Of course not, Castor answered her with his elbow on the table to prop his chin up. You would essentially be declaring that you are not willing to face Apollo to the rest of the world. That you are willing to turn a blind eye to Flores's disgrace. That you are willing to accept any demand they force upon the Familia without a word of protest. All right, I get it. Hestia shouted, slamming her hands on the table. Then I guess that means you're coming along. By all means, allow me to rid the world of Orario's divine population. That way Hestia Familia shall rise from the ashes as its sole Familia. Never mind, forget I said anything. Then who will you take along? Saber asked, eyes turning toward Belle. I assume taking Master along is only natural. Of course. Hestia admitted with a smile as Belle let out a dry laugh. With this kind of invitation, it's basically asking for us gods and goddesses to bring one of our captains as well as our favorite child to show off. Then since bringing Castor is a recipe for disaster, Archer began as Castor simply gave a rather evil smirk in agreement. And Belle is both your vice-captain and favorite. Who else are you bringing along? Hestia folded her arms in thought as she glanced around the table. I want to bring one of you girls along since I'm already bringing Belle. To avoid the harem rumor. Lily asked with a smile before turning away as Hestia glared at her. Then, can I volunteer? All heads turned to the pink-haired girl that spoke up. HOH. Castor was the first to say anything as everyone else aside from Saber and Archer were surprised at her initiative. You wish to willingly throwing yourself into a den of wolves. Emma began. I am an adventurer. I'm not just some girl that has to be protected all the time. Is that so? But in my eyes, you are. You are but a mere babe that has only just recently bloodied her hands in battle under the careful eyes and guard of your betters. Castor's eyes swerved from Emma to Lancer and Gina before returning to the girl. Even so, I am an adventurer, Emma repeated. I cannot grow if I do not enter new battlefields. I cannot grow if I do not fight new enemies. I cannot grow if everyone treats me like some fragile flower. Emma. Belle began before shutting his mouth. Fufu, ha 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 ha. All eyes turned to Castor as the king let out a hearty laugh to the wide-eyed stares of Hestia, Assassin, FIA, and the mortal members of the Familia. "'Tis like watching a cub beg its mother to be taken along on a hunt," Castor said after he had his fill of mirth. He then leveled his eyes on Emma fully. But it was a splendid performance. Indeed, you are not a fragile flower but one that blooms in the middle of a battlefield. Your growth cannot be cultivated in a garden. Only through war can you achieve your true beauty. Belle was surprised. It looked as though Castor was extremely happy with Emma's answer. Happy to see her break out of her shell and strive toward even greater heights. You actually like people a lot, don't you, Captain? Gina asked with a smile. A frown appeared on Castor's face as his gaze swerved over to Gina. No, it wasn't that he was frowning. He was struggling to maintain his kingly mask in response to Gina's unexpected question. And what are you expecting me to say? Castor asked. I actually like people? Have you not been paying attention at all? Even if you are a new addition to the Familia, surely you could tell from how I treat all of you mongrels? Do not ask answers to the obvious. Rather than being angry, it looked as tough Castor was desperately trying to avoid giving a straight answer while also trying to avoid outright lying in front of Hestia. Just like a pouting child who got caught. If someone were to form their own answers based on how he treated the Familia as he says, then it was easy to understand his feelings towards humanity. Belle wasn't the only one who realized this as both Ryder and Lancer had their hand over their mouths and Hestia was sporting a massive grin on her face. Refusing to lose face, Castor quickly changed the topic back to the smiling Emma as he glanced at Hestia. Getting back on topic, it is not I who would decide your participation. Well? What will you say to your child who offers you her heart in the form of prayers and wishes? As if I can say anything else. Hestia answered as she turned to Emma with a smile on her face and with warmth in her heart. Of course I'll take you along, Emma. Yes. Thank you very much, goddess. Then let's go try on your party dress. Yes. XXXXX. It had been at the tail end of winter when Belle had mysteriously found the Holy Grail within the dungeon. A little over 2.5 months have passed since then, and Orario was completely enjoying its spring weather before summer came. Which was why the sudden thunderstorm 2 days earlier had taken the entire city by surprise. But despite the aftermath harsh weather, it did nothing to dampen the mood of the gods eager for fun. In front of a large building owned by the guild, several carriages were making their way to the various entrances. There several gods and goddesses entered the venue with their favored children in tow. Hestia Familia was no exception. A white carriage bearing the emblem of a goblet holding a roaring flame with a bell tied to it stopped at the designated zone, and the red-haired driver descended to open the door for its occupants. "Please watch your step, Belle," Ryder said as Belle descended from the carriage. "Yes, Ryder." Belle had been forced into a black tuxedo with a flowing blue cape attached to the lapel via a pair of silver clips. Both the vest and the cape had a flame design that stretched across the boy's frame. Belle turned around and helped Hestia descend. The goddess was wearing a brilliant red dress with the same flame design as Belle, one that opened up to reveal her bountiful cleavage as well as a good portion of her back, leaving a shawl to her shoulders and upper arms. Once Hestia had stepped down, Belle extended his hand again to help the final occupant down. Emma took his hand with a white-gloved hand, one that stretched all the way to just below her shoulders, and was adorned with pink flowers at the end. Her white dress was also adorned with white flowers over the fabric, with the hem covered to the brim with pink roses. In Belle's eyes, his goddess looked like the queen of a distant land, or at the very least looked the part of a goddess, and Emma was her princess. "Then please enjoy yourself everyone," Ryder said, lowering her head to the three. "I will be waiting to pick you up when you leave. And reinforce you should something happen." Belle nodded his head in understanding as he turned toward Hestia and Emma. He began as he looked at their arms. As a man, Belle should be the one to lead them in, but Hestia was their familia goddess. Would it be better for them to flank her instead? "Come on, I have enough love for both of you," Hestia said, making the decision for Belle as she wrapped her arm around Belle before taking Emma by the hand. "Hee, of course, goddess," Emma nodded with a giggle as Belle let out a chuckle of his own. "I wonder if Machigatte is here yet?" Hestia wondered out loud as they entered into the ornate entrance hall. Hestia had visited her friend earlier in the day and learned that he had also received an invitation, to which she immediately grabbed him and his sole familia member, Naza Ersushu, and brought them along on a shopping trip that she paid for. She even got them their own carriage to attend the party with. It was done to allow the hard-working Machigatte to relax a bit, and for Naza to spread her wings. "I'm sure he's around somewhere," Belle replied. "We should worry about ourselves first." "I don't think they would do anything obvious in a gathering of so many gods," Emma pointed out. "We'll probably be fine, physically anyway." "Right. If Castor is correct, then they'll probably declare a war game using what happened the other night as an excuse." Moo, that's enough, you two." Belle and Emma let out a yelp as Hestia stepped on Belle's foot while pinching the back of Emma's hand. "We aren't here to pick a fight," Hestia reminded them. "If they come swinging, then I'll let all of you swing back. But not until then. We have to be seen as the ones defending ourselves." Belle knew that deep down, Hestia already resolved herself that a war game would be in their future, but she was both holding on to the slim hope that they could escape that bothersome event. Failing that, she would give it her all to show everyone that this was her reacting to an injustice rather than her picking on a weaker familia. As they walked past the golden pillars decorated with hundreds of candles, they reached the massive ballroom filled with chatting deities and mortals alike. The guests mingled with one another under the light of countless chandeliers equipped with magic stone lamps that illuminated the buffet tables lined with various appetizers and courses for them to enjoy. "There are a lot of people here," Emma noted as Belle nodded in agreement. "Not all of them seem to want to be here though," Belle pointed out. There was an elf that was wearing a miserable expression on her face as another patted her back, a dwarf in clothes far too tight for him with an Amazon was laughing at him, and a pair of Chianthrope and cat person adventurers glaring at each other as their poor goddess was trying to get between them. "It looks like every familia has their own problems," Emma muttered. Belle nodded his head as a voice rang out throughout the ballroom. "Welcome, dear guests. I am glad to see you have all arrived." Belle's eyes turned toward the direction of the voice and spotted a god standing at the opposite end of the room. He had short hair that was the color of the sun. The bright and wavy locks glide over one another like early afternoon sunbeams. With a smile that is equally as brilliant, his handsome looks were powerful enough to make both men and women stare in awe. He was flanked by two adventurers, one man and one woman. Bell hadn't seen the woman before but the man. It's him. Bell found himself snarling, only to stop when he felt someone grab his hand. Bell. Emma called out his name in warning. I know, he said, squeezing her hand slightly. I won't start anything. Let's keep as far away from them as possible, Hestia decided. We'll start over there by the appetizers. Belle and Emma shared a wry smile as they allowed Hestia to drag them to one of the long tables where a massive spread of food awaited them. Before they could start snacking, someone called out to Hestia. There you are, Hestia. Oh, Hephaestus. The goddess Hephaestus had brought along her captain, a half-dwarf by the name of Tsubaki Kalbrand, and Welf, much to Belle's surprise. As Hestia greeted and chatted with her friend, Welf stepped up to Belle and Emma. Why yo, Welf said, looking rather unsure of himself. You two doing okay? We're fine, Welf, Emma assured him with a smile. Don't act like it was your fault. But really, we're fine, Belle said as well. Honestly, he still wanted to at the very least get his hands on that Palom who started it all, but it was better to never see him again instead. We already have an idea on how to deal with this mess. Welf opened his mouth to speak again but was interrupted by a loud voice pushing itself into the group. Oh, everyone's here. The god Hermes said as he came up to them followed by Asphi Al Andromeda and Falgar Beatrice. Evening Hestia. How's little Gina doing? She's doing just fine, Hestia replied rather neutrally. Thanks for asking. I see, Hermes nodded with a smile while his adventurers looked a bit regretful at the mention of their former member. That's good to hear. But Hestia, I'm really surprised to see you here. Considering it's Phallus the Passionate that's hosting this party. P. Phallus. Belle repeated in confusion as Emma's cheeks turned bright red. Oh, are you interested? Hermes asked, ignoring the absolute death glare that Hestia was leveling his way. Back in Tenkai Apollo never failed to entertain everyone. He was also quite the persistent lover boy. Wouldn't you agree, Hestia? How should I know? Hestia shouted as she turned her back to Hermes and started stuffing her face with gusto. Does that mean, Our Lady Goddess is the target of? Emma asked before trailing off, looking from Hestia's head to Hephaestus. The Smith Goddess nodded her head with a wry smile. Indeed, Miss Emma, Hermes confirmed. Apollo would spend most of his time trying to get Hestia out of her temple with all sorts of poems and gifts and she would rebuke him each and every time. As Hermes went on about Apollo's escapades to try and win Hestia's heart, Belle and Emma leaned in close. Do you think Apollo did all of this as another attempt to get our goddess's attention? Emma asked Belle. Who knows, Belle replied. I don't think we can ever understand the minds of the gods. Perhaps this sort of nonsense was also part of the reason for Castor's animosity to them. Their huddle was interrupted by a loud cheer from the crowd near the entrance. The two of them turned their heads to see the crowd parting to allow a silver-haired goddess, flanked by a giant animal person and human woman, to pass. Looks like Freya's here too, Hermes noted. Belle knew the name, of course. There wasn't anyone in the entire world who didn't know that name. They were considered equal to Loki Familia in power and hosted one of the two level 7 adventurers in the entire world. The Boaz, Otterl. Then that goddess, dressed in a form-fitting black dress that looked as though it was holding back paradise, would be Freya, the goddess of love that both Lancer and Saber were wary of. Belle felt that she was indeed beautiful enough to hold that title. Amidst all the gazes transfixed by Freya beauty, Belle didn't fail to notice that all the goddess in the room were either exasperated or angry at her appearance. One goddess in particular was looking as though she wanted nothing more than to murder her. With long, dark-colored hair, and dressed in thin silks that was almost translucent, the goddess was biting her nail in anger as the group of gods and men that had been trying to talk to her had their attention stolen away by Freya's appearance. That's Ishtar. Belle turned his head away to see that Hestia was looking at him. Belle, Emma, Hestia began, catching Emma's attention as well. Don't stare at Freya for too long, or Ishtar for that matter. Goddesses of love and beauty can charm any child just from them looking at her. With her warning given, Hestia returned to her food as Belle and Emma shared another look. Ishtar. the goddess that was the target of their king's hatred, and the one whose familia Archer and Saber attacked in defense of Loki familia. Burn her visage into your mind. We shall come to blows soon enough. Bel could hear his king's words clear as day even though Castor was nowhere near him. Perhaps it was a good idea that Hestia hadn't taken him along after all. However, contrary to Hestia's hopes, it was difficult for Bel to avoid looking at Freya. Because the goddess was walking right up to their group. Good evening, Hestia, Hephaestus, Freya said in a lovely voice even though she was completely ignoring Hermes. I hope you both are doing well. Evening, Freya, Hephaestus replied. It's been a while. Since Ganesha's banquet, right? Indeed. Hestia, seeing that she probably wasn't going to be able to avoid the conversation by eating, turned around to face Freya as well. Hey, Freya, Hestia greeted the other goddess simply before turning to Otterl. Your goddess is working you hard, isn't he, Mr. Boaz? The shopping trip the other day and now this. It is my honor and pleasure to serve her, Goddess Hestia, Otterl replied curtly. Shopping trip? Hephaestus repeated, looking between Freya and Hestia. You mean the two of you went out? Together? Well, she basically shanghaied me, yeah, Hestia nodded. What a surprise! You hardly leave your room for anything, Freya. Why the sudden change? I couldn't help it, Freya said with a shrug and a little pout. It was suffocating being inside all the time. And Hestia's the only one that would give me an honest opinion when trying out dresses. Even Otterl can only say synonyms for beautiful no matter what I picked. She threatened to go out in a see-through negligee if he didn't say something different, Hestia added with a long sigh. He tried really hard though. Bel watched in amazement as the world's strongest adventurer, looked down in shame while the other woman with them patted his arm in consolation. Even the world's strongest was nothing more than a child before his goddess. Bel didn't think that was necessarily a bad thing though. It made Otterl seem a bit more human in that regard. But it's good to see that something good came out of it, Freya said, suddenly turning her attention to Bel and Emma. Your children look absolutely wonderful, Hestia. Oh, did you pick these out for us, Lady Freya? Bel asked. Thank you very much. Although Bel thought his words of gratitude weren't anything special, the three goddesses were staring at him in surprise. Bel blinked back at them before he turned toward Emma to see if she had any idea what was wrong, only to find her eyes slightly glazed over as if she was in a trance. The same thing was happening to Welf and the other mortals too. Was this the goddess's charm? My, how unexpectedly wonderful, Freya said as she extended her hand to touch Bel's cheek. Bel's back went rigid as if someone had shot lightning at him. Would you perhaps show up in my dreams tonight? Huh? Like hell. Hestia immediately forced herself between the two of them, smacking Freya's hand away. Eyes off Freya, Bel. Hestia demanded. Look at me and only me. Freya is a dragon that devours every man she gets her hands on. A rabbit like you wouldn't last 2 seconds against her. Why yes. For a moment, Bel thought Freya would get upset but she simply laughed it off, enjoying Hestia's over-the-top reaction. Well, I suppose I should go before I upset Hestia even more, Freya said with a smile, her eyes lingering on Bel for a bit. Until next time. Otterl. Helloan. Calling the name of her two children, Freya led them away. Bel couldn't help but watch them go with his eyes following the swaying of Freya's hips. Bel, you pervert. Emma's words caused Bel to jump and turn toward her as she refused to look him eye the eye. However, he had no words to refute her accusation. Well, that explains why no one noticed us. A new voice inserted itself into the group and Bel turned around to see the goddess Loki, flanked by her familia captain, Finn and Ace Wallenstein. A pair of boobies showed me up, Loki growled as Finn let out a dry laugh. Well, that's what happens when you come in late, Loki, Take Kemikazuchi said with a shrug. Both Finn and Loki were in black suits while Ace was in a pale green dress. The effect made it look like a princess being escorted by a pair of bodyguards, making Ace stand out all the more. Perhaps it was the goddess Loki's intention to show off Ace as much as possible? So you brought these two? Loki asked, eyes scanning Bel and Emma up and down. And here I thought you'd bring Goldie along with your little Bel. He rejected the offer, Hestia replied with a shrug. Didn't want to hang out in a place full of gods. That's so? Well, in any case, I got some things I wanna talk to you about. Pass. I want nothing to do with whatever it is you want. I've got enough on my plate as it is. Yeah, no. Hermes. Sorry, Hestia. Hermes and Loki both slipped their arms under Hestia's shoulders. Hi. Hestia lets out a dumb noise as she's suddenly dragged away by the two gods. Wait, what? No. Stop. I refuse to participate in your games. Belle. Emma. Save me. However, Belle and Emma could only watch as Hestia disappeared into the crowd. Sorry about that, Finn said with an apologetic look on his face. Loki really wanted to talk to your goddess about some things. Is it necessary to drag her away like that though? Emma asked with a frown, to which Finn could only apologize again. Belle waited for Hephaestus to leave with Welf and her captain before speaking up. Is it about your investigation? Belle asked, placing his hands into his pockets. Yeah, she's trying to get you guys to help out like you did in Milan. Thank you again for that, by the way. No, I didn't do anything. Is it all right to talk about it? Emma asked with a worried face. We were just talking about your familia sharing your vacation spot with mine, right? Finn asked with a smile. Oh, right. In any case, it's a pleasure to see you again, Belle Cranel. And a pleasure to meet you, Emma Flores. You know me. I made it a point to know the names of everyone in Hestia Familia, Finn replied with a smile. We may be allies in the future after all. I hope so, Belle nodded with a smile. A pleasure to see you again, Mr. Finn. Belle then pulled a hand out of his pocket and shook Finn's. The only sign that Finn noticed what Belle had done was a quick blink, but his expression did not change at all. With that done, Finn took Ace and the two of them walked off as well. I hope that was okay, Belle muttered. He didn't know what it was, but Castor had said to pass it along to Finn during the party. How he knew that Braver was going to show up and not Nine Hells, Belle had no idea. The king's foresight was amazing. Belle's hand went into his pocket once more as he fiddled with the second object he had been entrusted by Castor. Emma set her glass down on the table and looked like she wanted to grab something to eat for a moment until the music suddenly changed. The change in music suddenly brought several people to the center of the ballroom. Oh, a dance! Emma said, clapping her hands together in delight. A dance, hi! Belle muttered. Want to give it a go? Emma asked with a smile as she took his hand in her own. Hi? Are you fine with me? The goddess had Ryder teach you a bit, right? She did indeed, but Hestia had probably been expecting him to dance with her instead. Well, since the goddess isn't here, it's fine if I take you for a bit, right? Please don't tease me like that. Too late. With that said, Emma dragged Belle to the dance floor with a smile that Belle wasn't able to refuse. XXXXX. End. Hestia demanded as she sat at a table with Hermes and Loki. What's so freaking important that you're getting between me and dancing with Belle? Weren't you just stuffing your face before? Loki reminded her. That was before, this is now. Now, calm yourself, Hestia, a second god said with a smile. It's just a meeting between friends is all. And I said I have enough on my plate without getting involved with your messes, Dionysus. Hestia shouted at the blonde god. Specifically this mess that Apollos is trying to drag me into. Yes. Dionysus muttered. I did hear that your familias got involved in a little bar brawl. Oh ho? Little Belle getting drunk and lashing out? Hermes asked with interest. Now I've seen everything. He didn't start anything. Hestia said, coming to her child's defense. It's Apollo that hurt my Emma first. Ogma and Hephaestus's child can attest to that. Sept Ogma's not here tonight, Loki pointed out. I don't think he even got an invitation, Dionysus said. Strange, don't you think? That's why I don't have time to deal with you three. Hestia said, slamming her hands on the table. Until I figure out what that idiot is planning, I can't focus on anything else. Well, just answer this, Hestia, Hermes said quickly before she could stand up and leave. Are you planning on sending the full might of your children against Apollo? That all depends on him, Hestia replied, spitting out the last word as venomously as she could. Half of my children are out for blood and I'm doing everything I can to keep them calm. By that you probably mean that captain of yours, right? Loki asked. Oh, perhaps we may see a war game in the next few days. Dionysus asked, eyes sparkling like a child wanting to open his present. Things have been rather dull around here lately. I like dull. Hestia protested. I want this to blow over without anything happening. However, it was obvious to all deities present that she knew that that wish had no chance to pass. As Hestia left, the other three deities turned on each other. You really think that idiot Apollo is going to go for a war game? Loki asked Dionysus. Apollo is, if nothing else, a showman, Dionysus replied. He wants something from Hestia, that much is obvious. I wonder what it could be. Isn't it obvious? Hermes asked. It has to be about Belcranal. Loki couldn't help but nod in agreement. A few months ago Hestia had been a literal nobody in Orario. She had spent the first several months on Gakkai living with and mooching off of Hephaestus's kindness. Then she met Belcranal, who became her first child. Then one after the other, she gathered a group of adventurers who could hit well above their white class. Loki knew that she was not alone in wondering what exactly was the other child Hestia had brought along to this party was hiding. Would she be the next Belcranal and shatter her vice-captain's record in reaching level 2? Lefia had offered the idea that Hestia's familia was in fact full of spirits possessing the bodies of the adventurers within. Loki had heard about the strange tale of Argonaut from Finn, who had in turn heard about it from Shin, a few days ago, and the fact that 4 of her children saw and experienced it firsthand was enough for her to believe that it happened. Spirits loved playing tricks on people, even more than Loki herself did. Gods and mortals were subject to their pranks, but it was always all in good fun without any lasting damage. Could Hestia, or perhaps Belcranal, be drawing in spirits who wanted to play the role of the heroes of the old era by borrowing the bodies of willing mortals, or at the very least lending them their aid through powerful magic swords? Or perhaps they sensed what Anio and Evilus was up to and were preparing to make a stand against them, with Hestia being the one who just happened to find them. Was that the secret behind the nicknames? If Belcranal had gone by the name of Argonaut when he first appeared on the big scene, people might have laughed at first, but considering his growth and rapid increase in strength, people would have wondered if there was more to the name than just a childish title. And then some unscrupulous people might have tried to destroy the boat of heroes and spirits before it could reach ashore. People like Anio perhaps? As such, Belcranal used his real name in public, but in private the others would call him Master, perhaps to show that he was the one who called them together while Castor was the one running the show in public. Belcranal? Dionysus asked, looking rather surprised. Really? I would have thought that this was yet another attempt at wooing Hestia. Perhaps Apollo is seeking to use this as a way to merge their familias together. In either case, he would still get Belcranal and the secret he carries with him, Hermes pointed out. I think Apollo will force this to end up as a war game no matter what, so let's take advantage of this. What are you up to now? Loki demanded. We should try to make it as big of a show as possible, Hermes replied. A big enough stage that allows Belcranal and the rest of Hestia's children to showcase their abilities. So you don't want something simple like a duel or a tournament? Dionysus asked with a wry smile. It certainly would make it easier on Hestia. I do feel sorry for Hestia and her trouble in all of this, but I am far more interested in seeing how something like this blows up in Apollo's face in the biggest spectacle ever. Loki and Dionysus exchanged wry smiles. So Apollo's defeat had already been decided in Hermes's mind then. Well, I'll agree in your plan to make the war game as big of a spectacle as possible, Dionysus said with a nod to Hermes. I admit I want to see firsthand how Moonlit Dawn handles himself when pushed into a corner. The two gods then turned toward the sole goddess in their little alliance. Loki was conflicted. Much as she was loath to admit it, she owed Hestia's kids a lot. Archer had protected Finn and the others on the 59th floor and then worked to save Tiona from Kali. Castor's foresight had saved the majority of the expedition from suffering from poison and allowed them to rescue Lefia and Shin from Kali as well. If they were connected to spirits, then Loki wanted to be on their good side so that they would help protect Orario in the future from Anio. But on the other hand, I'm in, Loki agreed as she slammed her hands on the table and leaned forward with a rather evil grin. Not that I really care what happens to Apollo, but a chance to make things harder for itty bitty just a bit is always welcome. Hermes and Dionysus simply shook their heads with expressions that said, here we go again. XXXXX. If Emma Flores was honest with herself, she was not exactly sure where exactly her vice-captain, a boy 1 year younger than her, stood with her. She idolized him, that much was for certain. Perhaps not as much as Belle idolized Archer and the other servants, but she understood that she was holding him up on a pedestal. It may seem strange to put someone younger than her on a pedestal, but it was the truth. The fact that he had made his name ring throughout Orario at only the age of 14 by defeating a Minotaur and reaching level 2 in a little over a month made her realize that her dream of doing a similar feat was possible. Not for the glory of accomplishing such, that was a mere means to the true end. The glory of any accomplishment Emma would achieve was nothing more than a signal flare, one that she hoped that the only family she had for 15 years would see it. I am here. It was the only message she hoped to send, and one that she hoped would be received. That was why Emma did not want to stay behind while watching the others march out to fight. She wanted to be by their side. She wanted to be by his side. Emma had truly meant it when she considered Belle to be Argonaut, subsequent event notwithstanding. Belle was sure to be the vessel in which Hestia Familia would ride on to their future. Between his summoning of the servants, to his desire to help Fia and the other Zenos, Emma knew that it would not be Castor or Hestia who decided the future of the Familia, but Belle. And that was why Emma, even as she danced with the young boy doing his best not to step on her toes, wanted to find a spot to stand by his side. Once the song came to an end, the blue and white flower spinning in the middle of the dance floor stopped and slowly moved to the side with the rest of the dancers to the applause of the spectators. Well, Emma began as she turned to Belle with a smile. Did you have fun? It was new, I'll admit, Belle replied with a smile of his own. The two of them headed to the edge of the ballroom and grabbed a drink off a table. As they relaxed, a girl in a pale green dress slid up beside them. Miss Ace? Belle asked in surprise. Is there something wrong? I'm sorry, but can I stand here with you too? Ace asked, looking rather distraught. Of course you can, Emma replied as Belle nodded in agreement. But can I ask why? Finn got caught. Emma and Belle shared a confused look before Ace pointed off to the side where Finn was currently surrounded by a crowd of over 24 women. Emma could only make out the stiff smile on the man's face that spoke volumes about how he felt about his lucky situation. And, you two are the only other people I know here, Ace admitted. I understand, Belle nodded. I wouldn't want to be alone here either. Are you not having fun, Miss Ace? Emma asked. Not really, Ace admitted. And you don't need to use Miss both of you. Just Ace is fine. Okay, Ace. Emma switched gears immediately, which prompted a smile on the sword princess's face. Then why don't you try dancing as well? Dance? Ace repeated. With who? Belle asked, only to lean back when Emma turned her gaze toward him with a smile. Me. Are there any other guys around here? Certainly there were about 100, but that wasn't the point. Ace and Belle looked at each other and almost simultaneously turned away with a blush on their cheeks. The sight only made Emma's smile grow even wider. It might be rude to tease someone older than her, but Belle was free game for her, vice-captain or not. It was her right as an older member of their family, as was taught and abused against her by Sophia. And Emma exercised that right by pushing the two together and sending them off onto the dance floor with a smile. She had no idea how quickly she would come to regret that decision. As she was enjoying the sight of Belle awkwardly try to lead Ace around while trying to touch her as little as possible out of embarrassment, someone came up to her from behind. You there, girl? Show me your face. Emma blinked a few times when she heard that and slowly turned her head to look over her shoulder. There she saw a god being flanked by 2 men. The god had long unruly red hair and yellow eyes. He wore a suit like most of the men at the party and seemed to be eyeing Emma with a strange look. One that she definitely did not like. However, she didn't want to be the cause of yet another feud for her goddess, so she had to be polite. Yes? How can I help you? Whatever his answer was going to be, Emma certainly didn't expect him to grab her chin with his hand and jerk her head around as if he was examining her face. What do you think you are doing? She demanded as she stepped back away from him. Examining you, the god replied as if that was the most obvious thing in the world. The sheer gall of it all stunned Emma, and she wanted nothing more than to leave as soon as possible. Yes, you will do fine, the god nodded, ignoring Emma's indignation. Which familia are you from? I demand to speak to your god immediately. I have no obligation to answer that, Emma replied with a frown. She turned around to leave only to be grabbed by one of the god's adventurers. Lord Ishma asked you a question, the tall blonde man said, his dull purple eyes. Show some respect. I have nothing to say to any of you. Let go. Answer Lord Ishma's question. However, Emma was unable to wrench her arm out of his grip due to her lower status. The lady asked you to let go. A cold voice sent a shiver down Emma's spine as the man quickly released her. Turning around, she saw Finn standing behind her, hands on his hips with a frown on his face, marring his boyish looks. The god, Ishma, frowned as he glared at Finn. Enoch, Gregory, let us go. With one last look at Emma, the god took his followers and left. Sorry for stepping in like that, Finn apologized to Emma after he watched them go. Oh no, I'm very grateful for your help, Mr. Diamond, Emma replied as she rubbed her wrist. Is that so? Your expression seems to say otherwise. Emma quickly brought a hand to her face to hide her expression. No, that's not dash. It's fine, I understand. It's frustrating when you don't have the power to protect yourself and are forced to rely on others, isn't it? Emma didn't feel like he was patronizing her but instead speaking from experience. She supposed that was only natural. He had been an adventurer for much longer than she had been alive despite being shorter and looking younger than Assassin. Besides, consider it my thanks for helping out Ace too. Finn turned to the dance floor and Emma followed his gaze to see both Belle and Ace smiling at each other as they weaved across the floor. Fufu, there's no need to thank me for that. That sight is its own reward. She'll probably have to report the incident to Castor and then get chewed out at all the problems she's causing. But so long as Belle is happy, Emma could deal with a few inconveniences. Naturally, such happiness was short-lived as the music suddenly stopped and the source of their major problems stepped up to Belle. Excuse me. Emma quickly bade the Loki Familia captain farewell and hurried to her vice-captain's side while their goddess approached from the opposite side. By the time Emma reached them, Apollo was demanding compensation for his injured adventurer. To Emma's surprise, he was talking about the Palom, not the human that whose arm she heard Belle had broke. What are you talking about? Hestia demanded. Belle never even touched him. My dear Lewin came home so beaten and bloodied that day I had to hide my eyes, my soul wept in his presence. Apollo placed a hand on his chest like an overdramatic actor before pointing to his other followers, all of them crying as if on cue. Palom then stepped forward, completely wrapped in bandages like a mummy. Oh wow, is the autumn festival here already? Hestia asked, looking completely unimpressed. It was your child who nearly bashed my Emma's head in. Belle didn't touch any of your Paloms. Ogma's child was the one who did it. Perhaps, but is it not your child who told him to do so? Apollo asked as he raised a finger. All these witnesses said so. Several people then came forward, surrounding Emma, Belle and Hestia. All of them were saying Belle was the one who started the fight by telling Mord to attack the Palom, Lewin, when Mord had done so all on his own accord. The strange thing is, Emma had no recollection of seeing any of these witnesses at the bar. One of my beloved followers was badly wounded. I cannot accept this lying down. The reputation of my familia is on the line. Hestia, will you not take responsibility for his actions? Apollo let out a demand, smiling confidently at his apparent success in trapping them when Belle opened his mouth for the first time since he arrived. By showing the truth, Belle said as he fished out an amulet with a blood-red gem in the middle. Belle. Emma began as he knelt down to place the amulet on the ground before placing a hand over the jewel. Immediately, a light shot out of it and something formed in between Apollo and Hestia. What is this? Apollo demanded. It looks like a divine mirror, but there's no way Belle could. Hestia began as something started showing inside of it. It was showing Emma, Welf and Mort sitting at a table at the bar from someone's, Belle's, point of view. Emma was about to ask what Belle was doing when a shrill voice sounded from the image. I also know that his familia is led by some goddess not worthy of even the slightest shred of respect. You'd have to be pretty weak and stupid to join a disgraceful deity like that. It was the voice of the Lewin, and Apollo familia seemed to recognize it. The hall was quiet as everyone seemed to watch in surprise. The image quickly spun around with Belle's voice demanding Lewin to take back his words. When Lewin refused and started insulting them further, Mord pushed himself into view without anyone prompting him to and started throttling the Palom. Emma herself then appeared to try and get Mord to calm down when a member of Apollo Familia tried to grab her and for Mord to pull her back and start the fight. The view moved back as Belle and Welf had dragged Assassin and Emma out of the brawl before the image turned to see Welf jump into to help Mord. The image stepped forward before spinning to show Emma pleading for Belle to not get involved. Emma then winced as she watched something collide with her head, sending her bouncing off the wall. It certainly looked awful when she saw it from an outside view. She couldn't remember if she felt it or not. The image then turned back toward the fight and into the eyes of the man who obviously threw it before the image cut off. Emma's eyes then moved to her goddess who was gaping at the empty space in horror before she turned away to glare murderously at Apollo, who was looking less confident than before. Belle, however, was looking at the man beside Apollo, with a triumphant look even though the image cut away before it showed Belle's own retaliation. "You were saying?" Hestia demanded through clenched teeth. "I was saying that I cannot believe you would go so far to slander me and hide your crimes," Apollo said. "If you are going to go that far then I have no choice. Hestia, I declare a war game. Bring it on. We'll wipe the floor with you punks." The god of the sun's declaration was met with the righteous indignation of the goddess of the hearth to the cheer and applause of the attending deities seeking amusement on Gakkai. Chapter 38, Opening Gambit. With the declaration done, the goddess Hestia decided to take her 2 children and leave the party early, not wanting to spend another second around Apollo's presence. "Hey Emma," Hestia began as the 3 of them crossed through the entrance to where Ryder was waiting for them with the carriage. "Is there anything you want?" What do you mean?" Emma asked. "Like do you want to stop by and get some snacks on the way home? Maybe a cake? You're being extremely nice all of a sudden, goddess. Is everything okay? That's what I want to ask you." As Belle followed behind them he heard someone running up behind him. "Belle! Wait up, Belle!" Turning around, Belle saw that it was Welf. "Are you serious about this?" the smith asked. "Apollo Familia has over 100 members you know. Even so, it's not like they can field all 100 at the same time," Belle replied, repeating the words he heard from Saber. "We have our own advantages so don't worry about it." "But don't worry, Welf. We'll beat them back, and then everything will be back to normal, and we can head back in the dungeon together as always." Welf looked as though he wanted to say something else but held his tongue. "Hey, you'll let me know if you need anything, right?" Welf asked. To be honest, Belle would love to fight alongside Welf in this battle but a war game was a confrontation between 2 familias. There was no way Hephaestus would be able to lend one of her own to help Hestia. "I think we'll be fine." Belle began but something told him that that wasn't the right thing to say. "Well, we have all of our equipment that you made for us after all so its quality has always been perfect. To be honest, I'd love it if you were there with us but this is our familia's problem." "Right." With a nod, Belle bid Welf good night and hurried over to the carriage where the others were waiting. XXXXX. I'm being left out of it again. Welf muttered as he saw Belle off. It couldn't be helped, he knew that. The 2 of them were from 2 different familia. In normal circumstances, they shouldn't have been in a party together in the first place. They should have kept it a strict smith/adventurer business relationship. But even so, they were friends, weren't they? Torn between 2 different and exclusive desires, Welf felt loss. He had been wanting to discuss what he should do with Belle and Emma the other night, but thanks to Apollo Familia, those plans were awash. "Welf." The smith looked over his shoulder to see his goddess standing behind him. "Lady Hephaestus." Welf began as he turned around to face her. I want to." He was silenced by Hephaestus placing a hand on his shoulder. "Go home and rest for the night," she said. "If you still feel that way in the morning then come to my office in the northwest main shop and we'll talk when you're ready." After saying her piece, Hephaestus returned to the party while Welf lowered his head in thanks. XXXXX. I hope you're happy." Belle and the others returned home and convened with the familia around the dining table for their usual meeting. Once there, Hestia immediately started by calling out Castor, who simply weathered her glare with a condescending smirk. "I am quite satisfied with your performance." "Yes," Castor acknowledged with a nod. "I take it that the party wasn't just a simple affair with dancing and good food." Archer asked as he set tea down for the party-goers plus Ryder. That Apollo actually tried to pit the blame all on Belle. Hestia shouted. And he didn't say a thing about what happened to Emma. I don't care anymore. Let's win that war game and take everything he owns. Fahahaha, indeed this was the spark necessary to light your fire, Castor laughed in satisfaction. All that is left is to decide the rules of this little game. How does it get decided again? Primo asked, looking from Gina to Lily, the two most experienced adventurers in the Familia. Well, a Denatus is called and the gods decide the rules there, Gina explained. Lily supposes the details depends on how the gods as a whole are feeling, Lily added. They might leave it to Lord Apollo and Lady Hestia to decide between them, or they might put in their own ideas. Oh. Hestia let out a pained sigh as she thumped her head on the table, causing her tea to splash around in its cup. It's going to be like the naming ceremony all over again. What will you argue for, Lady Hestia? Lancer asked. Castor believes that the enemy will hope for a battle that forces us to showcase our abilities on the field. However, we don't have to make things that easy on them, Hestia continued in understanding as she lifted her head back up. Then I'll try to go for a one-on-one champions duel. You're up for it, right Castor? I would not have made the offer I first place if I were not. It would not do for the ignorant to question why I am in the position I have. I guess it would seem weird to most people if the captain isn't the strongest adventurer in the Familia, Gina muttered with a nod. If the captain fights then everyone will understand. But, if the captain fights, then that means people will die, right? Primo asked quietly. That is only natural, Castor ruthlessly confirmed. Do you think that there is a single mongrel alive that would survive my wrath? But it isn't as though the people who disapprove of their god's action can go against him, right? And they are soldiers going to war against us either way. You would have me show mercy to those who will try and kill you. We don't know that. Primo pointed out. We don't even know what the rules are yet. They were the words and feelings of an immature child who only just reached 2 digits in age. In terms of her race, she was someone who only just barely grew out of being an infant. And it was because of her immaturity that she could only use such childish arguments. Killing people was bad. When you die, that is where your story ends along with your hopes and dreams. People who would advocate for killing others so easily were wrong. Arguments based around emotion as expected of a child. She has a point, Castor, Ryder spoke up, coming to Primo's aid. She then turned toward Hestia. Goddess Hestia, how about we put the rest of the war games talk until after we have a clearer picture of what's about to happen? We don't even know what the god Apollo is after, correct? Oh right, Hestia admitted with a nod. I was so done with the party and his face that I didn't even pay attention to that. The god's desires are irrelevant, Castor said. For he will not achieve it. As such, it will be up to you to decide what you wish to receive from our eventual victory instead. You're certain that we're going to win without even knowing the rules of the war game? Hestia asked. What if it's decided that we do something stupid like a quiz game instead? The true purpose of this war game is an excuse for the hidden enemy to view the combat prowess of the Familia's adventurers. More specifically, the servants along with Cranel. The god Apollo will push for a war game based around combat. Will we be fighting only Apollo Familia? Saber asked. Would these mysterious backers not attempt to intervene? As far as war games go, it's a Familia one-on-one, Gina explained. The only way we'd be fighting more than one is if Lady Hestia agrees to it. That being said, we can't get help or expect help from anyone else either. Yet. Not happening. Hestia denied that possibility immediately. Do you know who's pushing Lord Apollo to do this? Gina asked. Is it this Enio person? Or Evilus? Perhaps, Castor replied but did not go into detail, probably because he had nothing more to say in regards to that. Assassin then let out a huge yawn before rubbing her eyes. Guess that's time to head to bed, Hestia decided, thumping her hands on the table. I got to head to Babel for that emergency Denatus in the morning too. Any complaints if I try to get a champions duel? Do you think it'll actually work? Ryder asked. Speaking objectively, if the masses had to pick between a massive all-out battle between the two familias and a duel between two people, wouldn't they want the all-out battle instead? Doesn't mean she shouldn't try, Archer countered. We don't lose anything from it. Ryder accepted his words with a nod as everyone stood up. As Bell was about to head upstairs, someone called out to him. Darou. Berserker was looking at him through the window as usual with FIA's head just under his own. Are you two okay? Bell asked, peering out toward the sky to see if it was still raining. Staying dry. We're fine, FIA replied. What about you? You've had a scary face for the last 2 days. I'll be fine once this mess is done with, Bell sighed as he covered the lower half of his face with his hand. The thought of simply raiding Apollo Familia did cross his mind, but there were too many cons to such an action. First of which would be that it would make it more difficult to work with the guild. Such a blatant disregard for their laws wouldn't go unpunished, and he didn't want to do anything that could make it harder to help FIA's friends. The second was that he wasn't sure they wouldn't be able to keep it from spilling out into the city proper. He didn't want to get innocent people involved in this grudge. No worry, Darou, Berserker said as he nodded to Bell. I will protect you. So Darou should do what Darou wants. Haha, thanks, Berserker. Good night. You too, FIA. Let us know what happens and we'll help kick those jerks off their high horse. FIA said before Berserker carried her off in his arm to head back to their tent. Bell saw them off before heading to bed himself. He had to keep his eyes on the big picture. This spat with Apollo Familia was just a pebble in the road that needed to be kicked aside as soon as possible. XXXXX. The guild officially approved the war game between Hestia and Apollo almost immediately, with preparations beginning all around the city as people waited for the announcement date. However, no one was busier than the guild employees. They had to find a way to allow both sides to unleash their full potential within the rules of the game while posing no danger to the citizens of Orario. The combatants would need supplies, directions, and most of all a stage on which to conduct the war game. It could start any day, there was no time to waste. They also had to accommodate the wishes of the gods who were wanting to make the event an even bigger spectacle. Every soul in the city, adventurer or otherwise, was waiting with bated breath for the conditions of the war game to be announced. In the meantime, all they could do was prepare for the result of the day's Denatus. All eyes and ears awaited with bated breath for the news that a sudden change to a certain law that had been announced on the same day went unnoticed by all but the most perceptive of individuals. Hestia's seat at the large table of gods was directly across from Apollo, allowing her the pleasure of glaring at him as the talks began, led once again by Loki. You're certainly enjoying this, Hestia accused her currently second hated enemy. Hey, it's not like I had any control over whether or not a war game would happen, Loki pointed out. That's between you and Apollo. Only an idiot would think otherwise. I'm just here to enjoy the fireworks. And with that, the meeting began once the residing gods and goddesses took their seats. The first order of business was to complete the paperwork that dealt with the prize for the victor. Once I'm victorious, I shall claim Bell Cranal. Apollo's declaration made Hestia's eyebrows shoot up into her bangs. Putting aside the fact that he was after her precious Bell, he was also unintentionally ripping away the support beam of her entire familia. If Bell was no longer in the familia, what would the servants do? Follow him to Apollo Familia or just disappear? Either way, it would leave Hestia with only Lily, Emma, Primo, and Gina. And while that sort of familia would be perfectly fine for a virginal goddess, Hestia was not about to let Bell go that easily. I want to make that perfectly clear. There will be no petty excuses or far-fetched assertions after everything is over. Should Hestia win, she's free to demand whatever her little heart desires. Apollo punctuated his declaration by taking a sip of the wine he had brought along with him. That's no good, Apollo, Demeter said. It's best to make everything clear from the start. I don't mind, Demeter. Hestia is free to claim whatever she wishes from me, should she win, that is. Demeter shrugged her shoulders as if to say, well, I tried, while the record keeper nodded with an all right, then. With the prize decided and mostly clarified, the next step was to decide the rules of the war game. How about a champions duel? Hestia forced her idea straight off the bat. We can hold it right here in Orario's Colosseum for everyone to see. Doesn't that sound fun? Agreed. There's no fun watching two lopsided armies clash. A fierce duel where two people fight with all of their might is better, as you don't have to worry about missing something on the other side of a battlefield. Maike and Takemikazuchi immediately came to her aid. With their words, a few other deities nodded their heads, much to Apollo's ire. Oh, but where's the fun if it ends quickly? A golden-haired goddess asked. Both of your children took down the Goliath, didn't they you too? Then the two familia strengths should be rather close even if the individual strength isn't. Wouldn't it be more fun to see everyone partake in the game? Ninsen brings up a good point, Dionysus jumped in. But one person deciding everything doesn't seem fair. Yeah, but if we put it to a vote, we're just going to vote for our own idea, right? Loki pointed out, fingers crawling over toward the bottle in front of Apollo. Then how about we draw for it? Apollo suggested, pulling his wine bottle out of Loki's reach. Everyone puts an idea in a box, then we have one person pull it. Eager to get on with the meeting, Apollo's suggestion was accepted by the majority. Hestia wrote duel in big letters before dropping it into a box the record keeper had pulled out from somewhere. Once that was done, Hermes was selected to draw a slip from the box. And the name of the game was XXXXX. Mutual Siege. The sun was already setting by the time Hestia returned to the Hearthstone Manor. Thus the report of the day's event was delivered over dinner. Basically it's a war game where both familias hold up in a castle and siege each other from them, Hestia explained. Each familia is also given 5 flags or banners to place around the castle at predetermined points. We win if A, you defeat the other familia's captain, B, you bring all 5 of the other familia's flags back to our castle, or C, the other familia surrenders. The time limit is 5 days. If it expires, the familia with more flags capture points wins. Destroying an enemy flag doesn't count as a capture and it just means less capture points for you and you can't claim the B victory. But if you destroy your own flag, on purpose or on accident, then that counts as an automatic point for the other familia. Define destroying, Archer requested. The emblem on the cloth is unrecognizable. You can break the stand and tear the cloth a bit, but if you can't see the familia emblem, then that counts as destruction. Us gods will be watching, so you can't get cute. We're not going to have to build our own castles, are we? Emma asked worriedly. No. There are some old outposts around Orario that were made back before Orario was formed as a first line of defense against the dungeon's monsters. The guild and Ganesha familia will clear them out and then we get first pick on which one we want. Hestia then glanced over at Archer. I'm thinking of picking whichever has a higher tower, she said with a grin, to which Archer just shook his head with a smile. But, to think this all happened because Lord Apollo wanted Belle, Lily muttered, glancing over to Belle, who looked less than pleased at that prospect. Does he know that Belle is connected to the servants? I don't think that's it, Gina replied. Apollo sometimes goes after adventurers that match his tastes. It's not usually this much of a spectacle though. I guess that lends credence to Castor's theory, Ryder muttered. Someone's looking forward to a show. No, this overt action might simply be because of Master's fame, Saber pointed out. Belle Cranel, record holder and killer of the Goliath. The entire city, if not the world, knows that he is a part of Hestia Familia. If he were suddenly to become a part of Apollo Familia, then questions would be raised. Nevertheless, it would seem that there are gods that are jealous of your toys, Goddess Hestia, Castor said as his eyes swept across the table and landed on a certain girl. Do you not agree, Emma Flores? What? Hestia shouted as everyone wheeled over to Emma, who flinched at the sudden attention. When did this happen? Why didn't you say anything? I didn't think it was that important. Emma offered with a wince. A god came onto me at the party but backed off when Mr. Diem stepped in. Who? Hestia growled with a voice of a legion. I don't really remember his name. I don't think he even introduced himself properly. It got pushed to the back of my mind after the whole war game thing. Hestia angrily grumbled to herself as Primo tugged on Emma's sleeve. You're having a lot of bad luck lately, haven't you? The elf asked as Emma could only offer a weak laugh in response. When will the war game begin? Lancer asked, bringing things back on topic. Oh right, Hestia said, shaking her head. Officially, the war game begins in 10 days. However, since we, or rather all of you, are participants, you'll have to leave beforehand to set up your defenses and stuff like that. Right, Archer muttered. We also have to bring along supplies like potions and food that the guild might miss, since I'm going to assume this isn't going to end in the first 15 minutes. Archer glanced over at Castor as he spoke as the king returned his gaze. I will admit I am conflicted as to how to proceed, Castor admitted rather freely. This situation, as banal as it is annoying, provides a good opportunity. As some here find the expedient solution detestable, let us take advantage of this and use this as a training opportunity. Ignoring Primo's shrinking form, Castor turned his eyes to Belle. Once the war game begins, I shall give you until the end of the third day, Castor said as Belle sat up. You, with the assistance of your fellow mortals, shall take the leading role in this performance. The captures of the flags and / or the defeat of their captain must fall to one of you. As vice-captain of this familia, your duty will be to draw up as well as enact a battle plan. Me? Belle asked, looking surprised. You are in command of several servants, several of which can decimate armies on their lonesome. Show to me that you are both capable and worthy of properly utilizing their strength in battle. Castor then drummed his hands on the table, allowing a large sheet of parchment to fall in front of him depicting a hypothetical battlefield. Soon after that, 7 small golden statues dropped down on one side of the map. A knight holding a sword, a bowman, a soldier with a spear, a charioteer, a hooded robed figure, a being wearing a skull-shaped mask, and a looming wolf-like beast. There was no mistaking what these pieces represented. However, there are conditions, Castor continued. The specifics will depend on the state of the battlefield, but know that you are not to have a servant deliver the final blow to the enemy captain. That has to be either me or one of the girls, right? Belle asked, understanding what Castor was trying to say. Precisely. Focus on assaulting the enemy castle. Use the strength of the servants to shore up your own individual weaknesses and the defense of the castle. I should not have to explain it to you, but this is a test to see how much you understand the power you wield and lead. The conditions may change depending on the battlefield, so be prepared to modify it. Belle nodded his head. It wasn't just the servants he had to understand, but the girl's strength as well. So what happens if we go past the third day? Gina asked, raising her hand. Castor waved a hand, causing the map and statuettes to disappear. As he leaned back against his seat, Belle felt the hair on the back of his head and arms stand on end as the king exuded his entire majesty before them. Then Apollo Familia shall die. XXXXX. This is a first. Hestia muttered as she sat on top of Castor's desk, looking toward her Familia captain who was setting some papers to the other side of the desk. Threatening someone by holding the enemy hostage. This is a motivational strategy that only works on the soft-hearted, Castor said. As such, it is particularly effective on the boy and Libera. It's working pretty well on me too. Not to mention the other girls. I will not say that Arde and Gwen are unaffected, but as veterans, their hearts are more hardened to it. Arde even more so. Naturally, its effect on the other servants is minuscule. Hestia couldn't help but nod in agreement. None of the servants had shown any sign that they would protest the decision. Rider and Lancer, the two people that Hestia would have thought to show some concern, actually nodded in approval. So, what do we do about the other god that's trying to steal my Emma away? Hestia asked. Nothing, Castor began before adding, for the moment. You can't tell me that that isn't a high priority for you. It is not because there is nothing to do. He cannot act so long as the war game takes place, lest he draw the eyes of the rest of Orario for trying to sabotage our familia. And should he continue his efforts after the war game, then he is a fool that shall be dealt with accordingly. Enter. Hestia blinked as she turned toward the door even though no one had knocked. Castor leaned back into his chair as the door opened up to reveal Primo, fresh out of the bath, with her hair down. I wasn't sure if I still have to come study. Primo said as she stepped in and closed the door behind her. Of course. A distraction as simple as this is no reason to cease your duties. Unless you feel there is something more worthy of your time. And no, I don't really have anything I need to do. Primo replied with a quick shake of her head. Then continue where you have left off from last night. Primo nodded as she picked up the stack of papers on Castor's desk and carried them over to the couch. Then I'll get out of your way, Hestia said, hopping off Castor's desk. Don't stay up late, Primo. Yes, Lady Hestia. With that, Hestia left the two to their own devices. Time passed silently with the only noise in the office coming from Castor's pen or the shuffling of papers and stone tablets. Although she didn't say anything, Castor could see the girl throwing glances over at his direction once every few minutes. If you have something to say then say it, Castor said, causing her to jump. But do know that I will hear nothing about my conditions for the war game. No, I wasn't thinking about that. Primo replied. I was wondering if you would get mad if I asked if I should take the grimoire now. HOH? And what brought about this change of heart? I don't think I have completely changed my mind just yet. I was worried that if I took the grimoire now, the spell I get won't be as powerful as if I were to wait for level 2. The reverse can be said to be true as well. The effects of the grimoire are completely random. But that is mere conjecture to begin with. Even a weak spell may be powerful if used correctly. See your vice-captain's firebolt for example. It is relatively weak but it has no chant and its travel speed is rather quick. What truly matters for the spell is how it is deployed. Primo nodded her head in agreement. Her spell, Lumen Pletias, was extremely powerful for a spell she received at level 1 but its accuracy was rather horrible. That being said, even a glancing blow was quite effective against the monsters in the dungeon and the spell fired 7 beams at once, allowing her to target several enemies at once. Its power only increased when paired with the staff Caster had given her. But you are quite greedy, aren't you? Caster asked with a chuckle. To want another spell on par with that one. Is that bad? Primo asked, ears reddening. Not at all. It is only expected of an adventurer. But I will still only give you one grimoire. I only need one. Primo insisted as Caster let out another chuckle. But, how many of them do you have? We received 3 of them as a reward from Fels, Caster explained. I plan to give one to the other 2 as well. Let us make Hestia Familia a familia of magic. Although Caster punctuated his words with a chuckle, he was not entirely joking. Magic was a game changer after all. Even if the power that the grimoires provided were random, having a hidden trump card up one's sleeve would be a boon. The only tragedy he could see would be if Emma or Gina received a long chance spell, something useless for a frontline fighter until they mastered concurrent casting. Still it would not do to keep them to himself right now. With a drum of Caster's fingers, the 3 heavy grimoires fell onto the couch beside Primo. Each of them had a different cover. Take them with you when you leave. Pick whichever you want and distribute the rest. Yes. With that said, Primo tucked the books under her arm and left the king's office. XXXXX. Primo wasn't the only one studying in preparation for the war game. By his request, Belle's training with Saber increased in both duration and intensity. Archer also did the same for Emma's training. The 2 of them trained from morning to sunset, stopping only for meals and bathroom breaks. As for Gina. Should I be training too? The Amazon asked as she and Ryder stood at the side and watched the other 4 train. Isn't your training partner right behind you? Ryder asked. Who? Gina began only to freeze as her pupils slowly moved to the corner of her eye and she turned her head to see a smiling assassin behind her. Hi Jack. Hi Gina. Assassin replied with her mouth wide open in a smile. Let's play tag. Can we play tag without your knives? Gina asked, placing her hands on the handles of her own knives. Nope. Go play in the dungeon you two. Ryder shouted as Assassin chased a screaming Gina out of the yard and into town. Gina's new training regime involved a lot of running. Particularly running through the floors of the dungeon while being chased by Assassin while cutting down any monsters that got in their path. Oh, and while defending herself against Assassin herself. Remind me again why we are having her doing this? Hestia asked, propping her head up on the windowsill next to Ryder's head. Well, Gina is the 2nd fastest combatant we have that can take a flag, Ryder explained. Belle or Lily could do it but they might prove better holding off Apollo Familia while she gets away. We could just have Belle slip in and out. The flags are in predetermined spots after all. I'm not sure it would work. Apollo Familia is targeting Belle directly after all. They would most likely swarm him if he got too close. Well, it's not a bad idea to have extras either way. Well, I can't deny that, Hestia admitted. But isn't there a better way to train her? Her agility would definitely increase if Jack is chasing her and probably her endurance, but I wonder if she knows how to go easy on Gina. I'm sure it will be fine. XXXXX. Ha, 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 all the way to the 11th floor huh? Gina placed her hand on a tree as she looked around the fog-covered floor. Even as a middling level 1, a full-on sprint down the dungeon wasn't that tiring to her, but she did need a moment to catch her breath. If she were at least level 2, she bet she could run all the way down to the Monster Rex floor if she didn't run into any minotaurs along the way. Ugh, still didn't the others say this is basically her home field advantage? Gina asked as she placed her back against the tree and looked around, trying to find some sign of assassin. There was some movement in the fog before an imp leaped out toward her, only to be stabbed in the face before it could reach her. Drawing her second dagger, she flung it to her left, allowing it to sink into another imp's chest as she kicked the first one off her other dagger. Don't underestimate an Amazon just because she's little. With that declaration, 3 more imps charged her. She ducked past them to retrieve her thrown dagger, giving the downed imp one last stab in the chest for good measure before grabbing the body by the arm and flinging it toward the others as though they were bowling pins. With the new trio temporarily disabled, Gina went back for the first body as she sheathed one of her daggers to free up a hand. Grabbing the corpse, she proceeded to use it as an improvised club as she bashed the downed imps into a bloody pulp. She normally didn't fight in such a brutal way since she needed the magic stones, and thus had to fight with precision with her daggers. But there wasn't any need to do so here. Letting loose like this was one of the near-universal joys of an Amazon after all. There was a rustle behind her and Gina turned around to see Assassin poking her head up above a pair of orc corpses, each one having had their stomachs and throats carved open with a cleaver. For a moment, the 2 girls simply gaped at each other until Assassin broke eye contact. Gina is scary, Assassin finally said as she sank behind the bodies in fear. You of all people don't get to say that to me. Gina protested with all of her might as tears welled up in her eyes. XXXXX. 2 days after the start of the advanced training, a message came to the Hestia Familia home from the guild. The castles they and Apollo Familia were going to be residing in had been prepared and they are free to head over and prepare their defenses whenever they were ready. And naturally, the goddess can't come with us. Lily muttered as they convened one last time before the adventurers would leave to go to the war game site. The fact that the goddess would be left behind in Orario, alone, only just hit Belle and the others. No need to worry about me, Hestia waved aside their worries. Loki, of all people, offered to let me stay with her until the war game's over. She's clearly fishing for information, isn't she? Archer suspected. She'll probably try to get you to tell her about us or the Grail. Speaking of which, we can't just leave that lying around, can we? Belle muttered with a nod. That's the thing that lets you summon the servants, right? Gina asked. Can't the captain just keep it in his vault while we're gone? Castor, who had just been propping his head up with his elbow on the table, simply opened an eye as he glanced to the side. Well, I suppose I have room for another wine goblet, Castor muttered with disinterest. Are you being literal or? Gina's mouth snapped shut as a pure golden goblet slowly pushed itself out of the king's treasury as he ran a finger across it while everyone stared. A second, Grail. Hestia gasped. Oh, have I not said so from the beginning? Castor asked. All the treasures of the world belong to me. Why would I not have such a thing? Do not ask me to lend it to you. That order cut off any further questions. So, are you going to take up Lady Loki's offer? Emma asked, turning to Hestia. I rather not, but I might not have a choice, Hestia admitted. We don't know what the people who were hunting Fia and her friends are up to, and there's no telling if Ishtar's lot pieced together that it was Saber and Archer who got in the middle of their fight with Loki. She glanced at the 2 who met her eyes without hesitation or shame. I would rather ask Hephaestus to put up with me a bit, but if those guys from Milan come knocking, I rather Loki take the brunt of it than her. Well, they do have the firepower to weather it, Archer admitted. Besides, she wanted a show so badly she can pay me for the trouble. Don't trouble her adventurers too much though, Ryder warned the goddess. Will the home be okay if we're vacating it though? There should be no problem, Lancer replied as she met Castor's eyes for a moment. Between Castor and my preparations, the manor shall be perfectly protected in our absence. Good to hear, Hestia nodded. Just thinking that someone might attack this place while we're gone makes me hesitant to hire a house sitter again. With the goddess's safety as well as the manors taken care of, all that was left was to prepare to leave. Rations? Hestia asked. The meat has arrived this morning, Castor replied. Shopping for vegetables and spices are done as well, Archer added with Ryder nodding her head as well. We've also received the shipment from the guild. Potions. Lily and Miss Lancer visited Blue Pharmacy and bought most of their stock of dual body/mind potions, regular mind potions, and hive potions, Lily reported. Just in case. Miss Airsusha was rather pleased even though Lord Myaik tried to just give them to us, Lancer said with a wry smile. She put a stop to it impressively quickly though. Probably to thank us for the dress and carriage rental, Hestia said with a chuckle. She understood her friend all too well. Well then, are we forgetting anything? Belle looked around to see if anyone would bring anything up. Fia would wear a cloak and blend in with the rest of the familia as they left the city while Berserker would dematerialize and follow behind them so that he wouldn't get in the way of their preparations. Belle felt bad but the servant himself pointed out that he couldn't fit in the carriage anyway. Of course we are missing something, Castor said to everyone's surprised. That fool is running late. Who? Primo asked as a smirk appeared on Castor's face. No sooner did she ask that did the doorbell ring. Lancer made a move to stand up and answer it but Gina and Emma grabbed her by the shoulders and kept her seated. But it could be Apollo Familia again, Lancer pointed out. Exactly, came the girl's identical reply. Lancer's expression became one of bewilderment as Saber let out a chuckle from the seat across from her. Ryder decided to get up and answer the door herself. A few minutes later, she brought in a tired-looking Welf with several items wrapped in cloth tucked under his arms. Welf. Bell began, unable to hide his surprise. What are you doing here? And what are those? I'm so glad I finished before you guys left, Welf said as he carefully knelt on the ground in front of Castor, setting most of his packages to his side save for one which he unwrapped. In Welf's hand was a dark crimson longsword that reminded Bell of the blade he had used against the Black Goliath. Except the blade in front of him made the other magic sword, one that had burned the Black Goliath to the point that it could no longer regenerate the damage it took, look like it was something thrown together at the last minute. Its sleek blood-red body shined like the setting sun. The lighter ruby-red metal wrapped around the dark crimson like an aura, encasing the burning flame held within. It was the first time Bell had seen the blade, and yet it also felt familiar. Deep within him, he thought he could hear the jovial laughter of a young man who fancied himself a hero. So you have found your answer, Welf Krazo? Castor asked with a smile. Yeah, Welf nodded, eyes narrowed with resolution as he turned toward Hestia. Goddess Hestia, please let me join the familia. The sudden request caught Hestia completely flat-footed. But what about Hephaestus? I said my goodbyes to her before coming here, Welf replied as he turned from Hestia to Bell. I owed a lot to her, I really do. But I think my place, my future is here, with all of you. My friendship with everyone here can't be replaced by anything. This sword is the crystallization of my beliefs. I won't compromise my friends for my pride anymore. Welf then stood up and presented the blade to Castor, offering it to the king who took the blade in with his eyes while another in room burned the blade's power within his own soul. Surely you did not craft such a specimen to offer it as a mere ornament, Castor said with a frown. The achievement and resolve it represents is your own. Wield your own pride with conviction, Welf Krazo. Yes. Welf responded with a single word of affirmation as Castor let out an amused huff. Well, Goddess Hestia? Castor asked. The decision on who to add to the familia has always been yours. You don't have to remind me, Hestia said with a complicated smile. But Welf, don't take this the wrong way, I'm really happy that you want to join us and all, but are you really sure about this? I feel like I'm stealing you away from Hephaestus. No worries, Lady Hestia, Welf assured her with a big grin. The two of us reached an understanding. Yes, I'm sure the Smith goddess was quite pleased to hear that you will attempt to make her your woman, Castor said with a bored voice that caused Welf to blink blankly for a moment before wheeling around toward the king with a beet red face. Oh ho! So it was true. I dash. You dash. How? Welf sputtered as Emma, Ryder, and Gina rushed up to Welf, eager press him for the details. You look happy, Belle, Lily said, popping by Belle's arm. Is it that obvious? Belle asked, fully aware of just how brightly he was smiling. You're looking pretty happy yourself. Lily is just happy that Belle is happy. Oh right, I guess we should tell you what's going on in this familia, hey. Emma said once she and the others were done interrogating Welf. What do you mean? Welf asked, looking completely drained from the questioning even though he managed to fend them off without breaking. How half of the people in this familia are spirits? Welf stared at the smiling Emma for almost a minute. He then swept his eyes across the rest of the familia, including the two monsters, before landing on Bell, who simply nodded his head. Well. Welf began with a simple shrug of his shoulders. That explains a lot. And with that, the newest member of Hestia Familia was accepted into its ranks and accepted them in turn. XXXXX. Welf Krazo. Level 2. Strength, I-12. Defense, I-13. Dexterity, I-29. Agility, I-11. Magic, I-20. Magic. Will-o'-the-wisp, anti-magic fire. Blasphemous burn. Will-o'-the-wisp. Skill. Blood of Krazo, ability to forge magic swords. Strength of magic increased during production process. XXXXX. With their packing done, all of Hestia Familia gather at Orario's west gate with their goddess seeing them off. Starting with Belle, Hestia went around giving her mortal children, plus assassin, a big hug, only hesitating when she got to Welf. The newest member of the Familia simply laughed as he opened his arms out to accept her affections. Now then, Hestia began. Go out there and show the world that we mean business. I'll be here when you all come home as winners. Yes, goddess. Belle and the others said before climbing onto the wagon where the servants were waiting for them. Time is of the essence, Castor said as he sat at the front of the wagon, just behind the driver's seat where Ryder was sitting, with a small portable armrest by his side. Make your final checks now. We will stop for nothing until we reach the castle. A round of yes came from the younger members of the Familia as they all checked their bags and equipment one last time. Welf also passed out the other magic swords he had brought along the other day. Lily received a small one, white in color, that could fit in her palm like the one she had used to blow out the Minotaur's eye during the boss fight. A purple one was given to Gina, one that was big enough that the girl had to hold it with 2 hands. The final one, another red magic sword, was given to Belle. Belle asked if it was all right for him to receive something like that, but Welf said that it was a perfect fit for Belle. I saw it in a dream, he said. Figured one would look perfect in your hands. If you say so. Emma also received a new blade, although it wasn't a magic sword. It was a new blade made out of blue metal to act as a sister to her Gekka that Welf had made for her earlier. Not that I'm not happy to receive this, but when was the last time you slept? Emma asked as she admired the blue crystal-like sword while eyeing the smith suspiciously. I'll sleep on the way there, Welf said, not meeting her eyes only to quickly duck as Emma tried to smack him with the sheath of her new sword. Hey! Easy! How many times do I have to tell you? She shouted as she started chasing after him. You need to rest properly. It's important to your health. I get it. I get it, so stop chasing me with your sword out. These are normal magic swords, right? Gina asked as she looked at the curved blades in her hands. Well, I say normal, but they're still Krazo magic swords. Why yet, Welf said, doing his best to ignore Emma angrily thwacking the back of his head with the wooden sheath. They'll break like normal if you overdo it. So be careful. Lily understands, Lily nodded as she secured the blade in a pocket within her sleeve. Emergencies only. Primo? Are you scared? Assassin asked, leaning to the side on one foot to look at her elf friend's face. You, a bit. Primo admitted as she clutched her staff like it was a security blanket. Don't be scared. We'll protect you. Berserker will too. Thanks, you. Although the girl tried to put on a brave face, she still looked a bit ill. Once everyone had finished checking their belongings, they started to squeeze into the wagon. Maybe we should have gotten a second one, Ryder muttered as she peered over her shoulder. Even without Berserker, Saber or Lancer here, everyone's all crammed inside. Can't be helped, Archer said with a shrug. Even if we got a second wagon, the beasts pulling them won't be able to keep up with your horses. I suppose that's true. Still, I hope Saber and Lancer don't get into any trouble along the way. Saber and Lancer had left before the rest of them. The former was going to follow and keep an eye on Apollo Familia while the latter was going to reach the castle first and get a head start on the preparations. Ah! They haven't left yet. Hurry! Wait a minute. Slow down. A voice rang out just as Bell was about to climb into the wagon. Looking over his shoulder, Belle spotted Tiona and Lefia running over toward them. Archer! Tiona called out, waving a free hand toward them while holding her massive twin-headed sword behind her. Little Argonaut! The two Loki girls probably came to escort Hestia to their familiar home once Belle and the others left. Although they probably wanted to see them off as well since they were in such a hurry. Coming here to see us off? Archer asked, stepping out of the wagon as Castor rolled his eyes behind him in annoyance. Primo also poked her head out from under the canopy to see her magic teacher. Yep. Tiona replied without hesitation. Well, it's more like we're here to escort Lady Hestia, Lefia said as she returned away from Primo. Getting to say goodbye to all of you is just a nice bonus. Well, we appreciate it nonetheless. As Tiona ran over to Archer, Lefia walked over to Belle and Primo. Are you two doing okay? Lefia asked. I heard this all started because Lord Apollo wanted to bring you in his familia. So it seems, Belle replied with a frown. I never even met him before seeing him at the banquet of the gods. I don't know why he's after me. Frankly, Belle thought it was a bit creepy. Isn't it because you're famous? Lefia offered. Miss Ace said that she had a lot of gods trying to get her to leave our familia when she first hit level 2. The same happened to me when I got my third spell. A lot of offers had come Belle's way as well, but he had turned them down as he had no intention of leaving his goddess. I don't know, it seems different than that. Perhaps he is attracted to you, Belle. Gina offered, appearing beside Primo's head. Please don't joke like that, Gina. I'm not. He likes cute boys after all. Just look at his captain. What do you think, Thousand Elf? No comment. To Lord Apollo's tastes or to Belle being cute? No comment. Lefia repeated as both she and Belle flushed red. Off to the side, with Tiona and Archer were having their own conversation. So how are you going to beat Apollo Familia? Tiona asked Archer. We'll just have to try and get lucky, I suppose, Archer replied with a shrug. They have over 100 people with a mix of level 1, level 2 and level 3 adventurers against our tiny group of 3 level 2s and 10 level 1s after all. You're still going on with things like that? Tiona asked with a frown. It's the truth though. Well, I don't like it when you say things like that. So stop it. Archer just blinked as he stared at the pouting Amazon. Now, don't bother Archer too much, Miss Amazon, Hestia said, squeezing herself between them. He's got a long way to go after all. Mew. Tiona let out a humph before turning her back to Archer. Archer's gaze remained on the back of her head for a moment before he looked down toward Hestia, who was giving him a sly grin. What? He asked her. Nothing, Hestia said as she elbowed him in the leg because she was too short to reach his ribs without standing on her tiptoes. Get moving, killer. Archer just shook his head as he climbed back into the wagon. I'm sorry that I have to take a break right when you just started teaching me. Primo apologized to Lefia. No, it's not your fault, Lefia denied quickly before putting on a smile. Just finish things up quickly then come back safely. I'll be waiting for you if you want to continue. Of course I do. Primo replied. A chance to learn with Thousand Elf is something I never would have dreamed of being able to do. Ha ha, is this how Lady Riveria always feels? Lefia could only offer a wry smile in the face of Primo's exaltation. As Belle was about to climb in, he felt a presence behind him. Turning around with a yelp, Belle found Seer and Ryua standing there, the former holding a basket in her hands. Don't think you're going to get away without a parting gift, Seer said with a smile as she pushed the basket into Belle's hands. Inside were several sandwiches, both cold and slightly warm, several thermos filled with the fragrant tea and alcohol, and one last bag full of something, he wasn't sure what. This is? Belle asked as he picked up the bag in one hand. It's a special treat just for you, Seer explained with a big smile. It's chock full of protein, Ryu added. I see. It'll be the first time since Monster Philia that I'll get to see you in action, Seer continued, clapping her hands together. But you have to promise me that you'll win, okay? I don't plan on losing, Belle said with a nod before hopping into the wagon which finally got moving. Thanks for the food. Good luck. Stay safe. It's chock full of protein. Although Seer was happily waving at them, the elf could only repeat the line as though she was a broken record. Kick their butts, Archer! Little Argonaut! Stay safe! Go forth, my heroes! Hestia shouted after the wagon as it sped off into the distance. Go forth and bring home victory! XXXXX! Welcome everyone! It was night by the time the Hestia Familia adventurers reached their castle. Thanks to basket of food that Seer and the others from the Hostess of Fertility gave them, the mortal members of the Familia were more or less at full capacity when they reached the castle where Lancer greeted them. Or at least, they should have been. Oh precious solid ground! Gina said as she fell out of the wagon and onto the ground. I missed you so much. Thud. Thud. Primo and Assassin fell out of the wagon as well, landing on Gina's opposite sides, pure exhaustion on their faces. Are you all right? Lancer asked, looking worried. They'll be fine, Welf said as he hopped out of the wagon and stretched his arms out above his head. It's just super cramped in there. Behind him, Archer and Belle were helping a haggard-looking Emma out before Castor and Lily stepped out. Only the high-class adventurers and servants seemed to be unaffected by the long and abnormally speedy trip that should have taken at least 2 days. If one were to look closely at Assassin's face, one could see that she was smiling and had only flopped over to mimic her 2 friends. Where is FIA? Lancer asked as Berserker materialized by the girl's side and poked them in the stomach with a single giant finger, causing the elf and Amazon to reflexively giggle and curl up. Lancer's answer came when the harpy flew down and landed on Berserker's massive shoulder. There you are, Lancer said with a slight frown, causing the harpy to look down in apology. I'm sorry, but it's the first time I got to fly around under the sky in forever, the harpy muttered, but Lancer's frown quickly disappeared into a smile as she cupped the harpy's face in her hands. I am not angry, Lancer said. I'm just being overprotective. As FIA nodded her head, Belle let Archer take Emma as he looked around the castle. Belle hadn't seen too many castles before, but considering that this one was supposed to be part of a defensive line around the dungeon before the gods came down to plug it up with Babel Tower, he thought this must be a standard look to one. Stone walls formed the main defensive layer of the castle, each one standing over 10 meters tall. Being situated on a flat and open plain, there was little chance that anyone would be able to approach without a lookout being able to spot them. Several of the watchtowers had crumbled due to age and disuse, but the central keep was still standing tall. There was even a large bell at the top, probably used as an alarm. On the 4 corners of the walls, 4 blue banners depicting the burning grail blew softly with the breeze. The last of the banners was to be placed in the main hall of the castle, the same one where Castor would be residing in for the duration of the war game. Have you begun the preparations? Castor asked Lancer. Yes, Lancer replied. The majority of the walls have been repaired and sealed. I have not started working on the watchtowers yet, however, and there appears to be a tunnel that goes along underneath the castle. The castle that Apollo Familia will be using is located about 2 kilometers to the west. Humph, then the enemy starts with a massive disadvantage already, Castor muttered as his eyes fell onto Archer's back. Mongrel. Follow me. Huh? Why yes. Belle turned and followed Castor up to the walls where the 2 of them could see plains which would be the location of their battle. Do you see the enemy castle? Castor asked. Yes, Belle nodded, eyeing the empty near-identical stone castle in the distance. The god Apollo may have considered this war game to be to his advantage, but there are several weaknesses that his army has. Can you name a one? Their supply line, Belle said immediately. I don't know much about wars, but all stories say that an army can't fight on an empty stomach. They have over 100 people, so they would need a lot of food to feed them for the duration of the war game as well as the setup time. Humph, you will get no points for such an easy answer, Castor said, but Belle could see his smile. Have you taken that into consideration in your battle plan? Yes. Have you decided on the restrictions? Castor nodded. First off, other than Berserker and Assassin, none of the servants are to enter the walls of the enemy castle. Archer cannot leave our castle walls, not that he should need to. Berserker cannot go further than the inner yard of the enemy castle. Naturally, Assassin cannot deliver the final blow to the enemy captain. Yes, Belle said, nodding in understanding. There is no specific objective I will have you accomplish either, Castor continued. Just be aware of the final condition. Yes. Belle had to defeat the Apollo Familia captain or steal all 5 enemy banners within the first 3 days, or Castor will act independently. Also, be aware that if a single mongrel reaches my throne room, the battle will end. I understand. Good. Then let us return to the preparations. Yes. With a nod, Belle fell back into step behind Castor. XXXXX. The days passed as Belle and the others prepared the castle for battle, with the only interesting thing happening was the large convoy bearing the emblem of Apollo Familia heading to the other castle in the distance. Guess it would be against the rules to go burn those supplies before the war game starts for real, huh? Welf asked as he and Belle watched the wagons disappear into the gates. Probably, Belle muttered with a nod. Either way, we shouldn't do anything that'll let them complain about the result. Well, we're going to go after that captain of theirs rather than capturing their banners, right? Welf said. Nothing they can do when we kick his butt. Welf then turned around to look back into the yard and Belle followed his gaze. Emma was currently training with Archer as pink light was floating off of her body, telling them that her skill was currently active. Lily was sitting on a barrel, watching the fight, and the one whose status was being borrowed. Lancer was also standing by just in case. Even Belle could tell that Emma was moving much faster than Lily ever could, with her zipping around trying to get through Archer's defense. But Belle's first servant wasn't giving her any chance to break through. That skill of hers is crazy, Welf muttered as Belle nodded his head in agreement. You think she'll end up being able to take the status of multiple people soon? That's scary, Belle said with a laugh. She already adds on our status when she borrows it. If she takes on another person's status, wouldn't she basically be a level 5 then? If she doesn't die from doing that, Welf said, all traces of humor disappearing from his voice. She'd have to get past level 1 first, I think. If she gets super tired from just one person, she might seriously have problems if she goes for a second one. Belle could only nod his head again at that. Still, she could hold a charge from Lily or you for 20 minutes while fighting now. Still only 5 minutes for you though, mister. I'm actually level 3, Welf said, wrapping his arm around Belle's neck. Aha, ahahaha. Must be because you have 7 superheroes connected to you. It was about the only reason Belle could think of as well. Perhaps he was growing this quickly because his connection to the servants were transferring most of their exiliate to him? It wasn't as though he had any other skill besides Argonaut after all. Oops, Welf said as the two of them watched Emma's aura die out before the girl flopped over. Seriously, the drawback is way too big for that skill to be useful. Yet. The two of them watched Lancer rush over to Emma's side just as Saber appeared beside them. I have returned, Master, Saber said, kneeling down next to Belle. Thank you for your hard work, Belle replied. Are you tired? Thank you for your concern, but it is unnecessary. I will deliver my report. Apollo Familia made no suspicious stops aside from camping to rest for the night. Some merchants took advantage of this to sell them materials such as food and potions, but nothing untoward. From what I can see, their leaders did not make contact with anyone suspicious. Guess it wouldn't be that easy, huh? Belle muttered. Guess we'll have to watch our backs during the war game itself. Welf asked. But would they really try something when half the world is watching? If their intention is to expose us servants, then that would be the best time to do so, Saber pointed out before standing back up. I will report to Castor now. All right. Be sure to rest up once you're done. With another nod, Saber dematerialized without another word. Guess we better be heading to work too, Welf said as he stretched his arms up above his head. Gotta go collapse those tunnels so we don't get attacked from below our feet. Don't get caved in while you're in there. Dude, don't say something so scary. The two of them parted with a laugh before separating to head to their own jobs. XXXXX. Days continued to go by without incident as Hestia enjoyed the hospitality of Loki Familia. That being said, she didn't do much aside from hole herself up in the guest room they provided to her to stay out of the way of their normal operations. That being said, she did spend some time talking to Loki's favorite human girl, the Amazon that seemed to have a thing for Archer, and Primo's magic teacher. The topics usually centered around her adventurers, and that was fine. She didn't get a lot of chances to brag about them after all. Then the day of the war games start came. Oi, Chibi! Loki shouted as she threw open the door to Hestia's guest room. Time to get going. Yeah, Hestia said, having already prepared herself in her best day clothes to head to Babel Tower where the majority of the gods in Orario would be watching the war game from. I'm guessing that we'll be allowed to use the divine mirror to watch the war game, Yep. We'll also be opening them up all around the city so all the kiddies can watch too. Bending the rules to make it fun as usual, hey. You betcha. Besides, how else are we going to make sure yours and Apollo's kids keep to the rules? Hestia wanted to protest that her children were all law-abiding citizens, but they were hiding Belle's level after all. With that said, the two goddesses left the Twilight Manor to head to the 30th floor of Babel Tower once more. Excitement continued to rise all across Orario. Bars opened early, food stands and restaurants gathered their employees early to prepare for the rush. Posters had been plastered all across the city as advertisement by various gods wanting to build up the excitement and tension. The posters were split across the center with the Apollo Familia's red sun and bow emblem hanging above Hestia Familia's belled grail emblem. The posters even made their way down to Milan, although most of them had been torn off the walls by members of a certain familia, and the guild employees in the city were too afraid to tell them to stop and could only put more up, only for those to be taken down as well. Nearly every adventurer was taking the day off from the dungeon and packed themselves into various bars and restaurants alongside the regular citizens and workers of the city who also managed to get the day off. Not only that, the plaza in front of the guild building had a stage constructed in front of it to allow commentators to provide their own commentary for the incoming action. Loki and Hestia reached the 30th floor of Babel Tower a few minutes before noon. Nearly every deity in the city planned to watch the war game here. Those that were not present were planning to watch it in their own homes or mingle amongst the mortals in bars and restaurants. For some reason, Hermes had decided to bring his captain, Asphial Andromeda, with him. The woman looked rather uncomfortable being the only mortal amongst the gods, but no one said anything about her being present. Loki and Hestia shared a glance but simply shrugged and decided to ignore it as well. Should be about time, Hermes muttered as he pulled out a damaged pocket watch. He then raised his head and spoke in a deep voice toward the ceiling. Auranos. We hereby ask for permission to use our power. Hermes's words rang throughout the chamber as Hestia quickly took a seat in the corner of the room, away from everyone else. A moment later, Auranos's voice responded in kind. Granted. The old god's words resounded throughout the entire city as Loki, Hermes, and several other gods and goddesses all across the city and its surrounding territories cracked their knuckles and got to work. Hundreds of windows appeared all across the land from Orario to Milan. Through these windows, one of the two castles of the two warring familias could be seen. It was the Divine Mirror, one of the various abilities that the Divine could use, which was why Hestia was so surprised that Castor had given Belle something so similar to it. These divine mirrors were the source of a god's clairvoyance that allowed them to scry into a faraway location at any point in time. This way, every deity in Orario could watch the war game alongside their children, even though the battle would take place far from the city. Test, 1, 2, ahem. Good morning and good day. I'll be providing blow-by-blow analysis of today's events, the chattering fireball himself, Ganesha Familia's Ibly Archer. Some of you may already know me as the Fire Inferno Flame. Remember that name? As one, all the divine mirrors portrayed a dark-skinned man claiming to be a commentator for the war game stood at the front of it with a magic stone voice microphone clutched in his hand. A large crowd had already gathered in front of him in the plaza in front of the guild. Joining me today to add his own insights into the festivities is none other than Lord Ganesha himself. Lord Ganesha, a word, please. I am Ganesha. Yes, thank you very much for that. Ah, so that's where he was, Hestia muttered to herself as she watched her partner in crime strike a pose to the cheers of the crowd in front of him. She had thought that the chamber was a bit too quiet. Now that the mirrors are in place, I'll set the stage once again. Today's war game is a castle siege battle between Hestia Familia and Apollo Familia. Both factions' combatants are already in place and waiting for the signal to begin. Hestia swiped her hand across her mirror so she could see what her children were doing. In no time, she could see most of her children standing in a line on top of the castle's western gate, facing Apollo Familia's castle. Belle was standing in the center, his hands resting on top of new red magic sword as he stood in the center of the line. The sight of her precious Belle looking so gallant caused her heart to skip a beat, and it took all her willpower to keep herself from giggling like a schoolgirl. Emma and Welf were flanking him, the latter having his arms crossed in front of his chest and the former was clutching the jewel pendant around her neck as if purposely drawing attention to it. Would the one she was searching for see it? Lancer and Saber stood on Emma and Welf's other side respectively, both of them still as statues with their weapons planted in front of them in a similar fashion to Belle. No, perhaps Belle was mimicking them to look a bit more cooler? Gina and Primo stood in the far end of the line to Belle's right, the latter holding a conch shell horn, while Lily and Assassin were standing on the other end to Belle's left. In Hestia's completely unbiased, honest, and fair opinion, they all looked so cool. The only ones she couldn't see in that formation were Archer, Rider, Berserker, FIA, and Caster. The latter she found in the main hall of the castle where Caster was resting with his elbow propping his head up in his usual lazy fashion, showing no intent to get involved in the war game if he didn't have to. Rider was waiting directly behind the gate in her chariot, pulled by her 2 white horses that waited patiently for the order to move. Connected to the chariot was a large metal box covered by a drape aside for the large hole at the very top, big enough for a child to slip through. At the very top of the tallest tower of the castle, there was a figure wearing a cloak nestled in the corner which Hestia suspected to be FIA. Nested just above her was Archer, crouched low to the ground wearing a rather tattered-looking white cloak that blew in the wind and surrounded by 6 swords stabbed onto the roof of the tower. Hestia didn't even bother to see what Apollo's kids were doing. All of her own children were prepared for war, and she was not going to miss a single second of it. XXXXX. In one of the bars littering Orario, there was a last call going for bets on the outcome of the war game. Apollo Familia outnumbered Hestia Familia almost 10 to 1 in numbers and the level difference spread was quite high as well. That being said, the odds for bets was situated at 15 to 1, still in Apollo's favor. Most of the city had bet on Apollo Familia to win, but a staggering amount of people were betting on Hestia Familia to win big instead. For gods, this was only natural, as it was quite common for them to bet on the underdog in hopes of hitting the jackpot. For others, XXXXX. 300,000 on Hestia Familia. Mord? Are you crazy? Shadab. I'm betting everything I got on you, Moonlit Dawn. It's my fault you're in this mess in the first place, so I'll treat ya good when you win. XXXXX. Naza, are you sure this is okay? Lord Myaik, it is only natural to bet on our friends to win, isn't it? But, and I know it is hypocritical for me to say, but that is all of our savings. It will be fine. Do not worry and believe in Belle. XXXXX. Come on, Belle. Show Apollo's children who's boss. Tite Kemikazuchi-sama. Please don't be so reckless. Don't worry, Mikoto. As a god of war, I shall give Hestia's children my blessing. You can't give your blessing to another familia's adventurers. It's just an expression, Buka. Besides, with this win, we'll be able to send a lot more money to Tsukuyomi and the others back home. XXXXX. Back within the Twilight Manor, Lefia was sitting with Ace and the Amazon twins in one of the lounge rooms watching one of the divine mirrors that had popped up in their home. Bet's not coming? Diona asked her twin. He said he didn't want to watch a one-sided beatdown, Shin said with a shrug. He'll probably pop in later though. Well, yet. We'll get to see Archer look super cool after all. Diona's eyes were completely focused on the figure sitting at the very top of the tower, shining in anticipation to what he might do. Shin raised an eyebrow in surprise before turning her attention back to the screen. We are just seconds from noon. The announcer's voice carried through to the manor all the way from the guild. And then, as countless bells rang across the city, the announcer roared out, "Let the war game begin." Lefia's hands found themselves over her heart as she found it roaring in anticipation. On screen, Bel Cranel had raised his hand up, pointing straight into the sky, or rather, the sun itself. The action was mimicked by the other members of his familia that was standing around him on the wall when he suddenly clenched his fist at the sun. Whether that was a signal or not, Lefia wasn't sure, but Archer suddenly stood up and tossed the cloak he was wearing off to the side as the person below him started ringing the bell. Ugh! Diona let out a gasp of appreciation and delight. Archer wasn't wearing his usual red mantle and instead was only wearing the black armored bodysuit he always wore underneath it, exposing his bare muscular arms for the entire world to see. Lefia then felt a deep chill coming from the southwest of Orario, but she put the feeling aside to watch Archer pull one of the blades stuck on the roof beside him out. As he knocked the blade onto his bow, Lefia felt the words of her chant ring in her ears. "You are the master, Archer." She mumbled as Archer pulled the string of his bow back, causing the blade to twist and elongate into a more aerodynamic and needle-like form in front of everyone's eyes, with red sparks flying off the man's body before they were quickly replaced by wisps of blue flame. And then, the arrow was released. It streaked across the afternoon sky like a blue shooting star. Within seconds, the arrow had crossed the 2-kilometer distance between the two castles straight into its target. A flag bearing the Apollo Familia emblem that had been planted on their own tower. The arrow struck the base of the flag, sending it flying from the roof and down to the grounds below, where an Apollo Familia strike force had been preparing to set out. Diona's wild cheer was only just narrowly beaten by the roar of the city outside. XXXXX. The first strike was often the most crucial one, as it was an opportunity to set the pace for the battle to come. It was something even someone like Bell understood. "Damn, that's a nice shot," Welf said with a whistle of appreciation as he had his hand over his eyes while leaning over the wall to try and get a better look. "It's begun then," Saber said with a nod. "Master. Your orders." "Right," Bell nodded as he turned to Primo, his heart hammering in his chest in anticipation and nervousness. "Primo, sound the horn." "All right." Primo nodded as she brought the shell to her lips and blew with all her might. However, all that came out was a weak sputtering noise. In an attempt to rectify her mistake, Primo quickly tried blowing again, only to get the same result as everyone turned toward her in worry. After 3 more failed attempts, Primo's face was nearly as red as Welf's hair. You want me to do it?" Gina offered with a weak smile. "Please." Primo weakly cried. "I'm going to bury myself in a hole and die." "And now, Lancer said quickly as she ran over and placed her hands on the elf's shoulders. "You're part of the opening strike. Do not worry about a little mistake. A little mistake that the entire world saw me do." Primo pointed out. "A little mistake that will follow me all the way through my career as the next future great mage." On the contrary, if Primo had had the clairvoyance of the gods, she would have seen that her embarrassing performance had won her quite a few fans amongst the more motherly citizens of Orario. Gods and mortals alike. "Don't mind it," Emma said as she ran over to help as well. "Come on, Rider and Berserker are waiting for you." "The enemy has recovered from the initial shock and are leaving the castle," Saber reported. "They are attacking." Primo quickly shook her head as Emma led her to the center of the gate where Rider and the meal box were waiting below. At Gina's successful horn, she jumped down and landed on top of the box, beside the hole. "Good luck out there," Rider encouraged her with a smile before Primo jumped into the hole and was caught by a pair of powerful hands. "Ready?" came Berserker's voice in the dark. "Ready," Primo said, finding her courage at last. Berserker then pounded his fist against the wall of the box. A lashing sound sounded outside as a pair of horses cried out and the box began to move. Primo nestled herself on Berserker's back where a special seat had been prepared, allowing her to stand securely upon the Minotaur to support him from behind. This was it, this was the true first page of her own heroic myth. It would be her and Berserker against the enemy's first wave. Her hands clenched, the golden staff in her hands as she heard magic blasts being fired in front of her, courtesy of Rider's blade, as well as the sound of arrows battering against the metal box they were in. "Hang on, you two," Rider's voice said as the box suddenly swerved rather violently before coming to a stop. Berserker then turned around to face the opposite direction as the sound of wheels and hooves traveled away from them. "I'll make up for that awful first showing," Primo said to herself as several small explosions erupted around the box's joints, destroying the seal keeping them inside. "I will succeed Lady Riveria as the next great mage." The walls of the box fell open, revealing the 3-meter-tall Minotaur, clutching a massive club in one hand and an equally massive steel shield in the other, with the tiny elf child on his back. "And that's why, let's get Berserker!" she shouted as she pointed her staff at the dumbstruck Apollo Familia members. Hestia Familia's war game has begun. Chapter 39, Their War Game. In the days leading up to the war game, Kali, goddess of Telskyra, had wanted nothing more than for someone to end her misery. After losing the fight against Loki Familia and Hestia Familia, she had been stuck in Milan for no real reason aside from her Familia refusing to leave. The reason why? It wasn't because she was slapped with a fine by the guild for the trouble they caused in Milan. They had no way of collecting if she were to simply pack up and return home. Oh ho ho no! It was because her Amazons had been bitten by the dreaded love bug. Many of them had been defeated in battle by the various men of Loki Familia, and their Amazon blood now longed for them. Even one of her captains, Argana, had fallen for the Loki Familia captain when he backhanded her across the lake. However, larger blocks of her Amazons had fallen for the mysterious bespectacled man of Hestia Familia, as well as the so-called archer that came to Tiona's rescue. Since then, she'd been stuck listening to her children all act like lovesick schoolgirls. The ones that had been defeated by Hestia's brats had gone around collecting all the upcoming war game posters as if they were posters for an upcoming concert or something, with many lamenting that the posters didn't have the profiles of the two men on them. Several even got the idea to send their beloved weapons, the ones they fought and bled their fellow sisters with, to Archer after seeing that Tiona had entrusted her weapon to him, but their deliveries were turned away at Orario's gates by the guards like any sensible person. She loved each and every one of her children, but it was probably time to teach them the common sense of mortals outside of their country. As such, each and every day brought her closer to contemplating suicide and return to Tenkai just to escape this hell of her own making. On the day of the war game, her children had begged her to allow them to watch it, and thus she had no choice but to do so. With Aranos's permission extending all the way to Milan, she and Njord worked together to fill the city with divine mirrors. And it was through one of those mirrors that she saw Archer's opening move, which caused a large portion of her familia to shriek in delight, even those that hadn't been defeated by the man. "It's hard to believe that power comes from a level 1, Kali muttered while shoving her fingers into her ears to drown out the cheers. And he actually was too. He said it loud and clear with no falsehoods that her divinity could find. Kali's eyes bounced from right to left where her two captains, Argana and Back, were flanking her to ask for their opinions. Perhaps some sort of magic that allows him to bend metal, and a skill involving the bow, Argana suggested. One that improves his power depending on the elevation he fired from? It would certainly give a reason as to why his goddess gave him the vague title of Archer. Well, I guess Hestia is the type to be uncreative like that, Kali admitted, yanking her fingers out. Then that means... Kali waved a hand in front of her personal divine mirror to the bespectacled saber and the woman standing by his side, called Lancer according to the information offered by the guild. These two will also be ones to watch, Kali muttered as she watched the sole Amazon of Hestia Familia blow a horn to signal the gate opening and for a chariot to ride out at blazing speed. And that woman is Ryder then? Seriously, where did you come up with these names, Hestia? But what exactly is in that box? Back wondered as the chariot blazed through the battlefield. Immediately the incoming Apollo Familia adventurers intercepted the chariot by firing arrows at it. However, light shot out of the woman's silver magic sword with each swing, and intercepted the arrows heading toward her and her war beasts. The ones that would hit her chariot or her package were ignored as they simply bounced off harmlessly. Even the ones that targeted the chariot's wheels were ignored as the arrows were pulverized into dust upon contact. Kali wondered if she would get to see what would happen if those wheels were to crush one of Apollo's brats. However, she was disappointed to see the chariot turn and sever its connection to the box and return to the castle while leaving the package behind. TCH. Judging from the sound to her side, Argana wasn't too happy about that choice either. However, sparks began to fly off from the edges of the box, revealing its contents, which caused Kali to roar with laughter. XXXXX. And there it is. The mysterious secret weapon of Hestia Familia. Came the announcer's voice. For those unaware, we of Ganesha Familia have partnered up with Hestia Familia to study new taming methods, which resulted in the change in taming laws may have gone unnoticed by the majority of Orario due to the excitement of the war game. The result of our research, as you can see, allows for even the 10-year-old Primo Libera to direct a level 2 monster into battle. As Apollo Familia will soon see for themselves. For more information, please see the guild. XXXXX. Hestia ignored the advertisement-like commentary and focused on how Berserker and Primo would start the first fight of the war game. As expected, most of the attacking Apollo Familia adventurers scattered at the mere sight of Berserker. They were probably only level 1 after all, and thus didn't stand a chance against the irregular Minotaur, let alone Berserker. Hestia. Apollo's enraged voice echoed from the other end of the chamber. You would bring a Minotaur, a monster, to our war game. Lancer is registered with the guild and Ganesha Familia as a tamer, Hestia replied calmly, not bothering to glance at Apollo's direction, as she brushed her hair over her shoulder with her hand. You can check for yourself if you want. As such, Berserker is also an important member of my familia. She then tuned out any other ranting Apollo might say in favor of watching Berserker and Primo's fight. It had been Hestia's suggestion to switch Berserker's weapons into a club and shield rather than his twin axes. It was only her own naivete speaking, but she felt that a club and shield was both less scary to see and less likely to kill someone on accident. Castor had snidely asked her if that meant she was more okay with broken bones and severe blunt trauma over severed limbs and death, and Hestia couldn't do anything but glare at him. As much as she hated Apollo for dragging her into this, she didn't want to put the blame on his children, even those that joined in without question. Like Primo had said, there were most likely those that were doing this because it was their god's order. For all Hestia knew, there may even be those that had been poached by Apollo from their previous familia, like Apollo was trying to do to Belle right now. Quickly shaking her head, Hestia returned her full attention to her divine mirror. Berserker slammed his massive mace down on the ground, sending a fissure toward the opposing adventurers, keeping them at a distance as well as splitting their party in two. Taking advantage of this, he charged forward, shield in front of his face to deflect the incoming arrows. It wasn't an action taken to protect himself though. Berserker's body proved its power as the arrows fired by the level 1 and level 2 adventurers simply bounced off his already rock-hard body that was only enhanced by the Falna that Hestia gave him. Probably. She didn't exactly know how it was affecting his monster body with the bug in the status. Anyway, the reason he was protecting his head was because of the tiny girl riding on the standing saddle on his back. It was a last-minute idea, something Belle had suggested as a joke. Everyone knew that the biggest weakness of a mage was that until they were more experienced, they had to remain still while chanting. If we had Primo ride in Rider's chariot or Berserker's back, wouldn't that make her like the legendary royal knights of the elves? Belle had asked with a laugh. It was not quite as funny when everyone stared at him with widened eyes and Welf took him quite seriously. The saddle was more like a backpack for Berserker, one with straps wide enough to wrap around his body and underneath his arms. The carriage for Primo to stand in was made of metal to protect her from arrows as much as possible while still leaving her enough room to see and aim her spells. And in the worst case scenario, allow Berserker to reach back, pull her out, and toss her to safety. It was something Hestia prayed wouldn't need to happen, even though it would be good advertisement for their taming services. A monster prioritizing the safety of its tamer even before its own life? That was basically worth Berserker's weight in gold. Back on screen, Berserker leaped forward, slamming down just in front of one of the adventurers, causing her to fall back on her butt while her companions scattered and abandoned her in the face of the giant monster. The Minotaur then leaned in close to her face and let out a burst of steam through the holes in his helmet. The woman let out a scream and scrambled away as quickly as she could. Berserker, hi! Hestia heard Loki mumble. More of your strange naming sense. Well, I can't deny it isn't a good one. However, simply running away from Berserker wasn't enough to save them. After all, he was carrying an extra package on his back. Lights sparkled around Berserker's head before beams shot out from them, crashing near the scattered adventurers and sending them flying. XXXXX. Oh, that's one way for a level 1 mage to get around being stuck in one place while chanting, Tiona muttered as Apollo Familia tried shooting arrows at Primo again, only for Berserker to shield her with the metal slab in his own massive bulk. But still, more Minotaurs. Shin asked with a chuckle. That Familia can't seem to get away from them. Is that really a Minotaur? Ace asked, staring at the screen with a frown. What else could it be? Shin pointed out and Ace didn't answer. It's way too big to be a cow's. I think plenty of people say the same thing about Androctonus and Amazonas, Tiona pointed out. Okay, mentioning frying Jamil is unfair. Hey Lefia, what do you think about Primo riding a Minotaur into battle? Tiona asked, finally looking away from the divine mirror. I guess I'm a little worried that she is riding on top of a monster, Lefia admitted as she watched her student trust her defense and evasion to the massive beast while she focused solely on casting her magic. And cast it she did. The spell continuously went off without any trouble as the arrows fired from Apollo Familia were being deflected by the Minotaur's massive shield as it did its duty in protecting Primo. If I were to say something about it, I guess it would be that I wonder what she would do if she gets too big to ride him anymore, Lefia said with a smile as Tiona laughed. That thing is like twice her size. By the time she's too big she'll probably have learned concurrent casting from you. I think you're expecting too much from me. I barely just learned it myself after all. Don't worry, Ace said to Lefia with a smile. Riveria believes in you. And so do I. Miss Ace. A warmth spread throughout Lefia's chest as she nodded her head resolutely. She had the trust of her two most important people in the familia as well as the little girl fighting for her familia's sake in front of the entire world. She will do them proud, no ifs, ands or buts. XXXXX. Primo watched the retreating enemies with a relieved sigh. It looked like all of them were still alive and she didn't do something awful like blow off someone's leg. What now? Berserker asked. Chase? Go back. We were only supposed to stop them, Primo remembered. We can go after them but let's go back instead. Berserker nodded his head before quickly raising his shield again as one last arrow came toward Primo, causing her to squeak in shock and nearly fall out of her seat. With a growl, Berserker stomped over toward a nearby boulder and with barely a grunt of effort, pulled it out of the ground, holding it over their heads in a massive show of strength. Berserker! Primo began as the servant took a few steps closer to the Apollo castle. Astrios? Please don't! Astery dash! But Berserker didn't listen as he let out a roar and threw the boulder as if it was nothing more than a ball. The boulder soared through the air, far above the heads of the enemy strike force, and smashed into the gate, blowing it, and parts of the stone it was attached to, clean off. Berserker then let out a grunt as he nodded in satisfaction. Primo responded by slamming her staff down on his head. XXXXX. Well now, that's something you don't see every day. Finn made that comment as he watched the elf girl bang on the Minotaur's head, cheeks puffed up like a balloon, while the monster was crouched down, weakly covering its head from her assault. Even though realistically there was absolutely no way she should be able to hurt him. Looks like they weren't exaggerating when they said there was a new method of taming, Finn said as he shifted the stack of papers on his desk so that Primo Libera's profile was on top. The guild was rather open in releasing the information of the two familias doing battle, but only what was reported to them. Primo only registered as an adventurer a few weeks ago, a day before Hestia Familia's attack on the Black Goliath on the 17th floor, and the same day as Emma Flores, the girl that the goddess Hestia had brought along with Belle Cranel. At only 10 years old, Primo was already capable of casting her magic under combat situations and was a fast study according to Lefia. The fact that she could ride a minotaur into combat and control it well enough to not allow it to murder Apollo Familia's level 1s on sight spoke wonders of her potential. That being said, Finn heard a rumor that it was now possible for a god to play fetch with hellhounds under this new method. What do you think, Riveria? Remind you of your elven magic knights at all? I believe that if they were to see a child that young perform beyond their ability on top of a monster, they would all have a collective heart attack. Finn's fellow executives were discussing the child's ability between themselves across the room. But still, I am surprised that they would send a child so young out to repel the first wave, Riveria continued as the Minotaur stood up and started walking back toward the Hestia castle. Seems like she could handle herself and their crazy pet just fine to me, Gareth noted with a shrug. I am not denying her ability, far from it. Her deeds are quite praiseworthy, but she is still just a child. I would have at least had Miss Ryder remain nearby just in case. To a long-lived race like an elf, 10 years old was probably frighteningly young to start adventuring. Or at least, without a chaperone nearby. They probably have complete faith in their new taming method then, Finn chimed in with his own opinion. They might be using this as a way to advertise their services to correspond with the new law. Starting at 10 million valis a monster, it ain't something regular familias are going to be able to afford, Gareth pointed out. That being said, I am curious as to how it works. Do we have the cash to spare? If you go into the dungeon on your own for a few days, I'm sure you can come up with it, Finn replied with a smile. I'll think about it again after the show. Still, I have to wonder where they got their hands on a minotaur in the first place, Riveria muttered, hand over her mouth. They are not exactly subtle and that one looks like an enhanced species. Has to be from Ganesha Familia, right? Probably as a gift for a long future relationship. Except Lefia and Tiona didn't mention them leaving with a giant metal crate, Riveria reminded him. It means that they found their minotaur from outside of the dungeon. Well, it's not unheard of for enhanced species to show up on the surface, Finn said. You yourself said you met some bandits trying to burn down an elven forest with a red dragon, right? Riveria slowly nodded her head in affirmation, frowning at the memory. That expression doesn't suit you, Riveria, Finn continued. Leave playing devil's advocate to me. As it is, I don't think Hestia Familia is in any contact with our mysterious tamer. They're working closely with Ganesha Familia in this endeavor after all. You're right, Riveria admitted. Ganesha Familia would have already asked about the origins of the Minotaur, if they weren't the one to present it to them in the first place. Speaking of which, should we assume that figure nesting below Archer next to the bell is also a monster? Come to think of it, they do have one more person than the number of registered adventurers in the guild, Gareth realized with a nod. Wonder what kind they got. If it is a monster, it looks humanoid, so perhaps a kobold. Well, we'll find out as the war game continues, Finn said as he turned back toward the divine mirror. Hestia Familia was full of surprises, and one by one those secrets would come to light. Finn opened his drawer and peeked into it, where the message Bell Cranel had given him on the night of the banquet of the gods. XXXXX. Vice Captain. Berserker and Primo are back. I see them, thanks Gina. Bell called back as he ran to the gate and hopped down to meet them. Welcome back. You both did great. Were you hurt? I'm fine and Berserker. Primo began as she turned to the servant, who simply shook his head. Is in perfect health too. That's good to hear, Bell said as he ruffled Primo's hair while placing a hand on Berserker's arm. Head inside and rest. Lily's prepared a snack. Yay! Do we still have any of those pies Miss Ryder made left? You mean the galettes? I think there might be a few left, if Welf hadn't eaten them all yet anyway. I know he already ate like 5 of them. AHH. That's not fair. I only got to eat 1. Ha ha ha, then you better hurry. With a nod, Berserker picked Primo back up in his arm and the two entered the castle. As Bell watched them go, Emma walked up to him. What's the next plan, Bell? She asked. I'm not sure yet, Bell admitted as he looked out the gate toward the castle. It's probably not good to be so reactionary, but I want to see what their next move is first. Whether or not they'll launch another attack or shore up their defenses. Yet, since Berserker threw that rock at their gate, they may prioritize repairing before anything else. If that's the case, then why don't we go poke at their open wound? Welf asked, dropping down beside them, great sword at the ready with his red magic sword on his back. Just waiting around while they try and make things harder on us doesn't suit me. Let's make a grab at one of their flags even if it's not part of the plan. Yeah, you have a point, Bell agreed with a smile. He then looked up toward the tower where Archer and FIA were looking back down at him. But first, we need to do something about their defenses. XXXXX. There he goes. Moonlit Dawn's making his move. At an adventurer's shout, Seer stopped in the middle of filling a customer's glass to turn toward the divine mirror that appeared in the hostess. With his burning red blade strapped to his back and 2 shorter blades in his hands, Bell was making his way across the field toward the Apollo Castle. Following right behind him was Ryder, ferrying 3 other members of Hestia Familia on her chariot. The new member, the Palom, and the pink-haired girl. Even though they had seen the speed and power of the war beasts carrying the chariot, it was a surprise to see Bell keep up with its speed even if it wasn't moving at its top speed. But Apollo's got a bunch of archers on the walls, doesn't he? Yeah, how are they going to get past them? As if to answer them, another shooting star streaked across the sky. The star smashed into the side of the wall, sending the archers flying off the wall from the explosive impact. Those that weren't sent flying quickly dove to the side as the wall collapsed around them. Before the rocks could settle, a second star smashed into the wall on the opposite side of the gate, repeating the process. With the commotion in the pub, Seer took a quick glance at Mamma Mia to make sure she wouldn't get in trouble for watching the war game instead of doing her work, but even the matron had her eyes glued to the screen. Taking that as implicit permission to keep watching, Seer turned her own eyes back to the screen. Even though the archers on the walls had been taken out, Apollo Familia still had plenty of troops stationed at the front. However, as they had to funnel through a single exit, it only left them open to a wide attack. Something Hestia Familia took advantage of immediately. Bell fell back a bit as the chariot sped forward and overtook him. The Palom and the human girl gave each other a high five before the latter jumped off the still-moving chariot alongside the red-headed young man. The two hit the ground at a run, with the girl now letting off an aura of pink light. With Bell right behind them, they charged toward the mass of Apollo Familia members with the redhead in front. With a swing of the young man's sword, an ocean of flame exploded outward toward Apollo Familia. The flame not only burned the adventurers in front, but also pushed them back into the castle gates, clearing the way for the three of them to enter without any trouble. The scene caused a massive commotion in the pub. What is that magic sword? That guy, the guild info says he's Welf Krazo. Then that's a legendary Krazo magic sword. With the way clear, the three of them ran past the bodies as Bell pointed out the stairs leading up the wall to his friends, telling them to go up. The other two nodded and ran up the wall while Bell headed toward the recovering Apollo Familia members. While most of the army had been downed by the flames, it looked as though they were all still alive. Several had already gotten to their feet and charged at Bell. However, Bell did not hesitate. Moving like the wind, he met the incoming force head-on with two short swords at the ready, one red and the other silver. His blades caught their weapons and shattered them almost on impact. Those adventurers with weapons that couldn't be shattered in a single hit had their faces quickly introduced to his fist or boot. With each enemy that Bell took down or incapacitated, Seer's heart fluttered all the more. He was so much more confident now than he was when he fought the Silverback back at Monsterphilia. It was a shame he was fighting other humans, but that couldn't be helped. The pair on the walls were holding their own as well. The one called Welf was taking the lead with his magic sword burning away a wave of arrows that had been launched at them while the girl was fighting her way past the defenders on the wall next to the flag. With a crystal red blade in her right hand and a blue one in the other, she fended off two other adventurers on her own in a flurry of red and blue lights. Although Seer was by no means an expert in the matter, she felt that Bell's fellow adventurer did not fight like someone who only just became an adventurer just the other day. In fact, she fought in a similar way to the Bell, although with more emphasis on her legs and kicks. Perhaps they had the same teacher or inspiration. Seer decided to ask Ryu for her thoughts when she got the chance. The girl managed to overpower both of her opponents by shattering their weapons like Bell did before sending them flying off the wall with a kick. It really did feel like the girl was copying someone else. Was it because she had the same teacher as Bell? Or was it an imitation of an imitation? Nevertheless, she managed to reach the flag. Taking the pole holding the flag in one hand, she swung it with her blue blade, cutting deep into the pole with the blade. She seemed to have hurt her hand a bit as she winced and shook it slightly before a second swing completely cut the pole in two. With the flag in hand, the girl jumped from the wall and started running toward the chariot, which was making a loop back to pick her up. Another wave of flame engulfed the upper wall as Welf jumped off the wall himself, but not before hollering to Bell first. With his companions leaving, there was no reason for Bell to continue his rather efficient distraction. He broke off from the enemy with ease and sped right up toward the second flag. With a slash from his red short sword, the pole was cleanly cut in two, allowing him to abscond with the second flag. The cheers within the pub and out across the city was loud enough to cause the very foundations of the building to shake. Naturally, Seer's cheers were amongst the loudest within the pub until a soft look and smile from Mamma Mia made her quiet down and get back to work. XXXXX. We really need to figure out a better way in doing this, Ryder muttered as she helped an exhausted Emma down from her chariot. I can't help it. The girl whined as Ryder unceremoniously dropped her onto the grass in response. Oof. Well, that went better than expected, Welf said as he picked up the flag that Emma dropped. We should probably hide these somewhere, right? Are we allowed to take back stolen flags? Probably, right. Bell replied, tossing Welf the flag that he had taken. The rules say that we have 1 point for each flag we capture. If we don't have it captured anymore, then we wouldn't have a point, right? I guess I'll go with the more complicated interpretation just to be safe. What do we do now? Lily asked Bell as she helped Emma sit up. Does Bell want to hit them again? They're currently patching up the adventurers you burned, Archer said as he landed beside them from the bell tower. If you strike now, they'll have to split between defending their injured and intercepting you, and their defense will be weaker. But they took on Welf's magic sword head-on constantly, right? Bell asked. If we interrupt their treatment, some might die, yeah, Archer finished bluntly as Welf winced. Well, since Kazuki ties itself to my magic status, it's not as bad as it would be if you used yours, but... Welf defended himself, but his voice started trailing off at the end. Then let's not, Bell decided immediately. I know that attacking them now may force them to surrender faster, but I want to at least let them heal most of their wounded first. Archer simply sighed as he shook his head. You're just making things harder for yourself, he pointed out with crossed arms. I never once thought that this path I've chosen would be easy, Belle replied, looking Archer directly in the eye. But I'm going to see it through nonetheless. And Lily will be with Belle every step up the way. Lily said as she jumped with her hand raised up. I think it's far too late for us to jump ship, Emma added with a smile while scratching her cheek. Not that I ever intended to. And if you end up messing up, I'll pick you back up and set you straight, Welf said, wrapping an arm around Belle's neck with a grin before turning his head to the side with his tongue sticking out. Ugh, that was lame. Really? Ryder asked as she placed a hand on Archer's shoulder, the man sporting a rather complicated-looking expression, while Lily and Emma giggled into their hands. I thought it was rather manly of you, Welf. Every hero needs a friend that sticks by them through thick and thin after all. Just like Argonaut and Krazo. Welf muttered under his breath. What was that? Belle asked. Nah, nothing important, Welf quickly said with a laugh. So, what's next on the agenda, war leader? Please don't call me that even as a joke, Belle said rather quickly, showing just how uncomfortable he was at the thought. For now, let's rest. Then when night comes, it'll be Lily, Gina, and Jack's turn. Roger. Came Gina's voice before the Amazon landed on Welf's back with a salute. Gah. Welf let out a grunt as he and by extension the person he was hanging onto, Belle, fell over. That's for having a fun conversation without me. Gina said as she pointed a finger at the two boys. Is there something on my back that attracts tiny girls to jump on it? Welf asked Belle in a rather serious tone, causing the younger boy to laugh. Master Welf does have a really big back after all, Lily said, poking Welf's back with a stick. Where the hell did you find a stick? There's nothing but plains all around us. It's an arrow shaft. Wah. Naturally the arrowhead had already been broken off but Welf still scrambled away nonetheless. I wonder if things will go as planned. Archer muttered as Ryder placed a hand on her cheek with a wry smile. XXXXX. What is going on? Hyacinthus demanded as he slammed a fist against the table. How did we let a strike force of only 3 people escape with 2 of our banners? I've no excuse. Lissos said. We couldn't plan around Krazo's magic swords or that Archer person. Hyacinthus nodded his head. They had indeed lost the initiative in several ways. The preemptive strike on their flag, the Minotaur routing their strike force, and now this nonsense. We've also got to reform the wall guards, Daphne said. We got too many people with burns that still need to be treated and Cassandra is running on fumes. That being said, we need to work on fixing the gate and patching up the walls. And what's the problem? No one wants to go outside where they can be shot by someone who can fire accurately from 2 kilometers away. The information only served to infuriate Hyacinthus even more, but it wasn't as though he could blame them. That shooting ability was not natural for a level 1 but there was no proof that he wasn't a level 1 that didn't just have a powerful skill or magic and it was too late for them to demand an investigation by the guild. Hyacinthus felt that it was hard to understand what his Lord Apollo had been thinking. Loath he was to admit it, Apollo should have called off the whole affair after what had happened in the bar or the evidence that Belle Cranel had offered of his own innocence. He could have sworn that his god had given up on the idea of taking Belle Cranel from Hestia Familia after it was said that she and Loki Familia had seemingly gotten over their goddesses' mutual animosity and were in some sort of alliance with each other. Did something happen during that drinking party with Lady Demeter? Hyacinthus. Daphne spoke up and Hyacinthus realized he hadn't said anything for several minutes. Wait a moment, I'm thinking, Hyacinthus replied quickly. The goddess had gifted Hyacinthus's god several bottles of wine and although Lord Apollo did love his spirits, he had been drinking a lot these past few days. It was rare for him not to have one bottle by his side and he wouldn't share it with anyone, not even Hyacinthus. That last point was like a dagger being driven into the man's heart. It was his god's right to keep everything to himself of course, but he had always shared all of his gifts with Hyacinthus even though the man would try to refuse them on principle only to eventually give in due to the god's insistence. The sudden difference in behavior was both jarring and frightening. Were they dancing in the palm of someone else's hand? Did someone want them to strike at Hestia Familia? To reveal these impossible level 1 adventurers while they watched from the safety of Orario? But the only one who had any interaction with Lord Apollo was. Hyacinthus slammed a fist on the table so hard that it collapsed and shattered underneath him, startling the Apollo Familia executives. "We've been played for fools," he growled. Whoever it was that organized this most likely predicted that Apollo Familia would lose terribly. From what Hyacinthus saw just within this first hour alone, their chances to win was probably non-existent. Hyacinthus couldn't leave the castle walls at all lest he be sniped, and they'd lose instantly. And with Lord Apollo not properly setting their lost conditions, it was likely that they'd lose their entire familia if Lady Hestia was feeling spiteful, which Hyacinthus had no reason to believe that she wouldn't be. But Hyacinthus couldn't just surrender. He would lose Lord Apollo's favor if he did. They had to play this out and lose as painlessly as possible. He had to make it seem like they were still trying to win though, or else his god might suffer from the mysterious puppet master. If they could at least defeat Belcranel, they could at least save some of their pride. Thankfully, Hyacinthus had gathered some magic items in secret to help him do such that should Belcranel attack again, he'll be ready for him. For now, focus on getting the wounded treated, Hyacinthus ordered. Take them inside the keep and out of sight of that archer. We'll give up on the gate for now but post guards in the shadow of the walls either way. Who knows what they're up to now? XXXXX. Good evening and welcome to the first ever Archer and Riders cooking hour. A cheerful red-headed woman said with a smile as she waved at the empty space in front of her with both of her hands before bringing her hands together in applause. Yay! Clap clap clap! The first and probably only show we'll ever have the chance to put on, came the dry addition of the white-haired man to her left. Still, it was an order from our goddess, so we have no choice but to obey. True. We don't even know if anyone's really going to be watching this, but I guess we'll just do it even if it turns out we're just talking to ourselves the entire time. Well, there's a lull in the fighting and it's around dinner time, so I don't think there'll be anything else to watch. Unless there are people that would rather watch Apollo Familia treating their wounded. During the preparation period before the war game, Hestia said that since the war game was going to be shown live to all of Orario, that Rider and Archer take advantage of it to show off their cooking. However, she seriously didn't think they'd actually do it. She was sure she had played it off as a joke, which meant that they were doing it using her joke as an excuse. Hestia also couldn't believe that a few goddesses had taken up a pen and parchment from somewhere and seemed to be getting ready to take notes. If Hestia had used her divine mirror to spy on her familia's favorite pub, she would be able to see the dwarf proprietress taking notes as well. Well then, let's start the show with a special meal for our darling Primo straight from our Hestia Familia head chef's cookbook. Since when did I have that title? Archer shot back even though he was currently wearing a white apron that had the words #1 chef on it. In any case, our little Primo's favorite food just so happens to be peaches. Leave her alone and she'd be eating nothing but peaches for each meal. Hestia quickly scanned the vicinity of the castle in search of Primo. She found her child in the courtyard practicing her spell against a few dummy targets Lancer had set up for her. As such, the elf had no idea her secrets were being blabbed to the whole world by the two parent-like servants of her familia. And so, to commend her for her excellent job at the start of the war game, we'll be having a peach party, Archer declared as he gestured to the basket of peaches in front of him. The main course will be peach soup. Soup? Ryder asked the question many of the surrounding gods and goddesses were thinking. When it comes to turning fruits like peaches into a liquid, shouldn't it be more of a juice? Hang on, tomatoes are considered to be a fruit and we have both tomato soup and tomato juice. What is the difference between calling it soup or juice, I wonder? Well, don't sweat the little details, Archer said, waving the million vallis question aside. First off, we have to remove the skin from the peaches. Since we are feeding quite a lot of people, we'll be using quite a few of them today. Our captain went out of his way to have them brought here himself, Ryder explained with a mischievous smile. But you didn't hear it from me, okay? If the fuzz on the peaches bothers you, you can easily remove it by rubbing a towel over them, Archer continued, ignoring Ryder's side comment. He cut the peach in two and handed it off to the woman who easily peeled the skin off with her fingers. The two of them worked quickly and efficiently, peeling every single peach without pause. Once you've finished peeling the skin, dice them up and toss them into a magic stone blender. Oh, Ryder said as she held the lid down on the blender while the machine did its work. Once the fruit has turned into liquid, add milk and blend it again. Then do the same with cream and lemon juice. Once that is done, place it into a larger bowl and salt it. Is it alright to add some salt to something that's going to be sweet? Adding just a bit of salt highlights the sweetness a bit more. It's why some people add salt to watermelons or why salted caramel is a thing. Ryder kept working with the blender even as she asked questions to Archer, probably more for the audience's sake than her own. My hands are going to end up numb, Ryder said with a laugh. Don't give up yet. We still have a lot more where that came from. Ha ha ha. After a few more minutes of blending, Ryder was released from the hand-rumbling hell she put herself into and collapsed onto the ground. Hestia didn't think it would be this easy for a servant's hand to get numb. She was probably just fooling around. Leave behind some chopped peaches to use for later. While we wait for the soup to chill in the fridge, let's make a salad to go with it. Naturally, it will also use peaches. And this too. Ryder quickly recovered from her numbness as she bent below the table and hoisted up a massive rock-hard, brown, and cured boar leg attached to some kind of wooden cutting board to hold it in place. Archer stared at the leg for a good minute before peering down below the table as if wondering where exactly Ryder had been hiding it and how he had missed it. Or maybe he was just acting to put on a show for the invisible audience. Hestia swapped over to the throne room where she could see Castor chuckling to himself for no apparent reason. Hi. Archer muttered, recovering rather quickly. Yeah, that'd work. Archer lowered his hand down below the table and when he pulled it back up, a cutting knife with a blade about as long as his forearm was in his hands. From there he carefully started slicing thin strips of ham from the leg, revealing the rich red color of the meat underneath, as Ryder was ripping apart some vegetables to throw into a salad alongside some slices of peaches. Mix the ham with the peaches and salad with your favorite dressing, Archer continued as the two tossed the salad in the large bowl. Then once the soup has been chilled properly, add some white pepper to the soup, then garnish it with the chopped peaches we set aside earlier and some mint. And we're done. Wow! Ryder's soft gasp was echoed by several goddesses, Hestia included. In the white-colored bowl was an orange and pink-colored liquid with the mint and peach cubes floating in the center. With the bit of presentation, Archer then gave a courtly bow as he stepped to the side so that the finished soup and salad took center stage with Ryder having left the kitchen a bit earlier. I want it, and I don't even care for peaches, Loki let out an agonized voice of desire that was mimicked by a few other deities as Ryder came back with her hands over Primo's eyes as she led the girl to the table. What's that smell? Primo was asking. It smells really good. It's a new dish we're trying out, Ryder explained. And we're letting you have first taste. Ta-da! Ryder took off her hands just as Primo reached the table, allowing the elf to see the food in front of her, causing the girl to squeal in delight. What is all this? Why is this here? Is it all just for me? Is it my birthday already? Bouncing on the balls of her feet, Primo fired off several questions with sparkles in her eyes before Ryder placed her hands on Primo's shoulders to calm her down. Easy there, Ryder said kindly as Archer drew up a stool for Primo to sit down. It's not going anywhere, so have a taste first. With a quick nod, Primo picked up her spoon and gently dipped it into the side of the soup, only drawing the liquid up to her lips. She let out a sigh of delight as she took in the sweet aroma. With a single sip, another wordless squeal escaped her mouth as her hand moved up and down in delight, bringing a smile on Hestia's face. Ryder turned to Archer with a smile on her face as she held up a V sign at him. Archer tried to play cool as he simply folded his arms and turned his body to the side but nonetheless flashed her a thumbs up in response as Primo cheerfully ate the soup, completely unaware that she was being watched by the gods. Still, Hestia was definitely going to have the two make the soup for her once they got back home. Well, that's it for our show, Ryder said with a perfect smile as she waved with her hands again. Perhaps we'll do it again sometime. Don't count on it though, Archer said with a wry smile as Primo looked back and forth between the two in confusion with her spoon in her mouth. As everyone aside from Castor funneled into the kitchen, attracted in by the smell of dinner, night slowly fell over the first day of the war game and the end of the first, but hopefully not last, Archer and Ryder's cooking hour. XXXXX. Night had fallen on their little corner of the world. It was only expected that a siege battle would last for a while, but a certain group of people knew that the war game could be ended in an instant if they did not care about the costs. The costs to the enemy, that is. Lily didn't particularly care what happened to Apollo Familia during or after the war game, but she kept those thoughts to herself. There was no reason to make the others think of her as callous or something. Lily herself wasn't sure if that did make her callous either. Even if Apollo Familia was being directed to attack them by someone else, there was no reason for her to care about what happens to their enemy. Which was why she was implementing the plan to sabotage the enemy's supplies alongside Assassin and Gina. Belle had been reluctant, but Lily pointed out that by doing this they could force Apollo Familia to surrender faster. The three of them were making their way across the field under the cover of darkness. Granted, it wouldn't be of much help when they got closer to the enemy castle due to the fact that decent night vision came with the Falna package. It was kind of necessary for those that planned on making a living in the underground world known as the dungeon after all. Still, they didn't have to worry about wall guards too much. When they saw that torches were going up on the walls as part of a night watch, Archer had quickly shot them down and scared off the ones patrolling on top of the walls. The ones inside the keep proper and those behind the walls were left alone. Archer claimed he could shoot them down if needed, but that would be showing their hand too easily. But if Lily and the others needed to escape quickly, he'd do so in a heartbeat, and Belle was ready to drop in at any time. The three of them crossed the plain without any trouble, only making conversation to reconfirm their objectives. Lily and Assassin were to sneak into the castle and sabotage the enemy supplies as much as possible. It was unlikely they would keep it all in one place, but losing any amount of their supplies, especially after the assault earlier today, would be a huge blow to their war power and their morale. Once that was done, they would make their way out before their trap was sprung. In the event that it fails, Lily would signal Gina for help. Gina was to wait outside until said signal, where she would proceed to bombard the walls with her magic sword, which would be a signal for the others to perform a rescue. Lily wasn't so arrogant as to believe she wouldn't get caught, even with her magic ring. It wouldn't be a failure on Assassins or the ring if they get found out after all. But, I wonder if the people who are watching through the divine mirrors can see you or not, Gina said as she followed behind Lily while Assassin was supposedly a bit further ahead somewhere in the darkness. Of if it's still limited to people with magic. Isn't it the clairvoyance of the gods? Lily asked. Lily would think they would be able to see Lily. Yeah, but it's only to watch us, right? I don't think they can do anything more than that. Lily supposes it is important whether Miss Gina looks like she's talking to herself or not. Ah! I didn't even think about that. Rather than feel dismayed at the thought, Gina simply giggled to herself. Lily simply sighed as she shook her head. Finally, they came to the walls of the Apollo castle. As soon as Lily touched the stone wall, Assassin reappeared in front of her. It's super quiet, Assassin reported with a smile. Not too many people are walking around, but everyone is scared, so they are looking around at every bit of noise. Lily can work with that, Lily said as she double-checked that her ring was secure around her finger underneath her glove before turning to Gina. Lily and Jack will head in now. Remember the signal, Gina? Pretty sure I would figure something's wrong when fog suddenly erupts from a castle when there isn't a single cloud in the sky, Gina replied with a pout before sticking her tongue out at Lily. Lily childishly mimicked the gesture before she pulled out a rope and hook from her bag. Not the big one she brought along to their dungeon trips, but a smaller one that wouldn't get in the way of their stealth mission. She quietly scaled the wall, with Assassin doing the same behind her. The two of them reached the top of the wall and found no sign of any guards, as Archer had said. The remains of torch braziers used for night watches with their still smoldering embers could be seen, though. As expected of a servant, their skill was beyond the limits of normal people. For the record, level 5s and higher were not normal. The top of the walls was completely deserted. Apollo Familia was not taking any chances with another of Archer's shots. Below the wall, however, was a different story. Although there weren't any braziers lit, there were guards patrolling the grounds. Still, it meant that Lily had free rein to travel on top of the walls. Or at least the ones that could be seen from the top of their bell tower. In the distance, Hestia Castle's bell tower rang out, causing the members of Apollo Familia to flinch and dive for cover as the corner of the wall opposite of Lily exploded. Yep, Archer and FIA have properly conditioned Apollo Familia to duck away whenever the bell rang, as it meant Archer was about to fire an arrow. Hopefully the runes around FIA's head didn't wear off, or else they would have to deal with an extremely deaf harpy in the near future. For now, Lily had to find the location of the supply depot. Not one of the smaller closets that Archer spotted various members of Apollo Familia running to throughout the day, but the biggest one they had. Most likely it was deep within the castle itself, like where Hestia Familia kept their supplies. Which meant things were going to be difficult. For Lily anyway. She then turned toward Assassin with a smile. XXXXX. You know, it's really no fun watching a war game with someone who knows what's going to happen. You were the one who invited me here. As it was nighttime, the gods at Babel Tower had adjourned and returned to their respective homes, with Hestia returning to Loki's twilight manor with said goddess. Loki had been planning on heading straight to bed, but Hestia had said that her children were planning a night raid, which meant that there was no way Loki could miss it. But for a night raid, it sure was uninteresting. So far Hestia's divine mirror only showed the Amazoness walking alone through the plain. Of course, it also showed the grass split apart in front of her, telling Loki that there was someone else there that the divine mirror couldn't see. It was limited to what a normal mortal could see to keep things exciting after all. Well, that was a mouthful. Which meant it was someone, probably the Palom, wearing a magic item that made them invisible. That caster was definitely shelling out for every advantage he could get in this war game. Still, with Hestia by her side, Loki found it difficult to believe that she was Io or someone working with them. She was just too easy to read. Sure, she kept mum about Archer and the other ERS, but you'd have to be a rather crappy god or goddess if you couldn't keep your children's secrets. Back to the war game though, all that was going on was the white-haired human girl was currently wandering around the halls of Apollo Castle without anyone seeing her. It must be a skill that made her harder, or even impossible, to notice if she could just duck in a corner with her hands on her head and have a Cianthrope walk by and not notice or even smell her. She must be a real pro at hide and seek, Loki commented. The girls stopped playing that after Jack went missing for 3 hours, Hestia muttered. We found her crying in one of the cupboards in the bath because she thought she was forgotten about again. That was both depressing and hilarious. Deprilarious. Still, when it came to recon, it was one hell of a powerful tool if it worked on monsters too. It might be the reason why their party could reach the 18th floor after barely 3 months as a familia. Well, that was probably more Saber's skill, considering he was powerful enough that it made Loki's precious ace gain status points just from sparring. Speaking of which, Loki hadn't confronted Hestia about the question of whether or not her special children were spirits or not. Well, not counting Master Bell Cranel and Argonaut anyway. She wasn't sure why. It wasn't as though Hestia would be able to escape after all. Maybe she was worried about what would happen if they were. What then? So what? Those questions entered her mind. Would anything even change if she knew the answer to her question? Well, at worst she might push a possible ally against Io away if she were too pushy. Despite her looks, Hestia was among the most spiteful of the gods that Loki knew. Which was why Loki wanted to see what happens to Apollo after this. Though Hestia was probably too kind to force Apollo back to Tenkai, it should still be quite a show. In any case, there wasn't really anything to gain from investigating Hestia and her kids anymore. But back to the war game, it looked as though little Jack found herself in one of the larger halls of the castle, which had been turned into a treatment room for the injured Apollo adventurers. The girl carefully walked along the edge of the room as to not step on anyone, but stopped next to one of the injured men. Loki's eyes widened slightly as the little doll slowly reached her hand to the back of her waist and drew out her dagger. The light in the girl's eyes seemed to have vanished, replaced with the desire to commit bloody murder. But before the knife could be brought down, the door to the hall opened again as a red-headed woman poked her head in to check on the injured. But in the small moment that Loki's eyes turned toward the woman, little Jack had disappeared from view. No, there she was, hanging from the rafters. Smart girl. Loki found herself letting out a breath she hadn't been holding, an act mirrored by Hestia beside her. Okay, wanna explain what that was? Loki asked. I have no idea, Hestia muttered. Bell said that Jack had a bit of a bloody streak in the dungeon, but I thought it couldn't have been that bad. Loki let out a sigh. It was like looking at another mini-ace, except it extended from monsters to people too. So, you got a baby Jack the Ripper in your familia, huh? Loki asked, feeling rather happy about her clever little joke. Aha, aha ha ha, ha ha ha, I guess. Hestia let out a rather stilted and depressed laugh at that. Loki supposed she had already heard that joke before and was tired of it. All the more reason to keep using it then. Back on screen, the woman made her way past the injured until she reached the door on the other side of the room. Opening it up revealed several medical supplies. Potions, salves, bandages, the works. After the woman grabbed a few items and left, the girl dropped back down and stared at the injured man again before returning her knife to its sheath. She pulled a leg back as if wanting nothing more than to kick the man's head instead, but ended up thinking better of it as she went to the medical closet and poked her head in to see it for herself. Nodding to herself, she simply closed the door and walked away. Then again, it wasn't as though she was carrying anything other than her knives, and it wasn't as though she could break everything without alerting at least someone. Hestia and Loki watched Jack comb the castle for about another half hour, finding a pantry where Apollo Familia kept some of their food supplies, before she returned to the spot on the wall where she had climbed up from. Once there, she suddenly turned around after a nod and started retracing her steps. XXXXX. Lily had been unsure about letting Assassin explore the enemy castle alone, but her fears had been completely unwarranted. She had been able to make it in and out without giving herself away and had found 2 of the enemy's supply closets. Too bad she couldn't find any of the bigger ones, but a medical cabinet and a pantry was good enough for now. The medical closet was located in a large hall that had been turned into an infirmary to treat the people who had been burned by Welf's magic sword. Lily remembered the power she had seen used against the Black Goliath. The new sword was nowhere near that level, but Welf had used it several times without the blade shattering. Judging from the conversation between Welf and Castor, it probably wouldn't shatter as easily as regular magic swords either. Had Welf started down the path of creating magic swords on the level of the servants' weapons? Lily quickly shook her head, clearing away the irrelevant thoughts as she and Assassin made their way across the room, being careful not to step on anyone. Jack? What's wrong? That man was there when they made fun of Mommy and Emma. Assassin pointed toward one of the injured humans on the floor. Can we hurt him more? No. Lily quickly shut the servant down, ignoring her puffed cheeks, and dragged her by the hand toward the closet. They carefully opened it up and slipped inside. First order of business was to destroy part of their medical supplies. Lily would have loved to stuff as many of these potions into her pack as she could, but her pack was nowhere large enough to do that, and it was currently filled with items prepared for the sabotage as well as potions of a higher grade than the ones in this closet. Just in case. In any case, Lily and Assassin got to work. The 2 of them removed tiny stones from one of the pockets in Lily's backpack and carefully set them around on the shelves. Each stone had a strange symbol carved into them, with each one having a pair of the same color. These were stones holding rune magic that they received from Lancer. If activated properly, they should explode outward, shattering the potions and damaging everything else in the closet. They were set to go off the second time the medical closet door slams shut. Supposedly anyway. Once that was done, the 2 of them quietly slipped out of the closet and carefully shut the door behind them. Thankfully no one was awake or healthy enough to notice them. Lily understood the feeling completely. She had wanted nothing more than to sleep the burns away after the Black Goliath fight after all. With that done, it was time to hit the pantry. Lily had Assassin take the lead at a distance as the servant was less likely to be spotted than Lily was. Unlike Assassin, Lily couldn't mask her scent all the way, and she still made a bit of noise when she moved. Not much, but she suspected any high-class adventurer would be able to spot her if Welf and Belle could. She also had to avoid any Chianthropes or werewolves that Apollo Familia might have. Thankfully it seemed as though the 2 of them weren't on any of their patrol routes, as they only had to hide from humans on the way to the kitchen pantry. The kitchen was also devoid of life aside from a guard patrol outside of it. Luckily there was a big enough gap in their patrols for a skilled thief like Lily to slip through. It was rather clear that they were not putting much effort into their job. Their morale must be rather low after losing 2 flags with nothing to show for it. Once inside the pantry, Lily and Assassin set to work, carefully placing inconspicuous little bags amongst the rest of the ingredients. They were little stink bombs made by Neza to help them for the war game. Lily had helped her make them, and their effectiveness was experienced firsthand by the Chianthrope who accidentally set one off right in front of her face. The poor woman was rolling on the floor, rubbing her nose against everything she could to try and get the smell out. It was probably the second time Neza ever came so close to death, via nearly chopping her own nose off. Lily was just happy that she wasn't nearly as affected due to the mask she managed to slip on beforehand. Nevertheless, this way a good portion of the enemy rations would be spoiled with this attack. Lily had wanted to do a bit more, like spiking the food with laxatives and other weak poisons, but Belle and Hestia put their foot down on that and only allowed her to do something so overt that Apollo Familia would have to be blind and stupid to not notice. And so, stink bomb it was, along with some firecrackers and paint bombs. Is Jack finished? Lily asked as she set down the last stink bomb at the base of pantry so that it would pop if someone swung the door all the way open to get in. Yes, Assassin replied as she gingerly set one at the top shelf in a way that even a light shake would cause it to fall down and explode. Stinky stinky. It's going to smell a lot worse if it explodes while Lily and Jack are in here, Lily said as she reached for the door. So, it's time to go dash. But before she could touch the handle, the doorknob turned and the door slowly creaked open. The one who entered was a Palom, looking rather sleepy and was either here to get a late-night snack or sent to pick up one by someone else. He blinked several times as he looked through Lily toward Assassin who was staring back at him. And that was when all hell broke loose. XXXXX. Gina had been waiting patiently by the wall trying to remain focused. But it was so boring that she found herself sitting with her back to the wall while kicking her legs up and down. She didn't have much of a role to play in this war game and to be honest, she didn't care. She wasn't one to stand in the spotlight after all. Gina would much rather support Primo or Belle in their dreams instead. Still, it didn't mean that she was happy just sitting on her hands like this. Are they done yet? She muttered to herself. A shrill scream echoed in the night sky, causing her to jump to her feet. A girl's scream? It didn't sound like Lily or Jack though. Nevertheless, it was definitely something that shouldn't be happening during a stealth mission. Gina quickly grabbed onto the rope and pulled herself up top and looked around. As she scanned the courtyard, someone crashed through a window, screaming their head off. Hot on his heels was a smiling black shadow that Gina had gotten well acquainted with the last few days before the war game. It wasn't the cheerful or playful one that Gina knew though. It was an empty smile that one wore because they were enjoying something that they probably shouldn't be enjoying. The person Assassin was chasing blew past two guards shouting at him, completely unaware of Assassin coming up behind them. In a flash of steel, the guards dropped to the ground, one clutching their arm which had been cut clean off below the elbow and the other holding their stomach. A panting Lily came out of the window soon after, pulling out several potions as she dumped one on the one who got cut across the stomach before grabbing the detached arm, jamming it against the stump, and pouring another potion over it. She then pulled out a glowing orb, smacked it against her leg, loaded it into her crossbow, and fired it up into the air. Red smoke poured out of the orb. It was a flare that was supposed to signal that the stealth mission failed and that they needed help. Red meant that Assassin was the one that was in trouble, but from what Gina saw, it was more like Assassin was the one causing trouble. Belle and FIA would be on their way immediately after seeing the flare, so Gina and Lily would have to at the very least slow down Assassin somehow. Gina wasn't dumb enough to think she could actually stop her. Not to mention that she didn't think Apollo Familia would believe her if she said she was trying to help them. Ah, what a pain! Gina groaned as she stood up and drew out her daggers before crossing them into a X above her head. Blazing sparks come forth. She chanted, sparks shooting out from her body. Let the hunt commence, fueled by rage. It was the magic she got after receiving a grimoire of all things from Primo, who in turn had received it from Castor. And who knows where the captain got it from. This one pays tribute to Penthesilea. Outrage Ortigia. Lightning shot out from her body before condensing around her like a shell. From the outside it looked as though she was inside a bubble of red lightning, one that expanded and contracted at her will. With her enhancement active, she raced across the wall toward where Assassin was chasing her prey. Was that a Palom? There was no way a Palom could be faster than Assassin unless they were braver or maybe one of Freya's bringer. Which meant Assassin was obviously toying with him. Leaping off the wall, Gina landed between Assassin and the Palom. Jack, stop! Gina said, spreading her arms out to try and block Assassin. The servant simply jumped over her. Gina blinked as she slowly turned around. Yep. What was I thinking? The bubble contracted around her as she spun around on her heel. The red sparks streaked across her arms and legs as she sped after Assassin. Each step she took left a small blot of fire on the grass as she quickly closed the distance between her and Assassin. Normally, no amount of magic would be able to let her close the gap, she found that out repeatedly. But since Assassin was playing around, it was easy to get close by running by her side. Jack, stop! Gina called out again, but Assassin ignored her and kept on running. Well, at least she wasn't trying to kill her too. 3 guards tried to block them, probably not getting the memo that Gina was trying to save them. Out of the way! Out of the way! Thinking that they'd probably have a better chance at surviving a Crozo magic sword than a rather angry and out-of-control assassin, Gina drew the purple magic sword Welf gave her and swung it down in front of her. A sparkling electrical explosion sent them flying away, allowing Assassin to run by without bothering to even glance in their direction. Jack, come on! Over there! Spinning around, Gina saw several archers pointing at her. They drew their bows and took aim at her. Before they could fire, Gina slammed a hand down onto the grass, causing the lightning coursing around her to expand like a balloon. Their arrows made contact with the bubble and sparks shot out from her body into them, sending them flying away from her. A little handy benefit to her little shield. Gina then swung the magic sword down toward them, sending another surge of electric energy out at their feet, blasting them away. After that, the magic sword cracked and crumbled away. "Oh!" Gina muttered. "Welf's gonna be mad." Throwing the rest of the broken sword aside, she tried to call out to Assassin one more time. "Jack, enough, please." But Assassin still refused to stop playing. Or rather, it looked like she was finally done playing. She drew out a knife and flung it at the Palam's leg. The Palam let out a scream as he fell to the ground, knife lodged into the back of his leg. He flipped himself around to see Assassin slowly walking up to him, cleaver at the ready, ignoring the Palam's pleas for forgiveness. "Jack." Luckily for the Palam, salvation came in the form of Bell, literally dropping in from the sky. The Hestia Familia vice-captain landed behind the Palam so that Assassin could see him immediately. Blood drained out of Assassin's face immediately as though she had seen something she desperately did not want to see. Considering it was Belle, her beloved mommy, Assassin no doubt knew what she was doing was bad. She even quickly hid her knives behind her back and started turning her head around as if trying to find a place to escape to. Seeing that Assassin had stopped her rampage, Belle let out a sigh as he looked up. Gina looked up as well and saw FIA flying around in a circle above the castle. Operation Harpy Fall. A super unique plan where they had FIA carry one of them and drop them into the middle of an enemy group. She was also fast enough to swoop in, grab them, and fly away if needed. An ingenious plan that Lily came up with when FIA offered to fly Primo around when the elf asked her if flying in the sky was all that fun. A plan that could only work if one was light enough to be carried by a harpy. Too bad they had to reveal it like this though. Belle then turned to look at the Palam in front of him. To Gina's surprise, Belle yanked the knife out of his leg and carefully helped him to his feet. "It's Lewin, right?" Belle asked. "Are you okay?" "Why yet?" Lewin replied. "Good." And then Belle casually backhanded the Palam across the face, sending him flying across the yard. The fact that he did it with such a passive expression on his face actually made Gina shiver. "Wait, Lewin? Wasn't that the Palam that insulted Belle, Emma, and Hestia at the bar?" "Ooh," Gina muttered to herself with a nod as the electricity around her vanished. No wonder Jack was so angry. Belle simply watched Lewin's body roll to a stop before walking up to Assassin, who flinched away as he raised a hand up, no doubt expecting to be hit for disobeying him and going off on a near-killing spree. However, all Belle did was place his hand on Assassin's shoulder and pull her into a hug. "Have you calmed down?" he asked softly. "I'm very upset right now." "Do you know why?" "We're sorry," Assassin said quickly. "We're sorry we broke our promise. Please don't hate us." "I can't ever hate you. I am upset that you broke your promise, but I don't blame you. Even I could just barely hold it in after all." "You call that holding it in?" Gina asked, pointing to the groaning Palam in the distance. "He must have flown 10 meters, at the least." Belle didn't say anything to Gina's little joke. He simply let out a breath before grabbing and throwing Assassin into Gina's arms. He then drew out his 2 minotaur horn blades and swung them above his head. A red sword smashed down above him into his own blades before he forced them to the side. Their owner landed only a few meters away from Belle before launching himself at Belle again. "Belle Cranel!" The Apollo Familia captain, Hyacinthus Cleo, screamed at him. "Even if it's just you. As long as it's just you. We don't have time for this." Belle hissed. "Gina, Lily." Gina didn't need clarification on what to do. It was time to freaking go. Hoisting Assassin over her shoulder, Gina made a beeline for the stairs leading up the wall. "Running away?" Hyacinthus demanded, and Belle stopped to look at him before turning his head toward the line of injured Apollo Familia adventurers. There's no time, Belle said again before the flares were fired between them, hiding him and the rest of Hestia Familia in colored smoke courtesy of Lily. Once the smoke cleared, Hestia Familia was nowhere to be seen, leaving only Apollo Familia to pick up the broken pieces. XXXXX. Somewhere during the show, Loki had frozen with her mouth slightly agape and eyes wide. Glancing to her right, she saw Hestia with her hands over her mouth. Guess I'll hold off on the jokes for tonight, Loki thought to herself. The first day of the war game came to a quiet close. Chapter 40, Game's End. With the start of the second day, excitement for the war game only grew. Most of the noise was being made by those who had bet on Apollo Familia to win, as they predicted the incoming storm that would be a repeat of the previous day. Others were talking about Hestia Familia's night raid, as it had taken place after a good portion of the city had turned in for the night. Sadly, not all adventurers and their deities could afford to take 2 consecutive days off. Thus, they had no choice but to descend into the dungeon or return to their part-time jobs while crying bloody tears of regret. Those that couldn't take days off yet were hedging all their money on the bets they had placed the previous day. But compared to the previous day, the second day started off in a quiet and subdued manner. XXXXX. Freya let out a deep sigh as she looked at her divine mirror over the rim of her wine glass. All of Hestia's children were shining so brightly, but none shone as much as that boy, Bel Cranel. Still, that captain of theirs. Freya mumbled to herself. There was no mistaking that brilliance. It was the same soul that struck at her children on that fateful day long ago. The same night that she watched Bel Cranel defeat the Minotaur. Well, she could admit she was being a bit mischievous in having Otterl train up that Minotaur, so she supposed it was fair for Hestia's children to be a bit upset at her little prank. And she supposed it was also fair for that to happen after Hestia almost got hurt from her other prank during Monsterphilia. Perhaps I've been a bit too naughty lately. As Hestia still joined Freya on that shopping trip, she most likely did not know that it was Freya behind those incidents and her children were keeping it a secret from her. Still, Freya had since decided that it was best to watch Bel Cranel from a distance from now on. There was no longer any reason to try and push him forward personally. The 5 magnificent souls around him were doing that just fine. Granted, she had been just a teensy bit annoyed when she saw him dancing with the girl from his familia, and even more so when he danced with Loki's child back at the banquet. So much so that she childishly asked Helen and Otterl to try and flood the banquet hall with minotaurs, but she could let that slide. The former was part of the boy's emotional support, someone that helped keep his head up high even in the face of the world's darkness, and the latter didn't interact with him often enough to truly be a threat. Besides Bel Cranel, 2 others of Hestia's children caught her attention. That Saber and that Caster. She was surprised to see someone that could possibly best Otterl in combat, let alone 2 of them. She had thought the days where Otterl couldn't win had died alongside the Zeus and Hera Familias 15 years ago. Their brilliance would not be outdone by Otterl's own. A part of her did want to see Saber and Otterl duel, if only to watch their souls shine beyond their limits. But she knew her child, who so rarely got a chance to push and break through his limits anymore, all too well. If they fought without anyone watching them, the 2 of them would definitely go on until one of them couldn't move anymore, but perhaps that would be the final push for Otterl to level up once more? Freya quickly shook her head. There was no point in getting greedy again. With a twirl of her finger, the divine mirror changed to show Saber standing in the castle grounds with the woman called Lancer by his side. Their backs were against the wall and the woman was resting her head against his shoulder while he was nestling his own head on hers. Such a beautiful combination, one that only grew even more beautiful when... Oh dear! In a flash of purple, the woman swung her spear at Saber's head. The knight simply leaned his head back without even opening his eyes before lifting his sword up to block the second strike. Yes, their souls shined even brighter when the 2 of them fought like this. It must drive Hestia up the wall whenever it happened, but there were few things that could trump this combination's sheer beauty when that warrior fought against the one she loved with such passion. Warrior. Freya muttered. Why is that name coming to mind? Was this what Loki meant when she was muttering about how the 2 felt similar to her? Oh Hestia, what are you hiding, I wonder? Freya said with a smile as she turned toward Otterl, who had been even quieter than usual. He would at least speak up the moment Freya said something that he couldn't hear for fear of missing a request of hers. But it would appear Freya was not the only one wondering what might happen if 2 certain swordsmen clashed. Audible, Freya spoke up a bit louder than usual, snapping the Boaz out of his stupor. My apologies, Audible replied immediately. I was distracted. You can't play with him unless Hestia says it's okay, understand? Freya decided to warn him before she allowed him to do something that both she and Hestia might regret. As you wish. Although Audible's response was immediate as usual, Freya could hear the disappointment in his voice, causing her to giggle. It was as if he was a child being denied a toy he wanted. After all, as an adventurer, Audible also wished to strive forward and shatter his limits. He had already reached the ceiling of level 7, all he needed was one more push somehow, and then he would finally see the world from the same level as those who once adventured under the banners of Zeus and Hera Familia. That archer person had surprised Audible as well, but Freya was not as interested in him as she was in Castor, Saber, or Bel Cranel. That man's soul had been shattered and rusted over from some event in his past. Slowly the color of rust was being chipped away to reveal something blue and beautiful underneath, but it would only ever be a shadow of its former splendor. If Freya had to say something about it, it would be that it was a pity. A pity she hadn't been able to see his soul before the man had broke. If she had, maybe he would have caught her attention as well. But as it was as though she was looking at a jigsaw puzzle of a landscape rather than the landscape itself. A beautiful scenery marred by jagged lines of the separated pieces. Or even a mirror that had been shattered and glued back into its stand. Lady Freya, Audible spoke up. My apologies for asking again, but is it truly all right to let Apollo do as he wishes? There is still no problem, for the moment, Freya added after a thought. This spectacle had allowed the boy to shine brightly, but it was also becoming dangerously close to marring the boy's purity with rage and hatred. Last night's incident with Hestia's adorable little girl was like dripping water onto an edge of a plank that had been delicately balanced on a wall, threatening to send it falling into the abyss below. But Bel had risen above the dark temptations and remained on his chosen path. Should he have fallen from that path, Freya would have made sure Apollo and all of his children fell down with him. A part of her knew it was a dangerous game she was playing with Bel's soul, but the excitement she felt while watching him maintain his delicate balance made her unable to stop. To her, it was like a narcotic more potent than any wine or drug. However, Freya had to be more careful in the future. Audible was still fine as he truly did understand her, but the throes of jealousy were starting to appear in her other children. Of course, they would obey her if she told them not to lay a finger on Hestia or any of her children, but their hearts would not be in it. Even Alan had completely cut off his sister from his life against Freya's wishes after all. The absolute last thing she wanted was for one of them to give one of Hestia's enemies an opportunity to hurt them, intentionally or not. It was one thing for one of Hestia's children to die in the dungeon. The pain may cause Bel's heart and soul to waver, but he would push through, of that Freya had no doubt. It was a natural risk that every adventurer faced after all. But if one of them were to be murdered by Evilus and their ilk? Even Freya wasn't 100% confident that his soul would remain pure after that. That pure heart of his was both his greatest strength and his greatest weakness. Perhaps I should ask Loki if she needs some help after all. Freya thought to herself. An ounce of prevention was worth a pound of cure after all, but should she get in the way of his possible growth even if it's for his best interests? Freya supposed she should wait and see just a bit longer. XXXXX. Did I make a mistake? About what? Bel was sitting in the kitchen area watching Ryder and Archer clean up when he suddenly asked that question. About last night, he clarified. I wasn't thinking clearly because of what was going on, but couldn't I have ended things by beating Hyacinthus right there? Perhaps, Ryder admitted with a nod as she turned toward Bel while Archer kept working. Even then, it was obvious he was paying attention to the conversation. But what was on your mind at the time? Getting Jack out of there so they could heal their injured, even though I had Lily sabotage their medical supplies. Do they have enough? If they cared about all of their members then they would use everything they have left available, Ryder said. If they didn't then they would have surrendered. If they don't surrender, then, well. Bel's face fell at Ryder's words as the woman simply sighed in response. Don't make that face, Ryder said as she cupped Bel's face with her hands after drying them. What happens to them is not your fault. It's the decision of their leaders. But it's my decision as a leader that nearly killed them. Bel replied. That just further separates you from responsibility. You didn't break any rules or agreements with your attack. You made Jack promise to be good, but she was the one who broke her promise to you. According to Lily, she tried really hard to keep her promise too, but it looks like she really didn't like that Palom. Ryder let out another sigh as she brushed aside Belle's bangs from his eyes. You couldn't have known Jack would go crazy at the sight of him. She always kept her promises to you before now, right? Right. Belle admitted. Belle remembered a saying that it was impossible for men to never make mistakes. He also heard that the greater the man, the greater their mistakes were. He didn't feel like he was that great of a person even though he was the master of so many powerful servants, but his mistake sure was great. If you aren't sure what to do then think of a way to end the war game today, Boudica continued. After all, the longer it goes on, the more likely it is for someone to die. I wonder if I'm cut out for this after all. Belle muttered. Small squad-sized tactical battles against monsters he could handle, but coming up with a plan for an entire battlefield was hard, especially when he was afraid for the enemy. You're doing rather well for your first battle, Ryder said with a rather tired-sounding sigh. Belle, you have a problem where you quickly fall into self-depreciation when things don't go your way. No, even when you are being praised you put yourself down. I don't do that, do I? Belle asked as he turned to Archer. You do, Archer confirmed without missing a beat. Pretty much every time you receive a compliment even. I feel like we've had this conversation before too. I'm sorry. The two servants shared a look before Ryder spoke up again. If you want to take responsibilities for mistakes that you are only marginally connected to, then you need to learn to take compliments without a word of protest as well. Why yes, I understand, Belle said, his cheeks being pulled outward by Ryder as she spoke. Good. Now stop moping and help us like a good boy. Ha ha ha. XXXXX. So bored. The ones on watch on the wall today were Welf and Gina. The former was looking out toward the Apollo castle with his arms crossed over his chest, and the other was lazily sitting on one of the merlins with her feet dangling off the side. Granted, they didn't really need to be on watch since Archer was still stationed on the bell tower and could see everything all around them. But it wasn't as though they could make him do that all day. Well, they could, but they shouldn't. Well, it didn't matter since Archer was currently making lunch with Ryder right now inside the keep anyway. So, Gina had to do her part. Bored. Even if she was bored as hell. She glanced over at Welf, who hadn't said anything to her all morning. Or rather, he looked like he wanted to ask something but didn't know how to start. Are you worried about Jack? Gina asked, startling Welf. Well, yeah, Welf said as he scratched the side of his head. I mean, she hasn't gone out of her room, right? Or rather, would we even notice if she did? I mean, she wouldn't even let Belle in, right? Yeah, like she's punishing herself or something. After the events of last night, Assassin had shut herself in her room, not even leaving it for breakfast. You feeling okay? Welf suddenly asked Gina. She didn't attack you too, did she? Nope, Gina replied quickly, wanting to defend her friend. She just ignored me completely. What about you? How do you feel about this? Well, I knew she was kinda weird when we first met, but I never thought she would blow up like that, Welf said to himself. Guess she really didn't like the things that asshole said. If they were bad enough to make Assassin completely lose it, Gina wasn't sure she wanted to hear it, or she might have regretted slowing down Assassin's chase. Anyone who insulted people as kind as Belle, Emma, or their goddess Hestia deserved a beating. But she wasn't sure they deserved to be killed for it. That was a one-way path of no return. But then again, it was bad enough that Belle, wanted to wring his neck. Maybe it wasn't the content that was bad but the targets? What I wouldn't give to kick his face in myself. But that Mord guy beat me to it. And got us into this mess, Gina pointed out as Welf let out a long sigh and shook his head even though it was clear that he agreed with her. Still, I wonder if we can end things today. That'd be up to Belle, but we might be able to. They're probably still shaken up after the total ass-kicking we gave them yesterday. That being said, I am rather morbidly curious as to what exactly Castor had planned on the fourth day. Is he really that scary in a fight? Gina asked Welf. The worst I've seen him is when he's half asleep after doing paperwork all day. Now that's something scary. Welf let out a snort. He could easily just turn every last one of them to dust as easily as he when we fought the floor boss. You know how other monsters rush in from the other floor? He just vaporized all of them in an instant without hitting any of us. He even roasted 3 minotaurs at once in a single breath. You mean like a regular breath, right? He's not breathing fire like a dragon or something, right? Hell, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if he's got a magic item that lets him do that, Welf said with a smirk. I suppose I may have a party favor like that. Doa. Kaiaa. Both Welf and Gina let out a yelp, the latter slipping off the Merlin, forcing the former to grab her before she fell off the wall. Not that I expect that Apollo Familia will make an assault today, Castor began, completely ignoring the fact that the only thing keeping Gina from having a slightly painful 10-meter fall was Welf's hasty grip on her wrist. But that is no excuse to not remain vigilant. Why yes sir. Gina mumbled as Welf pulled her back up with a grunt of effort. Castor let out an amused huff as he strode off with Lily trailing behind him. You know, he never says anything wrong, Welf began as he set Gina back on the wall. It's the way he says it, right? Yep, Gina agreed wholeheartedly. But even as she glanced back out toward Apollo Castle, there was still no sign of them moving to attack. As she made a move to sit back on the wall, she felt a rumble beneath her feet. Hey Welf, did you feel that? She asked turning to the smith. Welf opened his mouth to respond but Gina didn't hear him as the wall below her feet exploded. XXXXX. Gina. Loki's eyes quickly picked out the two voices who screamed. The first was Hestia, of course, as it was her child whose was currently being dragged into the air screaming by the jaws of Avila's. Not only that, 6 more of them sprouted up around the Hestia castle. The second was Hermes's captain, who he had dragged along once again. Both Hestia and Asfi's face were struck with horror and Hermes was also looking on in disbelief. Come to think of it, the guild profile did mention that the little Amazon used to be a member of Hermes's familia before being converted. Loki recalled hearing that the Velas were responsible for killing several of Hermes's kids a few weeks back when Ace went with them. Guess this was poking Asfi's trauma button quite a bit right now. Loki's eyes quickly turned toward Apollo, who had been looking sour ever since he arrived in the room. However, even he was looking quite disturbed and confused at the appearance of the Velas as well. Like he had never seen them before. Looks like he probably wasn't involved in their appearance then. Well, at the very least Loki felt that she should probably cross off Hestia working with Inio. She's watching her child being mauled on screen as Welf Krazo was trying to get past its vines to save her after all. Another Viola was trying to get to little Primo, but she was crouching in fear behind the Minotaur. Said Minotaur had its hands grasped firmly on the plant-like monster's jaws and was preventing it from snapping shut around them. Then, with a blood-curdling roar fitting of a monster, the Minotaur ripped the Velas's lower jaw clean off, sending a shower of blood everywhere but on Primo who was still hiding behind it. Loki's kids had felt that the Velas were around level 4 in strength. For a Minotaur, a monster classified as an upper level 2 by the guild, to tear one in half so easily painted it as an irregular and enhanced species. Where did the little chibi find it? 2 more Velas were trying to snap at Castor, who had positioned himself in front of Lily and was knocking them back with the flat end of his golden axe when they got too close. Why he wasn't just splitting them in 2, Loki didn't know, but even then, he looked like he was utterly bored fighting them. Yet even as he was playing with the plants, his eyes were focused on the one that had Gina in its teeth. Archer, Ryder, and Belle came running out of castle with Ryder running for Gina while Archer and Belle headed toward Emma only to be cut off by one themselves. Said Emma was trying to run toward the direction of Saber and Lancer with one of the Velas right on her heels while Saber was rushing toward her. Lancer, on the other hand, was making a beeline for Gina and Welf. Looks like there were at least 7 Velas in total. How were they going to get out of this? XXXXX. Ithirts, 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 ithirts. Gina's mind was filled with barely coherent thoughts as the monster's jagged teeth sank itself into her right arm and pulled her up into the air. Even with all the pain in her arm going to her head, she could see that everyone had their hands full with more of the plant monsters. A memory of her overhearing Lulun trying to talk to Asfi about plant monsters only to be cut off when Asfi turned to her direction came to mind. Were these the monsters that killed Pot, Pock, and the others? Was she going to die here too? No, no. I don't want to die. Someone. Anyone? Help me! She heard Welf shouting something back at her, but she couldn't make it out. Not over her own screams of pain and the sound of the monster that was chewing on her arm. Then a screeching sound like that of a bird of prey came from above her. Something fast, angry, and red had slammed onto the viola from above. It was the harpy Fia. She was slashing at the viola's head, carving trenches into the creature's head with her sharp talons. The monster's blood showered everywhere as it thrashed about in pain. The viola's jaws opened as it let out a screech of rage, sending Gina flying away, and falling toward the ground. Sorry about this. Came Fia's quick apology through the face mask she was wearing to keep anyone that didn't have Hestia's Falna from hearing her voice. The harpy zipped away from the viola trying to snap at her toward Gina. Gina then felt several sharp talons dig into her skin, drawing blood, as she was quickly pulled up and away from the viola. It hurt. A lot. But it was still far better than being stuck in a monster's mouth. They zipped through the air, making sharp turns left and right as several vines shot up at them, trying to swat Fia out of the air. The harpy was fast, but carrying Gina along handicapped her speed, allowing one vine to pierce through the lower side of her wing, scattering feathers everywhere. Fia! Gina! A shout came to them as a black and white shadow lashed out, severing the vines before they could get any closer. Assassin appeared on the grass, the vines she severed dropping down behind her as Welf rushed forward, magic sword shrouded in roaring flames. Burn red! Kazuki! Welf's furious roar followed up as a massive tornado of flames surged forward, enveloping the viola in fire, drowning out its death throes. However, Welf's use of his magic sword had drawn the attention of two other violas. They turned their metaphorical backs to Castor and charged at him, only to be intercepted by a flaming blue arrow and a barrage of white light. Coming down! Fia shot off a warning as she flew toward Welf. The smith carelessly discarded his magic sword on the ground like it wasn't worth several 100 million valis and opened his arms up, ready to catch them. Gina felt Fia's talons dislodge themselves from her shoulders and she fell into Welf's waiting arms while Fia pulled up just before hitting them but ended up slipping on the grass and rolling to a stop instead. Ow! Came a tired response that spoke more of annoyance than injury. Gina! Welf said as he held her close. Gina looked up and saw a splat of red all over his face with Assassin's right next to her own. Are you, oh shit! Lancer! Lancer, over here! Oh! It was probably blood then. Hers. Now that she was not going to die immediately, Gina felt strangely calm and tired. Tilting her head slightly, she saw Lancer rushing toward them, her burning spear still lodged within the head of a dead viola. XXXXX. Lancer! Welf shouted for the servant of the spear, completely aware of the desperation in his voice. But why shouldn't he be worried? Gina's arm was bent in several places that it shouldn't and couldn't be bent in and was filled with holes. His clothes were also becoming more dangerously red than he preferred. As Assassin turned and ran over to Fia, Lancer came rushing up to him, having quickly killed the viola that had been trying to bite Welf. Lancer's normally blank face, so long as Saber was not involved, quickly turned into outright fear as she got closer, with the last few meters being crossed in a blink of an eye. Place her down, Lancer said quickly running her finger over the ground. The grass burned away in an instant and a solid mound of dirt rose up much like one had done back when Ryder was training Emma at Milan. Welf carefully placed Gina down and laid her injured arm over her stomach. When this war game was over, he was going to insist Gina at least wear some kind of protective clothing made out of salamander wool. Lancer! Gina's voice was quiet and weak as Lancer took Gina's uninjured hand in her own. You'll be fine, Lancer said stroking Gina's face with her hand. Mr. Welf, please. Lancer held her hand out to Welf and Welf placed his own hand on top of it. She then took it and placed Gina's uninjured hand in it. It was probably an act to reassure Gina as Lancer's hands were covered by her cold metal gauntlet. Gina's hand was weak, almost lifeless in his grasp. He tightened his grip as it was the only way he could think of to reduce the helplessness he was feeling in watching a 10-year-old girl slowly bleeding out in front of him. But in front of him was a servant. Some kind of super spirit. If a spirit had been able to save his ancestor from death after being mauled by a monster, then Lancer should be able to do the same for Gina. As Assassin came back to them with Fia's wing draped around her shoulder to help the harpy walk. There was a huge gap in her feathers where a vine had shot through, but there was no blood. A harpy's wings were like that of a bird after all. She would be grounded for a few days as her feathers grew back, but aside from the crash, she was relatively unharmed. Lancer. Welf. Ryder came running up to them, her eyes widening in horror as they fell on Welf. "It's dash," he began as he looked down at himself only to hesitate at what he saw. His entire front was red. "It's not mine." As expected, his lame remark did not ease Ryder's fears at all but rather made them worse. She then looked over her shoulder and Welf leaned to the side to look behind her as well. Castor was walking up one of the stairs leading to the top of the wall, no doubt to see if Apollo Familia was going to capitalize on that little distraction, with Lily sticking close behind him for her own safety. Belle was pulling Emma up to her feet with Archer standing on top of a viola, making extra sure they were dead. Another two were currently turning into ash, having been cleaved clean in two by Saber. The last one was next to Berserker, who was comforting a sobbing and scared Primo in his arms. "That's going to be quite the scene back home. Jackie, can you go check up on Primo?" Welf asked. "And make sure she doesn't see Gina like this." Assassin looked down at Gina, blinking back the tears in her eyes before looking at Fia, who nodded. The harpy took an uneasy step back from Assassin, favoring one leg over the other, before the smallest servant ran over to Berserker and Primo. "Miss Gwen is stable," Lancer said as she finished tracing runes on Gina's injured arm, and Welf watched with amazement as the flesh was slowly knitting itself back together. She then picked Gina up in her arms. "I must act quickly to save her arm." The fact that that was even possible allowed relief to seep from Welf's body. With a small grunt of effort, he stood up and walked over to Fia to offer his back and carry her inside. Ryder moved to follow them but glanced toward the wall, or rather the massive hole in the wall where the first viola had sprouted up from. Apollo Familia was already riding out, eager to take advantage of the chaos of the violas. Welf certainly didn't have any reason to think they were coming to help. "Welf," someone spoke up in a voice so cold and dark that Welf immediately flinched and felt every single hair on his body stand on end with goosebumps forming soon after. It wasn't quite like the feeling of seeing the Black Goliath, but it sure was close. "Hurry and take Fia inside." "Der?" Welf asked in complete disbelief that it was the same woman that got on his case for staying up late or for forgetting to eat that was giving off that aura that was deathly cold yet threatened to envelope him in a flame more powerful than his own magic swords. Even Fia, the one who jumped right into the jaws of a monster to save Gina, was shivering rather uncontrollably. "Now dear." "Yes ma'am." Welf quickly ran after Lancer with Fia on his back but stopped to give one last look over his shoulder and to see Ryder walking toward her chariot, with each step slowly causing the grass beneath her feet to burn away to ash. "XXXXX. Where are you going?" Castor's voice came from above Ryder as she steered her chariot toward the gate. "I'm going to give them a reason to surrender," Ryder replied before her eyes turned to look up without moving her head an inch. "Then I'm coming back to have words with you." "Oh? About what?" "About why you let those things attack us without a word to anyone." A rather dry chuckle was the king's only response. He neither denied nor admitted to her accusation, and his laughter was more of amusement than anything else. Amusement that someone like her would voice her displeasure openly to him. Yellow light appeared around the gate, forcing it to open without using the winch. A gold and red staff then rose up from her chariot near Ryder's foot. There were no ornaments or blades adorned on it. It was more like a sturdy metal rod than anything else. The message was clear. Castor would not stop Ryder, but it also reminded Ryder that Belle and Hestia would not be happy if she went too far with what she was about to do. But even so, all she could do was offer a wordless apology. "After all, even I can find a reason to go on a rampage." With a flourish, she took the staff Castor offered her in hand and snapped the reins of her chariot. Her beloved steeds reared up as they let out a cry of battle, sending sparks of magic flying out from under the chariot. She felt someone's eyes on her back. Giving one quick look, she saw that it was Belle, but the boy flinched back at her gaze. It probably wasn't something he was used to seeing on her after all. The eyes of a warrior queen. Turning her back to her master, Ryder snapped the reins and the chariot blazed off toward the oncoming Apollo Familia. Their number was around 50. It looked like they were making a serious push toward them, taking advantage of the Viola's attack. That only made the flame roaring inside her burn all the more. Her chariot shot forward, but as she drew closer, she weaved off to the left of the army's formation and just narrowly scraped through it. Ak, ga. Or rather, she scraped something off their formation. A human male wearing a metal breastplate was hanging off the tip of her staff, its golden tip having crashed through the plate and stabbed into his chest, allowing her to hoist him up above her head like he was nothing more than a sack of flour. Making a sharp turn, she flung the extra baggage off her staff and sent him sprawling to the ground as she prepared to make another go at the enemy. "I am rider of Hestia Familia," she roared, eyes seemingly glowing with deep blue flames. "Disperse or be trampled." XXXXX. Rider. Belle had called out to her, but the woman left the castle without saying anything to anyone. And not only that, she headed straight for the front lines and engaged Apollo Familia. "You say engage, but it's more like she's tearing them to pieces, right?" Emma asked, her voice rather quiet and filled with worry. Belle didn't know if her worry was for Apollo Familia or the glare that Ryder had levied their way before she left. In any case, we can't leave her out there alone, Belle decided. "Let's finish things now and get Gina back to the city." Berserker. Saber. At his order, Berserker and Saber made their way to his side, the former carrying Primo in his arm. "Saber, please go help Ryder and make sure she doesn't overdo it," Belle ordered, rubbing a hand over his chest as he felt his insides heating up. "Berserker, clear us a way to the Apollo Castle." "Primo, are you up for it?" "Why yes." Primo nodded. "I won't let that stupid plant scare me." Belle decided not to point out that that stupid plant would have bitten her in half were it not for Berserker's protection. "Right, Saber, go on first to help Ryder. Berserker, you and Primo next. Head straight through them to the castle. The rest of us will be right behind you." Red lightning surged from Saber's gauntlets and the servant shot toward the battle immediately after a nod of acknowledgement. Berserker held Primo up to her spot on his back and allowed the elf to climb on and secure herself properly. Once that was done, he ran over to pick up his club and shield before rushing out of the castle as well. "What are we going to do?" Emma asked as Assassin appeared behind her. "We're going straight for Hyacinthus," Belle replied as he turned toward Assassin, who flinched at his gaze. "Can we come too?" Assassin asked. "That depends," Belle began. "Do you want to? Or do you want to stay here and make sure Gina's okay?" Assassin began, hesitating as she looked back at the castle. "We'll help Mommy. The faster we beat the bad guys, the faster Gina can get help." "All right. But remember, you can't hurt the bad guy who hurt Emma, okay? Or Castor will get really mad." Assassin acknowledged the order with a nod. "Is Lily coming along too?" Emma asked. "I don't know. She disappeared from Castor's side after Ryder left the castle. Well, I'm sure she has her own plan. His trusted supporter always did after all." "All right, let's go. We head straight to Apollo Castle." The other two nodded in response and followed after him. XXXXX. "Out of the way! Out of the way!" Primo shouted as Berserker Bull rushed right through the center of the Apollo formation. "We're stopping for no one, so move it or break your face." Again, the level 1s broke rank when Berserker came barreling at them with an inhuman roar. Berserker held his shield, which was attached to his left arm, in front of him, using it as a ram to clear the way, with his club also being held in his left hand. Someone swung their spear at them to try to get the raging bull to stop, but Berserker caught it with one hand and ended up dragging the poor human along with them until they released their weapon. Once their unwanted passenger was gone, Berserker discarded the spear as well. It was Primo and Berserker's job to clear a way for Belle and the others to follow behind them. They had to get this done quick as apparently Gina and Fia have been injured by those plant things. Although Assassin had said that they would be fine, Primo knew that Gina would rather rest at home than in that cold, empty castle. Which meant that they had to get through the gate, or rather, get rid of it. "Protect me, Berserker," Primo said as she held her staff in front of her and began her chant, causing her body to shine in white light. "Oh, stars that hang in the night sky! I grasp you in these unworthy hands, tearing you down from the heavens you reside in." She began a chant. It wasn't the one she fired so often since joining the Familia. No, it was a completely new spell, one she had received in preparation for this day. "I offer you these words in exchange for your majesty. The chant, mind, and time required for this spell could not be compared to her original spell. All her focus went into her mind as she allowed Berserker to defend and move for her as arrows rained down upon them, all of them bouncing off Berserker's shield. If she had a magic circle like the ones that are given to adventurers that had the development ability mage, the mind cost and time required to focus it could be lessened, but it would be a long time before that happened. There were rumors that it was possible for some spells to come with their own magic circle, but it didn't matter right now as she didn't have one with this spell. You who reign above the heavens themselves, rain down upon this earth, scatter these worthless beings. Rather than a prayer like her first spell, this song sounded more like a demand. One made to the stars that rested in the skies above. Immortalize your grace within our souls. Stardust fall. The light that gathered around her body rushed into her staff as she pointed it straight up into the air. The magic converged and condensed, forming a massive stone the size of a small house that fell toward the Apollo Castle gate. The guards near the gate immediately turned tail and ran, not wanting to be anywhere near ground zero. Primo held it up as long as she could, wanting to give the guards as much time to flee as possible before she was forced to swing her staff downward toward the gate or risk an ignis fatuus. The world around them seemed to fall silent as the massive stone moved through the air. There was a rather ominous feeling seeing something so big float across the sky like that. Berserker seemed to think so as well as he carefully plucked Primo from her seat and placed her right behind him. He then slammed the shield into the ground and braced himself behind it while holding Primo as close to him as possible. And then the world exploded. XXXXX. Saber calmly watched the Apollo Castle gate transform into a shower of stone flying off in different directions as he released his chokehold on the Apollo Familia adventurer, allowing the man to collapse onto the ground, unlikely to regain consciousness anytime soon. From there, he used a single short sword and destroyed the equipment of the adventurers around him. One tried to swing a halberd at his head. The swing may have been fast to most of the viewers, but for Saber it might as well have been moving in slow motion. The servant caught it with his empty hand, his fingers digging into the blade until it shattered in his grip before he grabbed the shaft and pulled the unfortunate adventurer closer, where he was promptly introduced to Saber's boot. To those watching in Orario, it was clear where Bell had learned to fight. It was such a simple task that Saber wondered if anyone would bother watching his battle against broken and defeated men and women. The strike force had been quickly reduced under Ryder's relentless assault. Although the woman was fighting in a near-blind rage, she hadn't severed any limbs in her fury. Not that that was any consolation to their foes. Men and women were staggering away from the battlefield with broken and dislocated limbs, with a few desperately trying to pull their friends away as well. The servant had descended from her chariot, allowing her horses to charge the enemy on their own initiative. They would ride far away from the melee as Ryder distracted the enemy with her ferocious assault before smashing into her targets from behind, sending them flying as the servant acted as the anvil to their hammer. As expected of a Rider-class servant, the rider and mount were of one and the same mind. Saber's presence was redundant here if one were to expect him to repel the enemy. He was here to stop only one person. Rider, Saber said, grabbing onto the woman's arm. Enough. They're beaten. Rider wheeled around to face him with a glare that would have made a lesser man flinch. Saber, however, simply narrowed his eyes in response. It was only expected that a servant would be able to bring such violence to bear, and Saber was no stranger to beautiful women suddenly baring their claws to indulge themselves in violence. Nevertheless, it was always disconcerting to see. Rider broke eye contact first before tossing the golden staff onto the ground, where it dissolved into golden light, returning to the king's treasury. Even if they tried to take advantage of the commotion, they had nothing to do with it, Saber said. Those monsters are hardly subtle after all. I would have noticed them while I was tracking Apollo Familia days ago. I know, Rider replied, her voice cold and curt as she pulled her arm out of Saber's grip. Any proper military commander worth their salt would have taken advantage of it. Gina will be fine, Saber said, trying to guess the source of Rider's rage so he could calm her down. Brynhildr will not fail. Rider didn't reply as she glanced back at him over her shoulder as her chariot came to a stop in front of her. As she stepped onto the chariot, Saber spoke up again. Where are you headed now? Back inside. I don't want to overtax Bell any more than I have to. She then gave a look to Saber as if to ask if he was coming along, to which Saber answered by stepping onto the chariot behind her. XXXXX. Berserker. Primo. Bell called out to the pair them as he and the girls ran up to them. Are you two all right? The Minotaur's shield looked as though it had been turned into a giant slice of metal cheese, but Berserker simply nodded his head as he brushed aside the rocks that were lodged into his arms as if they were nothing more than dirt, while Primo looked a little out of it. I suddenly feel very tired. Primo admitted. Is this mind down? If it was, you'd be unconscious, Belle replied with a wry smile as he held a mind potion to her lips. Here, drink. Primo accepted the potion obediently and Belle drank one himself. Did it work? Primo asked. Well, the gate is, well, gone, Emma pointed out dryly. So, I say it did. What's the plan, Belle? Jack will go with me inside the castle and find Hyacinthus, Belle said as he wiped his mouth with his sleeve before placing the empty bottle back into his pack. We should try to go for the flags on the walls too. Castor probably won't like a flag capture victory, but at this point I don't really care. It completes his conditions after all. And the fifth flag. The 5 flags of the war game were supposed to be placed in the 5 spots agreed upon by the rules of the war game. They were to be placed on the 4 corners of the walls, and the final one was to be placed in the same throne room as the Familia captain. That way it would be the captain's duty to guard the final flag and, in theory, either force the attackers to distract him in order to make off with the flag or fight him there. I'll have Jack take it and run while I take on Hyacinthus. But I don't think it'll take that long. This is just a way to distract the remaining Apollo Familia. If Apollo Familia had to chase after the captured flags instead of assisting Hyacinthus, then all the better. And since Belle wasn't the captain of Hestia Familia, there was less risk to their side. I think that giant rock was quite distracting already. As the stone had been made by magic, there was no trace of it left on the battlefield. Only the remains of the gate were scattered here and there. Belle simply smiled as he shook his head. Berserker, and Primo too if you're still up for it, Belle began, turning to the two. Go in first and make a big commotion so Emma can go around to the rear and take the other 2 flags. They can't afford to ignore you rampaging around after all. But it might be dangerous now that your shield is more or less destroyed. Let's do it. Primo said as she climbed back into her saddle. Let's go rampaging, Berserker. Berserker nodded his head before taking his club in hand. With a beastly roar that was beyond what a human or demi-human could make, Berserker charged toward the destroyed gate with Primo on his back. Then, in a show of power, smashed through the rubble, scattering the rocks outward toward the keep wall, causing it to collapse as Primo screamed out, there was a gap right there. Shaking his head, Belle ran forward after them after giving them a few minutes head start. Did you use your skill before coming here? Belle asked Emma. No, I didn't, Emma replied worriedly. Then stick close to Berserker and Primo. Move together to get the flags. If it's impossible, then just run. As an adventurer of only a few weeks, there was no way she would be able to take on the veteran members of Apollo Familia head-on without borrowing someone else's status. At best she could hold them off until she found a way to escape. Right. Emma nodded her head in understanding, both of Belle's words and her own abilities, before she split off from Belle and Assassin to follow after the Minotaur/Elf pair. Belle and Assassin made their way inside the central keep searching for the throne room. The throne room, for the sake of the war game, was not any specific room in particular. It was what the room where both the 5th flag and the captain resided. It wasn't to say that the captain had to stay there the entire time, but it was a designated place that the divine mirrors can easily see the captain. As such, the throne room could be anywhere. Hestia Familia made use of the largest room as their throne room, but Apollo Familia had used theirs as a makeshift medical room. They would need to search for a different spot. But if Belle took in the fact that Hyacinthus had dropped in on him from above, that lowered the amount of possible locations rather easily. Perhaps it was Hyacinthus's personality to loom over his subordinates or to look down on his enemies from above, Belle wasn't sure. Castor was much the same way, but he chose the largest room as Belle wanted to make use of the bell on the tower in their plans. The fact that the king had no intention of having his eardrums ring every few hours also played a part in the decision. Remember Jack, no going overboard again, Belle said as the two of them burst through the doors and ran through the halls. Yes, Mommy. Assassin replied. We won't mess up this time. Should we go look for the mean man? Mean man? Why yet? Find him then come back to me to show me the way. Okay. With that, Assassin sped forward, turning down a different hallway and vanishing from sight as her skill activated. Belle stared at the direction assassin had disappeared to before taking the other hallway. Belle hadn't gotten too far when a pair of doors to his left burst open and a cat person jumped out at him with a roar. Belle dodged the man's first sword swing before catching the second with his red dagger. He wasn't quite confident enough to catch swords barehanded like Saber could yet. With his other hand, Belle drew the Hestia knife and shattered the demi-human's blade before bringing his left foot up to the man's face, sending him crashing to the floor, rolling a few times before coming to a still stop. Each new injury would be on Belle for not ending things immediately last night. He had been so preoccupied with getting the girls out that the thought of beating Hyacinthus then and there didn't even cross his mind. Belle felt that his goddess, servants, and the rest of his familia expected him to be the one who defeated Hyacinthus. If Belle was honest, he had wanted to be the one to do so as well. But at this point, he also didn't care who beat him so long as this war game came to an expedient end. As he made his way down the corridor, more and more Apollo adventurers attacked him and each of them were quickly taken down without a second glance. A small part of Belle was worried that their little deception in regard to his level might come to light after this and they'd probably only have to pay a fine or something. Worst case was that the entire war game would be considered null and void, making this whole affair one giant waste of time, but that wouldn't change the fact that Apollo still lost to them. Belle came to a stop near another double-door room. It wasn't as though he could sense auras or anything like that, but a feeling told him that there were people waiting inside. It wasn't enough that it could have been the makeshift infirmary, so it was most likely a trap or an ambush waiting for him. If he hadn't been in a hurry, Belle would have probably ignored it, but as it was, he couldn't take the risk of overlooking any room that Hyacinthus could be in. But even in his haste, it wasn't as though he was dumb enough to charge right in. Bracing himself, Belle held his hand up toward the double doors. Firebolt! The red lighting shot forward from his hand and blew the doors off their hinges. One of the doors hit some poor elf that had been standing near the front and sent him flying back. With the initiative on his side, Belle rushed forward himself, into the waiting arms of Hyacinthus himself. XXXXX. What was that? Did you see that? A chantless spell. I want that human bat. The gods and goddesses all around Hestia were chattering with glee as Belle charged forward to fight Apollo's captain even though the man was surrounded by Apollo's elite. Hestia spared the main mirror in the center of the room a glance, giving her precious child a silent word of encouragement before turning her attention back to her personal divine mirror. The mirror was currently showing Lancer attending to the injured Gina. Sitting on a chair, leg bobbing up and down in worry, was Welf. Fia was also there, one wing significantly less feathery than the other as she was staring out the window toward the Apollo castle while occasionally glancing back at Gina. Not going to watch Belle fight, Hestia? I don't need to watch for him to win, Hermes. Hestia didn't turn her head as she replied to the god who had suddenly came up to her. She was too busy watching Lancer drawing runes on Gina's arm with the Amazoness's own blood with some morbid fascination. Haha, well, I suppose that's true, Hermes said with a weak chuckle as he sat down beside her. She'll be fine, Hestia said, more to herself than Hermes. Are you talking about little Gina? Hermes asked. Sure, she may have been in my familia but she's part of yours now. I'm no longer her god so I shouldn't have a reason to care what happens, right? Although his tone betrayed none of his inner thoughts, Hestia chose to believe he was lying. There was no way his captain would have screamed alongside Hestia if they didn't care a little bit after all. He did go out of his way to make sure Gina had a new familia to go to after she wanted to leave his own after all. Then why are you here? Hestia asked. I was just curious about Belle. Can you tell me what his status was before he leveled up? Out of the corner of her eye, Hestia swore she saw Loki's posture shift slightly closer toward the two of them. Even if I told you, it's not like you'd believe me, Hestia answered simply. He was most likely asking for Belle's status after the Minotaur fight. After all, they hadn't officially announced Belle's level 3 promotion yet. Hermes probably thought that Belle's base abilities at level 1 and 2 were extremely high. Come on, I can keep a secret. You know that. Indeed, she did. Disgustingly so. Every stat besides magic and agility was SS. Seriously. Contrary to Hestia's belief, Hermes did seem to believe her, but he can't seem to wrap his head around it. That was only to be expected. After all, since the time of Zeus and Hera, everyone thought that S999 was the cap for the various stats. Hestia didn't know the status for Loki's top 3 or Freya's Otterl, but she suspected that if one of them had broken through to SS they wouldn't exactly keep quiet about it. At the very least Loki wouldn't. Then again, an extra point or 2 at level 1 or level 2 didn't matter much on its own. If Bell kept doing so at each level up however, he could actually be an entire level stronger than what his status actually said. Before Hermes could ask something else, the other deities roared in excitement. The two of them turned around to see Bell surrounded by the unconscious bodies of downed Apollo Familia members as he was sword-locked with Hyacinthus. However, both adventurers had a dark and eerie light shining around their bodies. The source of the light was coming from a long-haired woman holding a staff while a short-haired woman was standing in front of her as a guard. "Oh, looks like a magic sealing curse from that magic item," Hermes noted, and Hestia blinked in surprise that Apollo had such a thing before a painful thump in her chest reminded her of something that had slipped her mind. Turning back toward her own divine mirror, she saw Lancer staring at her own hands as golden sparks were slowly floating away from her. Swiping her mirror back and forth she tried to find the other servants. Castor was on the gate, one arm folded over his chest as he glanced down at his gaunt-leafed hand lazily and without concern, even though sparks were rising up from his hand as well. Ryder's chariot had stopped as she stared wide-eyed at the lights floating off of her body and that of her chariot and horses. Berserker's massive body was also giving off more wisps of light than the other three put together, and both Primo and Emma were running around the Minotaur, who was panting on all fours, at a complete loss at what to do before the human ran toward the Apollo castle. And, despite the goddess's best efforts, Assassin was nowhere to be found, her skill completely hiding her from being spotted by the basic divine mirror, or at least, she hoped that was the case. The only ones who looked to be unaffected at being cut off from Bell were Archer and Saber. The former perched once more on the bell tower watching the fights going on in Apollo Castle and the latter was helping Ryder remain upright as the chariot and horses vanished. The only silver lining was that all the main divine mirrors in town were completely focused on Bell's duel with Hyacinthus and that the rest of Apollo's adventurers were too unconscious to notice what was going on with the servants. Which was fair, it could be the deciding bout after all. The curse seemed to be affecting Bell's performance in the fight as well. Whether it was because there was some side effect of the magic or it was due to being completely cut off from his servants for the first time since he picked up the Holy Grail and Archer from the dungeon, Hestia wasn't sure. However, Hestia suspected it to be more the latter than the former. As a goddess, Hestia was able to sense her blessings on all of the children in her familia and would continue to do so until they either converted out of the familia or died. If she were to suddenly lose her connection to all 13 of her children at once, she definitely wouldn't be able to think straight. But even as Bell was holding off Hyacinthus's flurry of attacks, his eyes were bouncing from Hyacinthus to the two women in the room as if trying to find an opportunity to break off and destroy the magic item. Judging from the aura around Hyacinthus, he was most likely also affected by the curse, but it wasn't affecting him as badly as Bell. 3 red blades flashed all across the room as the Hestia Familia Vice-Captain and Apollo Familia Captain stepped around the downed adventurers almost like they were in a coordinated dance. "Come on, Bell," Hestia muttered as she folded her hands together in prayer. XXXXX. Things were quiet, disturbingly so. Even though he was dueling with a level 3 adventurer, the world around him was completely silent. The clashing of metal against metal didn't reach Bell's ears. The presences of the man in front of him, the 2 women that cursed him, and he unconscious adventurers by his feet also didn't register to him. It was like he was all alone in the world. The magical bonds that tethered him to the others were gone. For the first time in months, Bell felt completely alone in the world once more. It was only by instinct alone that he was able to defend himself as he tried to find an opening to destroy that magic item. But as it was, there was no way he could find one in his current state. Not all by himself. But of course, he wasn't truly alone. "Bell!" 2 voices called out to him in unison, shattering through the curtain of the silent world. Through the 2 windows on opposite ends of the room, he saw 2 girls. One human and one Palom. XXXXX. Lily had left the castle shortly after the Velas had been put down. She ran across the battlefield, stopping only once to stare at the barely restrained brutality that Ryder was inflicting on the Apollo Familia. She then laid her body flat on the grass as she watched Berserker and Primo completely obliterate the castle's outer wall before they stormed inside with Bell and the others. Taking advantage of the distraction, Lily took out a hook and rope from her pack and used it to scale up the walls of the castle. Lily reached into her sleeve and pulled out the white magic sword that she received from Welf. Taking a leaf from Archer's book, the girl loaded it into the crossbow and took aim through the window. With a simple pull of the trigger, the crossbow magic sword flew just as well as any arrow. The blade smashed through the window, shocking the red-headed woman for a split second, before she and the mage she was protecting were blown away as the blade exploded between the two. The resulting discharge of the lighting magic stored with the blade also completely destroyed the magic staff that the mage was holding. With that obstacle down, Lily called out the boy's name at the same time as someone else. Bell. XXXXX. Emma didn't know what was happening with Berserker. One moment he was tough as any bull, and the next moment he was suddenly on the ground gasping for air. The only thing Emma could think of that could make the powerful servant fall to his knees was that something had happened to Belle, the servant's anchor to this world. Not that she really understood what that meant, but she did at least get that no Belle, no servants. With no other choice, she left Primo to try and calm Berserker down as she ran toward the castle to try and find out what happened to Belle, even though she didn't even know where to begin. With no other option, she ran close to the wall, peering through each of the windows to see if she could get lucky. Even though it was an emergency, Emma didn't feel confident enough to try and break through a window to get in. As she passed by a window, she spotted her vice-captain being pushed back by the enemy captain. Emma's hands immediately went for her blades but stopped just before she drew them out. What exactly was she planning to do? Fighting the level 1 members of Apollo Familia was one thing, but Emma wouldn't be able to do a thing against the level 3 Hyacinthus. Especially not when there were 2 level 2 adventurers ready to jump in. As it was, she was only going to get in the way. At least, if she's something as dumb as charge right in. She secured Nika back in its sheath while drawing out Gekka. She then carefully traced its edge on the glass in a circle, cutting out a hole wide enough for her to stick her hand through. And then, she began her chant. Rend my flesh, pierce their soul. An eerie light surrounded Emma as she gathered and focused her mind into the spell, no, into the curse. Unlike Gina, who received a self-enhancement magic, and Primo who received a new bombardment magic, Emma received a curse from the magic grimoire. Break the blessing and wither their strength. The red-headed woman turned to look at Emma and her eyes shot wide open. But before she could do anything, the ground beneath the woman's feet exploded, sending her and the mage behind her flying away. The destruction of the magic item also caused the curse around Hyacinthus and Belle to vanish. Hyacinthus stared in shock in the direction of the explosion, exposing his back to Emma. Seeing her chance, Emma finished her chant. Epinfletry. A nearly invisible wave shot through the room from her hand, sending a high-pitched sound at Hyacinthus's back, enveloping him once more in a dark aura while also causing Emma to collapse onto her knees. The curse had an effect similar to her skill, but it was also the complete opposite. Her skill allowed her to take the status of her friend and add it to her own. The curse, however, temporarily took away a portion her own status to do the same to her target. If she could hit them, that is. With that done, she then called out her friend's name at the same time as someone else. Belle. XXXXX. Belle. Lily, Emma. Seeing the two of them come to his aid reminded Belle once again that he wasn't alone. The feeling of 7 roaring flames being tethered to his soul also reinforced his heart. And with it, his strength. Ha! With renewed vigor, Belle swung his 2 red knives at the rouge blade, and shattered it into 1,000 pieces. The bloodlust from the Minotaur he defeated on the 9th floor still resonated within his 2 Minotaur horn daggers. Without his sword and cursed by Emma's magic, Hyacinthus was now no match for Belle. With a punch, Belle sent Hyacinthus flying out a window and followed out after him. Miss Emma, are you okay? Lily hopped through the windows of the room to reach Emma as quickly as she could, pulling out a dual mind/body potion from Machigatte Familia's blue pharmacy to give to the girl. Why yet? Emma nodded as she accepted the potion gratefully. Once she drained it, she carefully got back up to her feet. She then glanced at the bottle in her hand before turning to the palm. Lily. I have one more favor to ask of you. Why yes. Several meters away, Hyacinthus had pulled out a short sword to replace his destroyed weapon and was just barely holding off Belle's relentless assault as cuts and wounds appeared all across his body. Who? Hyacinthus began, eyes wide in fear and rage. Who are you people? Belle caught Hyacinthus' sword between his daggers as he glared at the man. Weir, Hestia fa dash he began only for something to fly from the side and strike Hyacinthus in the side of the head, throwing him off his feet and landing with a thud on the grass. Blinking in both confusion and surprise, Belle looked around to see the shattered remains of a potion bottle and turned toward the direction it came from. "That's what you get, you jerk!" Emma shouted, voice filled with righteous indignation as she was shining with the pink aura that signaled her skill's activation. "Lily thinks Miss Emma ruined Belle's scene," Lily said as several bells resounded in the distance to signal the end of the war game. "Well, Lily supposes it's fine to let Miss Emma throw away her bottled emotions now and again." XXXXX. A heavy silence filled the entire city of Orario at the scene, but as church bells rang out throughout the city, everyone realized that bottle throw, anticlimactic as it was, that had been the final blow of the war game. People throughout the city were cheering as the commentator's voice rang out. "There's the final bell. That was something. The victor of this war game is Hestia Familia." All throughout the city, those who cheered on and believed in Hestia Familia from the start were celebrating. From Inatul, temporarily forgetting her neutrality as a member of the guild, hugging her co-worker, Miss Ha, enjoy. To Mord Latro, who laughed his head off as he ran toward the betting counter to claim his millions of Valis in winnings alongside a trio of gods who bet on the supposed underdog. To Tiona Hiriad, as she happily hugged Leffy Ya before swinging the hapless elf around and around. To Seer Flover, as tears of happiness ran down her cheeks in relief. To Hestia herself, as she slid across the chamber to where a cowering Apollo was trying to back away from her and her swaying twin tails that were snapping back and forth like snakes after checking to see that her children were all unharmed. To a young woman with long purple hair staring wide-eyed at the human girl being depicted on divine mirrors all across Orario. "Why? Why are you here?" The woman spoke to no one as she clutched a blue diamond-shaped pendant around her neck, one identical to the one around the girl's neck.